must invite me back.
I thought Sizzle's not. Put Sizzle
What the fuck?
in.
What is
You're
happening?
supposed to play, no?
I know. I was waiting for. There we go. Sizzle's in, and then I just moved to
Is 007
Distilled.
playing?
Oh, what about 07? 07 hasn't played yet.
Sizzle is spectating.
Put distilled
take me
onto
out.
spectator.
Oh,
Put
Sizzle's-
distilled on spectator. Put distilled on
I'm
spectator.
confused.
Make them sit out.
I'm swapping the
Okay, there
teams.
we
I'm
go.
getting
Good.
Take me
confused.
out the
Okay.
game, boss.
Okay. Wait, no, we
Now
got
we're
it.
all mixed up.
Good.
This
is
Go.
beautiful.
Go. Start.
Wait, no, we're
Start.
not.
Start.
There we
Start.
go.
Go.
No, no,
Go.
no.
Go. 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 Go.
We're good.
Get down.
Holy
Wait, no! Kidding. I got you.
I was gonna explode you.
What?
Grimy on
Alright,
Moira.
team.
I'll play
Right,
Phil. I'll
team.
play whatever.
Well,
Whoever that is with the Cassidy horse player icon, you're cool. Says Parokia.
I don't know who that is.
Horse? How many horse are you?
Horse?
Jimmy.
That's 007.
Guys,
That's
I'm gonna throw, and I'm not going to intend to,
Don't
but it's
throw,
gonna happen.
bro. Don't throw.
I'm not trying to throw.
God.
Let me
Dead
see the skin. Let me
serious.
see the skin. Yeah, alright.
Oh, wait, it's so cute.
It's just so cute. I really like it.
You guys are two
Cute.
eaters. It's making me uncomfortable.
Alright, get rid of all the furniture in here.
on it.
Oh.
I love ruining all the shit. It's fun.
This was my favorite
Mika,
room
let me know if
to
you wanna
room
Also-
if you wanna next round be cat, and I'll swap off.
I
so you can
promise
be
I'm
kitty.
not trying to
I don't
throw.
wanna be
I
the
just
cat.
can't aim.
The cat do 0
That's okay,
damage
I
and
like
a
the
ball
cat.
hits me in
You
the
like
head.
Anran?
I like Anran. I am enjoying playing her right now with this team. It's more fun in the normal game to play the cat because I can just fly away from everybody. But here, they're all like in the air half the time anyway, so it's whatever.
Oh shit! I'm sitting on my mouse.
Leaves, try to catch this hammer. Try to catch this hammer.
Bro, what? Yeah,
I know.
catch that, Jimmy.
I caught that. I caught that in the face.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, it makes noise. That's so cute.
Paro. 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 Oh.
Oh my Jesus Christ!
Bye, Rainy.
V-Rise.
Oh, the fucking top rafters! What the hell? Oh shit. Uh oh.
Was Avery also me? I just went face to face with my reflection.
Sorry, Sizzle.
Yes, Avery is also playing the same character.
Kinda mean.
Not good. Not good situation. Bad. Stop that.
No. Avery can't dip you.
No doubles, guys. Sorry, no doubles.
Doubles.
No doubles.
What is that?
Fuck. All right.
Got your ass.
I'm gonna ban your ass.
Oh.
What?
Rain, I thought you were on the enemy team, I'm not gonna lie.
No, it's me. I'm trying really hard.
Randy
Oh
is
my
playing
jeez!
so good that V-Rise thought
No,
that
I'm
they
not.
were on the enemy team. That's how good they were playing.
I'm not playing good at all. That's why.
Stop having no faith
No,
in yourself.
I wasn't used to the skin, that's why.
Oh yeah,
Playing great. I just wasn't used to the skin.
me neither. I think it's so cute.
You
I like
fucking
it so much.
bastard! No way this guy W keys. No way.
I was there for
I
free,
do
bro.
Is
that.
that intentional, man?
Honestly, you just happened to be in front of me.
Yes, Misty.
Ah, naturally.
Get his ass.
Oh, who's sniping? Oh shit! Oh my god.
Who's sniping?
There's another sniper.
I don't know. I got sniped from across the map. I was like, I got scared.
Freak on you, Grimmy. Sorry, Sizzle.
V-Rise!
Oh, my
Jimmy!
tab kept.
I'll take that.
Jimmy!
We killed each other.
Jimmy! Jimmy!
Hey, how you doing?
Jimmy's his fucking monkey. Jimmy,
I do
this is
really
right
need
now.
you.
I'd swap to Reaper
The burn
so
is so
bad.
brutal.
I'd swap to Reaper so fast to counter you.
You would not.
I
Oh,
would.
it was only Sizzle.
You
Okay.
would not.
Anu.
Sorry, 007.
Alright, well, they got the friggin' payload.
That's okay.
That's okay.
What does this mean?
It was pity, wasn't it?
What is
It means that they got the control part. This is a hybrid map, so they control first for one part, and then the other part is they have to
wall.
push it, like the escort.
That was a good move, no?
No, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Ah! Ooh, okay. This is not going well for Randus. Okay.
Dude, you're like a little fly.
Avery, get the fuck out of here. Ah, Avery. We killed each other in a beautiful fire tango. It was really strange.
Whoa.
Time to step up my training regimen.
On chat, press
Nah,
tab
Avery,
to
get over
switch
here.
between them. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yep, get got. Yep.
I'm gonna smite you, Jimmy. Shut the fuck up.
Get the freak away from me.
Right here, Cassidy!
Where?
Got him.
Oh, shit.
It's 007.
He's just hiding
Nah,
there
Avery.
with like fucking 1 HP. So funny.
I can't aim!
So funny. Oh god.
Get the freak out of the air. Roni.
Watch out. Watch out, Rain.
I did it! Don't even worry about me.
Nice.
Oh, I fell.
One more time.
What the fuck happened to you? Oh, I see. Cause V Rise looks strange, doesn't she?
Oh, sorry guys, I'm not playing very well.
Jimmy, you
Paro?
you kill stealing bastard.
Enemy payloads on the move. Let's change that.
Such a beautiful Zenyatta
What
skin. I
happened to you? I'm beautiful. Rainy.
have a crush on you right now, Virez. You're beautiful.
Please, someone
Smiley
change the model,
face.
or I'm gonna do it.
This is fine.
No, I'm not talking about your model. I'm talking about the Zen skin. But you know.
Oh, yeah, no, me too. I have a crush on myself.
My limit yet.
Me too. Oh, I'm
Not
so
on
sorry,
myself.
Signal. Why is it always you?
Oh, I hate
You
it.
stink.
I don't know why I did that.
You're
Stink.
bad.
I'm
Oh my God,
like
I got
Zenyatta, man. You want from me?
I saw what you tried
This
to
guy
do. I
couldn't hit
saw
their
it.
shot, so they had to go. They had to go Winston.
That was a hammer. You forgot I was a hammer.
Yeah, you still couldn't hit
It
the
has
hammer.
nothing
You
to
had
do.
to go Winston.
No, because I was getting shredded by Orisa, bro. Your Orisa's too cracked.
She
You
does
should
one.
make out then.
We should. I would love that, personally.
Here.
I like how locked in Pyro is that they're not even speaking.
Are
Oh.
they NPC?
Oh no.
Hey, buddy.
Oh no.
Hey, buddy.
Oh no.
No,
Enormous
probably.
V-Rise. Stop being enormous, V-Rise. Stop it. Stop being enormous and in the freaking corner.
Fuck.
Setbacks are just part of the
Oh, I died.
Stop that. You're
Jimmy,
being
fuck
annoying.
off. Jimmy, go
You're
the
being
fuck away. Jimmy, I'm gonna throw your fucking legs. Go, you're like a fish. Leave me alone.
Guys, we had like seconds. We had seconds. What happened?
It's okay. We don't even need it.
Oh.
What is happening? I still don't understand how this game works at all.
Take more than that.
You guys are losing right now. Hope that helps.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
We were winning,
You guys,
and now we're
this game's
losing.
lost.
That's okay.
Juicy.
Jimmy, fuck off. I'm gonna.
He's on fire.
Oh, shit. I don't know what that does. This is my first time popping Winston
Our
on.
valid as fuck
Oh
for
my,
that.
Avery, I'm gonna explode you, explodey style. Guy's just trying to learn how to aim. Come on, man. Why would you do this to me? I definitely think that I'm getting a little better at aiming.
Whoa! Whoa! Overwatch is somewhere else right now. What? 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 I don't know where my Overwatch is.
Uh-oh.
I don't know where it went.
Jimmy!
Guys,
Jimmy, I'm gonna fucking kill you!
We're swapping Jimmy out
Are
next
you
round.
bullying Rain? What are you doing?
Yes! Jimmy, you're fucking dead.
Guys, I don't know what's happening right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not
Okay.
in the game? Question mark? Something just happened and I'm
Uh-oh.
no longer
I'm
there.
getting jumped. I'm getting jumped. Oh.
No, you got the point. No.
Owie.
Okay,
Avery,
I'm
don't do
back.
this. Avery, don't do this. Avery, don't do this to me. I'm just trying to. I'm just trying.
Yeah,
Avery.
fucking old Avery. Yeah, old Avery.
I'm just a guy who's trying to learn how to aim.
I can't tell anything. Something just happened.
We're out of my punch range.
Guys, please. Guys, please.
There we go. There we go.
We have it. We have it. We have it. We have it. We have it.
Oh my god, C9.
Fuck you, Jimmy.
Oh my god.
Yeah!
We did it, we did it, we did it, we did it, we did it.
Ban Jimmy. Ban Jimmy. Jimmy fucking ban Jimmy.
What does C9 mean?
Oh my
I
god.
Spike Spiegel!
He left
So
point. He left
C9
point.
is
got
based
distracted
off
and
of
left.
Cloud9, where in a professional tournament, they got off payload in that overtime, where they need to stay on it to like contest it, and they did it not once, not twice, but 3 times in the same game. So they call it C9 because it means that you got off the payload when you shouldn't have, and lost because you just were like too kill hungry.
Oh.
TBH, I was going for heals.
Who is
TBH,
this-
I had no heals, so I
You
went
know
for a big
what?
pack.
Yeah, he was almost dead. I
I
almost
jumped for
had
big
him.
pack,
I think-
Went
yeah.
and healed.
I think I might
I'll
mix
heal
it
today.
Pew,
Oh.
pew, pew, pew.
Unless I'm the one you want to be. Pick one.
Guys,
Unless.
that's it.
Pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Mhm.
More field research.
Do, do,
Grand.
do, do.
I'm a one-trick pony.
One-trick pony.
Literally.
I am doing good, very good. Are you guys lying to
You
me?
are.
I've been dying nonstop.
No, you're actually doing very well.
You're doing really well.
it.
Yeah, you're holding your own, Vico. 7 deaths is you're supposed to die quite a bit. It's
Mhm.
expected.
Especially it's on run. She's kind of up in there. She's kind of like a maybe get 1 or 2 and then
Onion.
kind of die. And if you can get out of that's great.
Onion.
But
Kamikaze. Kamikaze.
and Jimmy, that's what I'm
Kamikaze.
saying.
Yes.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
No,
she's what
we only
they
like
call,
to be
the
you.
Flank heroes.
Alright, guys. Is lying to a dog effective in any way, shape, or form, really? I don't think they care. It's like when, you know, like when you pretend to throw a ball and then you don't throw the ball and they just look confused. They're like, whoa, where'd you get the
Who's
ball
that in the
from?"
air? Who is that in the air? Who is that?
It's just targeted at this point. That's fucking awful, bro.
Thank you. Count your fucking days, Jimmy. I'm trying to heal.
Jimmy, this is
Ooh,
fucked
Karma.
up.
Yeah,
usual.
but,
Oh, wait,
yeah.
hold on.
Karma.
Fuck you, Jimmy.
Karma.
How did you still
Karma.
kill me?
You put down the
I know,
reactor
and I
shot.
want to explode and kill
Come here,
myself.
Juicy. Come here, Juicy.
Don't be afraid of dying. It's completely normal to go games with 20 deaths. What does this mean?
Hey guys, get this guy. Get this
This
potato guy.
game is a game of death.
Fuck.
It is the opposite of Apex Legends. Ooh, I got eliminated. Roni, did you shoot me in the head?
My bad. Yeah.
Okay, well,
What happened to you?
I do always think that it's funny that bows are so effective in shooters. It makes no sense, but it's also funny.
Did you see that escape, bro? Did you see that escape, though? Did
You're
you see
scared
that
and
escape,
whiny,
though?
bro. Stop.
That made me whiny, but I'm winning.
Can't really tell what's happening right now. There's so much stuff happening
okay.
on the
That's what-
screen.
That's what Overwatch is like in general.
fuck. That's just Overwatch,
Okay,
period.
alright,
It's
I get it, I get it, I
overstimulated.
That's why they call it Overwatch.
Overstimulated.
Whoa, guys, come on.
There we go.
It's
I'm
super
dead.
chaotic. It's not normal to know what's going on.
Alright,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
I know you can hear me, Paro. I know you can hear me. I'm blaming you right now. I don't. I'm mad at you right now, Parokia. I'm gonna go and give you a wet willy right now.
Boo, Roni.
There's cars.
Juicy.
I hope a, sl-
Oh wait, no,
I
not.
hope a
This isn't
slimy
music
little
video.
creature runs over and gives you a wet willy.
Theorize, we got this, man.
Yeah, no, we got this.
Dude, stop it. Stop it, dude. Stop it.
Hi, Sab. Bello.
Hello.
You're stinky. You're so stinky.
Hey.
Fucking Winston, bro. I don't want to hear a fucking word out of you.
You're so
Jimmy fucking
stinky, bro.
drunk.
I don't care. You're
Oh,
stinky.
no.
I don't care.
Oh no, I'm playing May. Oh no.
You're so stinky, bro. You walled off, man. You're stinky. You're stinky. Oh, you're stinky.
Dude, whoa, what the fuck? Brody up there.
No,
Who's doing what? What is
get away from me!
All right, team regroup. All right, team.
Get away from me!
New York Fire Department. Is it New York? No, New York.
In New
Yeah.
York. Da, na, 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 na,
Dreams are
na,
made of.
Get in there, gamers.
I got in there.
My mech.
Oh god.
Nice try, buddy. Yeah, baited. Yeah, baited.
Hey, this guy already slid.
Oh, that's
Slide
not
out of
good.
that.
I just got my mech back, bro.
Are you a diva?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah.
Ow.
They're all one. They're all one.
Diva.
Hi,
Yep.
divas.
I tried you, I tried.
As Parokia
Hey,
likes to
divas.
say.
After the game, I have to be right back. I have to go put. My dog has eardrops because he has an ear infection. So I have to go give him.
Those are
eardrops.
tough.
He actually
Hi,
doesn't
Jimmy.
mind them, but I'm the only one that can do it. So. Hey Jimmy, you want to see a cool magic trick? You should come here.
You guys is the only person
Ronnie
in her
flanking.
family
Where are
who has arms. It's true. Oh my god. Oh my god. You got a scent maxer. View has a scent maxer in chat.
Part of the process.
A stink maxer.
Whoa. What's your
What's
favorite
your-
fragrance? Dude, I really fuck with vanilla. No, get in here, man. No, come
Yeah.
on, come back to the
Yeah.
threshold. You know you
Yeah.
wanna.
Wall yourself off, buddy. Live in your ivory
Vanilla?
tower.
Vanilla, any like kind of citrus smell is good. Any citrus? Yeah, what's another one that I like? I don't know. I'm not a big like perfume person. Oh, hi, kitty.
They're all expensive ones.
But I'm sure those are solid. Yeah, those seem expensive. Guys, I have
They
kitty
are.
in lap. You guys are losing now.
Oh,
Ooh.
Jimmy, 2 legs. Jimmy, 2 legs. 2 of them. There's 2 Jimmys of legs. Avery Lympha got my ass. That's why you stink? Says 07. Dog girl smell.
Thank you.
No way you got out of that.
I should be dead. I should be so dead. You
should.
have no idea.
You
I had
should. How the
5.
fuck?
I had 5.
Yeah, now
Oh.
you're dead. Go.
I don't know.
Jump.
Is that 1 nail to the head? Because I was like,
Yeah, that was.
I gotta watch this. That's crazy. I was full health. 1 nail to the head.
Thank you for Grimbles.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Thank you.
for saving me. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for saving me.
Oh no, I forgot what this does. Ah! It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Team's gonna regroup here. I feel it. I feel it.
Aw,
Okay.
man.
Nicely
Alrighty.
done.
Yes.
Nicely
Oh,
done.
Good.
Y'all got lucky.
Gosh.
Oh, shucks, you're the best, V-Rise. Did you fucking say easy, bro? Did you say easy? You're sick.
I did.
You're sick, bro.
Oh, and you see absolutely dumbing the fuck out of Jimmy. Oh wait, never mind. There it is.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Oh no, no,
I'll give you a hug.
Don't be
Twice.
toxic. What is wrong?
I'm gonna go get some water, BRB.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I also will be.
See, chat, sometimes we're good at the game. Sometimes we're good.
We are.
Sometimes
I
we're
warmed
good,
up.
guys.
Okay, guys, take care of our chats.
Okay.
Okay.
What if I also want to be right back?
Hi, chat. I'm
You could
sorry
be
for
right
all
back.
those
Hey,
times
guys.
I was
I'm
toxic,
BRB.
and I know I booped a few of you. I know I chased a few of you down. I know every time I saw Sizzle playing Moira, I felt rage in my
I'm so
eyes, and
sorry,
I
Sizzle.
chased him down.
Times you got ulted by me. Those are unintentional. Oh,
Freaking
okay.
Grimmy. Oh yeah, I
Unintentional.
kind of bullied Avery a few times. Sorry.
We're doing amazing, right, guys? Right? We're doing amazing, right,
Yeah.
guys?
To be fair,
Right?
I
we're
can't control the
incredible.
Diva Bomb. Diva
Best.
Bomb just kind of gets whoever. So, but it was always you, though.
I
It's
think we
kinda
need to bring
funny.
back the ball, though. I think we need to bring back ball.
Yeah,
No,
maybe
no
we need
ball.
to do
I
it. Yeah.
hate hamster.
I did.
I'll
I
get
didn't
off
I
for
think
this hill.
Specifically go
Juicy.
after you. The bomb was for everyone.
Listen, it wasn't like particularly
Ball?
targeted. It just
No.
happenstance
Ball?
that way. You
No
know what I
ball.
mean?
Ball. Ball.
No ball.
Ball?
Ball.
Ball.
No ball. Ball
Ball.
ban.
Oh my god, I hit a
You know
crazy
what
macro.
You know
Oh my God.
what? You know what he kind of reminds me of?
I ulted Juicy with
Kinda
Ana
reminds me of
ult. You just
Battle
popped
Pass.
him up. It was fucking awesome. You can't listen. You can't deny that if you were in my position, that wouldn't be the sickest thing ever, right? You wouldn't laugh your ass off too.
Grimmy, you smell, bro.
Smell of victory.
Jimmy,
Oh,
I should have
sorry,
gotten like a
sorry.
fish. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. You pissed me off.
I
the entire
apologize. I
fucking
apologize
time.
to absolutely nobody. To nobody.
You're right about that, exactly. All right, guys, hold on. I'm gonna go get a snack. I'll be back.
Yeah, go get it.
I won't
Go
be
ahead.
long.
Enjoy.
I'm gonna go get a snack. Thank
How
you.
do I?
Chat, we're
There
doing
it
amazing,
is.
right, guys? Right? I think we are.
You're doing great, Roni. Roni, you're always
Yeah.
doing great.
No, you're doing amazing.
When is
you
he
know?
gonna realize? When is Jimmy gonna realize? Is this man coming back or no?
No. You're doing wonderful, Roni. Thank you so much, Juicy. Thank you.
Get back in here, you loser.
Insane.
Oh,
Insane.
who came crawling
Insane.
back?
Crawling. Crawling.
Tony, you're on my team.
Oh, right.
You came back when I asked, so
That's crazy.
You came back when I asked, so that's saying
crazy.
something.
Yeah, you asked.
Yeah, look who came crawling back.
I didn't come crawling though.
Hello.
Uh,
Hi.
Hi.
Time.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Okay.
If you guys want, I can.
Sorry, guys. There's a lot of people in VC, so
wait,
I'm
who's
getting a
gonna
little bit
sub
nervous to talk. Sorry.
I can leave.
What?
Yeah, take me
No,
and
you don't
Jimmy
have
out
to leave.
the
I
game.
can just make you. You and
Why
Jimmy.
not put us on
Okay.
the bench, coach. Put me and Jimmy on the bench.
I put
The
you on the
bench.
bench.
The bench
I
is.
put you guys
Thank
on the
you, guys.
bench.
I'm scared.
we become
Kings
commentators.
Row?
Yeah, we'll be
Who
tormented.
will I
for the
trade
best
kills
one.
with now, if not for Jimmy?
I know. Oh. Vico next game.
We're playing on. This is the best map, Vico. Is Kings Row.
I see.
Ooh.
Ready.
No, I wanted to play
Thanks.
DPS.
Thanks, Paro.
Man.
Rain
Oh, yeah,
and
Rain and
Grimballs
Grimmy
are
are
not
here.
here.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
That's true.
Oh.
Yeah.
We can wait. Well, I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Just can you end it and go back to that lobby? Leave game. Leave queue.
Bench
Here
Grimballs.
we go.
Hello.
Hello,
Oh,
Renee.
pause. Even better. Even better.
I have ice cream.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Ooh, what kind?
I have drumstick.
That's
What is
cool.
drumstick?
It's the brain.
It's the cone with the chocolate and the peanuts.
The-
Ice
Huh?
cream. Yatta! Do you not know what a drumstick is?
No,
It's
drumstick.
drizzled
ice.
in like
How do you
liquid
not
chocolate
It's
and the
covered in
inside,
chocolate
and it has nuts on
and
it.
it has peanuts on the top.
Oh, that looks good.
This is like
What?
this is crazy.
That's
I'm shocked that
good.
you've never heard of this.
No,
Yeah, LVU childhood.
I can't say the word fuck.
True.
You can't say
I never
fuck.
even played with Legos when I was a kid.
That's
fuck?
crazy.
Hey, one of the Roni or Jimmy can sub for me. I want to eat my food.
Too late.
We're already in a game. man.
Grimmy.
Well,
You're
too late.
in game, Grimmy.
No,
You're
I know.
in-game.
I'm just gonna AFK and then one of the spectators will sub for me.
Oh, okay.
Is that how that goes for real?
Is that how that works?
Probably, I don't know.
I don't think that's true. That doesn't sound like a truth.
What would you know, bro?
That doesn't sound like a truth.
Vico's first day on the game. That is not true, Grimmy.
That sounds
You
like a
are wrong.
lie. Why would AFKing in a game automatically sub in somebody else?
Well,
It
because
does.
if you're
It
not
matters.
active,
But I won't give up until
Yeah.
No.
it doesn't want people to
Sorry.
just throw because they're not active. So if you're not,
I'll get up no matter how many times they knock me down.
I don't know
Game
who
is
will play.
strange.
Sorry guys, I'm really behind. I couldn't decide.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay, we're down a healer anyways.
Camera work I'm doing right now.
Oh god,
This
Jimmy,
is true.
Jimmy might be
That's
our
why I
healer.
chose this one.
Fuck.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, Jimmy would make a great healer.
Real.
Oh, I
do my
cannot
best.
res that.
I would.
I can get this though.
Oh no, I'm so sleepy.
No, I can't heal everybody.
I'm so sleepy.
What?
Where's Ball?
I hope it
Where's
says
Ball?
AFK you,
Where's
Grammy.
Ball? Where's
No,
Ball?
don't say ball. No, we don't need ball.
No, where's
please.
Ball?
No.
2 seconds.
Where's Ball?
My
I was
balls are
promised
right here,
ball.
Remy. It's okay. My balls are right here, man.
Okay, now are we gonna get that backfill? What's going on here?
Guess not. Guess not.
Oh, I almost had that. You guys are mean.
Why did Grimmy
Grimmy will join the game.
Oh, fuck's sake.
I'll do it properly this time.
Yeah, Grim, I think you're wrong, bud.
Avery, no.
Fine. I'll play.
Shit.
Oh, that was so scary, Avery. I didn't like that. Go away. No.
I'm already back all the way back here. Damn.
You're welcome. Parokia. Owie, ow.
Oh, I tried to save you.
Happy bedtime. Good night.
How do you cycle through the players as a spectator?
Let's play smart.
You press
A and D for weapon
I
It's not
think you
working.
press
What's your mouse
the
button?
right mouse button. Right mouse.
It's not working. I did both.
Oh no!
I don't know, mine worked.
It made it
This
fast.
is for true.
Nice. Keep it coming.
Let's go, Vico.
Let's go.
How nice your father is. You tell him mother is a true Vex.
Oh, I cannot resurrect that. Come
on, my horse.
Oh my god! They're on all sides.
Ouch. Really good.
shit.
Oh, what the fuck
Bro,
are you guys
you're
over
too
there
good at this
doing?
game.
I haven't
Oh, I'm
hit
stuck.
my limit yet.
The payload is moving. Perhaps we should stop it.
Oh, just still.
Yes, Vico! Get them!
I'm trying.
Go. Got it, Avery.
No! I'm sorry, I tried to resurrect you.
Setbacks are just part of the process.
Oh. I tried to block. No, I don't like that. I need to get a new chair. My back is hurting so bad with this chair. Holy moly.
No,
where
I
you going in?
can't. Oh my jeez.
Thank you, Vico.
Sorry, was that? I don't know, man.
That should do it.
Shit.
Oh god.
Where did you come from, Distill? What the fuck?
Oh, man.
Uh oh.
I need a peek. That works. Oh, wait. Yeah, man.
Oh.
Yeah, man, I
they're
got that,
whiffing?
man.
We must get them off.
They're whiffing?
Oh, no!
Who are you? Who are you? Ah!
That's Ash's
Bad.
role?
Are you? What the? Why did you
I am
solo?
from ancient Greece.
Oh, me.
It wasn't just you. I think it was an attempt at multiple people, but it didn't quite work out that way.
I accept your apology, kind of.
I don't.
Oh shit. Oh fuck.
We
I'm
need
back.
you, Grimmy.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Trapped. I am untrapped.
Oh, why did I get... Bam.
I fell down. I fell down. Oops. Oops.
要想当个好榜样，我还得再努力。
Parokia.
Ow.
Why Parokia?
Oh, hell no.
Fuck. Oh shit. Oh.
Nikki Rainey.
I can take more than that.
Gosh darn it.
Oh, who the? Let me out. Evil.
Damn.
Oh, my back. I'm sorry, as I intend to do it anyways. Real.
Okay, well,
We have an Ash now.
no. I've had Ash.
Oh, they have. I have not noticed.
Mhm.
Shit. That's fine.
are
Oh,
you
wait,
doing
wait,
here?
I'm running.
Get out of here. Get out of
Why did I
here.
switch? Oh my god!
Rennie. Oh, I have trapped.
Both your supports went off the edge. Both of them went off the edge. Uh-oh.
No!
Good
Nice,
man.
good
Well,
job,
You
Dad.
get to watch.
Off the edge.
I'm really
Am I
pissed
supposed
off.
to win if we threw off the edge? Why are you floating?
Yeah,
What the
yeah.
fuck?
No, I'm just
Ground.
kidding. Nice.
Do that, gotcha.
That was so mean.
You're just watching. Oh my god.
I love that.
Nothing else happened. That was more.
That's a Grimmy reference. That was a Grimmy reference.
Well, okay. Right, because, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, okay, good. Yeah, I love that you got it. I didn't even have to say anything more. I love it.
Anyone can play whatever they want.
I'm gonna play spectator.
How was
will
that
also
play?
be
That's what I'm
spectator.
saying. I think there was much more interesting stuff.
Sniper for the win. I hate sniper. Sniper my enemy. I hate sniper. I
I
hate
love
sniper
sniper.
rifles and I hate snipers.
Sniper.
I hate them. I hate them.
Speaking of
Sniper no
Next
sniper.
time I
pick
get the
Grim.
chance to play, I might play a new character.
Mmm.
Looks,
Yeah.
looks-
Probably gonna go very bad.
Who is that?
Me playing new character go
Grimiable.
really bad. You don't know what I do in my
I
practice.
22
You
and
hate
open
me?
packs.
Yes.
You open those loot boxes.
Why wouldn't I hate
Open
you
those
if you're a
things.
Where is
sniper?
you, Rise?
You guys are poop. Poop from butt. Poop from butt. Poop from butt.
Where's the wife?
Aw,
You,
Mia.
where are you? Oh, you're up
Up.
there.
I'm unsure if I should open them. Open them,
Oh,
bruh.
potato, yes. Yes, potato.
I see them.
Yes, potato, yes.
I see them.
Potato, you know what you have to do.
This is my goat. This is my goat.
Somebody knows what they have to do.
Okay, well, that was immediate.
Okay. What the freak are you
Doomfist.
doing here? One Punch Man? Question mark?
Doomfist. Yeah, he actually does have a One Punch Man skin.
Read.
Can I get a warm hug from somebody, guys? It would be really nice. Appreciate that.
Oh my god.
Ouch! I got punched to death.
Oh shit.
No, don't look at me. No, don't look at me. You don't see me. Oh, stop it. I can't say no.
Hi, V-Rise. I'm watching
Oh my
you right
jeez.
now.
I can't stay alive. Oh my god.
Stop it. Is that you? Why are you laughing? Don't laugh.
I see this still, dude. What are you doing?
I'm getting greedy. I'm getting greedy.
So am I. I need to humble
Ow.
myself.
Ouch.
Ow.
You and my one health.
I don't know how to do this.
Nope.
Oh, I did it.
Let my form slip.
I'm a slut, bro.
Paro, I like that you're a horse.
I like that about
Thing,
you.
isn't it?
I like that about you.
Nice, Parokia.
Alright, I love your horseness.
Okay, uh-oh.
Oh my jeez!
They're galloping.
I should get off this character.
Jesus.
I don't think I should be
Help.
this character.
Stop popping, bruh. You're pissing me off.
Why am I
Punch.
flanking?
Died.
No. Who died? No. Rico, no.
That was really funny.
Hammer.
There's Avery.
Yeah.
Damn it, Juicy. I deserved that.
No, no, no! I've been slept. I've been
I
slept.
got
I've
you,
been
I got
slept.
you, I got you, I got
Nobody
you.
deserves
You're
it.
good.
There's no one here.
I don't have it.
What?
Fuck you, you and you're sniping. I'm not even good. I was so scared. You guys don't understand what I just saw.
Where did Doomfist go, guys?
I got him.
That was so fucking scary.
I'm really low. I genuinely feel like I'm playing a horror game when there's a Doomfist in play. Like,
Somebody just jumps on your head immediately.
Help!
bro got
Help,
stuck.
help,
Oh,
help!
I got comboed.
Mystic, go!
I feel like I just felt the fucking Banue.
Shoot, Mystic! You didn't shoot, Mystic! You shot me, bro!
Sometimes you become full of fear and your friend becomes your enemy.
Oh my
Yes! Oh, I'm sorry, Juicy. I needed that. Sorry, Juicy. I needed that. I needed that for my ego.
You know what I think I need?
I need a free win, guys.
Ball.
What do you need, man?
Ball.
Ball.
Ball. I'm with you here.
Ball.
Ball.
No, stop this.
Ball.
I can't
Ball.
Are you kidding me? You were camping?
No, you don't.
Are you kidding me? Why am I being
No,
targeted?
you're so lucky. Oh shit. Okay.
Almost. Very close, yeah, Avery. Very close, very close. Okay, alright, okay, alright, okay, alright, okay, alright.
No. Okay, I'm
I'm gonna explode myself. Oh, Nico, how? Oh, you resurrected. That's what you did. I was like, what's going on?
Yes, she's a phoenix, so she rises from the ashes.
She's cool. I like her a lot.
Yes,
I don't like it. I don't like playing against Rico. I don't like it. I don't.
we are trading.
It was just because I was
keep
dying
missing
and
my
you were
sleep
standing
darts.
on my suicide grenade. No, your burn
I
damage is
couldn't
too
save
good.
you. Behind, we have a diva.
See this.
Who's this diva?
Diva.
There's absolute
Yes.
diva
Hey.
behind.
Hey Grimmy, hey Grimmy, hey Grimmy, hey Grimmy.
Help me! Oops. I'm not entirely sure what the hell the E does still. To this day, I kind of almost understand it, and then I don't. It's a medium
one?
understanding that I have of this E skill. Behind you, behind you, behind you.
What the fuck? What the hell? did you just hello at me?
Hello.
The demon came back and said hi, and it just went behind, said hi, and then left.
Still Water's mech? Oh no.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
I don't understand what's happening, guys.
Juicy's back there.
That was so good.
What if we saw ball right now?
CM says,
I want to see ball right now.
No!
I don't think I want to see ball right now.
Ball is too skill diff. That's
I
too
want
much
to see ball,
skill diff.
ball right now.
Oh, bro!
Just rained.
solo ult from GC.
Somebody just said time to die. I want you to die.
Not the solo ult, GC.
That was insane.
Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god!
There's a ball.
Oh, ball! Ball!
They went ball.
Ball!
Oh, bad. Down vote.
Ball!
Oh my god, ball behind me.
Down vote.
Oh shit!
Bad ball.
I hit the wall! I hit the wall when I threw it!
Grimmy, I'm scared.
Universe!
You know what? Because we have hamster ball, I think I need to go my main.
Nice, Vico. That was good.
I don't know what's happening.
I gotta go my
I
main.
can't tell. My screen is so
Torbjorn.
colorful.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm playing Zenla Zone
Where
Zero.
the fuck is ball?
Why is there a ball? I thought we banned ball. Why is there a ball, dude?
Grimiable, did you not hear them cheering for ball earlier? They went
I
ball, ball,
tuned
ball.
it out. I've been
Stop
really
it.
locked in, I'm not gonna lie.
Ball.
Ball!
I'm really zeroed in
Ball.
on living.
Ball. Me and Jimmy are ball connoisseurs.
Yeah, we know ball.
Great.
We know ball.
We know.
What's your
We
favorite
know.
ball? What style of
Round.
ball is your preference?
Rolling.
Misty, I'm trying.
Bowling.
I know.
Bowling.
They're anti, get in there.
Zany.
Smooth.
Oh, get fucked on Juicy.
Time is of the essence. Make
There's a ball
Owie,
nearby.
owie, owie.
There's a ball nearby. There's a ball nearby. I watched a ball.
Ball nearby.
I want Nano.
Down ball.
You know what? I hear a hamster ball somewhere.
I wonder where. I wonder where it is. Grimiable, I wonder where it is.
I don't know. what it is.
Yeah,
I saw it. I was watching it. I was watching ball.
you.
I'm too busy trying to focus on.
I needed my goat. Oh, get out of there.
That's so mean.
Oh,
Ball.
Back to run into ball.
More
Ball sleeping.
ball.
Oh my
Oh.
god, bro.
Ball asleep.
Perma
I
ball.
tried,
Ball of
guys.
ball.
I tried, guys. I tried.
I don't know what's going on.
Ball. I did.
Yeah.
Yes.
So wait, can I propose? You have the Osmodeus hamster ball skin distilled? Because you need to
No,
use it.
not the nipple.
No.
I don't think we could show that on stream. I don't think.
What?
I've done it.
What? Counter swapping is
I've
low
been
fruit
banned
view.
several times on Twitch. You've been banned several times.
My balls itch. I can bench one round. Okay.
That's beautiful.
Avery. For Roni. Who has also been in for a minute that we can swap out.
Potato.
You can
Potato has
swap
been
me
in.
out for a chat
Potato?
member. I don't mind.
I'm also happy to swap out if chat wants to play.
I think Potato has been in every single one of them, right?
Okay,
No,
I can hit the
Potato's
swap
goated.
all again. Hold on. Potato for Jimmy. Okay, there we go.
Alright.
Alright.
Okay.
This
One-
is fun.
Yeah,
We're on different teams this
We're on
time, or
Chud
maybe
chat.
not.
No, we're the
You
same
should
team, we're
mix
just
us up.
different
Oh,
colors.
Is there like a randomizer or no?
I was out for 2 rounds. Sorry, misunderstood. Reverse. Put Grimiable into the,
What?
the put Grimiable away.
And
Me
bring in
and
who?
Spec, I
And bring in
don't
who?
Grim, you pull away.
And Potato? Okay. Mystery heroes? I
That'd be
really
crazy.
know how to do that or do this. I don't know. Hold on. Is there a preset?
Please no.
Can
I
you make
don't
a
know how to
mystery
do
hero, but
anything.
only for one person?
Yeah, I
There's
see
only
it.
the 6v6 queue. There's not anything else.
Mr. Hero, but it's just V-Res.
Oh, actually, I'd kind of like that.
I think
That'd
they
be
meant
fun.
distilled.
I'd have fun with the mystery heroes.
One on each team.
Vico is like, it's like it'll randomly every single time you die, will swap your hero to a random one. You have no choice in the matter.
I
How do I
could
select the
infer.
person to? Hi,
I
Avery.
inferred.
I
How do I
want.
select the person to spectate?
You don't. You just run
Can I
around
try
and click
something
them. and
No,
carry
not
them.
true. You can spectate people.
I was getting whispered to.
Oh, here we go.
While I was
I figured it
playing
out.
by
I'm
someone.
gonna spectate. Who should I spectate here? I kind of want to see
Potato,
Vito's
pick-
gameplay.
I don't like that sound. No heckling, no heckling.
Wait, no, this doesn't work. How do I?
I don't know who to play.
How do I spectate a person?
I've never played Emery
I
before.
figured it out.
We must all find a cause worth fighting.
Emery's okay.
I'm stalking you, Vico. I'm stalking you.
Emery's Halo coded.
Yes. Well, he also reminds me a lot of, like, his design gives me big Final Fantasy vibes.
Jimmy,
Yeah.
why did you pick this?
What do you mean?
Why are you this?
I love
Why
it.
What did Jimmy
I play
pick?
so much of this.
I mean this in the nicest way possible. Do you know how to play support?
Roni, we played earlier, Roni.
Ooh,
That
get
was support.
him.
We played so many games that I'm support.
Still
Yeah,
get off.
I didn't expect that. Oh my god, I didn't expect that.
Guys, actually, I'm healing. You just don't realize it.
Hey,
Wow.
no, go away!
Ooh, what? What is going on? Is there a ball again?
No, there's
No,
Doomfist.
Doomfist.
Oh, okay. That's why I'm getting confused.
Still, I'm here.
I just heard the of him charging up his fist, and I go, wait
Oh
a
my.
minute. No.
I'm alive. Stop that.
Roni learned a new
I
character,
was
guys.
taking a sip of water.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, you're playing Widow. Oh, that's scary.
This
Roni
guy was
learned a new
still
character, guys.
killing me while I was taking a sip of water.
Did you see that though?
Yeah, I was just standing there because I thought I wouldn't be alive again.
No, I keep
Am I the only one here?
I'm
I'm
I think so.
falling back. Okay.
alive.
Doomfist.
I'm dead.
I'm alive. I'm dead. I'm alive again. I'm dead again.
I'm dead again.
How do you
What?
jump through a fucking ceiling? I don't understand this.
Guys, both of
Are you kidding me?
both of your supports may be not here yet.
I didn't know that.
Oh shit.
Nope. Let my form slip.
Somebody spoke in Japanese just now.
Got it.
Yeah, I did.
I saw
I spoke a little bit.
Fuck.
Juicy, that's a fucked up way to leave. That was awful. I didn't like that. That was stupid.
The Wraith.
I watched Juicy like fly away with his arms behind his
Roni,
back.
I hate
It was
you.
very funny to me.
Why did you do this to me? What the hell, man?
This is the one that Grimiable plays. I don't know who this woman is, but it's the one
Sigma.
Which woman?
Sigma.
Who's Sigma? Who's
No.
Sigma?
Is she
A little
the
Sigma.
woman, the beautiful woman? I thought Sigma was the old man.
Oh,
Okay.
no. What
I was just
woman do I
launching off the map.
play? What?
You
Who are you
played the
talking
woman
about?
with white arms.
Oh, Domina. Domina?
No, I've
No,
never.
Moira. That's my favorite.
Oh,
Moira?
oh.
I play Moira. I don't know.
Whoa!
Where's
Hey!
my-
Whoa!
Where's my favorite character?
I think I wasted an ult just now.
Yeah, but it's okay. It happens.
Happens
It happens to
often.
the best of us. Parukia.
Harukia, what are you
Parukia.
doing?
Paro.
I
Oh,
miss
fuck.
having movement
Fuck.
abilities. That's well, I technically do.
Oh, rain days.
Where am I?
Big O. Oh no.
It's okay. That was my goal.
Hey, I was being nice to you.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
How many people are dead right now?
Outnumbered. Let's
What?
If you press tab,
Three.
you can see by the number 3.
Okay, we're gone. I'm just gonna. Hi guys.
Hi, Rika.
Can we? Are we grouped up? We're grouped up. I'm going in.
What the? Where's Baruch?
Over there.
Oh my god, behind.
What the fuck?
You're bad.
No! Fuck, I hate Doomfist.
Parokia!
There she is.
Nobody
cute.
punched you.
Panther? Panthers?
Panthers?
Okay.
Oh my god, I can't believe we
I'm
actually
trying to
got
remember
power
her
there.
name from
We
Berserk.
should not have.
Berserk?
We should not have.
Honest Panther.
Oh yeah, Panther.
Her name is
Somebody
On.
spoke Japanese to me again.
I did, yes.
It's
Can you stop it?
Kiriko.
It scares me.
Can't help it, I'm learning. Doing my Duolingo.
Nanoboost administered.
You doing your Duolingo, man?
Doing my Duolingo, man.
Paro, are you doing that specifically to get me at this point?
That's awesome.
It might be actually.
Oh.
Get fucked on, Jimmy.
Oh.
Sorry, Roni. That was mean.
It's okay. Paro's been mean to me all game. It's fine.
Mm-mm. That was crazy!
Fuck, how did you?
Bro, they're one, get the doom!
I got him.
That sleep was insane.
I don't know why
Why do you guys have so many shields? Put them away. This is
Agreed.
stupid. This is stupid. Nobody needs shields.
I got schooled
Fight
by
like a
that
man.
sleep. That was actually like the
Naked.
craziest sleep I've ever seen in my life, actually.
That was so funny.
Fight naked. Everybody take your clothes off.
Hi, Mura.
What are you doing here?
Bye, Moira.
What are you doing,
Parokia!
man?
Parokia?
I think they are.
Parokia. Parokia.
I've not seen my Arissa fucking once. Today's the first day I've ever seen them at work, man. Get up, Vigo. Ooh, good old Vigo.
No.
Get away from me. Ah.
Oh no,
I
let me
was
get
alone.
you.
I was alone in an area. Again, my fault. I should stop leaving everybody. But everybody's so slow. So
Hey!
Hey!
Nice. You're a potato.
Oh, where's Paro?
I just turn around and I see
Ow.
one part with a
My
Doomfist
bad.
kind of walking around like they're a little, like they're Torbjorn. It's so funny.
Where's Paro? I can sense them. I can sense their evil
I actually
intentions.
don't know where they're at. Oh, they're there.
I can sense their evil intentions.
Yeah, run away, Jimmy. Be scared.
I'm a healer, dog. What do you want from me?
Run away.
Wait.
Man
No,
up.
no.
Oh, man.
Go, Paro, go!
What's your favorite Pokemon? Anybody.
Fuck you, Paro.
Whimzer.
I think it's actually on purpose. Farrow's
Winter's
doing this.
so
No,
cute.
it is. No, it's not. Oh, I think it's actually no. It 100% is on purpose.
I don't like the fact that he turns
Oh my.
ugly when he evolves, though. It makes me sad. I wish he could stay a baby forever.
Get on point, my gamers.
You guys stop it.
I'm targeting Roni. Oh
What's
no.
happening?
Oh shit.
No duplicates. Dodge.
I can see you, Paro.
It's
I
okay.
can see you now.
I still have a ways to go.
How did you hit me through the wall, man? What the hell?
Uh-oh. No, I'm fine.
My
Oh,
favorite
no.
Pokemon is
Get up, Vigo!
Sylveon.
Get up, Vigo! Nice! I didn't get any cool cards with your favorite
Sylveon's a
Pokemon.
banger. Thank you.
Dude, my favorite Pokemon is Noivern.
That's Jimmy in a
That's a good
corner.
one.
I love
Jimmy
Noivern.
in a corner. Poor Jimmy.
Mine is Joltik.
Mine's Torterra.
Dude, that's a base one actually. Finally, you said one base thing for once.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know that. I know that. I'm based. I know that.
Oh, fuck you, seasonal.
Yeah, get out
I
of
don't
here.
know why I went all the way in
Crap.
there.
Guys.
My second favorite is
I tried to get you
I like
up.
Katarina a lot.
I tried juicing.
I like all the
sorry.
candle ones.
You said Noivern? I did say Noivern.
I like the
No,
candle
Paro!
ones.
Stop killing me directly! Me specifically! Me! Me!
I think we warmed up, guys.
We have to get on the point.
Me when I see mine.
Can anybody get
I'm
that? Can anybody
sorry,
get that
so
quick? Can
low
anybody get that quick?
man.
Oh no.
Ooh.
I have yet again received
Okay,
the
Roni,
victory
can you
skin.
take back what you said about me being a bad healer?
Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, you didn't do bad.
I appreciate that.
I want to see.
Maybe Roni dying 3 times.
Is it just Roni dying?
Yeah! Not just me, but it's me dying.
Yeah, Juicy, you're going crazy.
That's
Yeah,
no.
just your nuts, bro. I was trying to keep you
Okay,
up.
roles are reversed now.
Oh, we
I'm still
flipped.
spectating cuck. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you are.
Hey,
Yeah, you
Pelican.
are.
We be
No,
cooking.
I don't want to be.
You can be whatever you want, Mystic.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't click ready. I thought I did.
Potato,
They
pick
did
your
a
poison.
30% healing reduction for all healers, but they like buffed everyone's damage, so it fucking sucks healing. Because you do jack all.
The fire in my heart will never burn out.
Whatever awaits us, I am
That's giving me it's like
Potato, you
going to a
can go.
rave.
Yeah, it's like a rave. Do that again.
Do that again, still.
You pick the right person. Take care of each other out there. Hi.
Are we on the same map again?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's we
rave
just switched
time.
sides.
Rave time. Dooch, 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 dooch.
Oots, 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 oots.
Ooch, ooch, ooch.
Go scares me now, created a monster.
Yeah, Vico, you've been going crazy.
That's what you gotta do, you gotta instill fear into them, Vico.
What?
And you're doing that.
Oh, I'm
Yeah, you're
spectating
playing
Juicy
your
right
role really
now.
well.
Juicy, I'm spectating you.
That's a scary thing to say.
I'm watching
Every
you.
time you guys say something nice, I do worse. So don't do that.
You're doing awful. You're doing awful.
Your buns, I feel bad
buns,
for
your
you,
buns.
'cause
Oh.
Your rain days. And rain days is the
I'm sorry, that was mean. That was mean. I'm so sorry, Juicy.
I don't understand how to change like whose POV I'm looking at. I still have not figured this out.
You are on fire and I want to kill you.
Paro! How did you get over here? I don't care who kills me as long as it's not Parukia.
Your entire team clears the way for Parokian against
I
you.
didn't even know you were behind me, you freaking. Oh, I was like, what the hell? What's killing me?
Who's doing damage to me?
I had no idea you were there. I heard a widow shot go off, and I thought it was Rain Days. Then Rain Days died. I was like, oh, I'm safe. And then I collapsed.
Nope.
Number 1, NA Onron. True. That's you, Vico.
I can't see
Number
what
one
anybody is
rated
saying, so I have no idea what anybody's saying.
They're calling you good, Vico.
Oh my god. Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Backs off.
Did I just
They're behind me.
fall?
I can hear them.
Where even are they? I don't even know where they are.
I don't either, but I can
How
sense
do
them.
they keep managing to get to you? I don't understand it. They're
I don't
fucking
either.
Alexa.
Because you actually
Put a
saved me.
tracker on you.
Setbacks are just.
They can actually tap into your computer to see where you are on the map.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Says no. You solo ulted my ass.
Mercy, 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 mercy.
Somebody is also playing
Sounds like
Overwatch.
Mystic's
Also fighting the same demons we are.
Full house playing Overwatch right now.
They're just letting Paro walk right through.
They're not even stopping anyone.
Oh my gosh.
No! Oh, to me!
God damn, I feel like I'm healing nothing. I feel like every time I heal, it does nothing.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I walked out at the wrong moment. Alright.
I need to reload!
How did you
Parokia!
do this? Stop draining my life force. I'm getting
I
my
know that
soul
they're
sucked
doing that
currently.
evil laugh that they do right now. I just know it. I know they're doing that evil fucking laugh right now.
Oh, I didn't realize that was. Stay away.
Now they've lit a fire under me. Heroes never.
I'm not hitting any of my shots. Oh my god.
Dude, I love games in there for sillies. They're not real at all.
I think it's cute that the shooting sound has changed with the Chromie skin too. It's really cute.
What? Bullshit!
Pew, 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 pew.
No!
Okay,
Leave me
guys,
alone, leave me
I'm
alone,
sorry.
leave me alone.
I'm not doing good at all.
It's okay.
Paro!
Fuck you, Jimmy.
That's crazy. Will you punch me again? Oh no, you just
Parokia,
shot
why
me.
are you doing this to me? Do you hate me?
Uh-oh. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like whoever you are. I didn't like you. You were huge and you looked at me and it was really
Red?
scary. It was 07. It's 07. It's fucking 07. No, it's not 07. It's somebody unrelated. Big Mech or something. I don't know.
07. No, that is 07.
Okay, good. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I didn't like. They made a direct eye contact with me. It was really, really scary. I got scared. I got frightened. I got scared.
07.
Kid, why didn't you
It's like Paro.
got a live replay of that?
You guys should let us have this. You should just let us win.
I had naded one thing. I naded one thing.
I'm trying, Roni! I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I tried so hard.
It's okay.
Vico's going crazy. Wow.
Holy
Nice
moly,
play.
Vico.
Nice play.
Oh, hi.
Feels awkward.
Is that your ult? What did you use there?
Me and Dogs. Sorry, man. I was saying hi.
I have some cards. Torterra, Sylvia, Noiver, and Joltek. They're all the ones I had. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Potato.
I love Whimser. Whimser's my little guy. He's the only one that I care about.
Sorry, I tried.
Sad bunny guy.
tried
and
a
I
little
love
bit.
him. Why does he turn ugly when he becomes an adult? Stupid. Be a
This is
baby
true.
forever.
Stupid.
What the fuck? Oh my.
Whoa, I just got out of that. Whoa.
Jimmy! No, you teleport. Wait. Oh, I think you
I'm still there, buddy. I'm still there.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, wait, how did your poison trap get me from down here?
I
Oh, you threw it
down.
at me.
No, leave me alone. You're awful. Oh.
Cute. Aw, I'm glad that the cards are sleeved. Very nice.
Behind this freaking disgusting freak. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Die. Your mom is ugly. So are you. That's why you are ugly.
Oh, that's weird. Hey, that's weird.
Oh no, you don't.
Setbacks are just part of the process.
I'm gonna outsnipe you right now.
Brady, you got this.
I don't got this.
No, you got this.
Roni's doing better than I am.
No, I got stuck on the
I think-
wall.
A bad thing? Is that
No, I mean, it's not a bad thing. I don't know. I don't think I'd win the 1v1.
Uh-oh.
Harukia? I have very many thoughts right now.
Fuck my life.
I have a lot of words.
I'm trapped.
I
I'm
have
trapped.
very
I'm
many
trapped.
thoughts.
Why did Brent say one thing and just
Jimmy?
You know.
Jimmy?
No.
I haven't hit my limit yet.
Nice potato.
Didn't like when you switched to a machine gun. I didn't like that. I left so quick. I ran away so fast. I did not like that.
No
Hey.
one can hide from my sight.
Get him.
Hey,
get him all.
no, Jimmy,
Go,
no,
go.
no.
What? That got me? Oh, so far.
It's so scary.
So far.
Jimmy
It was
sucks.
scary.
Oh, I see where we're going. Guys, what the flip? It's okay. We'll lock in. We'll lock in.
Yeah. You guys better lock in.
Yeah, we'll lock in. Yo, calm.
It's just because we have potato on our team.
Yo, calm.
Potato carry.
They are 23-3, so. Dude, don't worry. We also got Paro taking care of Roni.
You know,
40 kills and it's all Roni somehow.
No!
Saved by mercy. Stop it. Stop trying to kill me. I watch you do it.
They're all Roni.
No, not you. I'm talking about the people who watch me get revived and immediately start
Gosh,
shooting
darn it.
for my head like freaking poop boy named Jimmy.
Oh no.
Boy named Jimmy,
you're the
kid
only one
named
there.
Finger.
Probably gonna die.
Oh my god.
Kid named Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Oh my gosh, that's good.
Nope. Let my form slip.
Bro, are you just letting them shoot you? What is it? You're insane. What?
We gotta get on point.
Oh,
I don't know where I am. Okay. What?
Oh, come on, let me res Paro.
I tried to be on point.
Oh, I forgot that doesn't counter it.
I got killed in
I don't
the
think I
air.
can make it.
Darn.
Oh no, we have no one. No!
GG, nice try. Nice try. Try shooting range. Try training.
Oh
try
my
God!
You wanna reach your account? You wanna read 9 and 6?
He's gone. He's gone.
You wanna read the 9 and 6?
He got kicked.
Damn.
who kicked him?
Me.
Unless he left.
Jimmy.
Okay.
Jimmy, come back.
I don't
I
know.
don't want him back.
I can't see what chat is saying. I can't read like team chat. I don't know how to change that.
Oh, I think it might be because of your
Am I
endorsement,
busy?
endorsement level. Yeah, because they don't want people coming in and
Let's get this guy into some quick play, dude.
No. No.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No. I don't
True.
want to.
I promise you, these games are harder than your average quick play match.
It
Yeah,
really
that's-
is
yeah,
harder
that's
than
for
your
sure.
average quick play.
Yeah.
Helping out. What?
Yeah, you
Okay.
guys could replace me. I'm gonna be going to bed.
Oh, goodbye.
good night,
Good night,
Jimmy.
Jimbo.
Bye, Jimmy.
Good night,
I
guys.
have the
Thanks for
same
game.
endorsement.
Thank you,
Oh,
chat.
Whoa, where'd Mystic go?
Why did it remove Mystic?
What the fuck are you?
No,
We're
no,
package deal. We're package deal.
Jimmy, end the group. Let me out.
Oh, you're stuck with me.
That's why they were in a fucking
I didn't realize
group.
Mystic was
That's
in a
why.
group. That's funny.
That's why they were in a
Alright.
group.
All right, good night, guys. Have a good one.
goodbye.
Bye bye. Okay, guys, who wants to swap out for Avery?
I can swap off.
I'll
Paro
swap out
wanted
for Avery.
to.
Okay.
Paro wants to.
Oh, Paro?
Paro wants to swap off.
Okay. All right,
Pablo.
I'll swap Paro then.
Hold on, let me go use the
All
bathroom.
right, there we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, Avery playing with us. Life beautiful.
OMG.
Hello.
I don't know if there's an
Why
auto
can't-
balance.
Why
I
can't
think I turned it off.
see? Sad.
Auto balance?
Avery, are you
Yeah.
also baby to this game? You are only endorsement level 2, so seasonal.
Bye,
a lot of
Jimmy.
babies in here.
Might be settings. What did you say? Social text chat.
Chud Cowboy.
Sorry for targeting you.
It might be
It's okay,
because your
Paro, I
account is
forgive
so
you.
new.
Kinda, I don't play a
I
lot.
think it's
I
because
see, I
it's so
see.
new. I'm pretty sure it's because of how new it is.
Okay, I'll never know what any of you guys are saying, so you can say mean things about me and I won't know.
Jesus.
We'll tell
played a
you.
bunch
They were
of
talking
online
about how they were
video
scared of you.
friends. Mm.
Oh.
Yeah, now you're endorsement level 2, you're a baby. You're baby with with barely any rights.
Yeah,
Am I
really
wrong?
good.
Your only
That's
right
how
is
Overwatch
poop your
works.
pant. Your right is suck on titty. Your right is take a nap. Your right is burp on self and maybe mom. You know?
Yeah,
And
wait,
maybe
who was
mom.
wait,
Maybe
who
mom.
Oh, it was Mystic that left. I was like, who left?
You
How
can
is
trade.
Rain Days endorsement 5?
Because I fucking play this game.
Oh,
Yeah.
And I don't. Calm down.
Come on, Grimmy.
Calm
I play more
down.
than you do.
And maybe
I played with my IRLs.
Yeah.
that's true. Welcome back. Okay,
All right,
we're starting.
fucking V,
Welcome
let's
back,
go into a
Samoa.
comp game. Let's go into a comp game. I'm gonna comp my nuts on.
I do not want to play comp.
I'm gonna get
I
eaten
don't want
alive
your
in
nuts.
comp.
Comp scares me. Guys,
My
I'm
how
mixing
many
it
years
up
of
for
playing
this round.
Overwatch, I've never played comp.
I'm mixing it up for this round. Like a lot.
Yeah.
Avery,
Yeah,
pick,
I'm kinda
Avery and Mystic,
scared.
you can pick whatever you want.
can you play the hamster ball, Roni?
I am playing hamster, actually.
What the hell?
Oh no.
How'd you guess?
Are you joking, or are you? Are
No,
you
I'm
saying...
serious.
This is exciting. I
Yeah.
want to see your balls.
Ball v ball.
I would love to show you.
I'd also like to add that Mystic was my accomplice that last game. They pocketed me so hard, says Parokia.
Yeah.
Mystic,
I wish I
which
could
tank
see
do
what you
want?
guys are saying. Could you guys say this in chat instead? I can't see it. I'm having
I'm reading
FOMO.
it for you. I'm reading it for you. I'm reading it for you.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
Bro,
I
I
hate
hope
this.
Paro
I
bully
then.
bully
That
Roni.
means you
I've
have
never
to
played
play
Domina
for it.
before.
Domina?
Domina. I thought it was Domina. I don't know why.
No, it's
Dominatrix.
Wait, for someone press F. Wait, you can fly! Fine.
Why am I still stuck in the?
Nice try, bitch.
Actually, I'm scared.
Nice try, dude. Nice try. I'm not falling for that. I'm not falling for that. I'm not falling for that again.
Renee, press F.
I don't.
thought I
I'm
selected
swapping.
yes,
I'm
I'm
swapping. I'm
gonna-
swapping.
Okay, okay. So
I
press
got
F.
scared. I got scared. I got scared. I got scared. I got scared. Seasonal is probably the highest vehicle kill count of anybody else in this world.
I'm emulating the spirit of Comfy right now.
Almost every single time I die, it's seasonal killing me. I don't know how it's possible, but they keep
Hold on,
getting my
Paro, Paro, I
ass.
got you. Paro, I got you. Paro, I got you.
Okay, well,
Stop,
maybe I'm
my
not
eyes.
emulating the spirit of
Why
Comfy.
did I switch? Continue. What is a recent thing?
That's mean. That's mean. You're mean. You're mean. What?
I would agree.
Still, that's mean. That's so mean. Oh my god, bro.
Para, which perk should I be picking?
I need to remember how to play JQ. I haven't played JQ in a very long time.
Stop this.
And your head is there. Okay. Behind.
Okay, well, this is not going well for me.
You have to do it for my boss. Do it.
The cat's so hard to control.
Get the hell up.
What was that, dude?
I don't know.
Do your damn iron.
I heard you, man.
Frick you, what?
Guys, let's all be friends. Guys, let's all be friends in a
No,
group. Let's all
Overwatch
be...
is not a friendly game.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying all my friends on my team. Let's all be friends. I want to be friends with
I'm
you
not your
guys.
friend.
No.
we
You're on
not
the
friends?
enemy team. Let's all be friends.
We can
Let's
still
all
be friends.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
use my ult.
I was not locked in.
Warm up round.
Warm up,
My
Brandon.
brain
Yeah.
has just started turning off.
Cold.
Reindeer's on Sigma. Let me see you.
Sigma D's.
Systems online. Weapons ready.
What the f is the diva, bro?
Never mind.
Diva on me? Are we dead ass?
What are you looking? What do you do? What are you looking at, man?
Thor?
Oh,
The Delta
Don't. Trying to grab the balls.
You know what you need to do, right?
Stop!
gross. This is sexual harassment, surely.
I want a clean game.
Yura's just put me down. She said, "Fuck that, dude."
Yeah, you're fast enough. We have Sigma.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I am a Sigma lover.
I can't aim. Okay, just kidding. Bro, what are you doing here? Hello?
Nice, Pico.
Y'all, the still was just sitting on the point. Did you guys not see that? Or...
No, Distill was waving. Distill was waving at me. You don't get it. You don't get it.
Oh, okay, alright, okay, alright.
Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Thanks, man.
Distill was saying hi.
Kitty cat got
Okay, I'm
you.
not being nice this time.
This is a dangerous hole.
Symmetra go hard? Yeah. I agree. Paro said Symmetra go hard on this map, and I agree.
Yeah. It's scared. It's frightened. It's scared and frightened. It's scared and frightened.
Oh my god.
Shit. What is the other? I have not
No,
played
leave me
recently.
alone. Leave me alone.
Oh, okay.
I'm on my way slowly. Horse down.
No.
Sorry, Para. I haven't played recent forever.
I put in the wrong area. I'm not very good at aiming the shields.
What happened?
Just still trying to chase after me on Diva and then fell into the lava.
Oh.
Funny to me.
Whoa. I don't even know how I killed people. I have no idea.
Surrender to my will.
Grimiable.
What?
Just part of the process.
What's wrong? I don't understand.
I'm low.
I missed.
Fired, and then I missed, and then I fired, and then I missed, and then I fired.
Shit! I missed! Oh.
No, I walked right into that.
Oh shit.
I really tried to.
Oh, let's go, Pico.
I don't know what I'm thinking.
Oh, that you killed someone.
No, I resurrected myself.
Oh, you. You came alive.
要想当个好榜样，我还得再努力。
She's speaking
I haven't played
Chinese to
Sigma
me.
in such a long time. I'm sorry, guys.
She spoke
But
Chinese
still,
to me.
stop. This is bullying. Go away.
You jerk.
Stop fucking with me.
Blah 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 blah.
Whoa. Okay.
Well, I'm in the lava. I knew it was gonna happen.
What?
It still happened.
Millisecond the shield went down, you're fucked there. You're fucked.
It's ready.
You're fucked for that, bro. You're fucked for that, bro.
I can't aim. I literally cannot aim.
Uh-oh. 007 crashed?
Oh no, 007
What
is
if
gone. I absolutely took potato off the edge.
The echo shot the thingy on you.
I don't like the fact that the mechs and the characters are two different entities. If I kill your mech, you should become dead too. The robot is you.
It's only with Diva.
I walked into it.
Girl.
No, I aimed
Oh,
at you,
okay.
B-Rice.
Uh-huh.
Give me a second.
I did.
need a freaking jacket. I need a jacket. I need a jacket.
I believe it.
You don't think I'm good at this game?
My fingers
No, I do.
My arms are cold.
You don't think I do aim training in my spare time?
It's hot out, but don't ask me.
Are you watching the Over We Are flocks? It's
Oh,
us.
stop.
It's Never Live Chud versus
Damn,
you
Avery.
Chat Chuds.
Well done. Shit.
Whatever awaits us, I am prepared.
No. I don't like that game. It's bad.
I'm going to try something, and no one's allowed to say anything.
Okay. That's
Oh.
something.
Okay.
How to get a single health.
Because I don't know how to play
I'm
Ram.
so excited right now.
I'm Taxi.
Oops, I got detached. That's
I think
okay.
there should always be a game mode in shooters where you can just play all the same character, because it would be really, really, really funny.
But we can. There's nothing
Yeah.
stopping us.
We can all play the same character? I thought that you can't.
No.
Like,
No, no ball.
No, answer ball. Oh no.
The ball, the ball. Distill. Bro.
Roni up.
where is this point? This is point. It has blue on it.
Yeah.
For age.
Roni, come down here. I just want to talk to you.
No, you don't.
Your eyes.
Distilled.
Dude, I'm just a little meow meow, dude. What's wrong?
There's a ball jumping around back and forth.
I'm just a little meow meow.
I'm scared.
Skate ball's harmless.
Balls! Balls! Balls!
Actually,
balls.
you should touch it. It actually heals you if you touch it.
No, stop talking to me. I don't know who you are. Stranger danger, stranger danger. I don't like you. I don't even know how that killed Juicy. Was it residual damage from being on fire? Probably.
Yeah.
This freaking sneaky ball! Get out of here.
No. Oh,
I
goodness.
didn't realize that. It's auto throws.
Where's that fucking health hat that's supposed to be right there? No. No.
Somebody ate it. Sorry. Health pack shaped throat.
I'm down
We all
here.
out of health
Leave me
packs.
alone.
We're all out of
Sorry.
health packs.
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't
I'm
play
running
Ram.
around. Runs.
It's okay.
Ball! Ball!
You should have been able when you
No. You should
when
be
you
able to rejoin.
right click on whoever you're friends with's name and click join game.
What? Are we friends again, 07? Or did you hate me and want me to die? Potato took a bite of my head. Ow. I
People
have a
are targeting
headache.
me today.
Ow! Distilled.
Overtime. Area denied.
I got him! Finally, he's dead!
Yay! No more balls. No more balls.
Ah.
We win!
I want to try playing Ram again. I still don't understand, but I'm figuring it out.
Let's go, Avery. I will
Avery.
Yeah.
Damn.
Holy crap.
Holy shit, dude.
Whoa! Slice and dice.
Damn.
90%.
Avery was on my ass. For trues. Sage
Avery's
Shark.
a shark.
Sage.
Who's that?
Unsure.
That's fuck. That's Natsu, I think, for my chat. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Unsure.
Blocks in
Okay, gamers.
chat. Hi, Vlogs.
I
Good
am
night.
going
I
to
said
leave
blocks earlier.
the group.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye, Rainy.
Bye, Rainy.
Bye, bye, Rainy.
Have fun, everyone.
Okay,
Make room for
Nasai.
someone
Bye,
else.
Rainy.
Bye.
So we'll move Paro over
Sticky
here.
Grimmy, what the fuck? Why are you going? What the fuck?
I can sit this one out. Okay,
Uncalled
Juicy
for.
will sit, and then for Sage. Okay, done. All right, we're on Coliseum.
Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
I
Coliseum.
don't want to be that one. Don't make me be that one.
Select your hero.
No.
When you were level 3. Face when you were level 3.
Guys, I'm trying something new this time.
Is it a ball?
Yeah. Hi, Nana.
Yeah.
I'm
Paro,
excited.
if you give me $2, I'll be the horse.
What?
Hey, Bear Bears.
I'm kidding,
Porta
I'm
is
kidding, I'm
poor.
kidding.
They don't have money. You can't ask that of them.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I've never played tank and I never will.
Guys, my kitty's here. You're gonna lose.
Oh my gosh.
Lennox or Bear?
Bear Bears. He's in my lap. Lenny's not a lap kitty. Bear's a obnoxious fucking chud little lap
Turtle
kitty.
is an extreme lap cat.
Easily.
She's funny because she will lay on the lap of some other people in the house, but the second I like walk out, she goes meow meow, and then she gets up and she runs over with her fat little belly. Swing,
That's
swing,
what a
swing,
bear
swing, swing.
does. Bear's he's a mama's boy, dude. He doesn't like anyone else except for me.
No.
He's not like mean to him, but he's indifferent. Hi, Bear Bears. Oh, he's so cute. Just stood on Lucio. Is that what I just saw? Hazard.
Uh-oh. There's a giant tumor somewhere over here, and that's scary.
Boomer.
There's a
There's a
tumor.
giant what?
Tumor.
Oh, Hazard's thing.
Oh.
Bear.
Oh.
B-E-H-R.
Over here.
Bear.
Bear.
Oh,
Everyone
Ivan Heck.
said to name him Slug, though.
Uh-oh.
You're playing Jetpack Cat.
His middle name is Slug.
Bear Slug V-Res.
Which, man?
Yeah.
Brr.
Who is Lucio?
This is on Sombra distilled.
Lucio's distilled.
No, I almost remake.
Stop moving around.
Holy
He's a
shit!
good
I just
kitty.
got.
He's all gray, and then I have a
Distilled likes fucky wucky heroes. Cause you play fucking decoy in fucking I forgot what his name is, but Mirage in
Why
Apex.
do I not hear Grimmy? Do you not hear me? What?
I think maybe V-Rise muted you. I
How to
don't
get
know.
rage quitted. Oh,
What?
I'm muted?
No,
What?
I don't think so.
No?
07 said they can't hear Grimmy for some reason. I don't know if this is for serious.
Oh, I think
Is it
it's
'cause you have her blocked?
unserious. No, I don't have her blocked anymore.
No, I thought you did.
How would they communicate to one another? They've been
I
talking.
think they're making
No.
it the same.
Blocking satellite vector.
What the fuck? Hi, Ryan. Holy shit.
Fuck you, Paro.
I just watched 2 people die. That's not
Uh-oh.
good. That's not good.
didn't groan,
You
and
are
then I
not playing a different
Right where I
character.
heard
You are
about it.
lying. You're lying. You lied.
Yeah, I did. I wanted you guys to expect the unexpected, and then I come in and I'm the character I'm good at.
Ooh, this is gonna walk into that one.
That's crazy.
You
Oh, I
are
did
a
not mean to
liar.
click that one. That's not what I wanted to click. Ow! What the? Mirage and Apex. Oh.
Okay.
I don't know what's happening. Guys, help. Guys, I'm trapped.
Has it all.
Ah! Sorry, just I got
Get him,
scared.
Nico.
Got scared. I got scared. I got scared. I got scared.
Hey guys, can I get some backup at the butt? Like, you
Yeah, no, I'm on my way, man.
Parokyo?
Still, stop it. You smelly guy.
Where's the robot?
They didn't push that over.
Oh shit.
Oh
Mirage
fuck.
and Apex. Mirage is the one that fucking splits into 1,000 men and fucks everybody
What?
up. It's so annoying every single time it happens because you get scared because suddenly there's 40 people around you. They're all Mirage and they're all fake, but you're scared.
No way.
He's a
Uh oh.
poopy butt.
The diva just bombed with
Double double diva.
so we couldn't use our ability. That's actually crazy.
No. No.
I don't know what happened.
No!
Susan on Sombra is wild work, man.
That's okay. Taking care of it. Don't worry.
It's not okay. Oh, it is okay now. You're right.
I'm so sorry.
I like freaking fanning you to death. Feels good.
No, I want to.
Autism to autism communication. What is this about? What are we talking about right now?
When you and Grimmy were talking, how do they communicate? Because I thought
Gurney just got jumped.
I don't even care, dude. I was too busy giggling. Whatever.
Stop dying! Stop dying! Stop dying! Stop being dead! Stop being dead! Stop being dead!
Oh. Thank you for the raid gamer. Oh shit, where the
Thank you for the raids.
welcome? I can hear you. Huh?
Lucio.
Welcome. What were you playing? Both of my mods are in my Overwatch game right now, so
Shout out gamer 0. Shout out. W's in chat for raids. This is swag. I don't like that noise.
I got you, Pookie.
What noise?
Of people dying or ulting.
Oh.
W raid. Thank you.
You got it, bro. You got it.
Thank you. Hold on, guys.
I got you,
My
baby.
music stopped. I'm feeling very Chinese today.
Gone?
Why would you do that?
Wow.
I want to win.
Well, so do I.
I kill. Don't worry, don't. Worth it, bro.
Dude, Grimmy stole that kill, you bastard. The fuck?
Paro, what are you doing?
I killed Ronnie.
With you and Paro and killing me!
Damn, distilled. Alright.
Well, Paro's gone now, so I have to
Stop it.
Me.
Yeah.
Okay. It's 76. He has to take a inhaler or something. I don't know, like an old man would.
Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. You have a good rest of your night.
Have a good night. I'm also here. I'm also saying hello. Hi.
No. This is true.
Rip.
Ow.
Sorry. I just thought it'd be really funny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You just solo ulted me.
I know. I just wanted to do it. I had the opportunity to. I'm sorry.
What the fuck happened?
Ooh. How?
The secret.
Ah.
Yay! Should we put Roni on our team?
We can put
Yeah.
Rani on our
We
team.
can switch out Avery for Roni.
Whoa.
Let me on
What
chat
does
team.
that mean?
I'll go on chat.
Yeah, this song?
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
What? What did they say?
WFAPs.
I'm not repeating that. Why?
I need to pee. Don't do anything.
Okay.
WFAPs.
I'll move to chat's team.
Stop. What is that supposed to mean?
WFAPs. WFAPs.
Stop it.
Who's gonna swap for Juicy? What's his spit take? Me? Okay, Sizzle. Sizzle for Juicy. Done. Gotta be faster than that. Guys, have you ever had this much fun on Overwatch?
Vicky, why are
No.
you on the other team?
I told you I'm swapping.
Oh,
Why?
Why?
Cuz. Okay.
Okay.
They need the help.
Do they?
Do they?
Yeah.
No, you guys have distilled.
Yeah, you guys have ball.
They need the help. This will be my last game. Okay. Kitty, oh, bears being.
I'm
a
gonna go
fat
grab
little
some water
boy.
real quick. Nobody's. Don't move.
Okay.
Moving.
No one move. Okay. Bear. Dude, he is like holding my leg so he doesn't
Aw.
so I don't move. Buddy. Fat little thing. I think Paro's right.
What'd Paro say?
Change chat's team name to WFAPs.
No, they're not. They're not.
LFAPs, LFAPs, LFAPs,
Because View
LFAPs,
sounds the
LFAPs.
same. W007, I'm fucking. I'm gonna
LFAPs.
kill you. I'm gonna fucking
Make
kill
them
you.
LFAPs,
W007.
LFAPs.
I'm gonna
Make them
There we go.
LFAPs.
You're lucky.
WFAPs?
You're lucky you're a mod, so I can't time you out. You're lucky you're a mod, so I can't
Start-
time you out.
Start stream.
There's no way. There's no way.
Seasonal? Okay.
Bro.
Okay.
007, you
Go
better
back
run
in.
next round because I'm targeting your ass.
Oh,
We're waiting for
zeroing me in my sights on
Or
you,
Roni.
buddy.
We're waiting for Roni.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Start the game.
Oh,
You didn't- you didn't- you-
City.
New Junk City!
Oh, this map sucks.
Why did you cheer?
What's happening?
Oh, nothing. Would you guys rather me be DPS or support?
I don't car. I don't know what the difference is.
But
I'll be
you can't
support.
be DPS.
Guys, my face is like really warm. Am I about to blow up and die?
Yeah.
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 Fuck. I was hoping I wouldn't.
This is gonna be my last game.
Oh, that's me,
I
bro.
think.
He came
Okay.
back from a shower. Oh.
Okay.
Huh?
Are you guys also in VC? What is?
No, they're in chat saying that. Juicy just said
Talking about showering? Oh.
Juicy said I came back from a shower. Let me sit out for one round, which I'm assuming means
Oh, I see
that
now.
you're too
I see
moist
now.
to get on
I
your
see.
keyboard,
Too
like you're
moist.
dripping.
Too moist.
Wait, I know what I need. 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 Hold on.
Where are you, 007? Where are you?
Grimiable, I'm putting my trust in your hands.
What? Oh, okay.
You guys, you! Zero. Rachel, what happened about the damn left?
Can you not kill me for 1 second? I'm sorry, Sizzle. You just happened to be in my way. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to press that button. No!
Fuck you, cat. Fuck you.
Fear eyes!
Why'd you finish me, Grimmy? They say.
Oh, what the? Say it like that.
Guys, did I get healing, bro? Did I get healing, bro? I died!
There we go. Why'd you finish me, Grimmy? Hey, Grimmy, why'd you do that, man?
Holy shit, Grimmy. Grimiable is doing incredibly well right now. Incredibly, amazingly well, killing all of the chatters nonstop. The goat of all time.
Honestly, it's just poor Sizzle.
Ow.
I'm not even trying to kill the poor guy over and over again. I don't mean to. It just happens out that way.
Stop. I knew I was gonna die, but I still did it.
Actually, can I go back?
Oh my god, bro.
I miss my goat.
Nope. Let my form slip.
Alright, 007. Alright.
No,
alright,
come on, potato.
Your ass is in my face. I don't know how this is possible.
I see how it is. I see how it is. I see how it is.
Is this character
It's
incredibly
coming
short?
after me again. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh shit! What the fuck, Avery? What the hell?
I don't like that character. Matra should die.
No, don't say that. He's so hot and sexy.
Oh, you
Not hot and
tricky.
sexy right now at all. I hate him.
Ow. Dude, he's so hot and sexy.
You died multiple times, bro. I'm waiting for you to keep on dying.
Stop.
Oh no.
Oh my.
Oh no.
Only Vico.
What the? Guys, there's a horse in our back line.
I haven't
Horse.
hit my limit yet.
I'm glad that it scared the crap out of me.
Guys, there's
Yup.
there's a
Got
horse.
your ass. Got your ass. I got you.
Hey, whoa.
Stop it! I hate you.
Down there.
Ugh. You were LFAPs.
Oh. Be right.
You know what?
Shoot the horse.
Fuck you! Theorize. LFAPs, LFAPs.
Okay.
All right, no need to solar ult me. Go away, bro. Fuck you.
That was fucked up. I watched that happen to you, Misty. That was so fucked up. Oh, that was so messed
People,
up.
I can't draw hair. It's scary. No, trust me. Most people hate drawing hair.
I'm sick of the head, bro.
Oh, there I go.
What? Fuck you. got squashed. Like a grape.
Squashed? Who'd you get squashed by?
Sage shark.
Oh.
Flattened even.
I can't. I'm dead. Okay.
No! No! Bro.
Come on, guys. Please, 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 please.
You're gonna fall off the thing. My cat's about to fall off the bed. You're not off the bed, off my seat. There, hold on. I have to move you back. You're literally hanging off. There we go.
Come on, Grimiable. Move faster. Okay. Sure.
You told me to move faster. I'm
Start
walking.
walking.
You know.
I did.
I see something suspicious.
I don't like that noise. For some reason.
Oh, fuck. 007!
Ow.
I still have a ways to go.
Hello.
Go away!
Come on, horse.
Nay.
That's not supposed to. One of these is not like the other. No, Pyro, go away.
What the heck?
You guys must die.
I agree with that.
You guys
What?
must die.
I agree with that.
What's wrong?
You guys must die. You guys got a traitor. Harukia?
Paro? They do their own thing.
What the heck? Distilled, you're supposed to be on my side. I guess not anymore. Never mind.
No shit. Okay, alright. I just got here!
Avery! Oh, Jesus Christ.
Avery.
Holy moly.
Avery.
Get these guys out of my face.
Okay, bro.
Optimus Prime. Ew, 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 L, boo, 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 I don't like you, boo, I don't like you, boo.
Oh my god. Fucking emo. Oh no, that was sweaty. What the fuck was that?
Dude.
Roni
You
Raggle.
mean me when I'm grimy. I killed you. I told you I'd kill you. I told you I'd hunt you down for
That
sport.
was awful.
And I made
That was
my
fun.
promise, bro. I fulfilled my promise.
That was fun.
I'm the leader.
Overwatch? She's done?
I said that was my last one.
She has a job or something, I don't know what's wrong with it.
I do.
I
I have
think-
to go to work tomorrow.
I think that also has to be my last one because I have another video game to play for the next 6 hours.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
you gotta get back in that grind set.
I do have to get back in the grind set. I fell down to 140th place.
Bye
I gotta get back
You
up.
gotta get back up there. You gotta get back up there.
I do.
Well, Vika, what were your final thoughts on Overwatch? Was it as bad as you thought?
It's not, right?
I think
Admit
it's
it's not.
I think it was made by Satan to
What?
torture
Nah.
people for all of eternity.
No.
And
Really
to
not.
trick them into
It's
thinking
so
that they
fun,
enjoy the
bro.
game. But then it's really just a form of masochism where you like punch your balls over and over again.
Oh my god, dude.
You might be
That's-
right.
That's what I think this is. WFABs, bro. Word.
Maybe you're right.
Put it on a 1 to 5. On a 1 being I would never play this fucking game again to 5 being like, okay, I might start playing with friends. What's your scale?
Okay, I might start playing with friends being 5. That's
That
like
was where I was. I don't know.
a good solid 4. There you go.
Yay!
There you go. There you go.
There's
You
hope.
made the positive of it very low, V-Rise. That was a very low bar.
I know it was a very low positive.
All right. Well, I guess I'll have the I'll tell the wisps to carry me for a little
How
bit
many
longer.
hours left? How many hours left do you have, man?
I have 86 hours.
Wow.
Smiles.
You're getting
Not
there, man.
bad, not bad.
Thank you for joining me, gang.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
Thank you for playing, man.
All right. Bye bye, V-Rise.
Play again.
Bye bye.
Play with us
Bye-bye.
again someday.
Bye. Have
Bye.
a good night, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Any collaboration. I hate you.
Goodbye.
Whoa.
Leave.
I have
Whoa.
to alt tab and I, have
I
to
hate
say
all of
guys.
you.
Whoa.
Wow.
Quit collab. Fuck you. Bye, Mystic. Have a good night.
Good night.
All right, Wisps. How do I do the normal stuff? I don't understand how it works. Do you guys want to play with me? I still have energy, so it feels like a waste to go to bed yet. Unless you guys want to go to bed. I can't? I don't know what I did just now. How do I do this? How do I escape? Joining back? Sorry. How do I do this? I don't understand how this game works. Is it in play? Do I have to invite you guys? Okay, I'll join your group. I'm in your group? That last match was hell for me. I was also very bad. Is this game fun or what? It is medium fun. The enemies were pretty sweaty. The enemies being wisps. That was WFAP's chuds. Me when I lie? I hate playing tanks. I don't think I would enjoy it either. I didn't want to press Diva because all I know is that Diva is like the stereotypical answer. And I felt you must select a role? Select... open queue? Hold on. We're good. Hello? Hello. Hello. I only played Arista the whole time and I was satisfied. Thank you for the raid, V-Rise. 07. Salutes you. I won't be here for too long. I have a doctor's appointment later and soon. Don't worry. I'm not here for longer than an hour. It is late at night. I probably just will do 1 or 2. Is this lineup full or not? I have no idea. I don't know. You can join, I think? I have no control over this. I have no idea anything that is happening. I just want to keep playing the fire one. Hopefully. Friend request. But Vico or someone else will need to invite. Okay. There is 1 spot left. My friends. 07, if only you accepted my friend request. There we go. I sent you a friend request and you didn't accept it. You poop. Thank you, Vio. Good night. Let's go. Friend request from Juicy. I have so many friends now. Uninstalls the game. Group invite timed out. Guess I'll play one more time. Want me to join? Is there more space for everybody? Stilled potato? Juicy Avery? I don't know if there's enough. I'm sorry, I don't know if there's enough space. Accept. You can play? I love all of my wisps. 6 is the max? Poop. Poop, poop. 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 Oh, I'm only DMing you? How do I stop that? Poop. Poop. Eek. I hope I get banned for poop limit. I want to get that. Poop poop. Poop 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 poop. Doo doo. Also, sorry I wasn't very chatty. I feel nervous. I only do one game and seasonal can join after. Awesome. If anything, I'll get chat banned. WFAPs. Don't worry about it. I don't know. I get awk with multiple people in VC. I get awk. I get hashtag awk. Hashtag awkward. Nobody wants to play this game. Nobody wants to play this game. Or maybe just nobody who is a baby wants to play this game. You were enjoying. I was having fun. I enjoyed it. I don't know what this means. This one looks cool. Ock on these nuts. It always takes time to queue. Nobody's playing the game. No. I am a suicide bomber. Hello, Wire. How are you? Hello, Wire. Wire. Vico is awake and I am here at the same time. What can I say? Not for long. Maybe for 20 to 30 more minutes.
Fire in my heart will never burn out. I'll get up no matter how many times they knock
I still don't understand what the gameplay is.
Just taking out the trash. I hear
Bad
the fishing's
dude.
great where you're from.
Our fish might be a little big for you.
Hello. Hello.
There's nothing I can't catch with determination and a little dynamite.
Hello? I'm scared. I don't like playing against other people. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm fearful. I'm scared. I'm freaking fearful.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers in.
Stays with everybody.
Stop the payload.
Okay. Jean, like from Genshin Impact. But also, bye chat, I'm linking at work. Background noise, bye bye. Wants to hang out but can't. Sad.
One more time.
Beep 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 beep. High noon. High noon. No. Is bad. Is bad. Is bad. Leroy Jenkins. There's too many people over there.
I'll do it properly this time.
Payload's moving. Someone stop that thing.
Stop saying things to me.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you kindly. Bye bye. Low energy gamer. They call me that low energy gamer. It was very fun. I think it's always fun to play against viewers. With friends and viewers, it always feels fun. It doesn't feel like a serious issue. Well, that one is the same one as me, but tank. Blah.
Setbacks are just part of the process.
Yay! Something big just happened.
Nanoboost administered.
Where am I going? The pink.
The payload has reached the
Blazing a path.
minor perk unlocked.
Okay, I like it.
Ah! Ah! Q. See, this is not fun. I don't like this game. Not fun. Not having fun. Low fun levels. They nuked us, they did. Unfortunate. Fun levels, I would say low to medium. Medium high. Medium low. This made me really sad. Nope. I don't like it. Bad. Did not feel good.
I'll do it properly this time.
Avery, everybody, all of them together. Big beefy guy running. Look this one. Dude, stop that. Just you versus me! I was gonna die anyway. Yes, good. Good. Good.
Good work, partner.
Good work, partner. Moves the car back. Unpushes your car. Unmoves your car. Good. Be on fire, idiots. Yeah. One.
Get in there.
Ouch. I know whatever city you're in, you're still that boy that I pick in a lineup of like 30 hot guys. Sounds so pretty, you lips. Probably like the eyes of the relationship. Well, it's fine because I'm a freak. Hold on. Moves. Oops. I still died to that. Crap. How did this die? AoE. Ooh. Runs with my friends. Ouch! Get me out of here, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here, get me out of here.
Nope. Let my
Fails. It's okay. Captain, die a lot. Captain dies a lot. Stay as a team. Yes. Endorsement received. Thanks, guys. That's nice of you guys. Story. We locked in there for a moment. Endorsement received. Thanks, guys. That's nice of you. Thanks, guys. That's nice of you guys. Thanks, guys. I know whatever city you're in, you're still the boy that I'd pick. Line of like hot guys. Feel so pretty. Everyone endorse Biko so he can chat. I have to become considered a good. Oh, bye bye. Seasonal. 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 Vacation Bible school. Vacation Bible school. I'm ready to sleep after this one. After this one, I go lay down and I sleep. I go to sleep. Good night. Good night. I heard the voice line, but I didn't get far enough away. That has a big AoE. I should be going as well. Good night, guys. Good day, good night, and good work. Fullness, but you never really wanted my love. How's my wrist? Same as ever. It feels like the way that a Biko wrist does. In pain. But soon, we have 3 days left. 3 and a little bit, 3 days, 15 hours. Nope, 13 hours. I don't care. Push. Wait, I don't understand. What did I do? I would sleep, but I want to be productive. Dream of Teto plush. I'm going to stay up. Dun, 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 dun. No. Call me annoying the way I be the same character 30 times. It's true! I am annoying. Everybody knows I shit. I can be your Lindsay Lohan. I can be... You gotta play what you know, and I know this character for 7 minutes. Extra dose of drama. My friends call me Mama.
The fire in my heart will never burn out.
Same as Moira.
In the field, Doctor? Testing a
Beep 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 beep. I'm the annoying one?
I expect.
Not right now, you're good at the games.
Hello.
Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I need you to pretty good at that.
I don't think so. I play the most annoying characters, but that's good when you're on our team. That's awesome when you play on our team. That makes me happy. Hey BB, hey BB, hey B, hey BB. I hate this guy. I hate the big, huge guys. Whoa, it's Leroy again. It is him again. It's Leroy again. He knows.
I haven't hit my limit yet.
It's Leroy Jenkins. Hello. Hello. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba.
We are making progress. Keep pushing.
Better watch out!
We've overtaken them.
Enemy turret up ahead.
Ah. Twirls away. That's funny. is sleepy.
This will cut the pace.
Forward spawn activated.
Go, go, robot, go! Go, robot! Tries to target Leroy Jenkins. Leroy! Shout out to V-Rise for being so brave.
Now they've lit a fire under me.
No. No, unclaim him. That's my Bobot, bro. That's my freaking Bobot. That's my freaking Bobot. Stop that. Tries to kill tanks. Not good idea. Bad idea. Noises? I don't know what that means, but I don't like that noise. Friendly robot. Uh-oh.
They have superior numbers. They took him from us.
I got killed. Cat girl. Feet guy. It's nice that you don't have to buy characters to play them though. That's good. I think that that's nice about this game. You can just play whoever you want and you don't have to actually worry about it. Before you used to have to unlock them? Oh, so it was poop from butt.
Now they've lit a fire under me.
Now they've hit a fire under my butt. No.
They won't like this.
No. This music sucks. I don't like these remixes. I'm not a fan of them. Feels like 2020 music. How are you still alive? Bruh. No. Stop it. He ham pig leg. Swag. No. To do. Give me my robot back. Whoa. Give me my robot back. Where is she? Be on fire. No. This sucks. This music sucks. Whatever. Sorry. I was going crazy.
Take possession of the robot.
Ugh.
I'll do it properly this time.
The enemy is pushing.
Stop it. Stop it, please. Stop it. Stop it. That healer. He will die. Strong.
Thanks for having my back. Oh, I'm burning up.
Ugh. Unfortunate, it was close. Sag. Good games. Fuck, so close. Don't even stress. Alright, good night, guys. Bye bye. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave game. Yes. Leave me game. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Good night. How do I leave this thing? Exit to desktop. Yes. Okay. Let's set up for sleepy times. I'm snooze. I'm snooze. Thank you guys. Swag. I'm only sleeping. I don't want this. I like Muse Dash. Thank you, Avery. Thank you, Avery. This is stupid. Stupid. This one. This is the one that we're gonna play. Okay, guys. See you. I'm tired. It was good. Thank you for playing. See you guys. Nothing. You guys get to listen to music. Think about your actions of playing Overwatch. I don't know if I'll play this game again. I probably will uninstall it for a while. Because, I don't know. I have no urge to play it. It's only fun to play against other people who I know. I'm not enjoying the quick play games. I find them not fun. Unfortunate. It was a lot of fun. It was fun. just only against people's I knows. That's fine. So see you guys. Bye bye.
Hello once again, theorists. Welcome to MatPat Plays. Today we are playing the scariest game of all creation. Probably never heard of it. It's called Five Nights at Freddy's. Here we go. What's this? It's a camera. The camera came up. Oh, was that a bunny? Was that a bunny? I think it was a bunny. Oh my gosh. I am so scared right now. Oh god! Oh. It was only the fan. It's only the fan. Only a fan. I have never played a game this intense. Oh god! Shut the doors, shut the doors, shut the doors! Oh, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me, please don't see me. Please don't see me. I'm so scared right now, I'm so scared. Can you tell how scared I am right now? Okay, we're good. Oh! Just the fan. Just the fan. I don't know about you, but every time the camera makes the sound to come up, I pee a little bit in my pants. What? That's it? That's it? It's a jump scare? It's a little bunny rabbit jump scare. Really? Really? Alright. I mean, oh god, it's so terrifying. Oh, there's the bunny rabbit, shut my door. Man, this is truly compelling gameplay. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm almost out of power. 11% and it's 5 a.m. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Oh, please don't get me Freddy, please don't get me Freddy. Come on. Is this what it takes to get views on YouTube? What is this? Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where fear is our middle name. Matthew Fear Patrick. It's a very strange name. Okay, I'll admit it, I didn't give Five Nights at Freddy's enough credit when it first came out. A few jump scares from creatures that, aren't that scary. People overreacting to it on YouTube. Meh, pass. But then when I asked you about it, you showed overwhelming support for an episode on the game on Twitter, so I began to dig a little deeper and deeper. And what I found was some of the most interesting storytelling, most intriguing mysteries, and most disturbing events I'd read about in a long time. Now, if you were just to play the game straight through 5 days, the story would actually come across as pretty superficial. You're the new night guard watching the security cameras at a Chuck E. Cheese-style restaurant called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. 4 animatronics roam the halls at night because the owners don't want their servos to lock up. Bad news is, you can't let them near you or else they'll kill you on the spot because you look like a naked endoskeleton. Ow, ow! Show them those circuits! Apparently, one of them bit someone back in 87, presumably 1987. And the past guard leaves you recorded phone messages to act as your tutorial, that is, as much as he could record before he got himself killed. And that's it! Stay 5 nights, collect your paycheck, done, game over, play something new. But playing it that way is doing the game a huge disservice, because that's not even scratching the surface. If you're really observant, you start to unravel the layers of unsolved mysteries around this place. You find that there's a 5th animatronic, that posters on the wall will change randomly, that news clippings appear and disappear, telling the dark secrets of this twisted place. Putting it all together, here's the rest of the story. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, once a popular restaurant, fell into hard times when 5 children went missing there after being lured to a back room by a man dressed in a character costume. Though a suspect was caught and convicted, the bodies of the children were never recovered. The pizzeria was also threatened with shutdown due to sanitation complaints, as foul odors started to come from the animatronics, blood and mucus oozing from their eyes and mouths. The last article, written years after the incident, states that the pizzeria would finally be closed by year end. In addition to the core 4 robots, Chica, Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy, there's also a 5th, unofficially referred to as Golden Freddy. Ignoring Ignoring the rules of physics, Golden Freddy appears and disappears at will, can inexplicably travel through doors, wherever, causing strange hallucinations. And when he attacks you, you're not taken to the typical game over screen, your game crashes. So that's unsettling. And there's also strange messages appearing on the walls, repeating the words, "It's me." According to the game's creator, the place is indeed haunted by what we can only assume to be the spirits of the 5 lost children. So that's the gist of it. Murder, missing children, foul odors, killer robots, and pizza. But that story leaves a lot of lingering questions. Who is your character? How's he fit in? Why does he stay for 5 nights when he's very clearly confronting the possibility of death? What more can we know about this terrifying Golden Freddy? And most importantly, what is the complete story behind Five Nights at Freddy's? They're all good questions about a delightfully incomplete and mysterious story with just enough threads to keep you theorizing. So now, if you'll indulge me, let me reciprocate that story with one of my own. I think you'll find it interesting. December 1993, Aurora, Colorado. 10 p.m. Tuesday night at a local Chuck E. Cheese. After a family birthday party runs long, manager Margaret Kohlberg and teenage employees Sylvia Crowell, Ben Grant, Colleen O'Connor, and Bobby Stevens are forced to stay late to close up shop. But as Margaret tallies receipts in the back, Bobby scrubs down the kitchen and the other 3 work outside in the main arcade. Unknown to any of the 5, there's actually a 6th person locked in the building with them, waiting silently in the darkened restrooms. A 19-year-old named Nathan Dunlap. Earlier that year, Nathan had begun working there as a cook, dough master, before getting fired in July after a disagreement over his hours. Now, 5 months later, he was back. At 10:05, he left the bathroom, pulled out a small caliber handgun, and proceeded to execute everyone in the building. First Sylvia, then Ben, then Colleen. Dunlap then moved to the kitchen, where he surprised Bobby Stevens. The bullet entered Bobby's jaw, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Then finally, Nathan moved to the back, the office, where Margaret opened the safe before Nathan shot her twice, proceeded to grab her bag, filling it with $1,600 in cash, arcade tokens, and keychains. Spurred on by the building's security footage, police were at his home a few hours later, where he was promptly arrested. Eventually, he was tried and sentenced to death, but his story re-entered the news just recently as his punishment has been postponed, leading people to debate whether he's able to sleep soundly, knowing that his execution has been delayed. This is a tragic story, a disgusting waste of human life, and one that I won't joke about or make fun of in any way, but I want to address it because I have a strong suspicion that this story is the one that inspired Five Nights at Freddy's. Let's look at the facts. First, I don't think that there's any doubt that Freddy's is a parody of Chuck E. Cheese. From the singing animatronics to the alliterative naming of the characters, the parallels are just obvious, so the setting is certainly the same. Next, what year does Five Nights take place? The time is certainly kept vague, but there are clues that we can put together. For one, the Chuck E. Cheese franchise had a tremendous period of growth and success in the late 80s and early 90s, but started to decline along the same time as arcades, with at-home video game consoles taking center stage. So that's one clue, but we can get even more detailed, specifically with your character's paycheck. Each night you're working a 6-hour shift, and you're spending 5 nights there. So that's 30 hours of total work time for $120. In total, $4 an hour. How can they do that? That's below minimum wage for 2014. But in 1990, minimum wage was $3.80. In 1991, it was raised to $4.25. And by 1996, you were looking at about $5 an hour. So the game seems to take place between 1991 and 1996. The Nathan Dunlap story took place in 1993. But let's move on to the most important comparison, the victims. In the game, there were 5 child victims. In the real life story, there were also 5 victims. But we can get even more specific. Online theories about the game always tend to draw a parallel between the number of kids missing to the number of animatronics, saying that the children's bodies were stuffed in the various suits. And this appears to be true. Bonnie and Chica both have moans and raspy breath sound effects, as though someone's trying to cling to the last threads of their lives stuffed inside the costumes. And other sounds made by the animatronics are just slowed down versions of children's laughs and screams. Additionally, as the news clipping mentions, the suits ooze blood and mucus and begin to stink, like decaying bodies or reanimated corpses. So 5 victims, 5 suits, seems like a slam dunk, but nowhere does it say that all 5 were murdered, only that they went missing and couldn't be found. Also, the trouble a lot of people have with this theory is Golden Freddy. Why is that guy so limp and lifeless, so unlike the others? It's weird, until you go back to the real life story. Yes, there were 5 people shot that night in Chuck E. Cheese, which matches the 5 victims in Freddy's story, but of those, 1 survived. Bobby, the one from the kitchen, miraculously survived the shot to his jaw. After he was knocked to the floor by the bullet, he went limp, played dead, to avoid the killer coming back to finish the job. And that relates exactly to the advice you're given on night 3 by the phone guy.
Try playing dead. You know, go limp.
Again, let me reiterate that I'm not trying to make light of the real-life events by comparing them to bear costumes and animatronics, but I do want to point out that these similarities do exist. And what else is limp and appears to be a lifeless, empty suit in the game? Golden Freddy. Surviving the attack, Bobby was able to go to trial and be a damning piece of evidence in the case against Nathan Dunlap, ultimately leading to his death sentence. Which animatronic surprises you by appearing randomly? The one you don't expect and has no clear pattern? Golden Freddy. It's also worth mentioning that of all the cameras in the restaurant, one is always black, preventing you from seeing what's going on. That camera is located in the kitchen, leading many to assume it's where Golden Freddy hides, which just so happens to be the place Bobby was able to survive the attack. So I ask, odd coincidence or source of inspiration? In fact, if you think about it, the behavior of the animatronics really corresponds with key features of each of the real-life story's victims. We just covered Golden Freddy and Bobby, but the rest have strange parallels too. Bonnie goes into the utility closet filled with floor cleaning supplies, the most prominent ones being a mop and a broom. It's probably one of the most random rooms in the game, until you consider that Ben, the second victim, was vacuuming at the time of the attack. Foxy is kept sequestered in the back of the building, behind a curtain, more aggressive than all the rest, similar to the way Margaret, the manager, was in the back office counting receipts at the time of the murder, and her role as manager would inherently make her more aggressive or assertive. Sylvia was closest to the bathroom and was cleaning up the salad bar at the time of the attack. Chica walks past the bathroom and is associated with food. And Freddy, well, he doesn't have that strong of a parallel with Colleen, but he does appear in the girls' restroom. Odd for what we would assume to be a male animatronic. Maybe it's a reference to Colleen being a girl, or a nod to Nathan's plan of hiding in the bathroom until he was ready to attack. Alright, after doing all the research, reading every fan theory in existence, and putting all the clues together, what can this mean for the story of the game? I think the game is an allegory for that night back in 1993. Here's my final interpretation. You, Mike Schmidt, are the murderer, former employee of Freddy's Pizzeria. Like Nathan in the real story, you were fired for the reasons stated in the Day 7 pink slip: tampering with the animatronics, being unprofessional, odor. Maybe it was your tampering with the robots that caused the infamous bite of 87. Regardless, like Nathan, you were mad and wanted to get even. So you lured children to the back using a costume, killed them, stuffed their bodies into the animatronic suits, hoping to get the place shut down, then left. Notice that the newspaper clippings never say it's an employee of the company luring the children away, but we know it must have been someone with access and knowledge of the employees-only section of the building. And as the newspaper clippings clearly show, just like Nathan, you were caught almost immediately, captured on the security footage. You were arrested, tried, and convicted, forced now to live on death row. The Freddy's Pizzeria you work in now are just the nightmares that haunt you, taunting you every night with the phrase, "It's me. It's me. It is you. You are the killer." The nightmare is also why everything is so surreal. Posters switching at random, heads on the animatronics glitching, Golden Freddy appearing and disappearing at will, taunting you as the one that got away. It's also why you're only at the pizzeria from midnight to 6 a.m. every night. It's a nightmare. It's in your sleep. It's a place you created, a restaurant long closed as evidenced by the spider webs, and overrun with angry spirits out for revenge on you and and you alone as the one who took their lives, as evidenced by them completely ignoring the naked endoskeleton elsewhere in the building. It's also a place you can't escape from, why you find yourself back there night after night, even after you complete your 5 nights. See you back next week, the ending text goes. You're unable to leave this terror, the threat of death, the guilt, because it never ends. And in a delightfully ironic twist, your personal hell forces you to supervise the exact same security footage that led to your capture in the first place. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Sweet dreams. You know what October reminds me of? Traveling from door to door in order to get free snacks on Halloween. But get this, with Nature Box, every month is like your own personal reverse Halloween, where you don't have to do anything and the snacks come to you at your door. Huh. Pretty awesome. No costumes required. The only thing that is required is that you scroll your mouse on down the screen and click the link in the description or type in naturebox.com/MattPat, choose your 5 favorite snacks, and bada bing bada boom, free trial box arriving straight to your door. No tricks, all treats, just for you. The only thing scarier this Halloween would be no more Nature Box! That was super cheesy, I know, but seriously, their stuff is really good, so you should click the link in the description and check it out. And as always, thank you for supporting the sponsors who support us. It really does make a big difference on this channel for all us theorists. And now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go hide under the covers and rock myself to sleep because this episode was kind of creepy, and it's really dark in here, and I've never been good with the dark, so yeah, I'm gonna go now.
Hello? Hello? Oh, hello, and welcome to the new and improved Five Nights at Freddy's 2 video. I'm here to answer any questions the game may have left unanswered. The game's developer, he's a pretty tricky guy. Don't worry, though. We'll get everything cleared up. Oh, and, watch out for the puppet.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that promises not to include any more gratuitous jump scares, unless that's just what I want you to think, so I can lull you into a false sense of security and scare you again. But I wouldn't do that. I'll just let the uncertainty of whether a jump scare is going to happen or not drive you insane for the rest of this episode. Man, I love reverse psychology. You know what else I love? These games! Not because I'm freaked out by the rosy-cheeked, tingle-looking, emotionally dead animatronics. Okay, well, Balloon Kid is pretty messed up, but whatever. No, what I appreciate about these games is the level of thought that went into every element of the story. When you create a game that has people rage debating about whether it's a sequel or a prequel, you've definitely done something right. Unless that was never your intent, in which case you've done something horribly, horribly wrong. Anyway, the point is, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 looks to be everything you'd want in a sequel. More cameras, more danger, and more fan. Oh, the fan. But that also comes with more questions. Questions about the game's lore. And while others will provide you with the jump scares, I provide you with what everyone really wants, answers. Well, maybe not everyone. What an elite, educated subset of you really want, answers. So grab yourselves a slice of Freddy Fazbear's signature pizza, cause we're about to dig in. Ugh, tastes like cardboard. Let's get the big one out of the way first. Is the game a sequel or a prequel sequel? And what I mean by that is, contrary to popular belief, just because it has a big 2 slapped next to the name doesn't automatically mean the game comes after the first one in a timeline sense. It's a sequel, yes, but it tells a prequel story. Take for instance these all-time classics, Psycho 4: The Beginning, Lion King 1.5, and the actual all-time classic Godfather Part 2. All of them sequels that just so happen happen to also be prequels. It's not mutually exclusive. So where's Five Nights at Freddy's 2 fit in? Knowing its place in the timeline is crucial for understanding its story. Well, to figure that out, let's focus on the paycheck you receive at the end of your 5th night. The date places the events of the game in 1987, a whole 6 years ahead of when we determined the first game took place in our first video. Sounds like a prequel, but we found that date in the first game by calculating Mike Schmidt's hourly pay and comparing that to the minimum wage of the 90s. If Scott Coffin, the game's developer, is just picking random numbers for the payments, this bit of evidence would be meaningless. Except that he's not. At the end of Five Nights 2, you get paid $100.50. Divide that by the 30 hours worked and you get $3.35 an hour, the exact minimum wage for 1987, which means that us using minimum wage calculations to identify the year of Five Nights 1 is a perfectly valid way to prove it and shows that it takes place after the events of Five Nights 2. Still don't believe me? Players brave enough to survive the extra night 6 are rewarded with a bonus check and a newspaper clipping that says the toy robots are getting scrapped and that the old ones are going into storage for a new, smaller scale version of the restaurant. That would explain why the old models reappear in Five Nights 1 and the toy models don't. And notice how it mentions a smaller version of the restaurant. The building in Five Nights 1 is significantly smaller than the setting of Five Nights 2. Need more evidence? What about the fact that on the first night in the office, the phone guy explains that the robots used to walk around during the day just like they do in Five Nights 2, but not anymore. Or the fact that phone guy dies in the first game, making it hard for him to also be the phone guy in Five Nights at Freddy's 2 if it takes place after. Call me the Phantom Menace, cause every way to Sunday, this game is a prequel. So with that revelation out of the way, we're able to piece together the rest of the timeline and dig a little bit deeper. Posters everywhere in Five Nights 2 welcome you to this new location, implying that there was another Freddy Fazbear's Pizza somewhere before this one. Additionally, the phone guy makes reference to it on night 1, mentioning the old location and how it was left to rot. So we know that there was one Freddy Fazbear's Pizza for the first game, one for the second game, and one that came before both of them that we've never seen. But even before that, the phone guy also mentions an even older restaurant called Fredbear's Family Diner, which, aside from its confusingly different name, also had different owners. So let me recap. There's the restaurant from the first game, which is the last in the timeline. The one that you're currently working at in 1987 in Five Nights 2, an older location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria left to rot, and the original Fredbear's Diner. Jeez, I hope you're still with me because this is more complicated than the Zelda timeline. Anyway, it's at this first location, the diner, where the whole story begins. Submitted for the approval of the Game Theorists Society, this is the true tale of Five Nights at Freddy's. When you die in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, before you've even gotten over the jump scare, you sometimes get a screen like this. Oh, turn it off, it's too horrifying. That, youngsters, was E.T. for the Atari, a console that came out before the NES. Yes, around the same time as the dinosaurs. It's widely considered to be the worst game of all time, hence me reacting in a horrified manner. See? Humor, folks. But seriously, you get these disturbing death minigames which, true to the 1987 setting, use Atari-esque graphics to depict various horrific events. All the while, a creepy robotic voice spells out letter by letter things like help them, save them, or save him. These death minigames are the most important piece in figuring out the true story behind these games. Let's start with this one. This death minigame has you playing as Freddy, taking cake to screaming children at a birthday party. As Freddy rushes around trying to keep the whole party happy, a single sad child looks on from outside, when suddenly you're powerless to do anything but look on in abject horror as a purple man pulls up in a car, murders the child, and drives off. It's my belief, loyal theorists, that this game takes place at Fredbear's Diner, and is chronologically the first event that we see in this timeline. How do I know? Well, it's a small establishment, and there's only one animatronic, Freddy, as opposed to all the other games which show other robots. But more importantly, this murdered child is the one that sets everything into motion. One of the new tasks added to Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is winding a mysterious music box that we're told placates one of the animatronics. If you fail to wind the music box, what you're introduced to is this terrifying thing, the puppet. It looks like No-Face from Spirited Away. You know what else he looks like? Take a look at that murdered child again. See how his tear tracks remain visible on his face, even after he's dead, if we assume that they'll continue to stay with him into the afterlife, we can make a pretty good case that this kid's murdered spirit eventually found its way into the puppet animatronic. But that's not all. What jump scare happens after this save him minigame? After seeing this tear-stained child's murder reenacted in 8-bit, the puppet jumps out of the screen and attacks you. Coincidence? I don't think so. That incident marks the first time the chain is ever associated with a violent act carried out against a child, and we can infer that it was this incident that caused the original owners of Fredbear's Diner to sell off to the company now known as Fazbear Entertainment. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was senselessly murdered and left to haunt a crappy pizza place for the rest of my life in the body of an awful-looking clown doll, I'd want to get my revenge as soon as possible. Unfortunately for our vengeful puppet, though, it doesn't quite turn out that way. Fast forward a few years to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the first location, the one that has yet to appear in a game. This new restaurant is the one we learned about in my earlier episode and throughout the first game, where our pal the murderer uses a golden Freddy suit to lure away and kill 5 children in the back room. As we read through the various articles on the wall, he gets caught the next day, but the bodies are never found, presumably because they've been stuffed into the animatronic suits. The restaurant stays open for a few months until the dead body stink starts to waft off the robots and causes the place to get shut down for health reasons. But how do we know this happened in the first pizzeria's location? Again, we turn to what the phone guy says. On night 2 of Five Nights 2, he mentions the smell coming from the old animatronics, the smell that got the original restaurant shut down. We also know that after the Golden Freddy incident, it took multiple months for the restaurant to get shut down. That couldn't have happened in the restaurant of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, which is shut down on night 6 and into the foreseeable future. But outside of these lore clues, it also makes logical sense. Before the Golden Freddy murders, there was one dead child whose tear-stained soul existed in the form of the puppet. But now there are 5 more dead children, and thanks to another of the death minigames, we find out exactly what happened to them. In the Help Them minigame, the puppet stuffs the dead children into the robotic suits, giving their souls new life, and preps them for their eternal mission of vengeance. But MatPat, you say through your chattering teeth, there are only 4 dead children in that game. To which I tell you, look closer if you dare. For the frame right before Golden Freddy's head jumps out and attacks features the lost 5th dead child, and what started as a haunted puppet has suddenly become an army of possessed animatronics out for revenge. But wait, that's not all we know. We also know the murder was committed by the same guy who killed the first child. How? Look at the Foxy death minigame. Twice, Foxy runs out to meet the kids, but the 3rd time we see the tall purple man again, smiling. Foxy goes into the other room to find 5 dead children. The man in purple strikes again. Skip ahead to 1987, finally bringing us to the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. The old animatronics have been retired, and the cute new versions of all our favorite friends come equipped with facial recognition software that just so happens to be connected to a sex offender database. Seems like an oddly specific detail, right? Until you consider that the last restaurant was closed for having children get kidnapped and killed by an employee. It's a safety measure. You see how it all ties together? So you have some animatronics possessed by vengeful spirits and another batch on the prowl for predators. But that doesn't stop our friend the Purple Man from continuing his life's work of murdering children at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. As we learn from the phone guy on nights 4 through 6, the new restaurant is once again under investigation as, well, I'll let him explain.
Hello. What on earth are you doing there? Didn't you get the memo? The place is closed down, at least for a while. Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right.
The Golden Freddy killer struck again. The final death minigame also supports this. You, as Freddy, must walk through an exact replica of the building, animatronics all in their proper places, seeing the 5 dead children spread out through the various rooms. And based on what Phone Guy says, it seems like the guilty party was the former night guard, the one who moved to day shift and the one your character replaced. I mean, Phone Guy makes plenty of uncomfortable references to suddenly having an available position during the day.
When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available. We don't have a replacement for your shift yet, but we're working on it.
But is the Purple Man really someone we've never met and who's only worked there a week? Or is it someone we trust? Someone with a long history with these characters? Someone no one would suspect? The head guard. The one forced to fill empty positions and teach new recruits by leaving them instructions over the phone. Is the Purple Man the phone guy? Ask yourself this. What do we really know about Phone Guy? Let's look at what he says. First, he always speaks like an outsider looking in. He refers to the management of the company as they. So he's not a higher up like the CEO or even a manager. But he's also not a typical day worker, as he says things like the employees and the staff. So he works there, but isn't generally considered a regular member of the company. We also know that he's qualified to take the role of a night guard. As we learn, he plans to take over the position sometime after night 6, and is on his way out of the position by the time the first game starts.
For now, just make it through the night. When the place eventually opens again, I'll probably take the night shift myself. I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact.
What else do we know? Well, we know that the Phone Guy has a long history with the company, being with it at least since the first pizzeria that we haven't played in. He also openly admits that Foxy the Pirate was always his favorite, and that he has never liked the puppet because, as he says, it was always thinking.
See, I told you wouldn't have any problems. Did Foxy ever appear in the hallway? Probably not. I was just curious. Like I said, he was always my favorite. I'll be honest, I never liked that puppet thing. It's always thinking, and it can go anywhere.
Okay, but what do we know about the Purple Guy, the Golden Freddy Killer? Well, let's look at the minigames again. He has a long history with the franchise, killing since it was Fredbear Diner. We see him smiling as he watches Foxy perform, Phone Guy's favorite, right before Foxy sees the room of dead children. We know that the puppet and the killer wouldn't get along, which would explain Phone Guy's discomfort around a creature that he describes as always thinking. And here's the bombshell. We know the killer is a security guard. How? On very rare occasions during the Save Them minigame, while Freddy chases the puppet, the Purple Man appears and chases you. Look on his chest. It's an orange badge, the kind that would be given to a security guard. Now look at his eyes. Notice the white spots? An odd, seemingly innocuous detail. But now look at Golden Freddy. Look deep into his dead, vacant eyes. What do you see? 2 white spots. Pinpricks, really. Barely visible. They're there. And now finally, what do we see in Purple Guy's hand? Well, the Atari graphics make it tough to discern. It's not like any gun or knife I've seen. No, that to me is very clearly a phone. The robotic voice is spelling out for you, save them, save them. But when Purple Guy, Phone Guy, catches you, the screen crashes and all you're left with is, you can't. But that's not where it ends, Internet. As you and I both know, there's still Five Nights at Freddy's 1. If this game is last in line and the puppet is truly pulling the strings behind all of this, you might be asking yourself where he is in Five Nights 1. We know the other animatronics got scrapped, but this ghostly guy should still be around if this timeline I proposed is correct. And get this, the puppet is in the first game. Take a look at the east hallway. Seems pretty normal, right? But every so often, the posters on the walls change to this, a crying child with 2 streaming lines down his face. Look familiar? It should. The Five Nights at Freddy's series is about vengeance. 1 child, 6 children, more, looking for revenge against a sick child killer. The Purple Guy, the guy who just so happens to be the first voice you hear when turning on these games. Save them. Save them. You can't. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Make sure you wind that music box by clicking the subscribe button, otherwise the puppet might get ya. Click it! Click it! Oh, I guess you were safe after all. It's almost the holiday break. You know what I like to do during this time of love and gladness? Catch up on my favorite TV shows. But at this point I don't have cable and should probably avoid pirating things, which is why I subscribe to Hulu Plus. And by clicking the link in the description or typing in huluplus.com/MattPat, you can get a free 2-week trial of nonstop binge watch for all your favorite shows, like Bleach, One Piece, Family Guy, Sword Art Online 2, or if you're like me, you'll probably relive the glory days of the 90s by marathoning Sabrina the Teenage Witch for days on end. Ugh, get together with Harvey already. While everyone else is fighting hordes at the mall, you, the smart one, will have done your online shopping and be lounging around working your way through season 1 of Drunk History. So get your 2-week free trial by clicking on huluplus.com/MadPat. The weather outside may be frightful, but the Hulu Plus is so delightful. That was admittedly very cheesy. It's time. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where good things, or at least FNAF things, come to those who wait. And man, when it comes to this game series, no one was waiting for anything. I mean, the second game came out 3 months after the first, the trailer for the third was 2 months later, and like 4 minutes after that, the game was available to download. So forgive me if I was caught with my pants down on that one. I just wasn't prepared for it. But even more impressive than that abbreviated timeline was your ability to rip that final game apart. Hours after the release of the game, people were discussing good versus bad endings, 8-bit Atari cake, glitching through walls, and punching a flipping code into cement bricks arranged like a telephone dial pad. In regards to that last one, I have 2 things to say. First off, well done to you guys for figuring it out so quickly, and secondly, Scott, seriously. Seriously, Scott? Oh look, here's a wall. Let me just dial in my phone number. Beep boop boop beep boop boop. What? When did we jump from a point-and-click horror game to magical fantasy? This thing is like platform 9 3/4. I expect Harry effing Potter to apparate into Pirate's Cove or something. Jeez, here I was thinking that you'd plug your numbers into, the one other place that you see numbers in this game, the bonus jump scare menu, or something, anything, but nope, dialing it into a wall makes so much more sense. Okay, sorry, just needed to get that one off my chest. Moving on. Now, with 15 days at Freddy's under our belts and a few overtime hours clocked in for good measure, we have ourselves a completed video game trilogy, with the third game giving us more jump scares, more phone guy, and more fan. But this game also contains the final clues we need to get some closure on this game's deviously vague story. Scotty C certainly didn't make things any easier for us, but at this point I think we finally have enough puzzle pieces scattered across the 3 games to assemble a fairly accurate picture of this franchise's lore. Since you guys had a, let's just say, above average interest in this theory, I wanted to create something that answered as many questions as possible about this franchise. But beyond just the details, the question we all want an answer to is, what exactly happened in the story throughout this series? It's a pretty fundamental question to not have an answer to, and yet, despite thousands of videos, forum entries, and Tumblr posts, whoa, hey, put that away, you behave yourself. This game is already scary enough without you sticking your hook somewhere it doesn't belong, okay? Despite all those things, we still don't have a clear picture on the details. Yes, there's a child killer on the loose, the infamous purple guy, who's been using Fazbear pizzerias as his hunting ground of choice for years, but going into the third game, we still weren't sure about who this guy was or even how many victims he'd officially taken. Then there are the animatronics. Sure, we generally understand that the killer's dead bodies have been stuffed into some of the suits, and that with the help of the puppet, the kids were able to find new life in those robotic bodies. But then, what about Shadow Bonnie and Shadow Freddy, who randomly appeared in FNAF 2 only to become prominent figures throughout Part Part 3? How do they fit in? What about the ghostly Golden Freddy, someone we've been talking about since the first game, and yet we still don't really know anything about him? Well, now that we finally have all the facts, I think it's time we revisit my timeline I presented in the last episode to see what I got right, what I got wrong. Yes, you heard that. Wrong. No shame. I'm a big boy. Mommy, wow, I'm a big kid now. And finally fill in the missing details to create what I believe to be my definitive Five Nights theory. And boy, howdy, it is a doozy. So strap in, theorists. You wanted it, you're about to get it. Overall, the timeline of the franchise I presented in the last video still holds strong. Decades before the name became a horror legend meriting its own theme park style attraction, Freddy Fazbear got his start at Fredbear Family Diner. It's here where our story begins as Purple Guy takes his first victim, something we see in the Take Cake minigame from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. What tells us that this is Fredbear's and first in the timeline? Well, as I said last time, in addition to it being a small space, the only character we see is Freddy, whereas all other minigames feature multiple animatronics. He's also holding a cupcake. Since that would later become Chica's signature item, the event depicted in this game must have come before she was created. Additionally, notice that the Purple Guy's murder takes place outside the building. This is the only time we see him murder someone outside the walls of a Fazbear building, which implies that this is likely his first victim. Serial killers often have what's known as a signature, a way of killing that's unique to him and him alone. For Purple Guy, his signature is dressing in an animatronic costume, then luring children to the back of the pizzeria and killing them there. But this murder occurs before he developed this particular style, implying that it's the first. From there, we know that the puppet jump scare that always follows this minigame, combined with the tier design on both the dead child and the puppet's mask, implies that the soul of the first child now exists in the puppet. The event caused the original owners to sell the Fredbear name, who then rebranded and avoided the negative PR, becoming what we know today as Fazbear Entertainment. They then opened a new chain of restaurants, which we never saw in the games until the release of Five Nights 3. This is not Fredbear Diner like many interpret, but rather the first location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, predating the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. How do we know? Well, by paying close attention to the old recordings of Phone Guy dug up in FNAF 3, he introduces us to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, not Diner, before explaining the functionality of the special spring-lock suits.
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Right now we have two specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit.
He also lets us know that the animatronics are still allowed to walk around freely during the day, meaning that this is happening before the bite of 87, in which an animatronic bites someone during business hours, removing their frontal lobe and resulting in the animatronics being restricted to moving around only at night.
For ease of operation, the animatronics are set to turn and walk towards sound cues.
As Phone Guy informs us, and as we see in the Stage 01 minigame, there are two specialty suits, a Golden Bonnie suit and the origins of the infamous Golden Freddy. But the lifespan of these spring-lock suits is actually short-lived as we learn about their one fatal flaw.
After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring-lock failures, the company has deemed the suits temporarily unfit for employees. The classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location.
Now, let's pause here. Two employees are killed by the failure of a Bonnie suit and a Freddy suit. Where else in the game do we see Bonnie and Freddy sharing a unique feature that no one else in the game possesses? Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie. Could this be the origin of the paranormal Shadow suits? Yes, actually. Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie are tied to the ghosts of the employees who died in the spring suits. Get this, the employees' bodies were taken out of the suits, which is why their appearance is more paranormal and why they can't possess them as well as the children can. Plus, having this as their origin would explain the in-game behavior of both suits. In FNAF 3, we see that Purple Guy hides in a secret safe room that has been built into every pizzeria, a room that's hidden to customers and invisible to the animatronics programming. During the minigames that occur between nights, we see Shadow Freddy lead the other animatronics to this secret room, only to cause them to glitch out and then get torn apart by Purple Guy. This supernatural origin story mystery is how Shadow Freddy is able to enter the safe room when other animatronics can't. How he's able to lead you to that room in the first place when other animatronics wouldn't be able to see it based on their programming, and even why he leads you there, knowing that purple guy attacking you will eventually free your soul. That's also why there's no purple Freddy suit when you do finally enter that room. It's not an alternate purple guy costume like many believe, it's an apparition. Suck on that, Harry Potter, I knew someone would apparate eventually. It also explains why Shadow Bonnie's minigame in FNAF 3 always starts on stage 01, the spring suits, and why it's the one animatronic we control that has the ghostly ability to glitch, fly, and teleport. As we concluded last episode, this is also the point in the timeline of the first missing children's incident, the one we learn about via newspaper clippings in Five Nights 1. So, based on the newspaper clipping evidence we have, we know that the mauve murderer dressed in one of the suits lured children to a back room and killed them. He's starting to develop his signature, but one nagging detail FNAF theorists have been wondering is what suit does he use for his disguise? The answer? Golden Bonnie. Why? Well, remember the phone guy saying the faulty suits were being retired to an appropriate location. There's a high likelihood they're being stored in one of the safe rooms in the restaurants. Plus, we hear in FNAF 2 that the purple guy has a habit of using a yellow suit.
We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it.
But why not Golden Freddy? Phone guy tells us so at the beginning of Night 5 in FNAF 3.
Management has also been made aware that the Spring Bonnie animatronic has been noticeably moved.
My, what an oddly specific detail to include, Scott Cawthon. And remember, these tapes that play in FNAF 3 date all the way back to the first pizzeria location, which is why this detail is so important. It reflects Purple Guy starting to develop his signature killing pattern. From there, we know the rest of the story. Purple Guy kills the kids, stuffs the bodies into the suits to hide them, but as we read the paper, is caught on camera and arrested. Meanwhile, the puppet gives life to the children, and the angry spirits possess the robots. Or is that really how it goes? Let's go back to the Give Gifts, Give Life minigame. The children are lying there dead, and the puppet first tries to give them presents. Weird, right? Weird until you consider that his place is at the prize corner. Giving presents is the only thing he knows that can make children happy. It's a reflex. Remember, this is still a child spirit in this puppet, but when that doesn't work, the puppet goes around one more time and does the only other thing it can think of. Put the bodies into the suits. You heard that right. In trying to save the children, he's the one hiding them in the animatronic suits, not the killer like we've been assuming. But then what about the fifth child, as there's only 4 here? Well, as we pointed out last time, the fifth child is there too, appearing at the very end of the minigame and taking the role of Golden Freddy. But remember, Golden Freddy is a decommissioned spring-lock suit at this point, deemed too unsafe to be functional. The reason he's slumped over and can't move like the rest is that his endoskeleton has been taken out. He's in suit mode, not free roaming mode. He physically doesn't have the mechanisms in place to stand up and move. Possessed or no, a dead child's spirit just can't give a boneless suit the ability to stand. This also explains the lone naked endoskeleton that appears occasionally in both Five Nights 2 and Five Nights 1. An endoskeleton that once belonged to Golden Freddy. Whew. I know I made you wait for this one, so I knew I had to make it count. Heck, if there ain't a lot to cover. Still with me? Good, because we're ready for our next location. You see, since the puppet hid the bodies, no one knows they're in the suits until they start oozing and smelling, which, as we see in the papers, eventually gets the place shut down for health violations. The company tries to recover from, quote, the tragedy that took place there many years ago, but can't, and eventually is forced to shut its doors for good. This leads to the trailer for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Finally, we're actually going to talk about a game in the series. Seriously, can you believe we've been going this whole time on locations that aren't even settings for the 3 main games? That is why this lore is so challenging, but also so interesting. Anyway, forgotten, dismantled, deactivated. These are the words you see at the beginning of the trailer. Back when the debate about whether this game was a sequel or a prequel to the first game, these words made it seem like a follow-up, that everything had been shut down since the first game, but it wasn't. These words are a reference to the business being closed down after that first missing children's incident. That's why posters everywhere in Five Nights 2 are all about the brand new Fazbear Pizza. It's the grand reopening after years of being out of business. That's also why the new toy animatronics have built-in facial recognition software to a criminal database. They need to be careful to prevent another incident. But as we know, it doesn't work. As we see in the Save Them minigame, 5 more children get killed in this new location. We know it's the new location because the minigame map's layout perfectly matches this new Fazbear business. We also know it couldn't have happened earlier in the timeline as both the old animatronics and new toy robots are presented in the game. But this time, the puppet's solution isn't saving the kids, it's stopping the killer. He enlists the help of Freddy to try and SAVETHEM, leading the bear to the killer's location. Except Purple Guy came prepared, equipped with not a phone, but rather something to help him tamper with the animatronics. He knows that something fishy is going on with these robots, because he's been watching, studying. The puppet wants Freddy to save them, to which the killer's answer is only this: you can't. So how did the Purple Guy manage it when he had been caught years before? What about the bite of '87? How do FNAF 1 and 3 fit in? And most importantly of all, who is the Purple Guy? All that next week. Don't worry, I'll come back. I always do. In the meantime, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Make sure you don't miss part 2 by clicking subscribe. Well, honestly, you still might miss it. The subscribe button is really just a glorified bookmark button. But still, it's the best you're gonna get, so might as well do it. And while you're at it, you know what else you should click on? The link in the description for some free food delivered straight to your door, courtesy of NatureBox. Honestly, I love this service. NatureBox delivers boxes of snacks straight to your door. It's like having a year-long Santa Claus giving you tasty presents, or like those care packages your parents send you when you're away in school. It's awesome. And it's free if you go to naturebox.com/MattPat or click that link. They have over 100 snacks to choose from. Even as I write, I'm munching on some lemon tea biscuits and strawberry figgy bars. Seriously, look, here they are, so you know it's something I'm using myself. Anyway, it's free food that doesn't require you to leave your couch or break your game theory marathon. Sounds like a win-win to me. So check out naturebox.com/MattPat and start snacking. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory. We may not have made FNAF, but I like to think we've at least made it a bit more interesting. So in part 1 of this long-awaited all questions answered FNAF theory, we covered everything from the origins of the shadow animatronics, to the reason for Golden Freddy's ghostly behavior, to proof of what suit the killer uses. We clarified the timeline and even went so far as to dispel the myth that the killer is the one shoving the bodies into the suits. Click here if you missed it to get caught up. Don't worry, I'll wait. This is a pausable video after all. But today we're covering the major questions from the franchise, the final bits of the timeline, the ending of the game, and most importantly of all, the identity of the Purple Guy. So enough intro, let's cut to the chase. When we left things off, there had been another round of murder done in Fazbear Pizza. Purple Guy had once again used a Golden Bonnie suit to lure in another set of 5 kids and kill them, as depicted in the Save Them minigame from FNAF 2. The place gets closed for investigation a few days later, but the one thing that practically everyone overlooks in this location is that it gets reopened. In FNAF 2, the Night 1 phone call welcomes you to your new summer job at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Summer job. And yet, the paycheck at the end of the week reads November. There is not a single place in the world where November is a summer month. Not 1, meaning that these tapes, all these tapes, are pre-recorded. And honestly, that shouldn't be a surprise. Phone Guy's calls are recordings in every game. In FNAF 1, before Phone Guy dies, he says he's glad he recorded these messages when he did.
I'm kind of glad that I recorded my messages for you.
And then in FNAF 3, they find the old training tapes the Phone Guy made.
First of all, we found some vintage audio training cassettes. Dude, these are like prehistoric. I think they were like training tapes.
In short, all of Phone Guy's messages are unstuck in time, not recorded anytime near your tenure as security guard. That includes the ones in FNAF 2 talking about children going missing. The pizzeria isn't being shut down for an investigation of some missing children the week you happen to be working there. You're listening to old tapes meant for the night security guard from months ago. Need more proof? Night 6's call references a birthday party happening as the last event before the building closes. But what decorations do we see put up throughout the building for the entirety of the week you're working there? Happy birthday banners. Confusing? You betcha. Game-changing? Absolutely. This means that both Jeremy and Fritz, the characters you play as throughout FNAF 2, aren't the killer purple guy at all. They were both working in November, after the yellow suit investigation and the killer getting charged. Which brings us to the other key point in the timeline, the bite of 87. Ever since we heard about this mysterious frontal lobe nibble on that first fateful night at Freddy's, we've wanted to know more about this bizarre attack, the one that ends up resulting in animatronics no longer being allowed to walk around during the day. But now, 3 games in, we do know more. We know it took place in the location of FNAF 2 based on the 1987 date on Jeremy's paycheck. And furthermore, the newspaper clipping that ends FNAF 2 gives us a clue that it's the bite which closes this version of the restaurant, not some serial killing. Quote, after being open a few short weeks, the restaurant is closing its doors, the article says, with the new animatronics being scrapped for possible malfunction. That's game designer Scott Cawthon telling us that one of the new toy animatronics bit someone during the day. Why else would the new robots be scrapped while the old ones get kept for possible reorganization? Well, outside of an obvious need to retcon why these new robots didn't appear in Five Nights 1. It's because the company considered them safer, relatively speaking. So, then who's the biter? Well, it's none other than the pile of scraps and parts, Mangle. The most obvious clue is the animatronic's unhinged jaw. The frontal lobe is the biggest part of the human brain, and the size and shape of the other toy robots' mouths just wouldn't be able to handle the size of the human head, especially when you compare it to the Mangle's narrow snout and wide open mouth. There's also Mangle's sharper teeth and potential angle of attack. As shown by its jump scare, Mangle goes for the top of the head. And who got bit? Well, there isn't enough evidence to say definitively, but your most likely candidate would be fan favorite Jeremy Fitzgerald. Jeremy passes the test, and on his paycheck at the end of the week, he's welcomed into the family, presumably getting moved to day shift. Fritz gets hired to replace him on day 7, but then promptly gets fired for tampering with the animatronics. That means he's not likely the one to get bit, and instead the person who follows him on day shift is, leaving Jeremy as the most likely frontal lobeless candidate. But regardless of whether it's Jeremy or some other customer we've never met, someone gets bit, the restaurant closes for good, and as the newspaper clippings show, the old animatronics go into storage awaiting a smaller location with a lower budget. Fast forward to the 90s and FNAF 1. We know it's the 90s based on the hourly rate of the paycheck received by Mike Schmidt, security guard extraordinaire from the first game, something we proved in our first Five Nights video. And now we can breathe a sigh of relief, because this was the beautiful time long ago, last August, when the games weren't so complicated, when the biggest mysteries were a game-crashing gold bear and the words "it's me." No death minigames, no puppets, no need to shoehorn in extra overcomplicated storylines. That all would come later when the first game became a smash hit and got itself some sequels. And boy did those sequels make things complicated, as both featured 8-bit minigames revealing more details about this location from the original game. First things first, we know that the purple guy kills 5 children here. We see it in the Foxy Go 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 minigame from FNAF 2. Foxy runs past a grinning purple guy to see 5 dead bodies. Sorry, no fireworks this time, Foxy. And how do we we know it's the FNAF 1 location? Well, it's the only time in the game when Foxy's stage, Pirate Cove, is located to the west of a dining area. See how he performs for the children by running to the right? That matches the map layout of the FNAF 1 pizzeria. We also know from the FNAF 3 minigames that this is where the purple guy dies inside a golden Springlock Bonnie suit in a safe room near the back. One built so that it would never show up on camera, conveniently explaining why it never appeared in the first game. But hold on, weren't those safe rooms sealed up a long time ago? I mean, we touched on this last episode, but the old recordings of Phone Guy we listened to throughout FNAF 3 say that these rooms are being closed off, discontinued, and will never be mentioned again. Why would a location 20 years later possess a safe room unless it was the same building as the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location? That's why it's in such disrepair when we see it in the FNAF 3 minigames, boarded up with rats on the floor. It's been closed down for years, which also means the dead kids from the Foxy Go 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 minigame aren't another set of new victims, cause seriously, at this point the killer would have made his way through like a short bus full of pizza-hungry children. No, those kids are the first 5 dead kids, the ones who would eventually possess Old Bonnie, Chica, Freddy Foxy, and Golden Freddy. I mean, look, if the animatronics were possessed at this point, don't you think Foxy would be attacking Purple Guy rather than just running past him to perform for some dead kids? This also explains the random cutscene from FNAF 2 where the puppet's looking into Freddy's eyes. You can tell by the tables in the background and the design of both Bonnie and Chica that this is the FNAF 1 location with the old animatronics on stage. But it's not a flash forward to the game's next location, but rather a flash back to the moment the puppet brought these characters, these children, to life. Okay, but that's just tying together some loose ends in the story. We're interested in how this whole thing ends, and those FNAF 3 minigames give us the conclusion we're looking for. These flashback minigames show Purple Guy dismantling the animatronics from the security of the safe room one by one, but in doing so, he's unwittingly releasing the spirits of his former victims. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy. When their powers combine, they are able to scare Purple Guy into the Golden Bonnie Springlock suit, which fails, crushes him pretty much to the point of death, though notice we never actually see him die, and the spirits fade away. Golden Bonnie, with Purple Guy inside, now known as Springtrap, rots away in the safe room for years until he's finally uncovered by the founders of Fazbear's Fright from the 3rd game. With the discovery of Springtrap, this haunted house attraction inspired by the years of mystery and murder of the pizzeria chain, finally has their first real animatronic, who then haunts the player for 5 nights and a nightmare night until the place burns down due to faulty wiring. The end. Take a bow. It's finally over. Well, kinda. We're still left with one final, seemingly impossible question to answer. Who is the Purple Guy? After spending, I kid you not, full days plotting out all the details of this game franchise on whiteboards, talking it over with anyone who would stand to listen to me ramble on and on about fictional haunted robots, and just looking at it from every possible angle, all logic points to it being pizzeria chain finally has their first real animatronic, who then haunts the player for 5 nights and a nightmare night until the place burns down due to faulty wiring. The end. Take a bow. It's finally over. Well, kinda. We're still left with one final, seemingly impossible question to answer. Who is the Purple Guy? After spending, I kid you not, full days plotting out all the details of this game franchise on whiteboards, talking it over with anyone who would stand to listen to me ramble on and on about fictional haunted robots, and just looking at it from every possible angle, all logic points to it being the phone guy. And no, not because I made a theory about it and refused to let it die. Honestly, I couldn't care less if that last video was wrong. At this point, I just care about the truth, and phone guy makes the most logical sense. I know your complaints, and I promise you, if you stick with me, you'll be convinced. First, there's the circumstantial evidence I presented during my FNAF 2 theory. Phone Guy's admitted love of Foxy being reflected by the smiling purple guy sprite during the Foxy Go 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 minigame. His distrust of the puppet, a creature haunted by his first victim that we see time and time again trying to bring a stop to his killing spree. His admitted role as a security guard, and even the weird phone-like object in his hand from the Save Them minigame. But there's even more evidence when we consider Five Nights 3. Consider this, he's the only person in the game who knows about the safe rooms. As we've mentioned before, all the safe rooms were sealed up back in the Springlock suit days, back in the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location, meaning every other employee coming afterward would have never even heard of these things. Phone Guy is the only character we meet who would have any knowledge of these rooms, and more importantly, of how they operate, how they're invisible to the cameras, and more importantly, to the animatronics. And that's just the beginning. He's also the only person who knows how to use the Springlock suits. Again, once they were decommissioned, the suits were hidden away. Regardless of whether you believe that the killer used a golden Bonnie suit the whole time, or you think he used a golden Freddy suit, either way, we know for a fact the killer was using one of the yellow Springlocked suits, and Phone Guy is the only character we know who had knowledge of A, where they were hidden, and B, how they were operated safely. Now, I know a lot of people have said that it couldn't have been Phone Guy because he knew better. He knew that they were dangerous and could kill him, so if he was indeed the purple guy, he wouldn't just hop into a Springtrap suit like we see depicted at the ending of FNAF 3. But there's one key detail that everyone has been overlooking, and that Scott carefully included in this game. Listen. Hear it? There's rain. There are puddles on the ground. It's dripping from the ceiling. The killer had been using these Springlock suits safely for years, but in his panic to escape the ghosts, he failed to notice the wetness of the building around him. The killer had never encountered this problem before because the building had always been in a decent state of repair, but now it's a wreck, torn apart by age. Rain is able to seep in, something he didn't realize when he was in such a hurry to run away from the ghosts. And if moist breath can loosen the locks, you can bet some rain would make those suckers ready to snap shut. And they do, killing our killer. I mean, all of that makes a pretty compelling argument, almost an open and shut case, if there wasn't one final major criticism to the Phone Guy theory since the release of FNAF 3. And it's a good one. The fact that Phone Guy seems to die during his Night 4 phone call from the first game.
Hey, listen, I may not be around to send you a message tomorrow. It's been a bad night here for me. I'm kind of glad that I recorded my messages for you when I did.
If Phone Guy was the killer, why would the robots still be active after his death and the ghosts disappear? It just wouldn't make sense unless you stop to consider the rest of FNAF 3's endings. The big twist in FNAF 3 is the inclusion of a good and bad ending. By completing the game normally, you get the bad ending, in which we see Purple Guy die in a flashback minigame, and the whole thing ends with 5 masks representing the 5 main animatronics with lights on behind their eyes. The good ending, meanwhile, requires using some not-so-subtly hidden clues to unlock minigames, then basically ignoring those games, glitching them out, and giving hidden dead kids cake to make them happy, obviously referring to the victims of Purple Guy. Beat the game this time, and the ending is largely the same, but with 1 fewer animatronic mask and no lights on. The obvious difference here is that in the good ending, the souls of the dead children have been put at peace. When they disappear for good. They don't go back to their animatronic bodies. But the bad ending? The lights on behind the eyes of all 5 masks mean that these guys are still active. Angry, restless spirits still haunting the robots to this day. Because here's the thing. The good ending doesn't exist until you, as the player of the 3rd installment, give cake to those kids during FNAF 3's hidden minigames. What you play in FNAF 1, though, is the aftermath of the bad ending. ending, when the animatronics have killed Phone Guy but are still out for vengeance. Yeah, you made it through those first 5 nights at Freddy's. You overheard the death of the purple guy recorded live on the phone, but it wasn't enough. You got the bad ending. Even with the killer crippled in the back room in a spring-lock suit, the lights are still on in these animatronics. They're still roaming the halls, attacking anyone wearing that much-hated security guard outfit. People like Mike Schmidt, an innocent guy just trying to do his job at a failing pizza restaurant. And as the final nail in the coffin, what Phone Guy says in his Night 4 recording perfectly foreshadows what we see in the games.
Maybe sometime you could check inside those suits in the back room. I'm gonna try to hold out until someone checks. Maybe it won't be so bad. Yeah, I always wondered what was in all those empty heads back there.
Think about what Purple Guy does. He hides in a back room, the safe room, hides in a suit, and despite getting sprung-trapped, actually does hold out until someone checks. Holds out long enough for the phone dude to find the hidden safe room, recover the animatronic, and set him free in Fazbear Fright. Exactly what the Phone Guy said he'd do in his final moments. And as Springtrap, he comes back in FNAF 3. Comes back like he always does. And with no real animatronics present at Fazbear's Fright, remember Springtrap is the only real one they've found, with all the rest scattered, probably located in dumps, which is why their bodies and faces are decaying. All that the spirits can do is appear as phantoms, hallucinations. Well, all except one. The puppet, who we see in his physical form roaming the hallways of Fazbear Fright. So real, in fact, that we see his reflection visible in the pools of water under his feet, meaning he is there and unburnt. There's only one way to truly end this. End the murderous purple guy, burning the place to the ground. The puppet gave robots life, gave spirits peace, and finally gave the murderer, the phone guy, his long-deserved death. Or at least tried to. And that is the end of the Five Nights at Freddy's story. No hat, no movie, no 4th installment.
What? Oh, no! 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 No!
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what happened? What's wrong?
Look!
Oh no.
But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Hey, if you enjoyed these theories, show your appreciation by subscribing to the channel. Seriously, I spent more blood, sweat, and tears on these scripts than I have on the entire 4 years of this show. You know, hopefully you liked it. Hopefully you're satisfied with the conclusions I reached, and hopefully you decide to subscribe as a result. Wouldn't mind it. Now then, welcome back to the Super Amazing End Card Tournament, where today I just have a simple question. Are you excited about a Five Nights at Freddy's movie? Click over here to say yes. Click over here to say no, and oh my gosh, it's Purple Guy, watch out, he's gonna kill you. Sorry, Scott Cawthon. I'm tired of waiting for you. This time you'll have to keep up with me. Oh, never mind. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where instead of waiting for FNAF 4 to be released, this time we're getting out ahead of the game. Or at least that was the plan. Scott, I swear you are the biggest internet troll out there. Oh, it's being released October 31st. Okay, let me plan my entire schedule around that. Never mind, it's now in August. Okay, fine, let me rework everything. Lols, here's the full version now. You, Scott Cawthon, are the reason I have an emotional dependence on Diet Coke. But today I'll be sipping that sweet, sweet Diet Coke in sweet, sweet victory. Because guess what? I win! Scott, in your rush to get the game out, to get out ahead of my theories and completely flim-flam the internet and shock everyone by releasing the game 3 months early, you missed a huge detail. Maybe before releasing the game, you should have spent a bit more time researching, because this game, as you've presented it, is impossible. Let me explain. Basically, it's all but confirmed at this point that in FNAF 4, you play as the victim of the bite of 87, and that this game is either his nightmare or what he's seeing in a coma as he recovers from his injuries. Let me run you through the evidence real quick so that we're all on the same page. First, in the months leading up to the release of the game, there were clues hidden in the source code for some of the teasers on Scott's website, with the numbers 8787 repeated over and over again. 2 numbers that anyone who hasn't been living under a rock will recognize as a key date in the franchise's lore, the bite of 87. This is further supported by the text on the teaser images. All of the pictures released on the site basically ask the same question, was it me? Which seems to refer to the actual attacker of the bite itself. But there was one more word we saw repeated throughout the teasers, nightmare. Hidden over top of multiple teaser images was that exact word. That, combined with the Freddy Krueger-ish design of the animatronics, with teeth and claws everywhere, something far different from how we've seen these things designed in the past, seemed to indicate that this would be the way a child would imagine these creatures if he had had a traumatic experience with them, making it seem like what we would be playing would be a dream. Couple that with some evidence from the trailer. The first words are, "What is it you think you see?" making us question the reality of the images in the game. But there was also something that everyone seemed to overlook about this trailer, the appearance of the number 4. Scott doesn't do things randomly, as I'm sure we're all aware by now. And notice the movement of the 4. It starts off in a horizontal plane, like it was laying down on something, say a bed, but then wakes up to stand vertically before the trailer ends. Even that remnant red rectangle is meant to symbolize the bed. Everything seems to be letting us know that what we're seeing isn't really real, it's a dream, or better yet, a nightmare. Now, fast forward to the game's release, or I suppose casually meander to the game's release since it wasn't too long afterwards, and we see that this theory still holds. Flowers, an IV, and pills will occasionally show up next to your bed. Classical medical supplies that show us that this is a child in recovery. Foxy, who's hiding in a closet, will transform back to a plush toy if you hold the door closed on him long enough, making it seem like this was all a dream or hallucination. And of course, the biggest piece of evidence of all, the cutscene that ends Night 5, which, if you don't want a spoiler, click here to skip. All of you skipped now? Good. Actually shows the bite of 87 take place in the mouth of the golden Fredbear. This is further supported by the quote-unquote boss of the game being that same golden Fredbear, where in the final nights, he's the one who ends up stalking you. All the other animatronics disappear. You're being haunted by the suit that bit you. So yeah, that's it. All the evidence points to the victim of 87 being our protagonist, the character we're playing as in FNAF 4. Good job, Scott. You finally put together a game with a coherent plotline. Except you didn't. Scott Cawthon, if all of us are right in our theory, then you, sir, are wrong. Just when it looked like you were making a game that actually adhered to its own lore, you also made a game that is completely impossible from a scientific perspective. Loyal theorists, it's time we give Scott's latest bag of tricks a little lesson in real-life science. While frontal lobe injuries aren't as uncommon as people think, actually they happen all the time in car accidents, playing football, falling down, etc., having your whole frontal lobe bitten off has a much more profound impact on mental and physical functions. It would come with a whole slew of symptoms from motor skill impairment to nervous system issues, but the side effects we're most concerned with today would all be psychological. Removal of the frontal lobe significantly impacts the victim's ability to process certain types of stimuli, specifically fear stimuli. Let me give you some backstory. In the good old 1940s and 50s, psychiatrists often thought the best way to cure problems with the brain were to cut pieces out. Feeling depressed? Well, let's slice that out. Overly aggressive? That chunk probably wasn't important. As such, there are extremely well-documented studies of patients without frontal lobes, and what's fascinating about them was what happened to their fear response. Patients without a frontal lobe become uninhibited because they no longer have a fear response. Way back in my Fallout episode, we looked in depth at the most famous accidental lobotomy in history, Phineas Gage, who literally had an iron rod shot straight through his head, completely destroying his left frontal lobe. One of the most striking differences between pre-pole Phineas and post-pole Phineas was his sense of inhibition. And by that I mean post-pole Phineas had none. He had no sense of caution, no sense of fear or self-consciousness. He was described to be impulsive to the point of being rude and vulgar in public. No fear, no anxiety, no social pressure anywhere. Going back to the game, one of the things Scott does a great job of throughout the FNAF franchise is putting you in the eyes of Mike or Jeremy or whoever. We feel invested in our protagonist because we are that character. But in this case, that's scientifically impossible, specifically because of the bite of 87. If the main character of this game truly is Little Timmy Lost a Lobe, he wouldn't wander around a house clicking a flashlight on and off. Why would he? He doesn't care, because tragically, he no longer has the capacity to care. His brain structure no longer allows it. As if this weren't enough, a frontal lobe injury also tampers with concentration and attention span. The main character in the game is still supposed to be concentrated over a long period of multiple hours. But the thing is, patients without frontal lobes don't have this ability. In fact, they can only stay focused on what they see immediately happening in front of them. A child missing a frontal lobe who repeatedly turned a flashlight on and off in a hallway without seeing anything would lose interest. They wouldn't have the mental wiring necessary to concentrate on self-preservation. They would literally just go back to bed. The game is impossible the way it's being presented, because it would literally be over before it began. But the final and biggest nail in the coffin for this one is how frontal lobe injuries affect the imagination. The frontal lobe controls a ton of mental processing abilities, including dreams. You might think that an uncontrollable imagination would lead to exactly the kind of nightmares or hallucinations you see in this game, but in fact, it's the exact opposite. Rigorous studies have been done on the imaginations and dream states of lobotomized patients. While patients without a frontal lobe can have dreams, one thing they can't have is nightmares. Patients missing a frontal lobe carry their lack of fear and inhibition straight into their dreams. And why not? It makes sense. If the mind isn't registering fear consciously, there's no reason to process it subconsciously in a dream. Studies show that lobotomized patients can dream about idyllic scenarios, money, fame, praise, but they can't dream about the monsters under the bed, or in this case, the Foxy in the closet, making the nightmare state of FNAF 4 impossible for the victim of the bite of 87. In fact, going back to the dark days of psychiatry, some patients who experience the kind of recurring nightmare we see in FNAF 4 actually had their frontal lobes intentionally removed to stop these dreams from happening. One famous case describes a patient who was experiencing a recurring dream of being chased by ferocious animals. After the patient received the lobotomy in 1953, yes, he still had the dream, but would instead describe it as being a nice dream with some nice animals. His visions in the dream were no longer threatening. The animals were happy, he was happy, and he was no longer able to perceive any of the fear he once had prior to the surgery. So scientifically speaking, there is no single way the main character of FNAF 4 can be the bite of 87 victim like Scott seems to have indicated. Sure, the game could be about another kid, I guess, but that would be lame. No, this game is meant to be about the victim of the bite of 87. The poor kid who wasn't just attacked at the restaurant, but continues to be tortured through nightmarish visions, dreams, coma-induced hallucinations, whatever. I have zero doubt that that's what Scott intended, but the fact of the matter is, he just didn't do enough homework. A kid with those sorts of injuries wouldn't care about those things in the first place. He would have no fear, and there would be no animatronics, real or imaginary, that would be able to keep him up at night. Biologically speaking, nothing he would be experiencing would be any scarier than the fan. The fan. Sorry, Scott. Better luck in the movie. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. So that's the science of FNAF 4, but I'm working on picking apart the lore now. It'll take a few weeks, so make sure you subscribe to get notified of when that comes out. And to help you wait, click here to check out my all-new theory on how the characters in Dragon Ball Z pull off their famous Kamehameha waves. The science behind it all is actually incredibly cool. I mean, who hasn't wanted the ability to shoot energy beams out of their hands, right? So anyway, click there to check it out, or if you're in the mood for more FNAF goodness, binge watch some more creepy theories on the franchise by jump scaring this box right here. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go get a lobotomy so I don't have a fear response to that fan anymore. Oh, the fan. It's purple now? Forget purple man, purple fan? Ugh. My arch nemesis lives on. Oh, and by the way, get comfortable. The Steam page for this says it's the end of the original story, which means there are gonna be plenty more on the way. We have yet to leave Freddy Fazbear's. There's gotta be a code to open this. Bite of 87. New text? I must be close. Incident of 83. 1 movie. 11 animatronics. 11 kids. 1 phone guy. 1 killer. Hex code for purple backwards. Is that Markiplier?
Yes, MatPat, it was me. It was me the whole time, and that's no theory.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to the Five Nights at Freddy's podcast. Oh, sorry, I mean Game Theory. Game Theory! The show that covers theories on other games in the 2-week intervals between new installments of FNAF. But if I'm ever gonna see requests for games other than FNAF 4 in my Twitter feed, this video needed to be made. Because, I have a confession, Internet, I made a mistake in my last FNAF video. Not in my research, mind you. My conclusion that this kid scientifically could not be the Bite of 87 victim was actually 100% right, both scientifically and, as you've been eager to point out, lore-wise. No, I was wrong in calling this the Bite of 87. I'm man enough to admit my mistakes. Hey, it's why they're called theories after all, right? Anyway, in this case, Scott was sure to let me know my error in his first comment on any of my videos on the franchise to my knowledge, which was really exciting, but it did leave me wondering, should I feel honored or trolled? And let me just say, because you were asking, I didn't delete that comment. I only delete comments from game theorist bots. No, I don't want your free PSN codes, okay? So I guess Scott must have deleted it himself. Maybe there was a typo. Or maybe a clue to FNAF 5. Before we get that far ahead, let's close the book on FNAF 4. First, let's set the record straight on where it takes place. It does not take place in Fredbear Family Diner, but rather the first location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the one from the old phone guy tapes found in FNAF 3. But the Springlock yellow suits are the only ones there, I hear you typing. And you're right, they obviously are, but remember, phone guy's tapes in FNAF 3 welcome you to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, not Fredbear Diner, before he tells you about their, quote, specially designed suits. Roll that cassette tape.
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Right now we have 2 specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit.
Specially designed, i.e. not in existence during the Fredbear era. Plus, in that same set of phone calls, Phone Guy tells us the suits have become decommissioned after an incident where there were, quote, multiple simultaneous Springlock failures. What do we see at the end of FNAF 4? An incident where multiple Springlocks fail simultaneously and a child dies. And let me be clear, because the terminology is pretty confusing. In the game, the word Springlock is used to describe both the suit as a whole and the individual locking mechanisms within that suit. A Springlock suit is made up of multiple spring locks. To have multiple simultaneous Springlock failures, like Phone Guy says, would either mean multiple suits going down at the same time, which is a bit coincidental and hard to believe, or that multiple locks within the same suit collapse at the same time, causing a catastrophic failure. Say, for instance, because a child is squirming to escape and his tears are moistening the locks. Crunch. And besides, don't you think it'd be weird for Fredbear's Diner to use these suits, have them kill a child, sell the company, and then Freddy Fazbear's Pizza starts using them again? It just wouldn't make a lot of sense. Long story long, although Fredbear and Springtrap are the featured attractions at this restaurant, this is a Freddy Fazbear branded joint, one dating back to, as we see on the TV set, 1983. But enough about the timeline. I don't want to dwell on it in this episode. To me, having a general placement of the timeline is enough because the most interesting part of this game is the ending and its overall meaning. Like I said in the other FNAF 4 video, if this was just a random kid who got bit, that would be really lame. So how does this particular kid fit into the overall lore? Why is this incident of 1983 so important to show? Who is the FNAF 4 kid, and what does the ending line of "I will put you back together" mean? Well, let me tell ya, the evidence points to him being the puppet. Let's look at the evidence. First, many have pointed out the streaming tears down the kid's face, which mimic the tears down the puppet's mask. Okay, sure, that was good evidence when we first saw them in FNAF 2, but at this point, those nice pixelated streams are on nearly every chubby-cheeked kid who's ever entered these restaurants. So alone, it's not much to go on. But we can take it one step further. While the tears themselves might not be interesting, look at this. It's a screen from the Mangle minigame back in FNAF 3. This weird crying giant silhouette was just kinda out of place in the last game, and all us FNAF theorists just kinda glossed over it in our analyses, since seriously, what is it? I mean, it kinda looks like the puppet, right? With its overall fabric feel and its thin striped legs. I mean, that's what I thought at the time, but again, there was really no reason to bring it up since it just didn't fit anywhere. But now we have a new game and new information that might make this make sense. Look at its body position. Notice anything specific about it? It resembles a position we see our FNAF 4 kid in a lot throughout the game, including his final scene, kneeling down, 2 streaming tear tracks, and his face turned 2/3 toward the camera. Do you see the connection here? But not only that, look at what our kid wears. A black and gray striped shirt. And remember, this is in a world where all the other kids are generally wearing single color outfits. It's an oddly specific detail. Now I ask you, what's the signature look for the puppet? None other than black and white stripes. But besides those design details, consider that there's no sign of the puppet anywhere in this game, and yet practically every other animatronic is present in some form, meaning that this game likely exists at a time when the puppet has yet to be created. Remember when he just kinda showed up in FNAF 2, which I should remind you takes place 4 years later than this game? He just kinda came out of nowhere. Well, this could be the puppet's origin story. This idea of kid as puppet also works really well with the locked box at the end. What's in there besides Markiplier's stunning face and buttery voice? A puppet. As we see in FNAF 2, he has a habit of coming out of boxes, and he's the only one who can bend and fold up into a space that small. But there's even more evidence when you look at the timeline. Now, I challenge you to ask yourself one question. What exactly is the child afraid of in this game? Why does he hate this restaurant so much? The easy answer would seem to be the animatronics, but that'd be wrong. It's important to note that at the time of the cutscene minigames, he's not scared of Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica. When you walk over the pile of plushies in the corner, we see that he considers these characters as his friends. Foxy is kinda in that camp too, but to a slightly lesser degree because his brother has started scaring him with the Foxy mask, hence the head being pulled off. Even the weird psychic friend Fredbear isn't a scary presence for him, so clearly he's not scared of the characters. Is he scared of the people working at the restaurant? The purple guy? Maybe, but that's not quite the full answer either. Again, watch how he behaves. When trying to escape the worker in the Fredbear outfit, he can't muster the courage to run past the show stage with the yellow suits. He collapses in fear. And when the bullies drag him over to the stage, he's freaking out. Clearly, what he is specifically afraid of in this restaurant is the yellow Springtrap suits, whether in animatronic mode or suit mode, which begs one question: why? Well, the answer lies in psychic friend Fredbear. Look at the dialogue running through the kid's head. Hurry the other way and find someone who will help. You know what happens if he catches you. That line would be easy to write off as this just being a scared kid who believes the ghost stories he's heard from the dead-eyed girl he talks to on the way home. She's creepy. If it wasn't for one thing, this other line. No. Don't you remember what you saw? This kid actually saw something, a crime, something terrible in these restaurants. It would seem to imply that he saw another child get shoved into one of these suits. This would also explain the strange brown pixels sticking out of the yellow body backstage. A tuft of hair, perhaps? All of these details also fit with the character I've been lovingly calling Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who are you gonna call? Psychic Friend Fredbear. I mean, seriously, what is this thing? Sometimes he's a bear, sometimes he's referencing it, and sometimes he's a flower? Okay. At first, it seemed like the creepy little toy was nothing but an imaginary friend. That was until the final moments, after the bite, when we see the bear's signature yellow text. But this time, instead of parroting back the kid's feelings like he usually does, he shows that he is clearly in possession of a mind of his own, saying all kinds of creepy things like, "You're broken. We're still your friends. Don't you believe that? And I'm still here. I will put you back together." This isn't just a split personality of the kid or anything. This is a separate entity. This is a spirit. This is someone who knows the danger of getting caught by the people wearing those suits. This is the victim that our FNAF 4 kid saw getting stuffed. This is Golden Freddy, Purple Guy's first victim. And I know you're rushing into the comments now to say that this changes a lot of things and goes against stuff we've been saying for a while, but don't worry, we'll address it. Just get excited. We've pinpointed the identities of our two most mysterious animatronics. This is an awesome revelation from an evidence standpoint, but to be honest, it's a little disappointing from a storytelling standpoint. Here's why. We humans all have a proven psychological need to complete things. This need is called, unimaginatively, the completion principle. We want to fill in the blanks in the stuff around us so that the world makes sense and we feel in control. It's the biggest psychological reason why you want to beat a game, or even just an individual level. You know how you just can't stop and save in the middle of a level? You have to play until it's done. This is the reason why. Weirdly enough, it's even the reason why it's so hard to leave just one slice of cake, outside of sheer deliciousness, or leave out the last two pieces of a puzzle. I mean, even just looking at it on the screen, Earl, just put the piece in. Just finish the last two just animate the pieces to move over into the open slots, and I beg you, just finish the last... Thank you. This isn't just you being, OMG, I'm so OCD. It's actually because the brain is wired to respond to knowing when you're done with a task. The brain can now take the mental energy it was using to focus on that activity and use it on something else. But what happens if you don't finish that piece of cake? Or if you walk away from a game right before beating the level? Your brain can't put that activity away because it's still not finished. You literally continue to spend mental energy on it in the background, even when you're doing other things. As long as there are unknowns, your brain can't feel in total control and can't let things go. And whether he knew this when creating the first FNAF game or not, Scott Cawthon has done an amazing and infuriating job of creating a story that looks like it goes one way, but also looks like it might go somewhere else. This keeps us thinking about FNAF lore, talking about FNAF lore, pestering our favorite YouTube theorists for more FNAF lore for weeks, months, watching every video released on everything from top 10 details you missed in the FNAF 4 teaser to top 10 facts about the cupcake. The cupcake! 10 facts about the cupcake. Seriously. Once we're into the lore, our brains literally cannot let the pieces go until there's some kind of resolution, a completed story. But Scott has done such a good job of keeping the game in flux that the pieces never quite feel like they fit in a way that feels satisfying. We never get that moment of ROLAIDS. That spells relief. So we want the pieces of the puzzle to fit together cleanly, and the problem with FNAF is that while there's plenty of evidence for the story to go one way, there's also evidence for it going somewhere else. Try this one on for size. Well, there's a lot of evidence for the kid in FNAF 4 being the puppet, and I'd bet my bottom dollar that that's the solution that Scott intended. From a storytelling standpoint, more pieces actually fit together if the FNAF 4 kid becomes Golden Freddy and not the puppet. This would make our first victim, the one our FNAF 4 kid sees get killed, the puppet, like we've been been hypothesizing since FNAF 2. Suddenly, you have a group of 5 kids celebrating a birthday, one kid associated with each animatronic, with the one representing Golden Freddy being the odd man out. And this scenario perfectly mimics the FNAF 3 good ending with the Happiest Day minigame, where 5 souls from 5 kids, each representing a different animatronic, reunite to celebrate a birthday that never really happened. It actually creates a beautifully bookended story of redemption and forgiveness, a reunion of brothers. And yeah, I know the complaints. Don't get me started about the size of the kids being different. They're the spirits of dead children in an 8-bit minigame, okay? Literalizing the sizes seems to be a bit of a stretch. And it goes even further than that. In the FNAF 2 Give Gifts minigame, the puppet gives life to the dead children, with Golden Freddy as the odd man out who doesn't get a mask and does a ghostly jump scare at the end. That would reflect the 4 bullies getting killed in the pizzeria by Purple Guy in response to this incident, while the one, Golden Freddy, dies somewhere else, like a hospital bed. I mean, we do see the IV and pills and flowers, and as a result, that's why the puppet, the first victim, is able to reach those 4 kids' souls and save them, while Golden Freddy has to behave like a ghost. It also gels with the idea that the Take Cake minigame represents the first victim at the first location, and why the puppet is always the jump scare, because he's the kid we've just watched get killed. So a lot of storytelling pieces fit together, but at the end of the day, that leaves us with too many questions about why Golden Freddy is talking to our FNAF 4 kid. A spirit needs to be inhabiting that bear for the story to make sense, and Scott certainly put in plenty of evidence that leads us to believe that the FNAF 4 kid is the puppet. The FNAF 4 kid needs to have seen a tragic, scary incident to make him fear the restaurant, which means he can't have been the first kid to have been killed. In short, the challenge here is that you have a choice. There's more evidence for our FNAF 4 kid becoming the puppet, but the resulting story is more satisfying for him to become Golden Freddy. And either side leaves you wanting more, because not all of the evidence works in either scenario. And that is the true secret to FNAF. The completion principle demands that we get answers, that the scraps of evidence across the 4 games come together cleanly. But if and when they do, our brains will just be able to move on and forget about it, making it just another game that we played and is collecting dust on our shelf, or taking up memory space in our Steam account, I guess. In the meantime, good on Scott for making sure FNAF is always on our minds. He didn't do it by giving us endless levels or a whole bunch of stuff to complete. He did it just by making sure the pieces that are there are never quite enough. So GG, Scott. GG. And GG to all of you too, theorists. All of us. For trying to complete the story and solve the mysteries. I may complain about it, but honestly, I've been having a blast. It's like the Gravity Falls of video games. It's been my honor to work with all of you on this quest over the last year, and I look forward to trying to continue the quest in the year to come. In fact, since this has been a video many of you have been waiting for a long time, now that it's finally out, this Thursday at 4:00 p.m. Pacific time, I'll be live streaming right here on the Game Theorist channel, answering all the remaining questions you have about the FNAF franchise, touching on things I didn't get to cover in this episode, like the presence of Mangle in FNAF 4, while also looking at some of the theories that you've been submitting to me over the last year. So if you have a question you want answered or a theory you want addressed, between now and Thursday at 4:00 p.m. PST, tweet me at MattPatGT with the hashtag GTLive. It just helps me sort things. I'll be reading your burning questions and answering them to the best of my ability, and who knows, we may even be able to get a special guest or two in here. So remember, that's right here on the Game Theorist channel, Thursday at 4:00 p.m. Pacific time. And to get you ready, welcome back to the Super Amazing End Card Tournament, where I want to know, do you think the FNAF 4 kid is the puppet or Golden Freddy? Simple as that. You've heard the arguments for both sides. Click on one to choose. I'll let you know which side won on Thursday's live stream, and it'll all be our way of letting Scott know how we want this story to take shape. But remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear. I like switch keys at the end. It's weird. Psychic friend Fredbear. That's it. He's here, he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear. That wasn't it either. Damn. He's here, he's there. This is great. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear. That was it. Today, we end the horror. Today, we solve FNAF. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where, after months of intensive therapy, I'm back to finally put the original FNAF tetralogy to rest. It's done. No more Halloween updates, no more FNAF 5 rumors, and no more fan. Suck on that, you multi-bladed propeller of air. So shortly after my last Freddy theory, I arranged a live stream with some fellow FNAFers to close the book on the series. And what happened was something that none of us expected.
We have internet.
We have it, we're back. No, not the stream issues. Scott started talking to us. Well, kinda. He kept updating his site, scottgames.com, with cryptic messages as to the true meaning of the game. What is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. In the FNAF 4 minigame, why would the tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? And finally, 4 games, 1 story. It was incredible! After a year of taking shots in the dark, finally we were, in a way, hearing back from the man who knew all the answers. Scott Cawthon, the creator, was reaching out from the shadows to give us, for pretty much the first time ever, concrete leads as to where to look. But what did these cryptic clues mean? In the moment, the best I could do was this.
Is it possible that FNAF 2 didn't actually happen?
But in the days that followed, those 3 clues led theorists on Reddit, Steam, and YouTube to completely throw out everything that they knew about the franchise. What if we were looking at the franchise all wrong? Instead of counting animatronic toes, calculating minimum wage rates, and tracking Purple Guy's work history, maybe we needed to take a step back. What if everything in FNAF was just a dream? That's right, a FNAF dream theory, that everything we play through in these games was created in the mind of the FNAF 4's crying child. It sounds like a cop-out, right? Like a lazy storytelling cliche. Maybe, but stay with me. Even if you think you've heard parts of this theory before, you'll want to stick around. I've unearthed the clues that finally put our year and a half of FNAF speculating to rest. Of the 3 clues Scott gave us that day, the most damning one was the last one. Why would tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? What? In the FNAF 4 minigame, you can talk to a small girl on the playground with toy versions of Bonnie, Freddy, and Chica, but her beak is missing? During the stream, we were all like, Scott, please. But when we looked, sure enough, there it was. A few orange pixels laying on the ground. What? Seriously? This was the crucial detail all of us had missed. And yet, for as absurd as it may sound, those 5 pixels changed everything, upending a year worth of theorizing. Because that missing beak directly parallels FNAF 2's new version of Chica, who loses her beak when she goes on the attack. It was something we all had written off as a graphical glitch or a design choice, not as a clue to the meaning of the entire series. And yet, here it was from the creator's mouth. And that is when it started to click. FNAF 2's shiny new animatronics. What are they called? Toy animatronics. And that's not just a cute name the community came up with, like Freddles. It's right there in the custom night menu. It's canon. That's a strange name for a bunch of robots, right? Unless it's meant to be taken literally, and then they're all just a bunch of oh my god. What if they are toys, and this is all just a dream scenario inspired by these little guys? Well, let's keep going with this toy clue. I mean, obviously, the toy animatronics are shiny, plastic-looking fake, just like a small plastic action figure would be. But it explains a bigger question about FNAF 2, the look and design of Mangle. I mean, seriously, the story we're told to believe in this game is pretty absurd. That kids just rip it apart and put it back together again? And so the employees just leave it as a mangled collection of parts for small children to play with. What parent would ever be comfortable letting little Timmy touch that thing? Oh, and here's a cute thing for you to play with. Oh my gosh! Who could have seen that coming? But if we assume FNAF 2 is in the mind of a child who has seen all these toys, Mangle makes a whole lot more sense. He's just a dismantled toy. Think about Sid from Toy Story, who fuses various toys together to create hideous abominations. This explains Mangle's 2 heads. I don't care how much you redesign Foxy, no one planned him to have 2 heads. In fact, note that Mangle appears in a girl's room. An insignificant detail? I don't think so. The Chica Beak shows that this girl's toys fall apart, just like Mangle, the tear-apart, put-back-together toy. And toys explain FNAF 1, too. The crying child of FNAF 4 has 4 plushies in his room. The crew from FNAF 1. Plushies, as in soft, stuffed animals. What are the original 4 animatronics made out of? Soft materials. Fur and fabric, not plastic like the toys. So much so that the one thing that we hear about them throughout the series is that these old animatronics collect odors and never get washed, just like an overused and overloved stuffed animal. But the parallels don't stop there. Why is Foxy out of order in FNAF 1? Well, the plushie he's based on is missing its head. How about Foxy's jump scare popping in abruptly from behind a wall? It's awfully similar to the way the brother scares the crying child throughout FNAF 4. In his Foxy mask, no less. And how's Golden Freddy fit into this? Well, in the hidden FNAF 4 Easter egg, we see on the TV that the show Fredbear and Friends features the Golden Fredbear alongside the core 4 of Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica. That's your cast from the first game. The dream of FNAF 1 was inspired by this show and the plushies, hence it not containing any of the other animatronics. Even the fact that the child doesn't have a Golden Freddy plush, and that instead he has his imaginary friend, psychic friend Fredbear, who appears and disappears at will, directly references Golden Freddy's ghostly behavior in FNAF 1 and 2. In fact, every game, design detail, and animatronic can be explained under this theory. The recurring elements of the phone and the fan, right there from some of his favorite toys. The fact that no one in their right mind would work in a place like this? Dream. Firing an employee for something like odor? It's a child's imagination of what employment is like. How about the weird metaphysical hoops that you have to jump through to access FNAF 3's minigames? Well, Dreams have weird rules where dialing codes into cinder blocks makes perfect sense. FNAF 3's Springtrap is directly inspired by the girl in her golden body finger puppet that pinches and traps her finger. The idea that the animatronics stuff you into suits comes from this girl spreading the urban legend that if you die, they hide your body and never tell. The naked endoskeletons come from his time trapped in the supply room. Balloon Boy is the dream version of this kid, excited to go to the birthday party. They even have a single balloon each. Even the oddballs of Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie fit under this theory. They're the product of the crying child being freaked out by the shadows that Golden Freddy and Bonnie cast onto the wall. And while we're on the subject of shadows, Dream Theory even rolls up the purple guy. Let's pull in Scott's second clue. What is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. Yes, he could be referencing the shadow animatronics, which are literal shadows, but what he's more likely referencing is Purple Guy helping a fellow employee put on the yellow suit. They're in a dark, shadowy room, and what the kid sees, or what he thinks he sees, is someone getting violently stuffed into a suit when it's just a mascot putting on its head. Think about how traumatic it'd be if you were a kid and you were at Disneyland and then saw Mickey Mouse suddenly take off its head. It would blow your mind. But we all know that there's no murder happening. It's just employees going about the daily grind. In fact, that's why Purple Guy is purple. In the Atari-style games, shadows are represented not with black, but with purple, as indicated by the shadows cast by the animatronics on stage. That's why Shadow Freddy, Shadow Bonnie, and even the innocent employee in the dark back room, the shadowy purple guy, are such an unusual color. Still skeptical? So was I. Sure, it answers a lot and smooths out the timeline, but there was still one piece of the puzzle that was missing. One thing that was nagging me. It still felt like a convenient explanation, but not an intentional one. Not something that Scott had planned for the series. All I needed was just that one detail that made everything fit together. But then, while writing this script, it finally dawned on me. The nail in the coffin. The one piece of evidence that no one can deny and that, to my knowledge, no one has talked about in the months of theorizing. The detail that convinced me this theory has to be true. Are you ready to have your mind blown? Listen to the sound that you hear at the end of every night of the first 3 games. A grandfather clock, chiming the same song every time. Why would the end of my shift in an office be signaled by a grandfather clock chime? It wouldn't, unless I was asleep dreaming in my house with a grandfather clock right outside my room, just like the layout of the crying child's house we see in the FNAF 4 minigames. 6 o'clock a.m., time to get up. But now let's look at FNAF 4. How does each night end there? A beeping alarm clock. Why? Because we're no longer in the crying child's house. We're in a hospital, trying to recover from being bitten. Hence the pills, IV, and flower Easter eggs. No hospital has a grandfather clock, but they're all equipped with a generic digital alarm clock. This, to me, was the missing link, the piece of evidence that took this theory from convenient explanation for a lot of the game's weirdness to definitive proof that this is what Scott intended. My heart is racing right now. I'm so excited about sharing this with you. It feels like finding the Rosetta Stone, the one detail that unlocks everything else in this huge mystery we've been trying to solve. But at the same time, it's bittersweet, right? Remember what I said at the beginning of the episode? It sounds like a cop-out, right? Like a lazy storytelling cliche. How many of you agreed with that? If you're honest with yourself, I bet a lot of you. You'll notice across my videos I don't cover dream and coma theories very often for exactly that reason. They're too easy, too flexible. Because it's all a dream, weird stuff can be written off, logical errors overlooked simply because it's not actually real. In the theory world, they're OP. They're hard to argue against and can be molded to fit any random collection of details. And for a game like FNAF, where us theorists have spent thousands of hours combing through all the details, making and remaking timelines, bending over backwards to make every last piece of information fit together across the 4 games, it was just a dream reveal invalidates all of that work. It says that none of it really mattered since none of it really happened, and Scott knows this. Let's look at a quote from Scott in his update on Steam regarding the Halloween DLC for FNAF 4. Quote, "The story remains completely hidden. I guess most people assume that I filled the game with random Easter eggs this time. I didn't. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. But the bigger question is, would the community accept it that way? The fact that the pieces have remained elusive this time strikes me as incredible and special. A fitting conclusion in some ways, and because of that, I've decided that maybe some things are best left forgotten forever." End quote. To me, the key phrase here is, would the community accept it that way? He knows that it's all a dream explanation would fail to live up to our astronomical expectations. It's underwhelming. What about the puppet? What about the oddly specific detail of the paychecks? How about Scott confirming on Steam that my FNAF 2 theory was almost 100% correct? It's this "will the community accept it" quote that makes me think Scott intended the dream theory to be official, but also understands that ever revealing it would be a huge mistake. Hence him keeping it locked in the box. I mean, you can already see it in the comment threads discussing earlier versions of the dream theory. People enraged by the sheer mention of this thing. Heck, you'll probably see it in this comment section. But it doesn't have to be that way. Sure, the nights themselves may be a series of dreams, but the lore contained within those dreams doesn't have to be meaningless. In fact, it's not. Think about it. The urban legends the kids are sharing had to start somewhere. That crying child clearly saw something that made him scared of these restaurants. And then how do the Atari games fit in? Are they just dreams within dreams? They're not. In researching this episode, I not only found the clues that solidify the dream theory, but also the missing links that we've all been overlooking in putting the FNAF timeline together. Scott's final clue about 4 games, 1 story may be a reference to a crying child's nightmares and eventual death in the hospital, but it can also be referencing the story of the game's primary struggle, the puppet and the purple guy. And next week, we're covering that on an all-new Game Theory Saturday the 19th at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, 12 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. That's noon for all of you currently trying to figure out whether that's midnight or noon. I know, I get it confused all the time too. Why am I telling you the time it'll be published and uploaded? Well, we're covering that story, followed up immediately by a live stream discussion where I, and hopefully a few other theorists, will be able to answer your questions as we close out the year with the definitive answers to this incredibly mysterious series. And I want you guys to be there so you can ask your questions and talk about all this together with us live. So remember, that's Saturday the 19th at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, noon Pacific Time for that episode, followed immediately by a live discussion with you guys. I cannot wait to share all of this with you guys. And in the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Nope, you're not dreaming. It is possible to put together the pieces of FNAF. It's just a nightmare trying to do it. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where it's another day, another FNAF timeline. Don't worry though, I promise this will be my final stab at putting it all together, at least until FNAF World. Maybe that means I can finally do Undertale. You guys want that one, right? Seems like a popular choice. Let me know in the comments. Now let me start this episode by making it very clear. I think the Dream Theory is indeed what Scott intended, where the minigames featuring the crying child from FNAF 4 are real, i.e. there's really a birthday party and he really gets bitten, and the events of each night at Freddy's across the 4 games where a security guard is attacked by robots is taking place in his mind. Like I said last episode, the clock sounds coupled with Scott's own statements both during the live stream and on Steam sold me 100% on that theory. That said, I, like a lot of you, aren't 100% satisfied with that explanation. Sure, the core gameplay sequences with you as the security guard might all be in the mind of a child, but the underlying story here about a serial killer stalking the halls of the restaurant are just too detailed and too well fleshed out to just be a wash. Here, to me, are the big issues that the Dream Theory doesn't address. 1. The crying child is afraid of those yellow suits for a reason. Remember what you saw. You know what will happen if he catches you. These are lines that his imaginary friend Fredbear repeats over and over. It feels a lot more sinister and real than just, oh, this kid saw something scary and misunderstood it in the shadows. 2. The puppet doesn't have a good explanation under Dream Theory. Clearly, the puppet is one of the most important forces in this game, but he doesn't fit into the dream model cleanly. A lot of other theorists have said it's symbolic of the boy's actions in his own dreams, but later this episode I'll prove that that's not true. If anything, the boy would be the security guard in these dreams, helpless and scared, not the puppet. I'm not buying it. 3. Scott confirmed the bulk of my FNAF 2 theory. This would be a strange move for him to go out of his way to say that a chain of events was correct if it was truly meaningless. And finally, number 4. The Atari minigames. Under Dream Theory, what? They're just dreams within dreams? What is this, Five Nights at Inception? And then there are plenty of little issues too, like a young child's dreams being so detailed as to include concepts that even most adults don't know, like sister locations and accurate minimum wage rates. So I combed over everything from the past year of theorizing to come up with the most well-supported, interesting, but also logical timeline of events telling the story of the rise and fall of Freddy Fazbear's. Admittedly, there are still gaps and logical leaps, which I'll be sure to call out, but right or wrong, this is the flow of events I believe creates the most satisfying narrative to the series. So this one is dedicated to all you guys on Reddit, YouTube, Twitter, and in the comments who have been sending me theories for months. Think of this as my end of the year present for you. Right or wrong, this box is getting opened. The story begins at Fredbear Family Diner, the first location as revealed to us by Phone Guy in FNAF 2, and confirmed indirectly by Scott when he approved my FNAF 2 theory. I don't honestly think that there's much to debate here anymore. A child is murdered outside the establishment by a mysterious figure, the Purple Guy, who escapes unnoticed. The victim's restless soul goes on to inhabit a puppet, which would then haunt the halls of the pizzeria. Boom! Done. No need to dwell on that. In the wake of the tragedy, the owners sell the name of Fredbear and the character's likeness to a larger company that will soon be known as Fazbear Entertainment. From there, the timeline picks up in 1983, as seen on the Crying Child's television set. Since buying the franchise, Fazbear Entertainment has distanced themselves from the last restaurant by redesigning Fredbear into a golden singer with a yellow rabbit partner. They've also rolled out a popular TV series, Fredbear and Friends, as well as a line of merchandise that includes both plastic toys and plushies of all the characters. But perhaps the biggest addition has been a sister location of restaurants where Fredbear's friends are headlining. Freddy, Foxy, Chica, and Bonnie, known as Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. And that is our first major revelation, that FNAF 4's Fredbear-themed restaurant and FNAF 1's Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location are open at the same time. We know this thanks to the Phone Guy tapes uncovered in FNAF 3. For those of you who haven't listened to those enough times to have them memorized, I am so jealous of your life. But Secondly, let me refresh your memories. The tapes welcome you to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and then mention a tragic incident at a sister location which results in the yellow spring-lock suits being decommissioned. So let me translate that for you. For all of us unfamiliar with corporate buzzwords, a sister location is defined as another company owned by the same parent company. For example, KFC, Pizza Hut, and Taco Bell are all sister companies, with the parent company that holds them all together being Yum Brands. Yum is right. Ugh, I could totally go for some Pizza Hut right now. Pizza Hut lunch buffet, you are the best! Hashtag not sponsored. In this case, FNAF 4's Fredbear's is the sister location to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, with the parent company being Fazbear Entertainment. Corporate structure for the win! What all of this means is that the unfortunate incident that Phone Guy mentions in the FNAF 3 tapes is the crying child getting chomped, which in turn is the inciting event that causes the two recently delivered yellow suits to the FNAF 1 location, the Golden Freddy and Golden Bonnie suit Phone Guy talks about, to be stored away in the location's safe room. At this point in the timeline, still open and hidden in the back of the restaurant. Enter Purple Guy. Shortly after the yellow suits get decommissioned, more FNAF 3 tapes reveal Phone Guy warning employees to not bring customers back to the safe room and to stop moving the yellow Bonnie suit. In the following days, the safe room gets sealed with the request to, quote, not tell family, friends, or insurance representatives. Now, Phone Guy may be unaware of what's happening here, but we're not. This is June 26th, 1983, the date of the missing children incident we learn about through the newspaper clippings pasted on the walls of FNAF 1, where, in the middle of the day, an employee dresses in a costume, lures 5 children to the back, kills them, and then stuffs their bodies into the suits. Although he's caught and taken into custody, the fact that all of this takes place in the restaurant's safe room, which remember are invisible to animatronics and security cameras, means that the actual murders aren't on camera. As such, the bodies of the children remain missing, hidden in the suits, and the killer can't be charged due to a lack of evidence. This is all represented in the game by the Foxy Go 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 minigame, where the layout of the game parallels the layout of the FNAF 1 location. Pirate Cove, to the right, a dining area. And as we see in the Give Gifts, Give Life minigame from FNAF 2, the puppet saves the kids by giving them life inside the animatronic suits. So now at this point in the timeline, we have Freddy, Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, Golden Freddy, and the puppet alive and well. Well, not alive, dead, and then reborn. You get the idea. Also, the company closes up the safe rooms to avoid all liability for the murders, and eventually the pizzeria is closed and the old animatronics retired due to the health conditions of the restaurant. As we see once again in the newspaper clippings from FNAF 1, the smell of rotting bodies inside the machines starts stinking up the place. So now let's pause there for a second. Up to now, everything has been pretty well substantiated with evidence, but before we get too much further, let's take a minute back with the crying child. Remember, one of my biggest concerns about Dream Theory is that the crying child is scared of the yellow suits, but there's no real good explanation as to why. So what if the reason the crying child is scared of the yellow suits is because he saw the missing children's incident? What if he saw the employee dressed up as a yellow animatronic luring the children away? Yes, this would mean that the missing children's incident would happen before the yellow suits are retired and before the kid gets bitten, but it's a theory that works for a lot of different reasons. First, he's always at the pizzerias, especially towards the end of the day, so he'd definitely be in a position to see something like this. Second, it explains his irrational fear of the yellow suits because he saw people get taken to the back and never return. Third, the lines of "remember what you saw" and "you know what will happen if he catches you" that psychic friend Fredbear keeps repeating makes a whole lot more sense now. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, look at this line. "These are my friends." If this were indeed true, this line takes on a whole new meaning. I always thought that line was weird. Like, what, they're your imaginary friends? I suppose, but then why would his collection of plushies just be with him when he dies? Why is that such an important detail that Scott chose to include? It wouldn't be, really, but what if they were literally his friends? That he knew the kids who went missing and got stuffed, and the plushies being there in the final scene represented not his plushies, but the spirit of his friends, the ones possessing the suits, being there with him as he dies. Now that gives you a reason to be scared of this restaurant. But we can take it one step further. There's one more issue with the crying child we've yet to cover. What happens to him when he dies at the end of FNAF 4? My original theory put him in the puppet because of design details, but in retrospect, that was wrong. Reddit user 3IEYIJ, 3I... Reddit user 3iege did an analysis of the color of the text during the ending sequence. All of the final lines aren't in the yellow used for psychic friend Fredbear, but rather a mysterious new off-white color for the final lines of "You're broken, I will put you back together." It's a subtle detail, but it's very clear that this is an intentional difference that Scott included in the games. So who's speaking? Well, who else but the one figure we know gives life to children dying in events around the Fazbear Entertainment franchise. It's the puppet, promising to right the wrongs of the pizzeria by bringing peace to the crying child's spirit. How does he plan to do this? Well, look at what he says. "We are still your friends." It's not "I am still your friend." The puppet using the plural here means that there would be multiple spirits present in this final scene that consider themselves friends to the crying child, but we also see this: "I am still here." The others are gone now, stuffed, leaving only the one with the ability to transcend the animatronic suits, the puppet. This makes a lot of sense if we again assume the crying child knew the kids who got stuffed during the missing children's incident. And look at the last line the puppet says: "I will put you back together." We've all been assuming his "you" is referring to the crying child, but consider for a minute that the puppet is instead playing the pronoun game, to steal a phrase from CinemaSins, and is instead referring to the plural "you." "You 5 are broken, and I will put you 5 back together." He's planning on reuniting the spirits of these 5 friends. What makes me so sure? Well, we see it happen. It's the conclusion to the whole story. In FNAF 3's The Happiest Day minigame, we see the crying child's birthday one more time. 5 kids in masks representing the same 5 animatronics, with the birthday boy representing Golden Fredbear. You can even compare the locations. Both are long corridors with 3 tables and a 4th one slightly off to the side. The balloons are also the same colors: red, green, purple, yellow, and blue. Even the exit is where the Fredbear stage is, an exit that, if used, results in the bad ending because the souls don't get peace. It's where the child was chomped. And who's the one we see in this minigame putting everyone back together again? The puppet, just like he promised the boy he would do on his deathbed. And here's the best part: how do you get to this minigame? Well, by playing through a bunch of others, including the Stage 01 game, which you access by typing the numbers 395248 into the wall. Why are those numbers important? It's the hexadecimal code for the color of purple guy, only it's backwards. It's Scott's way of showing that the puppet is actively trying to reverse the work of the purple guy and the atrocities committed inside the walls of Fazbear Entertainment pizza places. From here, the rest of the story is surprisingly straightforward. The pizza chain reopens during the summer of 1987 in FNAF 2's bigger location. Fazbear Entertainment rolls out the toy animatronics based on the character models of their merchandise, allows them to free roam, and even equips them with facial recognition software as added protection against child murderers. I mean, there's definitely a pattern being established here, so good on them for taking preventative measures. However, as we all know, it's not enough. As we hear about from the phone guy and see in the Save Them minigame, the purple guy, now the daytime security guard, kills 5 more kids within the walls of this restaurant. When the puppet enlists the help of the possessed Freddy animatronic to save the kids, the purple guy responds, "You can't," because it's true. They're already dead. That said, a case can be made that the puppet successfully gets these 5 souls into animatronics too. Notice that before this, 6 characters were possessed, but now there are 5 new animatronics in this location: Toy Bonnie, Toy Freddy, Toy Chica, Mangle, and Balloon Boy. 5 spirits for 5 robots? Quite the coincidence, don't you think? Additionally, we hear from Phone Guy that around this time, the toy animatronics inexplicably become more aggressive towards adults, but stay friendly towards kids. The only explanation here is that the 5 new child spirits are given life in the new toy suits by the puppets, but these spirits are angry. The pizzeria is gonna close, but not before one final birthday party, where angry and eager for revenge against their killer, these newly created, possessed toy animatronics lash out at their murderer, the purple guy, who they know as the daytime security guard. Except, bad news, purple guy is long gone. He did his business and got out. In his place is Jeremy, night security guard moved to the day shift, wrongfully attacked by a vengeful toy animatronic the day of the birthday, losing his frontal lobe and coining the now iconic Bite of 87 moniker in the process. This causes the location to be shut down and the toys to be scrapped. Animatronics from here on out are no longer allowed to walk around, and with Jeremy out of commission, Phone Guy volunteers to take over the position of Night Guard. Which brings us to our conclusion. The story comes to a final head in 1993. We know it's that year because of the minimum wage rate at the time, as well as the 11/12 date on the check. It doesn't matter if you're working night or day shift, all workers get paid on Fridays, and November 12th, 1993 landed on a Friday. It just fits. So Fazbear Entertainment tries to reopen the FNAF 1 location with the original animatronics and Phone Guy as security night guard. With the restaurant reopened one final time, we see this scene, where the puppet is waking up the spirits inside the animatronics one final time. It's time to get their revenge on Purple Guy at last. Phone Guy gets killed, and as we see in the final news article on the wall, no one comes to the restaurant because of its dark, tragic history, with the franchise closing at the end of the year. Sometime after, Purple Guy returns to the building, dismantles the suits, but in doing so, unwittingly unleashes the spirits of the dead children, who attack and kill him, and if they're reunited by the puppet in Happiest Day, finally receive their peace. Well, that is until Fazbear Fright opens and unearths Springtrap, but with all the other animatronics at peace, the puppet must get his hands dirty one final time, returning to burn down the building and finish Purple Guy off for good. Or not. Like any good horror story ends. So what about the Phantom animatronics, Shadow Freddy, and all that? Stay tuned, we're going to talk about those during the live stream immediately after this episode. The video's getting really long at this point, so I want to kind of close it out here. But as we close out here, I have to ask you this. Was that answer satisfying? You see, that's the beauty of the dream theory and the frustration of anything else. There's so much lore, so many puzzle pieces to fit together that in order to account for everything, the story can't get much simpler than that. Dream theory in this instance is so satisfying here because it explains all the messiness of the lore in broad, easy to understand strokes without you needing a PhD in FNAFology to understand what's going on. Sure, it is possible to fit the details together cleanly, but it's not an easy to follow story. It's almost like you need a full-length book to truly put all the pieces together. Okay, I get it. Scrap everything I just said. Scott's got a book. Another FNAF video made moot by a Scott Cawthon announcement. Or not. This is actually a last-minute update. I'm recording this literally hours before the video and live stream tomorrow, but it was just too important to leave out, because it looks like Scott agrees with my conclusion. For once, the story is indeed just too crowded to be satisfying. When talking about the new novel, which, true to form, released early, he said the following. Quote, "The truth is that after a while, lore becomes so dense that there isn't room for a story anymore. Sometimes a timeline gets so full that the only way to tell a real story is to have the story set in a different timeline." End quote. So there you have it. Dream theory for your simple answer, and a 20-minute long timeline for those of you who want something a bit more complete. So which do you find more satisfying? Well, let's talk about all of that live right now. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game.
Hey guys, and welcome to GT Live, the big game theory, FNAF theory talkback, where we finally put an end quadrilogy
There you go.
of FNAF.
Almost there.
As a good way to kind of cap off the year and of this game that we have been endlessly talking about, doing video after video of, and now we have the story. The Halloween update is out. The book, surprise, surprise, came out yesterday. Thanks a lot, Scott, for that one. True to form, Scott has it in his hands, is like, let's just put it up there. So today, we're talking about the theory that you just saw, the theory from last week, the dream theory. We have our trusty FNAF theorist team ready to come on and discuss all of these things. some of the unaddressed issues, the shadow animatronics. That's a big one. Are you a dream theorist, or are you a timeline theorist, or is there a middle ground? So all of that we're gonna address right now. Just so that you guys know, if you're just tuning into the stream now, or if you're late to the game, you can rewind back to the beginning of the live stream to either rewatch or catch up on anything that you missed from the episode proper. This is a big experiment. We're trying this as like the first live game theory. I'm really excited about it. So in case you missed the actual episode, you can just rewind in the stream and replay. Also, just so you know that this is going to be archived on the Game Theorist channel. So as soon as the stream is done, it'll be public for you to rewatch in its entirety, episode proper, and then the live stream afterward. Because this is a live stream and because this is the big capper for all us FNAF theorists, I want to make sure that you guys are involved in the chat. So if there are unanswered questions that you want to know, any questions for us, anything that still bothers you, or your own theories, submit them to us in the chat. We're in the chat. Stephanie here is in the chat. Hey, Steph.
Hey, guys.
Stephanie's here in the chat, but then also use the hashtag on Twitter, GTLive. It's just easier for us to keep track of because there are literally 55,000 people watching us right now, which is just mind-blowing. So if you tweet at us, at MattPatGT, hashtag GTLive, that'll help make sure that we have a higher likelihood of seeing your question or your comment, okay?
Yeah, especially if you have big questions. The place to put them is on Twitter, and then other people can also tweet them, and we can see which ones kind of rise to the top first.
Yep, exactly. So there you go, guys. That's it. Rewind if you haven't seen the game theory. Let's introduce some people, though. They have been patiently waiting for me to start this whole thing off. So with that being said, should I unmute them? Yes. Let's do that now. Great. So we're unmuting the guys now. There we go. So with us today, we have Dawko, we have Ryan from 8-Bit Gaming, without other Ryan, unfortunately, and we have Smike here. Hey, guys. Hey. Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. Thank you for being a part of this again. It's always a pleasure to have you guys on. And just so you know, you guys watching the stream, Ryan's going to have to leave in about a half hour. So he's not being rude, and he's not sick of FNAF. And, you know, he's not sick of hanging out. And he's not, you know, sick of the live stream or anything. He just, you know, people have stuff to do on Saturdays. Clearly I don't, but, you know, some people do. Also, we're hoping to get Razbowski on here in a little bit. He said he's running a bit late. He's got work because people actually do work, but he'll be joining us too, all right? So, guys, as some of the FNAF theorists online, I have to ask you, we have the dream theory, where everything is a dream. Everything, like in the child's imagination, all these animatronics are created. The toys inspire FNAF 2, you know, his plushies inspire FNAF 1. Purple guy is a shadowy figure that he sees putting on an animatronic suit. So you have that explanation, or you have this hugely convoluted timeline, you know, of diners, sister restaurants, closings and openings, and 11, I believe I counted 11 in total dead children at least. So where do you guys fall? At this point, we have all the information. What do you guys say? Are you a dream theorist, or are you a timeline theorist, or are you a mix? I'm really curious to get, you know, what your thoughts are on this. Because I know where I fall, but I want to get your opinion first. Anyone? Feel free to take the floor.
Go on, Lewis. You first. You're close.
Okay. I would. Sorry. I have some ideas.
Well, Smike's like, I want to talk now.
I'm gonna let Dawko talk.
Okay.
Okay. I'm a mix. I would say obviously FNAF 4 is a nightmare. I'm a bit iffy with Five Nights at Freddy's 2 and also Five Nights at Freddy's 1.
Okay.
I feel like Five Nights at Freddy's 1 seems to be the most dream-like nightmare because you get all the hallucinations, you see all the animatronics in the corridors like glitching all over the place, you know, and it doesn't seem real to me. It seems less real in Five Nights at Freddy's 1 than FNAF 2 to me. But yeah,
and then,
I'm a bit of a mix.
And then what about FNAF 3 with, you know, do you really think that they have, you know, that 30 years into the future, that some company has taken Freddy Fazbear's and the story around it and turned it into an actual horror attraction, and that there's a haunted house dedicated to this like serial killer pizzeria.
Yeah, the only part what makes me feel like, okay, that's a bit unrealistic, even though it's a game, is the hallucination part. You know, when Phone Dude says, oh, hey, listen to the gas, like, look out for the gas, it will make you hallucinate, and then you hallucinate.
True. Little known fact, guys, Dawko was the voice of Phone Dude. You can tell the similarities, right?
Oh. Phone guy's ringing me now.
Oh man! Dawko is both Phone Dude and Phone Guy. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Dawko's too popular. Okay, so Dawko, you're a mix. Yeah. Ryan, what would you say? Where do you fall on this? Because I know you guys also covered the Dream Theory. I know that you guys have covered, every bit of lore. You talked a little bit about the book as well. What are your thoughts?
I think definitely it's going to be the Dream Theory, because you've got to think about FNAF 4, like it's the last game in like the quadrilogy, and it feels so real compared to the other ones, if you know what I mean. Like nothing in these minigame sequences seems to be strange or unrealistic, and you kind of contrast it to like the other games where it's all like 1987 and there's apparently robots that can walk around an establishment, kill people, things like. I think it's meant to feel unrealistic, and FNAF 4 purged forward the idea that this is the reality, and it's all in this child's mind, because the things that Scott teased too, with like the child's beak and things like that, it just seems too ironic that they would then be called the toy animatronics, and it was a toy with this missing beak, and then the connection, and just the uncanny things, like FNAF 3, like Springtrap, that's insane.
Right.
How could that be real? I think it gets too bizarre.
Okay, so you're fully in the dream camp. You don't think anything is real.
I think it's a big debate. I think,
except for FNAF 4.
Game that kind of did like this, it did like, continuous nights to build on this character.
Yeah.
And the nights also, you could find relations to all of the games too.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it hinted too much to these games being within the child's mind of some kind.
Okay, fair enough. Smike, where do you fall? You had an opinion earlier that you wanted to express.
I like this. I think this is good. Dawko, Ryan, and me is like left to right. This is perfect. I just want to say, so
we planned it that way completely, Smike. It's great.
So when I saw your video, Pat, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it really influenced my opinion on this a lot.
Achievement unlocked.
I think it makes a lot of sense. But I just want to say, so first of all, I do think it is Dream. I'm more on the Dream side than on the realistic side. And I agree with a lot of what you said, but I also want to add my own sort of opinion on why this is. First of all, when Scott did the updates during the last, live stream, which kind of crashed.
It was seamless, guys. Come on, there was no problems whatsoever. It's perfectly smooth.
It's because of Scott's mind. He kind of, but he added these, teasers that really hinted at, I think, sort of unrealistic, dream-like sequence, especially when he said, that there are shadowy figures that can be misinterpreted by the mind of a child.
Yeah.
And when we talked about, for me, really, the game breaker was Chica's beak.
Right.
When we talked about Chica's beak and obviously in FNAF 2, there's this personification of Chica losing her beak, just like in the garden and the mind of the child. Of course, the child's very young, very impressionable. But also beyond that, if you really want to think about it logically, animatronics, the way they're made, the way they are built, they're very, especially if you look at FNAF 4, I think, you can see on the stage, they're very icky, they're not extremely versatile, they don't round like that.
Two frames, literally, isn't it? They're up and they're down.
Right.
Exactly, they just go like this. Exactly. And they have a very binary movement, they go up, down, up, down.
The Smike animatronic.
Yeah. The only time as well when we actually see these guys moving around the establishment, there's a character, human in there, always.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really in the child's mind that they become so animated and they go like in your face like that,
Right.
And they really open their mouth. And that's just so far beyond the line of what animatronics, especially back in those days in the 80s, 1983, 1987, in the 1990s.
Those Chuck E. Cheese era animatronics, not cutting it, huh?
They were brutal.
Yeah, and they're on ropes and everything, and they're not very good. And it's not like military grade animatronics, like today, like those creepy YouTube videos you see, especially in the restaurant, it just doesn't make that much sense. And also the second thing, which is I just don't believe in ghosts, I guess. So when we think about it, like logically, you know, there's just so many supernatural things, you know, and unless you could say maybe like in the FNAF World demo there was a purple geist, you could say there's like some kind of a poltergeist in the game, maybe. But that seems very imaginary to me, in my opinion.
Fair enough. So for me, I think this last theory does kind of my viewpoint justice, which is, I think it's a mix. I think that you are seeing bits and pieces of a story through the mind of a child in his dreams because he can't comprehend everything that he's seeing. You know, stuff about serial killers and death and murder and stuff like that, that doesn't register to a child. You know, they process death in a very different way. But at the same time, like I say in the video too, very clearly there are so many details and little points and sister locations and paychecks and things that you read and color details in the text. And Scott even confirming, you know, my theories and talking about how no one has really unearthed the story of FNAF 4, stuff like that, that it feels like there's more there. And so, to me, Dream Theory is really satisfying because it's an easy explanation. You don't have to know, like for me, at this point, I have listened to these phone calls so many times that I literally have them memorized.
Recites them.
Yeah, I recite them in my sleep, guys. Like, no joke. But you know, at this point, in order to really appreciate and get everything out of a gross timeline theory, that's as simple as you can get. You need 4 or 5 different locations across 40 years of time with 11 dead children and, you know, X number of animatronics and Foxy's toes evolving from 2 toes to 3 toes to 4 toes. Yes, that is true. In FNAF 1 he had 2, FNAF 3. Yeah, so there's so many different pieces and parts to it that, you know, that to me, that it merits that there's something more there, but yes, it is kind of being filtered through the mind of a child, and you are getting these bits and pieces of the underlying theory. That's the one that's most satisfying to me.
Do you want to check where the chat is?
Yeah, actually, Steph, if you can hop onto Twitter and actually create a poll around, so on at MattPatGT, let's create one of their new polls. Woo, Twitter, new functionality. We're going to create a poll to see where you guys stand. You know, are you Dream Theory, are you Timeline Theory, or are you a mix? So let us know on Twitter, and by the end of the stream, we'll have kind of your definitive answer, right, guys?
So far, the anecdotal stuff from the chat, so I've been trying to watch and see where everybody's netting out. It's very divided.
Yeah.
Everyone's falling one way or the other. There's like a small portion that's mixed in the middle. There are some people who are like, it can't be anything but the Dream Theory. It has to be the Dream Theory, and there's a whole other contingent. It's like, no, timeline.
Right. Well, okay then. So Ryan, let's toss it back to you. As a pure, because this, and I say it at the beginning of my episode, as a pure Dream Theorist, what is the puppet? That, to me, is the #1 complaint I have against saying that this is purely dreams. Because, yes, I can write off the animatronics. Yes, I can write off the purple guy. Yes, I can write off the toy animatronics and Balloon Boy and Nightmare Balloon Boy and all this stuff. I can get that, and I can get behind that. But the biggest question mark for me is, what is the puppet? Because we see the puppet in multiple forms, right? And I think FNAF 3 is the most interesting because you see the phantom puppet, but then you also see a physical incarnation of the puppet roaming the halls of the FNAF 3 Fazbear Fright restaurant, where he is in physical form. You see his reflection in the water. What is he? Is he a personification of the crying child? Is he some other force? Is he God? And that's another thing that's interesting here is, you know, we know that Scott is a religious figure, that his past games had religious undertones. Is there a religious element to this that all of us have been overlooking, and does that play in? I don't know. I'm just tossing that out there for you guys to think about. But Ryan, I'd love to hear, as a pure Dream Theorist, how are you factoring in the puppet? Because to me, I don't have a clean answer to that.
Well, there's one really interesting thing that I discovered in FNAF 2, which I think almost kind of it determines the differentiation between two minigames. If you look at the minigame where you just see the one establishment and this Freddy Fazbear character, compared to the one in the FNAF 2 establishment, they're two different characters. They're totally different, unique pixel models, which almost means that the situation in the FNAF 2 game where you see the puppet jump scare you, it could potentially be real because we're seeing this guy driving a car too.
In the FNAF, you're talking about the difference between the FNAF 2 give gifts, give life minigame, or no, sorry.
It's the help them save them when you play as Freddy with the microphone.
Versus give cake.
To the children.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. So it brings in this kind of like, this realistic tone where you've got this driver and this different character, not the purple guy. Is it the purple guy? Excuse me, I'm sorry, it's the pink guy.
It's oh god! Don't even get me started on. Don't get me even started on pink guy.
On this, but it's. I think the important message of it is the fact that it's totally different to all the other ones where we're playing as these weird animatronics, and this guy like giving cake to these children. It almost seems like you're inside a. That's why it's pixeled and designed to be different.
Sure.
When we see this help them save them.
Yes.
So that sequence may be real, for all we know.
Okay.
Been an original murder, because I think that other than that, there is really no explanation truly that defines the puppet's origins.
Hold on.
It's true.
There was a really big theory about the puppet linking with the dreams, that the puppet is the dream creator.
Yeah.
Where the puppet has created all of these animatronics, and that's the kid himself creating the dreams.
Okay.
And what Phone Guy says as well, he's always thinking in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. People were saying that's the child's mind. He's always thinking of these dreams, what he's creating.
Okay.
I found that interesting.
Interesting. So, but if so, it's interesting because to me, if I hear that the puppet is the kid himself, the dream creator, what that makes me think of is he would be more associated with the security guard, because as the security guard, he's helpless, he's scared, he's terrified of these animatronics, right? We see him crying every night. Like, these are scary dreams to him. These are nightmares. And so the puppet, though, is a very empowered figure in the games. He's the one who, you know, he's probably the most ferocious and unknown of all the characters, right? And we see him in the mini games trying to like bring life to all these dead children and all this stuff. Do you think that, like, I don't know, like, to me, I have a hard time justifying a scared child. Right.
It's a strange one because like you've got to think about the puppet. The fact of how unique he is also in the games too. Like, he's the only one to be not being animatronic. He's like floating around, see through things like that. So he's specifically unique. So maybe that's a metaphor for his. I don't know. Maybe the minigame where we see that it might be real, rather than a dream. Well, it seems like there's something really far-fetched within that sort of scenario.
Sure. Smite.
It's sort of the equivalent of like the smoke monster in Lost or something. You know? Like every horror movie or every supernatural whatever, you know, has like this creature that doesn't really seem to have an explanation or anything like that. Like, he just, you know, it just makes you like think, you know, it just makes you come up with all these wild theories. I think Scott kind of wants that. He doesn't want it to be too clear, and the puppet sort of represents that. I mean, you can see that by how he moves. He's not chained to you know, he has this chain, and he is chained, but he somehow manages to free himself and move through the hallways and just fly whatever he wants. It's like he has his own conscience. I don't know, personally, I never really liked him. I kind of got a bad, eerie feeling about him.
See, the puppet is by far my favorite character. I love the puppet. Yeah. High five. There it is. Boom. I think the puppet is fascinating because to me, like, very clearly, he feels like the linchpin to all of this. You know, to go back to I think it was Ryan who said, you know, the hints that Scott dropped during the last live stream. Maybe it was Smike because he was making fun of the live stream issues. Thanks, Smike. But to reference the hints that Scott dropped last time, you know, 4 games, 1 story. Yes, that could be 4 games telling the one story of the child dreamer. Or to me, you know, the alternate way of looking at it is it's 4 games telling the one story of a puppet and of a child and his murderer. And so you have the child and the purple guy who the child gets killed at the very beginning of the timeline. He possesses a puppet, and now at the very end of the timeline, you have the puppet setting fire to the Fazbear Fright to kill off the Springtrap suit and purple guy inside of it one final time. And so you have this bookend of purple guy kills puppet, or purple guy kills child, child kills purple guy. And that is your 4 games, 1 story right there. That to me feels satisfying. You know, and yes, you do have to make a lot of like magical hallucinogenic leaps to kind of get there, and suspend your disbelief in a lot of ways. But that's what I think. Steph, what's going on?
So that whole conversation brings up something that's been surfacing in the chat and also has gotten a lot of attention on Twitter.
Yep.
Including something that's been retweeted quite a bit at this point from our buddy Shane at Did You Know Gaming.
Oh, Shane! Hey, Shane!
Who's saying that the most interesting question of all of this is the original intentions of the game versus where it went as these stories evolved, which I know we're getting to. I just wanted everybody to know in the chat that and on Twitter that I think you guys are getting there.
Yeah.
But that's the question that's coming up is like, okay, it's cool, now it fits together with the dream theory, kind of. There are a few ways to interpret it. Where were the intentions behind
Okay, let's ask the question then. Okay, so Shane from Did You Know Gaming and a lot of people in the chat are asking, was this planned from the very beginning? Or, you know, when FNAF 1 suddenly took off, Scott's like, hey, we need a sequel, and then, like, was the story planned out from FNAF 1? Was it planned out at FNAF 2, or was it just kind of like each game built on itself and tried to kind of like retcon in all the little details as you went along? Any thoughts from you guys?
I think it was planned. I think there was too much to the first game that really, because you know the little Easter egg things, and also the calls as well. Some of the things that were said, like you know he referenced the Bible, he said only once.
Yeah.
And like it was like I think he wasn't sure how the game was going to do, of course, but he wanted the games to do well so that he could finish off doing this story.
Interesting.
He left kind of a few unanswered questions, but it did play much like a game. You know, you didn't look into the aspects of the lore.
Yep.
I think you'd see it that way, and you could enjoy it just for that. But I think there was always this underlying factor of wanting there to be a story to it as well.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's my thoughts on it. Yeah.
That's great.
I think you're wrong.
I wish I had my air horn. Bah, 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 bah. Really? Okay, it's Mike. Okay, what do you have to say?
Yeah, because look, I mean, first of all, I mean, you know, it's okay not to know exactly. It's kind of like, you know, when you go into an interview and you start a sentence and you don't know exactly where the sentence is going to lead, but you kind of like, you know, sort of, and then it turns out okay, you know. And,
Mike's had some weird interviews.
I feel like that's kind of how it is here, you know. He starts off a story and he doesn't know exactly where it's going to lead, especially because he's an independent game developer. That's something that's very common.
Yeah.
You then start something, you know, it's something that I think this game also has some similarities to, say, The Binding of Isaac, you know, the crying child and everything. And, I mean, that developer, Edmund McMillan, he had that something similar where he starts a game and the game is very coherent and has a lot of really interesting stuff, but he didn't know everything in the beginning, you know. He just kind of gradually...
Is FNAF 4's crying child actually Isaac from Binding of Isaac? If you look at the tear tracks on his face, if you look at his height and measure pixel measurements across the two, theory confirmed. Yes, Scott Cawthon is Edward McMillan. Done, boom. Dropping the mic.
I like it.
Right? FNAF 4 solved.
I like it though. I like that chat. I mean, I don't know, personally, I just like stories where, you know, you see that kind of stuff, because it feels personal. Like, I don't know what happened to Scott as a child, or I don't know him personally, but it just feels like he's putting some deep trauma or something that he's trying to desperately reveal, you know, through the game.
Scott,
I don't know.
Scott, if you need to lay down on the couch and just talk through things,
It's okay.
we're here for you. You got the four of us here. We're here to support you, my friend. Okay. So Smike thinks it was just made up. Dawko, how about you, sir?
I agree with Ryan. I think he knew it from the start.
Wow.
Like Ryan said, the posters in the corridor of the crying child, you know, and you know, stuff like that, stuff we didn't know what the hell was going on in the first game made sense later on.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But even if he didn't, he still made it work, you know. Even if he didn't know that he was going to make 4 games in 1 year.
I'm not saying he didn't make it work.
Yeah, he made it work, you know. He did.
I'm just saying.
ladies, you're both beautiful. It's okay. Smike's slightly more beautiful just because of the hair. No, it's. So I would. I think I side slightly more with Smike on this one. I think that in FNAF 1, he did have an idea of a deeper story. Like, very clearly there was a deeper story that he had specifically for FNAF 1. I think that was definitely the case. But one of the biggest hurdles, and this is for you guys, you know, watching a peek behind the curtain of me creating these theories for game theory, but one of the things that I've struggled with time and time again with this series is those initial 4 news articles that you see posted on the wall. And very specifically, it says June 26th, so you already start with like a dedicated date. But then the last of the article says that Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria is set to close at the year end after that tragedy that happened there many years ago. And it's that many years ago where unless you take that one article out of place and use those 3 for earlier, and this one is just like years down the line it appears, that one doesn't have a clean place in the timeline. It's the missing children's incident, which is, again, the thing that starts off all of this whole franchise. It is the first, like, piece of hidden lore that we all uncovered. Like, that's the thing that is actually the hardest thing to fit into the timeline. And so that's why I think, with Smike, I think that once he hit FNAF 2 and started including the death minigames and some of that back lore, that's when he's like, hey, I need to start providing some level of answer or some level of deeper conversation here that'll keep people talking. And then what I think happened, though, was he didn't expect people to go as deep into the lore as they ended up doing, right? Like, I think he expected people to analyze the death minigames. He expected people to try and fit it in with the missing children's incident, all of that stuff. But when people start going in to, like, literally every word that Phone Guy says and mapping out dates and 2 toes, 3 toes, 4 toes, colors of animatronics, designs of animatronics, I think that there are certain things there that he didn't account for, which then goes to, you know, parts 3 and part 4, and then finally, you know, what he said with the release of the novel, which I end the theory on, which is all about, like, hey, sometimes the story becomes so dense and so loaded down with lore that you can't actually move past that and create an interesting story. And I think that was his way of, like, saying, hey, this is done. I can't do any more with this because there's just so many pieces that have to fit together at this point that it's just too overburdened. I need to kind of wipe some of these things under the rug to create more interesting stories in this world. Real quick, Ryan, you probably have to get going, right, sir?
I have to say for one more question.
Okay, great.
Cool. And Razbowski is also around.
Oh, great.
If you want to bring him in.
Awesome. So we'll call Razbowski. So actually, when you hop off, Ryan, we'll call in Razbowski and slot him in. So
yeah, make it smooth. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be nice. So Raz, we'll get you in a second. One of the things that I want to ask, and again, for those of you who are just tuning into the stream, now's a good time to refresh everyone. For those of you who are just tuning in, if you want to see the actual episode of Game Theory that started off all this conversation, that's kind of the timeline of events that wraps up the whole franchise, go back to the beginning of the stream, just rewind it in your player. It's still there. You can just watch the first 15 minutes and then hop back to where we are in the stream and catch up with us.
Or anywhere in between.
Or anywhere, yeah. Watch anything. That's the beauty of live streaming and video on demand, guys. Thumbs up. And also, we're still running the poll on Twitter, whether you're a dream theorist, a timeline theorist, or somewhere in the middle. So make sure that you're hitting us up on Twitter, at MattPatGT there. So one final question. Ryan, if you want one final question, let's ask it. I want to know, what are your... What's a good question to ask you?
There have been some that have come up in the chat, but maybe has he gotten a chance to weigh in on the book or anything like that?
I was going to say, like, is there before you hop off, final thoughts on these first 4 games, the book, which I know you haven't fully read, but like you've been researching it, things like that. What are your thoughts on the Five Nights at Freddy's first story that we've been presented with through these games? Any closing remarks, any closing thoughts, or should I actually ask you a mean question about, like, Phantom animatronics? No?
Just kind of like my opinion on how it kind of went from FNAF 1 to 4.
What was that? Yeah, comment on FNAF 1 to 4. Great. Cool. So
speechless.
He has been rendered speechless.
There we go.
I think you said I think she said with the am I breaking up?
You're a little bit breaking up. It is catching up to you though now. Here we go. There you're back now.
Yeah. Okay. So You can actually refresh me with the question again.
No, just any closing remarks or final thoughts that, you know, as we're kind of putting the wrap on this main series, anything that you want to close out with?
I think mainly it's just like the story. I think it's worth looking at from like the both different standpoints. I mean, like there is the timeline theory, but you know, I think that the people also who, because the timeline theory has been so prominent throughout this whole thing, the dream theory is now coming. I think it's good to look at it with that the fresh pair of eyes, because that's what really inspired us to do that too.
Yep.
And I think it's just nice to consider both ends. As I say again, just the dream theory, you need fresh pair of eyes really to understand that one. So you can look at it all from a different standpoint, because I can understand why people still believe the timeline theory.
Yep.
Because it's very, it's very prominent. And
Yeah.
I think that's about it, really. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Two theories have already been kind of thrown out there, and I think it's definitely between the two. That's the hot debate now, isn't it? And that's kind of what the game's closing off with.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think, you know, we have spent the last year and a half looking at all of these events as 100% real, and as like these are very specific events happening in a timeline, in a real world setting. And so there's been a lot of pushback to the dream theory simply because it doesn't, it washes away a lot of stuff, it doesn't fill in a lot of the details, whatever, it can be made whatever it is. So I think, to your point, keeping an open mind about the dream theory, if you are a timeline theorist, keeping an open mind about the dream theory and looking at it through that lens, and just staying open to it and seeing how does this all fit together under this new context, I think that's a really interesting point and a good thing to kind of look towards as you kind of like decide which way to go. Because it's so easy to have that knee-jerk reaction of, oh, this is different, this is new, I don't believe in this. Because it wastes all my time that I put into my timeline or whatever, and to do so would do a disservice to the franchise if this was indeed what was intended. So I think that's a great point. Cool. So Ryan, thank you so much for joining. You can hop off now, sir, and Jason, we'll figure out how to call in Razbowski. Okay.
And at this point, we can probably check in a little bit on Twitter and chat, and I'm here standing in as the voice of the chat, so I'm looking for questions.
This is Stephanie, by the way.
Hey, if there are a bunch of questions that I see over and over again, I'm trying to pull those out, and I also have the early results of the poll, which is like about 6,500 people have voted so far, and it's 53% dream and 47% timeline.
Wow.
So it's a pretty close call.
It is. It's a close match. That's pretty intense. It's pretty evenly divided, guys. It's fascinating. What do you need, sir? What? I mean, can you bring up Razbowski?
No. I mean.
No, I mean like, can you? Because what is his Skype? I'm not. Or.
Oh, you want to grab him?
He should be.
Is he in there?
Accessible to you.
Oh, he's accessible to me. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's bring in Raz. Add people. Here we go. He's not accessible to me.
Oh no.
So.
He's in the chat.
He's in the chat?
I mean, I put him in the chat, the contact of Raz.
Okay, that's cool. Well, let's see. Here. So while that's going on, real quick, one of the things that I want you guys to think about, that I want to throw out to the chat here too, or to the guys thinking, because when we bring in Razbowski, we're getting into the nitty gritty here. Two of the questions that have bothered me, and that I think a lot of people complain about for the series, is the Phantom animatronics. Why? What are those things? Why are those specific like four things? The Phantom Puppet, the Phantom Freddy, Phantom Mangle, Phantom Foxy, but it's version 2 of Foxy from FNAF 2 and not a toy animatronic. And also one of the other weird kind of wrinkles in the lore is the Halloween update. So Scott, for Halloween, updated things with Nightmare Mangle, Nightmare Balloon Boy, and Nightmare Puppet, Nightmare Marionette, It's cute. It's cute. Good name, guys. And what he said, this is actually confirmed by Scott. Nightmare Balloon Boy is canon, but Nightmare Mangle and Nightmare Marionette are not.
What was the rationale for that?
Well, that is the question. That is the question. So, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, because you were talking about the whole thing of can he do the story and not have it all planned out in advance? Can I mention Breaking Bad season 5, or is that like?
You can. I am a fan of Breaking Bad season 5, so I'm curious where you're going with this.
I mean, it's been a while, so I guess I can spoil it, right? Or
I think you'll be hashtag spoiler alert if you have not seen season 5 of Breaking Bad.
I'm just gonna say it in a general way. There was one element of Breaking Bad season 5 which was introduced in a flashback in the beginning of season 5, which then at the end of season 5 was a major element in how the finale turned out. And they actually admitted in I remember I saw a behind the scenes or something, and they admitted that they had no idea how it was gonna be used in the finale and how it was gonna play into that, and they had to sort of figure that out.
I'm curious, what was that element?
So it was the gun, the mesh gun.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to know what that was. So, so not too many spoilers here, guys. But the big automatic rifle. Okay, cool.
Rifle, yeah, that's gonna use it at some point, yeah. And that's something that I saw happens pretty often, a lot of stories, and I know Bioshock Infinite had that happen where they figured out a lot of things towards the end.
Yep.
And so it's even things like Game of Thrones, for example. And so even very serious writing works sometimes have these very uncertain, and so I think it's natural. It doesn't have to be,
right.
The others.
Well, and it is. It's one of those things that if you plan your story to have a bunch of cliffhangers or things right when you start, and then it doesn't pick up or it doesn't go anywhere, then it's well, no one gets to know the story. You don't want to go in with this huge back lore because there's that expectation of the audience has to be invested in this thing in order to get anything out of it. And so that's not necessarily a bad thing building along the way. It's just kind of a necessary thing where you hint seeds of a backstory and then you flesh it out if it does indeed pick up, in which case FNAF it did. So I think that's interesting. And to the point of the nightmares, and Dawko, I want to hear your opinions on this. For me, one of the things that bothers me, so Scott, like I said earlier, Scott confirmed that Nightmare Balloon Boy in the Halloween update is indeed canon, but then you have Night Marionette and Nightmare Mangle are not. That confuses me, and that's something that I have had a hard time rectifying in really any theory, because if you're a dream theorist, we see the Balloon Boy, and that translates to Balloon Boy in the FNAF 2 game. We see Mangle in his house, the crying child's house, and that translates to Mangle in the FNAF 2 game. You don't see Puppet, which, okay, that's good, because Puppet is this weird kind of esoteric character, this more spirit-like entity. And so why then is Mangle not canon, but Balloon Boy is? I feel like the two of them should be canon together, or alternatively, none of them are canon, which is equally just as fine, right? You have all three of those guys are specifically from FNAF 2's location, and so if they're not canon, that's fine. It's easy to kind of either write them all off, or write those two as canon and Night Marionette as not. So that to me is one of the fundamental challenges with that. Dawko, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, if Nightmare Mangle was canon, I would be cheering really badly because, it makes sense. Because in Five Nights at Freddy's 4, in the minigame, you see the child walk into the girls' room and you see Mangle there, completely destroyed, and it would make sense to see that, mangled animatronic as a nightmare.
Right.
So, and in Five Nights at Freddy's 4 minigame, we don't see the puppet at all. So if the puppet isn't canon, which it makes sense because the boy doesn't see him in the FNAF 4 minigame. So, I don't get it. Why Mangle isn't canon.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So, hey, Rez, real quick, let's welcome Razbowski to the stream. Hey, Raz.
Hey, Raz.
Thanks.
How's everyone doing?
Doing great, sir. Thanks for joining in.
Hey, no problem. I thought I needed a little bit of fitness. Sitting here at my computer all day, I needed a nice quick sprint home. So a half an hour walk turned into a 10-minute run.
Oh my god!
So thank you for the jog.
No, there you go. Well, I think that's here on GT Live, the stream, we do the clap and a half. So there you go, clap and a half. Boom, there it is. So thanks, guys. So no, I'm so glad that you were able to make it. Razbowski, since you just kind of ran in, chances are you probably haven't seen my latest theory. So just as a shameless plug to remind people how this stream is working, if you miss the game theory, like Razbowski, you can rewind to the very beginning of this stream, and there it is in a 17-minute chunk at the beginning, so you can refresh and then hop back into where we are now, live streaming, talking about, you know, all the lingering issues, the book, we're going to address the book here in a minute, you know, and predictions, excitement, you know, questions about the movie and FNAF world. So real quick, Raz, I want to get your opinion. Everyone else has kind of stated their case on this. Are you a dream theorist? Are you a timeline theorist? Or are you somewhere in the middle? What is your opinion here of, you know, where all this falls?
Well, when the timeline was first presented, I'm a man of science. I don't believe in fairy tales. I don't believe in anything like that. So I like good hard evidence. And my whole family's like a sciencey background. They study chemistry and stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
Them severely by doing.
Yeah, chemists.
Yeah, I'm on the dream camp. I honestly didn't think, but watching your most recent, well, not the most recent now, but the Dream Theory video, it clicked so many things into place. I didn't want to believe it initially. When Scott hinted all the clues in the last live stream that we did together, it looked like it was leaning towards a Dream Theory, and as you said in the video, it seemed like a bit of an easy solution.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you said, it's a bit of a gimme, it's a bit of an OP, I think you referred to it as an OP sort of storyline.
It is an OP theory.
You could just say, well, that's completely fine, because obviously it's a dream, anything can happen.
Yeah. Right.
You want the purple guy wearing orange shorts, yeah.
It's a dream!
And it was the evidence you put forward to it. A couple of examples was the symmetry with the Foxy.
Yes.
Two different things. Obviously, Foxy being out of order, doesn't have the head in the bedroom in FNAF 4, so it's out of order in the game. Makes sense. That's quite a nice tie-in. But also the brother as well. The jump scare, as you said, he pops out from behind the telly or out from the bed. It's a very, very similar jump scare as to both. Mainly Five Nights at Freddy's 1, but kind of Five Nights at Freddy's 2 as well. The way he leaps out from the darkness in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, that fits in quite nicely. And then the toy animatronics as well in FNAF 4. Chica's broken beak. Symmetry in FNAF 2, along with Mangle as well. Like, a lot of people were trying for a while to explain why Mangle was in the bedroom in FNAF 4, why Mangle had two heads, why Mangle was broken up, and why Mangle would play, why would kids be allowed to play with something as valuable as an animatronic? If you're talking about the timeline, you wouldn't get to touch Chuck E. Cheese's animatronics, you wouldn't get to touch, if you went to Disneyland, or you wouldn't get to go up and just grab Mickey Mouse, and whether it's a human or not, you wouldn't get to grab Mickey Mouse, and it just wouldn't happen. So there's no way that the company would be willing to let something as potentially harmful be touched. And I really, really want to believe a timeline. Like, I've been looking at it from every angle, and I've obviously not seen the most recent video, but I really wanted to believe the timeline. But Dream, I can't find too many faults. I did catch the very start of the
great.
Talking about.
Awesome.
You talked about the puppet.
Yes.
How the puppet didn't fit in with it, and that doesn't fit in with the Dream to me. There's just something. There's something.
It doesn't.
Missing there. There's something missing there. And I don't know. Don't know what it is.
Did you tune into the stream while you were running?
Well, yeah, while running, he was jogging to my sultry voice, obviously, like.
Exactly, he was listening to the theory.
Just spurring me, you know.
It was thrusting you forward. It was exciting you onward. No, absolutely. So that's awesome. Thank you so much for getting your work out to get here on time. And join us. It's really awesome to have you. So one of the things that I was gonna bring up now is obviously the book, right? So the book is kind of the big question mark now. Like, it was announced last week. It's out yesterday. It was supposed to be out in a couple days here. Everyone thought, oh, this is FNAF 5. There's this new poster on Scott's website. What is it? Oh, it's a novel. That's interesting. That's unexpected. Especially in the wake of everyone expecting FNAF World, everyone expecting the FNAF movie. Out of nowhere comes this book. What are your guys' thoughts? What do you know about this book? Do you have any thoughts? I know, Dawko, you have read it. Smike, you started, and Raz, what do you think?
I'm on chapter 5 currently. I'm really enjoying it, to be honest.
Okay.
I'm not a massive reader. Like the last book I read was 50 Shades of Grey, purely for educational.
Sure. You keep telling us that, Raz. Sure. Okay.
It was my girlfriend was reading it at the time, and I thought, why not?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying it. As I don't know how much you've talked about it, but obviously
not much.
It's both from what I've read so far. It's like a retelling of the story, and if you go into it with that mind, like Scott said on his Steam posts, then you'll thoroughly enjoy it. From what I've seen, it's the same sort of idea, the same sort of mythos, the same principles behind things, but obviously it's reimagined for a book.
Yep.
Like. Yeah. The lore in a game isn't going to match entirely up with a film or a book. It's just not going to happen.
Yep.
Without like full-on hours and hours of dialogue.
Yep.
But I'm thoroughly enjoying it from the 5 chapters that I've read so far.
Cool. So Dawko, I know that you have read the whole thing. You recently did a video about this, kind of covering some of the major points. Without getting too much into it, Scott has made it very clear on Steam that this is taking place in an alternate timeline, alternate universe. It's not 100% adhering to the story that we know. Or at least it's adhering to the story, but not all like the details about every single thing that we come to know and expect about Five Nights at Freddy's in the games. So to you, what does the book show us? Or like what does it kind of like elucidate about the story of the games, and what doesn't it do? What does it deviate from? I'm really curious to see, like, what is this actually something that will help theorists moving forward, piecing more of this puzzle together, or is this something that's just kind of like a side story, more like fan fiction, or just like more immersed in this world, but not something that's going to help those people who are really looking for the answers of FNAF proper?
Am I allowed to say spoilers?
This is a lot. As much as you can, keep it as like top line as possible. Like don't reveal too much, but like any general themes or thoughts.
Yeah. Okay. So apart from the ending, a lot of the book actually, to me, and I don't know, you got to chapter 5, Raz. When you read the book, some of the stuff matches with what we've been talking about. Like, oh, okay, so that's how it works.
Yeah.
One of the parts which isn't spoilery at all, I'm just going to say something what's not spoilery, is that in the parts and services room in the book, there's these costumes, which are temporary costumes, and they are like different coloured costumes which we've never seen before, which we wouldn't see in the game.
Yeah.
And that solves what Scott was talking about in the game, about the temporary costumes being used.
Okay.
So I feel like in the book he has added a lot of things for us to feel like, okay, that's been solved, let's realise about that.
Sure.
But the ending of the book is weird with the game. It doesn't fit in entirely. I'm not going to say what happens because it's a big spoiler.
Sure.
But it doesn't match with the game. It kind of does, but not how we want it to be.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
And do we know what location this book takes place in? Like which of the FNAF locations it does?
Yeah. The book.
I think you can say that, and that's not spoilery. That's just more setting.
The cover of the book is the FNAF 1 characters. So
sure.
It's at the FNAF 1 location.
Okay.
Because he talks about Pirate Cove, doesn't he, Raz? That Pirate Cove's there. None of the other places have Pirate Cove with the purple curtains and stuff. It also talks a bit about Fredbear's Family Diner, which was really cool.
Yep.
Like the main character goes back to Fredbear's Family Diner.
So we do go back all the way to the beginning of the timeline then with Fredbear Family Diner. Okay, that's cool.
There are actually dates. He mentions dates about when it was built. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. What date? I'm guessing it's somewhere in the like mid to late 70s.
No.
Oh, I suck. I suck.
They actually built the Fredbear's Family Diner in 1982.
Oh, 80. Okay.
Yeah.
I was more close because and for you guys watching the stream, this episode of Game Theory, I for a while my script took it back to the very origins of animatronics, because animatronics actually date back to Walt Disney.
The first version of the script was talking about like Walt Disney and like the opening of Disneyland and stuff.
It was crazy.
went in a different
It was also going to be like Dateline Unsolved Mysteries presents style, and then I'm like, what am I doing? What a stupid idea this was. And so I'm like, rewrite the whole thing. This I kid you not, the episode that we aired today has been rewritten no less than 4 times. Because new information, me suddenly having a realization and adding in stuff, changing the style that it's being presented, all that. But one of the things that I wanted to bring up was, so Chuck E. Cheese, which was also founded by the founder of Atari, funny enough. The creator of Atari is actually the founder of Chuck E. Cheese, which is...
Nolan Bushnell.
Yeah, exactly, Nolan Bushnell. It was all kind of a means of getting kids to stay in arcades longer. That's why Chuck E. Cheese, right? And that started in 1977. And so I'm like, around that time, that's when you have Freddy Fazbear's or Fredbear Family Diner. But anyway, so we get so Fredbear starts in 1982, according to the book?
Yeah, I've got another timeline date as well. The murders are right, it happens in June, the June 26th, isn't it?
Yep.
I've got a year now from the book, it's 1985.
Oh, interesting, okay.
And then, like the book, like they say, the group of people, the teenagers who saw the incident, go back to the location 10 years after.
Yep.
And that's 1995.
Yep.
They all meet together. So 10 years before, that's obviously 1985.
Which again lines up with kind of the established timeline here, where we have Fredbear Diner, we have 1983, where kind of that weird Fredbear incident with the chomp happens. But then we say, before around that time, that's when the FNAF 1 missing children's incident happens. Closes down the restaurant. 1987, we have the FNAF 2 restaurant.
Yeah.
So that does fit into the established timeline that we've been concocting. Oh, so it's maybe there's more than just a dream here, guys.
You know, I was leaving some comments in the chat talking to fans, and I got banned for leaving too many comments.
What? You were leaving too many comments?
What?
I don't know if I got. It said like I got muted for a little while because I left too many comments. It said you should take a little break. So I don't know.
What?
Really? That's not from our end. Yeah, that is not us. So maybe just
your stuff, YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's just YouTube being like, hey, stop spamming. Smike, stop spamming, man. God.
You're the one with all those Star Wars spoilers, aren't you?
Like, that's such a classic. Atari Chicken Cheese with the arcade machines, and you can see Scott took a lot of inspiration from that. But back to the book, it actually says like the father of the main character, he would make her these little animatronic toys when she was little. Yeah. You have all these different designs that it shows in the beginning, which a lot of them didn't make it into the restaurant.
Yep.
But you can see the point of these designs was to keep her, I forgot her name, Charlie, was to keep Charlie company when she was sleeping. Because her mother, I mean, this is a slight, it's revealed at the very beginning. But anyway, so she you know, she's lonely, let's say, I don't know.
Sure.
She's a little girl, and her father is working a lot. So he made these animatronic robots to watch over her. And that was the original design, that was the original reason why they existed, actually.
Interesting. And so one of the big reveals this week that happened was the name of the book, which is The Silver Eyes, which to me is very strange, and it made me want to go back. And one of the things that like I've kind of kept track of but never really included in a theory is when are there little pinpricks of light in their eyeballs and when aren't there, you know, because that's kind of a recurring element of the different animatronics too. For you guys who are familiar with the book and have read some of it, what is the significance of the silver eyes?
Is it spoilery, Raz?
Is it? I don't know.
It's you could sort of put it together by chapter 4. hints it in chapter 3.
Sure.
But it tells you pretty much in chapter 4 what it means.
Okay. Well, if it's spoilery, then I don't want to spoil. Like, how about I ask you this then? Does it add a lot to the lore? Is it a big significant thing?
If you look through pictures online, you'll see Silver Eyes.
Okay.
It is obvious.
Okay.
Once you look through, in actual screenshots of the games, you'll see Silver Eyes in the thing that's intended to.
Okay.
But I don't know whether we're on the same plot here though, Raz, because I know the exact reason for the Silver Eyes, but you've only got to chapter 4 and 5.
Okay.
Basically, you know, Raz, like the girl's scared of that twitchy endoskeleton in the garage. There's an endoskeleton in his father's garage that's always twitchy and horrible.
Okay.
She's scared of it.
She thinks it moves.
Yeah, that's the actual endoskeleton of Foxy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the Silver Eyes.
Yeah, we're on the same page. Yeah.
Okay, so the Silver Eyes are Foxy's endoskeleton, and he's twitchy, which is why he's out of order.
Yes.
Okay.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
That's not spoilery.
I think that's fair. I think that's pretty
Yeah, we know that there's endoskeletons walking around. Like that's just a common part of the lore. That's fine. Okay, so it really doesn't have like a big reveal. I mean, maybe there's a deeper significance to Foxy and why Foxy is his favorite. Interesting. Is there? Again, does the book reveal anything about like Foxy being my favorite, and so like it may point to a Daco is flipping out right now.
There's a point in the novel, right, where Charlie has like a dream, or is it a dream? She thinks where she goes outside a room and she sees Foxy down the stairs staring at her. Foxy walks up the stairs. Her dad comes out in front of Foxy and starts caressing him. It's weird.
That sounds weird.
It's weird, but he starts caressing him and he calms down.
Okay.
It's a weird moment.
All right.
Does that make sense? Like, he's got a personal feeling with Foxy.
Interesting. So what it sounds like then is Charlie, whoever this character is, again, like not to get too deep into things, but you know, whoever this Charlie is, it sounds like maybe the dad is the phone guy to some extent, because if Foxy was the favorite and they have this personal connection with Foxy, I don't know. So well, let's leave it there. I don't want to get too involved with it. So the ending deviates, but there are kind of these little like hints and allusions and references to the lore that we know and love and have overthought to death to what we see in the games. Okay, so that's good to know. Steph, any questions from the chat that we want to know?
So one question is, so for those of you who have read the whole book or part of the book, after having read it, when do you think Scott started writing it? Do you think he started writing it or does it say, maybe it says in the book when he started conceptualizing the actual story?
Well, I do know one of his Steam posts said it was 10 months ago, I believe.
So it would have been right after
So that would put it right after FNAF 2?
3, I think, right?
3.
FNAF 2 before FNAF 3.
Yeah, between FNAF 2 and 3.
Okay.
Right there, wrong, sorry.
Bounce Mike.
So, stop making so many comments, Mike. Stop smilking the comments. So. So what do you think? So do you think that this was and do you know who sent that, or was that just kind of a general question from the comments?
The chat is going so fast. It's going so fast.
Okay. I didn't know if we wanted to call out someone specifically.
I wish I could, but it's sort of, it was a while.
That's fine. So the question that I have is, do you think that this is the lore that Scott intended, and maybe the latter games deviated in some way or threw off kind of that plan? I'd be curious, looking at just FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 and then reading the book, does that gel into one story that does kind of have a seamless flow? No, Daco says no.
The book doesn't mention anything about FNAF 2 or the toy animatronics.
Okay. Interesting.
What? Is that spoilery?
That's not spoilery.
No, I'm not saying spoilery. It's just why it's your fault that it didn't. I mean, he might make a second book, He might make a second book where he talks
Yes, he did say that on a Steam post. Yeah.
Wait, what? Sorry, you're all talking about what? What did he say on a Steam post?
That he'll make a second book, possibly.
Oh, okay. See, for me, what I think, and this was just my theory, my lame theory, which was, you know, the FNAF games have such this elaborate lore and like all these details and this and that. And we know that the movie is supposed to come out in 2016, or the movie is coming out in the near future. So, and he's made it very clear that the movie is going to exist in the world of FNAF and Five Nights at Freddy's, but it's not going to exist, but it's not telling the Five Nights at Freddy's story, like, from the games. And so for me, when he first announced the book, I thought it was a weird extension. I'm like, that's unexpected. I didn't see that coming. I was looking forward to FNAF World, but now here's this thing. But one thing that I found, or one thing that I thought is, maybe this book is starting to set up the storyline that we'll see in the movies, right? Where it's introducing characters, names, personalities that are moving us away from just the animatronic focus, purple guy, phone guy, whatever, and here are real people who now, when the FNAF movie comes out, that they are able to continue this story that isn't burdened by Easter eggs, newspaper articles, Atari minigames, whatever, and it can kind of craft its own story that is more accessible to more members of the audience. That was my theory. You guys who are in the process of reading it, do you think that, you know, is there any validity to that? Do you think that's the direction?
Yeah, like, on you go, Dr. Sam. 100%, and I think Raz is going to agree with this as well. When you read the book, I was imagining it as a film.
Yeah.
And it worked. Yeah. It worked really, really well.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. The way it's written and described is fantastic. I think Scott said in his post that was it Kira? She worked on the dialogue and he worked on the descriptions inside the restaurant, and you can clearly see that aspect of it. I think he was the one that was in it. She cleaned the sort of the stuff up.
Yep.
But as Doko said, when you are reading it, you imagine it, and it's a smooth transition. If you were to read the book on its own, the novel, you don't have to know anything about the game. You don't. If you picked it up, if Aunt Mabel picked it up, she'd be able to understand the story.
Okay.
From the book
without knowing Purple Guy and Fredbear Fry. Yeah. Okay.
That's what the filmmakers have got to do as well. It's not just FNAF fans who are going to watch the film. It's people who have never heard of Five Nights at Freddy's before. Yeah.
So then another question then is the movie just going to be a direct-to-film translation of the book, or?
No. Yeah, I made a joke about that recently on Twitter, where I said, when the movie comes out, people are going to say the book was better. Like every single...
The book was better, but the games were the best.
And then they'll make Five Nights at Freddy's the game for the movie.
Oh man, Five Nights at Freddy's, the movie, the game, the movie.
Yeah. Sorry, Raz, what's up?
No, I was just gonna say, like, I wouldn't be surprised if the book went straight from the page to the silver screen, as they say. Like, it would work.
Yeah.
And I'd be fine with that.
Cool.
Yeah, I think the book, it makes sense because the writers on the script for the Hollywood movie, they might want some material where they can work off.
Yep.
And the book provides this very, it's like pages and words where it's maybe easier for them, especially because a video game is less, it's more rare, that you see movies based off games, I guess. And
especially good movies based off games.
Yeah, you see more films based on books.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's rare that. Anyway, it's a big subject. But what was I saying? Yeah. So the movie, I think is going to be. It seems like the book, from what I see, the movie might have some kind of. It might be based off that in some way because it has so much environment to it. Not just the restaurant, not just this, not just that. It has names. It says, her name is Charlie and her best friend was named Michael and he died in that school. And so in the movie, to adapt to a more general audience, it makes sense to personify things like that and give them names and places. Not just a restaurant that has no name.
No, it makes total. Yeah, you can't create a movie and the characters are named Phone Guy and Purple Guy, right? And crying child, Hey, crying child, how are you doing today? Oh, I'm doing well, Purple Guy. And yourself? Oh, excellent day today. Fantastic. Oh, there's the Springlock animatronic. So cool. Okay, so that's a little bit about the book. What do you think about what's been released about? Oh, Steph, do you have a question from the comments?
Go for it.
I really wanted to see what your thoughts are about what's been teased about FNAF World, because that's another big thing that's, coming down the pipeline very soon. And we've already gotten teaser trailer, or not teaser, well, we got the teaser trailer, but then we've also gotten like teasers on the website where Mangle is like hanging himself, things like that. What do you think? How's this gonna fit in? Does it fit in? Are you excited about it? I just want to get your general impressions from you guys. Any thoughts?
I'm excited for it, but from what it seems, it's a completely separate entity, because obviously you're controlling, you are Chica now, you are Toy Chica, you are Fredbear, you're Nightmare, you're all these different characters, so you're playing as them, so it's almost like they are cartoon characters. They're not a child's soul, a murdered child's soul stuffed inside a suit.
Yep.
They're as normal creatures in a thing. Say an example, very loosely based, but you've got Pokemon, but then you've got the Mystery Dungeon games.
Yep.
Yeah. So then you're controlling the Pokemon in the Mystery Dungeon games now, so it's completely different. You're interacting as Toy Chica with Toy Bonnie, and they have their whole different universe of conversations together.
Yep.
I don't think it's going to give us any more lore. I think just like the book, it's going to follow maybe similar things, but be a separate thing.
Smike, I saw you raising your Sharpie marker. I'm assuming that means you have something to say.
Yeah. So I just want to say about FNAF World, I just want to say that for that game, when it comes out, it makes me think in some ways of Smash Brothers, where they take all the
best characters and throw them together.
Yeah, exactly, and they put all these recognizable characters in one place, and these characters, they don't have the same role as they had in their original game.
Yeah.
And it kind of breaks the lore in a way. But it's all like a cluster of all this stuff.
Yep.
And it just becomes like a fun party.
Yeah. Then I guess the question is, if we do think, and it seems like we're probably in agreement about this, where the FNAF story proper is over, we've got the books, we've got the movie coming out to kind of continue that darker storyline. One, is it going to be dark? And then two, second question is, do you think that if you move away from murdered children and stuff like that, is there life in a second FNAF story? Do you think that, this game can catch fire again?
Are you talking about FNAF World?
Yeah, FNAF World.
Yeah, okay. I mean, look, we'll see. I mean, if this works out the way Scott intends it to, I have no doubt we'll see kids that are going to be all like, this FNAF World game, did you know there was a horror game that this was based off? That today I learned on Reddit. Today I learned there was a horror game that FNAF was based on. So cool. Childhood ruined.
I think it's still got life. It all depends on your why you joined FNAF. Did you join it for the horror element, or did you join it for the storyline? Because it's still going to have the story elements, because it's still going to be, you're still going to have the enemies, so I'm sure Purple Man's going to be in some form in there. I think I heard Smike mention earlier on Purple Geist. Was it Purple Geist? Yeah. There's an enemy in the joke version that Scott put up on Halloween, so he's going to have that, and he's going to add in little jokes like that, so there's going to be something there for everyone. If you're an RPG fan style, if you like Final Fantasy sort of games like that, you're going to enjoy it. I'm sure he's going to add in some sort of arcs back to the series, and it does seem to have some sort of dark element involved, and I think he's got some tricks up his sleeve. You know what he's like with hype, generating buzz. He's a one-man marketing machine,
right?
And he's got something big to reveal still, I think, a dark element to it.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, these teasers, what he's been.
Smike is cool.
Oh, yeah. Hashtag Smike is cool.
Hashtag Smike is cool.
Hashtag smilking the comments.
Thanks for starting it, Rasbowski. That's a great hashtag.
He had his Sharpie out, right? And everybody's like, working away. Your Smike's got some cool, important points to the FNAF lore.
If Smike can't, if Smike can't milk the comments, he will get it onto the stream in some way. Get it up there. Get it up there.
Smike, are you the fake Scott Cawthon that's all over the comments? We're just getting so many screenshots of fake Scott Cawthon comments.
there's Scott Cawthon impersonators.
There's one Scott Cawthon impersonator in particular who only leaves comments in rhyming couplets. That's my favorite one.
That's clever.
That is clever. Big brother getting old at the funeral. Dad's hands were cold. Unless these are just poetic statements from the book, maybe I don't know if they're.
Maybe.
Wait, Wonderland at Time FNAF on Twitter has been tweeting at us all these screen caps in the FNAF 4 minigame. Why do we see plush golden Fredbear in the drain? Right, in the sewer, as we know.
We're digging pretty deep.
Right, so that's why, there's always got to be those Scott Cawthon impersonators. Was something happening on the website, Steph? I saw a couple people call out website.
No, that was also fake.
That was fake?
Trolls.
Trolls, man.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, look at the website.
Look at the website. Yeah.
As though that's not an easy one to confirm, guys.
Yeah.
Guys, look at the new thing on.
There's emails where someone says, Scott Cawthon is like my brother's uncle or something. Improve it. It's like what? It's just I get these so often too. It's anyway.
I like the theories that Dawko is Smike, or no, that Dawko is Smike. That Dawko is Scott Cawthon because of your connections with him. Or like, oh yeah, I'm talking to Scott Cawthon right now. He's emailing me right now, guys. Update my website. Update my website. It's you. It's been you the whole time. Confess. Confess. So what do you have planned for us next, Scott Cawthon, aka Dawko?
The website is just updated. Or could if it actually did, though, right?
Right, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's totally confirmed. Hashtag confirmed. Hey, real quick, so where are we on the poll, Steph?
So on the poll, we're holding strong. It's over 10,000 votes at this point, and it's still 47 to 53 Dream Theory.
So Dream Theory is still winning out.
But by so little. And then there are a whole bunch of people in Twitter and in the comments who are like, well, I'm kind of mixed, and like maybe the mini games are real, and then maybe the actual game is like the dream part. But I think a lot of that's been addressed at this point. I think it's been talked about. The big questions that are starting to come through are more like, hey, at the end of this like the year of FNAF, what was everybody's favorite FNAF? What would you have done differently? How would you have ended it? Or
that's interesting.
Something like that. So we're getting a lot of those in. If you guys want to pass those around.
Okay, yeah. So I'm curious about that. So because we asked about favorite animatronics last time. What's your animatronic spirit animal? What's your favorite game? All that. I am curious though, for the story, what is your Dream Theory aside? Throw Dream Theory out the window. What is your ideal storyline for these games? Like what is the most interesting part of it to you? What is the story that you would have liked to have seen fleshed out more? If you were Scott Cawthon, you had a game that took off called FNAF 1 or FNAF 2. How do you complete your story? What is your most satisfying ending to this? Or maybe it is Dream Theory. Maybe you're like, you know what, I'm happy with this being a dream. But Raz, you said yourself, you were a slow adopter to Dream Theory, as was I. You were hoping to come up with a solution that wasn't a dream. So if you were in his position, what is the story that you would have liked to have told?
It's hard to come up with a satisfying ending that everyone will just accept. Because you either hand it to them on the platter, or you make it so obscure that we're debating it for ages.
Sure.
I think the way he's done it is very smart, because it's going to keep the franchise alive.
Yeah.
Because it is going to get people like us discussing it for days, and as you said, the poll is so close.
Right.
So people are still on the fence about everything with all this evidence in front of us. Personally, I would like to have seen...
Smike, peace out. Smike's like dropping it. I'm gone. Dropping the headphones. Peace.
Just a little nap.
I'm done with this.
Smike's too cool for this place.
Right? Too cool.
He's got his shout out on the internet now. He's off.
he's like, yeah. Now that hashtag Smike is cool is trending, I'm done with you guys. I got it happening. I'm out of here. Smike, glad you could join us. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It's great to have you as a part of the stream. You know, thanks for rushing here to get here on time. You're the best, buddy.
I feel guilty now.
Sorry, Raz, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just had to rib Smike a little bit.
No, that's cool. I'm always in favour of stopping stuff for jokes. It's the best. It's the best way to stay alive.
As is eating and sleep. Yeah, other good ways of staying alive. Jokes, a close third place though. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It goes like your physiological needs, jokes, clothing. There you go, done. All right. So anyway, Razbowski, back to FNAF as told by Raz.
I would have opened the box because I think that's the most infuriating thing for everyone. I like the mystery about it, but unless he was just clever and didn't put anything inside it, but was it I would like... I don't know, it's hard. I didn't make the game, so I can't make a game, but it would be interesting to find out if he ever intended it to be opened.
Yep.
Like, was it just a metaphor for everything?
Yeah.
Like I said, the story is inside the box, but each of you have to open it via solving it for yourselves.
Yeah.
Is that what he meant by the box?
Yep.
Or was there going to be a clue at some point that somebody somewhere would put the pieces together and Scott would update a patch and say, yes, this is it. Huzzah, the puppet comes out, confetti everywhere, there's a grandfather clock noise. 6 a.m. Scott comes out the box beside the puppet going, yeah, solved it. And then he plays a fight.
I actually love that idea, and I think that's a great point, right? Where to know whether or not the box was open, to me as well, one of the questions, I think a great question that follows that is there something physical in the box? Like, is it actually a physical thing, or is it a metaphor? You know,
it could be a physical thing. It's all the pieces put together. Is that?
Well, it could be.
Seems unlikely at this point.
No. If it's all the pieces that are put together, similar to me with the clock. Like, for me, the clock was the piece, or all the pieces put together, like, was symbolized to me with the clock. Like, that was the one that suddenly, like, oh, I get it now. Here's where all these things come together. Similar to the Chica Beak. You know, that was another one where the Chica Beak was like, oh, here's a lot of things that suddenly connect. And so, to me, if there was a physical thing in the box, and of course we're talking about like virtual games, so obviously it's nothing real, but to me, I feel like it would be, you know, those 1, 2, 3 objects or items that suddenly like make a lot of things snap together, and it's like, oh, I get it. Or maybe it's a picture of the crying child with like purple guy behind him and phone guy behind him, and it's like, oh, it's the family photo or whatever. But that to me is what a physical object would be in the box. But I agree with Raz. I think, especially now that he's starting to branch out of the main video game storyline, with FNAF World, with the books, with the movie, if the quadrilogy of games is truly done and that story of the crying child, the puppet, whatever, has been told, I would love to know kind of his take. And I think at this point the community, and Scott, if you're watching right now, we're talking to you, I think at this point the community is okay with it. You know, I think that similar to, you know, frustrations around Lost, you know, where that story got drawn out and you never really got answers, and then at the end you kind of got unsatisfying answers, but like it was able to be put to rest. I think here there's enough support for Dream Theory, there's enough support for Timeline Theory, and knowing kind of where you fall, what your thoughts were, how the pieces fit together for you would be interesting. I think the community would be accepting of it, because I know that was your concern. Still talking to Scott, aka the camera right now, but I know that was one of your big concerns, so it's okay, man. We'll support you. We love you. Hashtag love equals love. There you go. So hugs. Oh, hugs for Scott. Hashtag hugs for Scott. So Raz wants to open the box. I want to open the box. Michael, Dawko, what do you guys think?
Michael, how did you know my real name?
Yeah, we've met in person. You know, we're beyond just Mike at this point. You and me.
That's true.
Okay, for me...
Yeah, what is the story that you want to tell, Dawko?
For me, I wish, if I created the game, I would have branched out the mini games so we understood it easier.
Yeah.
And for example, I wish Scott did some more cutscenes, like in FNAF 2 when you're in the Freddy costume and you scan around the room. I wish he did more cutscenes, which explained a bit more, for example, because, for example, my favourite trailer for Five Nights at Freddy's was Five Nights at Freddy's 3.
Yeah.
Because of the amazing animation he did. So I wish maybe he did like a cutscene at the end of FNAF 4 or something where we started to see some things like through cutscenes rather than mini games.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
You know what though? This is gonna sound so trite or like trivial, but I wish, if I were Scott, I would have added more of these cool little moments that have like very, very little chance of happening and that just scare the crap out of you. Like FNAF 1 was the best at that. Like there was so many of those. Like for example, the secret Bonnie death screen, where literally if you die, you have like 0.1% chance that you have like Bonnie standing there with like a static noise in the background for 10 seconds, just staring at you and you die. And that was just so cool. That's just something I always thought about in horror games. It'd be awesome. And I think it's nice because when you're an indie game developer and you're not a big company, you can do these cool little things. And I feel like we kind of slowly lost that as FNAF games, progressed.
Well, FNAF 3 had the Springtrap animatronic like deaths. That's one that came to mind for me. FNAF 2 maybe not so much, and FNAF 4 maybe not so much, but 3 was definitely the one that comes to mind for that as well, where it's like, the Springtrap suit and purple guy kind of like emerging from that. But no, I agree. That was a really cool. And again, like those are pieces that didn't necessarily directly relate to the lore of the game, but were cool little Easter eggs that made you realize that, hey, there's something more here. There is more to this story that I want to explore and experience. So that's really interesting. One more time, since it's been a while since I reminded you guys, if you're just tuning in for the stream, because I know that there's more people coming in. The beauty of live streams, new people come in all the time. You can rewind for the actual episode of Game Theory, rewind to the very beginning of the stream. There's your 17-minute long video, so that way you can get caught up on the timeline, how it relates to the Dream Theory, all that. And then tune back in to the live stream where we're starting to wrap things up here, I think. I don't know, any other big questions from the comments or Twitter that we should be answering right now?
It's, a lot of it's really just around what you guys are excited about, any other like final thoughts. It feels like this is like the culmination of Five Nights at Freddy's for 2015, and it's like, okay, we're done with these games, we're done with, with the theorizing on them, and it's...
You have your holiday reading assignment.
And everybody's still fighting about timeline theory, but that's okay.
Sure, no, that's
okay.
That's fine. So I guess the question I have for you guys then is, how do you see FNAF playing into the wider gaming space, right? So, the core series is over, it's starting to move into RPGs, it's starting to kind of branch out, but what impact do you think FNAF has had on gaming, on YouTube culture, on this indie games in general? Like, what do you think, stepping aside from the story, stepping aside from the lore, all the details, all that stuff, just FNAF as a series, what do you think changes from this point forward about video games, about entertainment, about YouTube?
I was actually talking about this to my friend at work today. We were talking about what a success story Scott's had.
Yes.
Because he's such an inspiration in the fact that he's gone from just a loving guy. He's got his family, he's got his wife, and he was working at a Dollar General. Is that right? Part of the story. So that's not a particularly fantastic job. He's made all these games in the past, and he's obviously got a passion for it. And then he gets this hit, he gets this one hit, he gets his break, and he capitalizes on it. And not only has he continued to create games that have inspired so many people, he donates so much money to charity. He's such a nice guy. I mean, the support he's given us as YouTubers, the community in general, the almost one-on-one interaction he gives fans on a daily basis on the Five Nights at Freddy's forums and stuff. is incredible, and I think a lot of people have taken stock from that. I mean, you have all these inspiring kids. Basically, they're like 10 to 15. Sometimes they're a little bit older, and they're going out and making their own FNAF games. They've seen that anyone, if they've got the passion for it, can create a game. I'm useless at that kind of thing. I'll stick to being on the camera, but. The amount of fan games that I've played, that Doco's played, that Smike's played as well, some of them are really, really good. And I think FNAF gaming, the games alone is going to leave a huge impact and potentially create one of these people that's been inspired by Scott is going to create the next big game at some point potentially. And I think his legacy will last for a long time, maybe hidden away slightly underneath everything, but one of these kids that's been inspired by him alone might make the next big game, and I think that's beautiful, man.
Yeah, I think that, and I think you bring up a really good point there, which is something that, you know, I'm thinking about, you know, game developers wanting to include more Easter eggs, more seeming randomness to things, more unsolved mysteries in order to get people talking about it and all that stuff. But I think you bring up a really good point, which is a very positive part of this, which is, yeah, it has inspired so many different communities to engage with this franchise in so many different ways, right? You have all the artists on DeviantArt who are taking their favorite animatronic and doing like fan art around them. You have all us theorists on YouTube, you know, crafting theories, talking about it, doing live streams like this, talking with you guys in the comments to figure out like what is the lore behind this. That's awesome. But to your point, Scott, in doing this, has inspired so many people to be independent game designers, to go out and make their own fan games, to show that, like, hey, you can be one guy who has a passion, and look at what you can accomplish, look at what you can do, and that's an incredibly positive impact to leave for a very dark, scary game, you know? But, and for a game that a lot of time gets a lot of hate because of it being a sellout and cash grabby and all this stuff, but you're totally right, like, you know, the fact that it's inspired so many people to create, you know, to be creative, to do their own videos, to do their own artwork, to do their own games, like that's an incredible legacy to leave. And like you said, even though if it gets forgotten down the line, you know, or like it starts with Scott and like 6 nights at Tommy's becomes like the next thing, or whatever, you know, like becomes the next game, and it was inspired by Five Nights. Great, that's awesome. And so I think that's a really good point to make there. What about you, Smike, Daco? Any thoughts?
Well, if it wasn't for FNAF, I wouldn't have met any of you guys. I mean, I know this is getting a bit close here, but you know. One of my best friends is Raz, and without Five Nights at Freddy's I wouldn't have met him, and I wouldn't have even started YouTube without Five Nights at Freddy's. I wouldn't have started a career on YouTube without the game, and that's had a really deep impact on me, because when I'm older and let's say I'm not doing this anymore, I'll always remember this game, and I'll always remember Scott, and I'll always remember everybody who was a part of this like part of my life. It's a big part. I mean, it's been a whole year. Yeah. All about this game for me, and yeah, what Raz said as well. A lot of songs as well.
The musicians like Nate Wants to Battle and Graveyard. I can't think of his name.
And It's Me.
Yeah, right? Yeah, It's Me.
And Puppet Song.
Thanks, Mike.
Great songs, right?
Shameless promotion, Smike.
Hashtag shameless.
Because
Smilk it.
Because they use Click Team Fusion, right, to make Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't know whether that's an easier thing to do to make an actual game, but it's gave a massive opportunity for people who haven't even made games before to, you know, try it out. And Game Jolt, you see so many fan-made games based around Five Nights at Freddy's, and some of them are absolutely amazing. Like Ross says, one of my favourite ones is One Night at Flumpty's.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely amazing, you know. But other games as well, indie developers have made games like The Boogeyman, which is a really good, it's FNAF inspired. Slaughter Me Street is FNAF inspired. Emily Wants to Play is a really good one as well. The games are like you survive till 12 AM to 6 AM. Yep. It's not really FNAF, and they've got a mystery, like you said, Matt. And it's really good, you know. I love seeing games with a lot of mystery, and it seems like Five Nights at Freddy's has inspired a lot of people, including myself as well.
Yep.
I just want to say a quick shout out to John Chrome, because he made One Night at Flumpty's. I know he had some trouble, like just dealing with his game, and he ended up not doing a third one. And I know he had a lot of self-doubt. So I just want to say he makes some great games, and everyone who honestly one of the best FNAF fan games out there, one of the most creative ones, and. Not only was it a good fan game, but it also changed the game's design itself a lot.
Yes.
He kind of broke the rules of the game in some ways and changed it to, his own style.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
Cool.
Yeah.
Mike, any takeaways for you as far as like, as we kind of wrap up this core part?
Oh, I got the honor. Okay. I just want to say, like, I agree with Rasbowski a lot and Dalko as well. And I just want to say, Scott Cawthon, like, just to me personally, and to a lot of other people, I'm sure, he's been a big inspiration.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that, I think Five Nights at Freddy's is almost like a poster child for the possibility of, not just independent game developers online, but just literally any independent person who is either alone or in a small team of what they can accomplish, in the age of the internet, where you don't need a huge team or a huge production budget. You can have, one guy, a family man who lives with his wife and children and works at the dollar store, and how far he can get. And, people like me and you guys, you MatPat, you Daco, you Rasbowski, Markiplier, we didn't start, rich or, famous. We kind of built that over time, and we didn't have much.
Wait, you're rich, Smike? Smike!
No.
You built your rich and famousness over time? Oh man, Smike! Hashtag Smike is cool. Must be doing really well for you, buddy.
No, but I'm just saying, like, we didn't have we're not like Hollywood, we're not like the Kardashians, where we're born into this, or something. It's something
Your
that
hair is very
is
pretty.
very inspiring, I think. And whether you're an artist or a game developer or a YouTuber or whatever, I think this is, it shows that you can do stuff. You can do it by yourself. You don't need to, go and find 50 people and build a huge company to make a mark. You can just, just go do something cool.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we keep saying, like, Scott was this one man who did all this thing. He's a one-man marketing machine. He inspires indie developers. In a lot of ways, he's very much a developer of the YouTube generation, right? Where all of us, speaking on behalf of YouTubers in general, you're writing scripts, you're editing, you're audio editing, you're doing all these different things because you're passionate about it, right? Because you love it, because you have something that you want to share with an audience and with viewers. And Scott did that, even though his first couple games weren't successful, he persevered, and he found kind of that spark that lit a fire under so many people. And similar to YouTube creators, where they're trying for years, making all these different videos, staying with it, staying committed to their community, and then finally all of a sudden it's that one that finally, like, they hit on something and there it is, and it's a really interesting story to parallel Scott in kind of the gaming world to YouTube in kind of like the entertainment or like video creation world, and how similar, those mentalities are. For me, one of the things, like I mentioned earlier, one of the big impacts I think is going to happen is you're going to see a lot more catering, honestly, to theorists of the world. I think the gaming industry is recognizing that subpar stories and stories that are just kind of like thrown in at the last minute or haven't been really thought about from the audience perspective aren't gonna fly so much anymore. Like, yeah, it'll sell some numbers or whatever, but if you really want to generate that groundswell and that excitement around your franchise, giving them Easter eggs, crossovers, allusions to other things, references that then a community can build around and start to piece together for themselves and rally behind, I think you're going to start to see a lot of that, for better and worse, right?
One of the big ones that's come through the chat. Thoughts on the social phenomenon that is FNAF, and basically how it was this tiny indie game, and then it's this unbelievable, phenomenal success, and how does that change the game for video games in general, for the gaming industry.
Yeah, so that's, who is that? That's Calvin Ball?
That was Calvin Ball in the chat, but it was also, I mean, it was so many others, and the chat is going so fast.
Yeah, so Calvin Ball is the one that we were able to pull out. Yeah, I mean, it's very true, right? Like, this game shows that, yeah, like, gameplay, that's a core component of it, and the gameplay was that perfect fusion of what YouTube really loves, which are jump scare reactions. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared. You know, like, it's funny to see people scared, because YouTube, at its core, is founded between a relationship between a creator and the audience and the person who's watching, right? And so, you know, when you're scared, when you're emotional, when you're, you know, happy, those are the moments that you are most true to life. Like, those are the true moments of humanity. And it's like, you know, when you're scared, you're not worried about how you look or how you're acting or how you sound. You're just scared, right? And I think that's a big reason why horror games in general have worked so well on YouTube, is you get to see those kind of genuine moments with some of your favorite creators, and Scott was able to hit on that. Yeah. But then he also had the foresight to say, hey, well, there is something deeper and richer here, and it really has changed kind of the social element of games, where you're instead of, you know, like Ubisoft is a really good example, where, you know, you have that single player campaign of Assassin's Creed and you go through it and then it's done, right? Like, there isn't a lot of subtext, there isn't a lot of unsolved mysteries, maybe a few Easter eggs here or there, but it's very much like a linear experience. Whereas FNAF, you know, like, is dropping all these little things. There's unsolved mysteries. There's incomplete information that people want to get behind and solve. So I think that's that. You know, the different animatronics representing different personalities. You know, and people saying, you know, they're all fictional characters and they all kind of behave fairly similarly. But to see people rally behind Foxy is my favorite, or oh, I love Bonnie, or oh, Chica is so hot, or whatever, like, crazy. But, you know, it hit that perfect formula that really spoke to people's personalities and hit so many people. One of the other things, Raz, to your point earlier about inspiring a bunch of creators, one of the other communities that we haven't mentioned is the 3D animation and, like, machinima community, which, again, is one of those kind of, you know, small up-and-coming communities that are, like, especially when it comes to FNAF, driving just, like, tens of millions of views on every single video, where, you know, people are going in and 3D animating these characters and crafting their own storylines around them, you know, engaging with their own adventures with these characters. And that's, you know, a whole new part of, you know, gaming, entertainment, YouTube, digital video, that, like, I haven't seen any other game really do. Like, machinima and, like, Halo and stuff has kind of been a thing, but, like, to the level that people are 3D animating these characters and then making them come to life in these videos, that's a whole nother thing, which I think is super cool. And there's that whole community there.
And then there's John B13, who met his girlfriend through FNAF.
Oh, John B13, at Kid Gamer, met my girlfriend through FNAF.
There have been a couple of those that have come through.
Yeah, and it's so true. I mean, like,
I met Doggo through FNAF, so I guess that's
it's pretty much the same, right?
Yeah, you're an OTP, guys. Are you the one true pairing right there? Oh, love is love, guys. FNAF is love. FNAF is life. So, you know, and just to piggyback off of everything that you guys have just said, like, I met all of you through this. You know, the community of theorists, like, expanded exponentially off of this. Like, you know, when I was
theorists a thing before FNAF?
Before FNAF, I think it was. I think, you know, with kind of some of the, like, Mario's Mental episodes and Sonic the Hedgehog, like, how fast is he? There were a lot of, like, debunking episodes and, like, MatPat is wrong, and so people, you know, and so there were a lot of other channels that were doing, you know, their own versions of theory videos. 8-Bit Goldfinch is one, you know, G Noggin is one, you know, a few others come to mind. That they were doing it, but FNAF took that and just, like, multiplied it by, you know, 10-fold, 20-fold, because now all of a sudden everyone's having their own theories, everyone's seeing our theories and kind of riffing off of those and coming up with their own explanations, and then not even just on YouTube, but, like, the thousands upon thousands of Reddit threads all trying to come up with solutions here. So, like, theorizing became a genre, like, really became solidified as a genre through this game, and really kind of hit mainstream on YouTube through this game, which is pretty incredible. You know, so that's really cool. And even just speaking from personal experience, like, FNAF was a huge subscriber driver for us. It introduced a whole bunch of people to who we are and what we do, and so like just it's fascinating to me because you always hear about like the butterfly effect, and we're all familiar with Until Dawn and like butterfly effect, ripple effects, this and that. And what Scott has done with one game has affected so many lives in such a positive way. And sure, you have people being like, oh, he affected my life in a negative way because I'm so sick of these FNAF videos. But like, that's a small price to pay for the number of people who found fan bases online, who found an outlet for their personalities, for their passions, for their artwork, found something that spoke to them and their identity in a way that nothing else had. And so just kind of across the board, say what you will about the games, the story, the gameplay, whatever, hate it or not, the positive impact that this series has had is just tremendous and earth-shattering for video gaming, for YouTube, for all of our personal lives, and for the community of viewers out there who are excited about FNAF World, the book, the movie. It's not going away anytime soon, but I think this is a great moment to look back and say, hey, this is a game that we, like you said, Dawko, that we've lived with for the last year. It was a part of YouTube Rewind. It is a part of our culture now. And to the outside world, outside of YouTube, they probably still don't know what Five Nights at Freddy's is. But to us, it has been so all-consuming and such a big part of who we are and what we do that, to not pay it service and take the time to thank Scott for what he created would be a disservice, because it really has been, quite the ride. And Smile, yeah.
And Patrick Lips on Twitter
Guys, am I right?
says, I give this stream 5 Scots out of 5.
Oh, Patrick Lips at WH33T Wheat Bread.
Yeah.
I give this stream 5 Scots out of 5. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is a good place to kind of wrap it up, yeah? I feel like that was a good summary statement. So thank you guys for joining, and thank you, Ryan, who was earlier in the stream. So Dawko, Smike, Razbowski, Ryan, and other Ryan from 8-Bit Gaming. Guys, if you have not checked out their channels, please do so. They're great FNAF theorists, going even deeper than I do on a more regular basis, but then also doing stuff that isn't just about FNAF. There are other games out there, right? I know it's mind-blowing, so what? So go check them out, playing Yoshi's Woolly World, playing all the FNAF fan-made games. I'm actually, gonna look at you guys, look at some of these other fan-made games. Now that we're playing games on the live stream, I'd like to test out some of these, because I haven't gotten a chance to play them. So I'm definitely gonna check out One Night at Flumpty's. So I'm excited about that.
That's a good one.
Is it? Is it a good one? Good, cool.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So guys, watching the stream, subscribe to them. Again, Dawko, Smike, Razbowski, 8-Bit Gaming. Give them some love on YouTube and on Twitter. Thank them for all their work. Thank you guys so much for joining.
After this, the links to everybody's channel and Twitter handles will go in the description. They're not in there right now, but we'll get them in right after this.
Yep.
And you can also explain sort of how to watch this video after.
Yeah, and so just as a reminder to all of you who are tuning in right at the tail end here, just a quick reminder, if you're just tuning in, if you missed part of the stream, as soon as this one's done, it's being published live, publicly on YouTube, on the Game Theorist channel, as the latest episode of Game Theory, because it is. The first 17 minutes are Game Theory. This was a big experiment. This is a big event. We wanted to make this a big event. And so you'll have the first 17 minutes as Game Theory proper, rewind, watch it from the beginning, and then tune in for all of our kind of like analysis, next steps, thoughts, things like that we've been talking about with all these great guys who joined us today. So, thanks to them as the audience, and thank you guys for an incredible, and thank, you, the viewers, for, an incredible 2015. Honestly, like, this year has been crazy, and FNAF has been obviously a huge part of that, but like, the theorizing that you guys have been sending all of us on Twitter and in the comments, the requests for new videos, the discussions that you guys have wanted to have, it's been incredible, and it's been so exciting, and I can't wait to continue to see what happens, both with FNAF and with gaming in general in 2016, and over analysis of all this other stuff. Nalvio, excuse me, I need to go see Star Wars because I have not seen Star Wars yet. I've been working on this video, right?
After reading the chat, I can tell you the entire plot.
Oh no, you know the whole plot of Star Wars?
There were a lot of lies in the chat.
Good.
Don't worry.
Don't worry about what you read there.
I'm glad.
A lot of lying going on.
Okay, a lot of lies in Star Wars. Okay, so...
Voldemort doesn't die.
Oh, thank goodness. I was so confused. Voldemort appears as Darth Vader, guys.
Yoda is not Gizmo's father.
Yoda and Gremlin? There's not a Star Wars Gremlins crossover?
Yoda Gremlins tie-in.
No? Okay, well,
fine.
well, good. So, we've been working on this theory all week, and special shout out to Earl, who edited this video together and was an absolute champ. This one was under a tight timeline, and then we had the last-minute edition with the book release and stuff like that. So, thank you to him. Thank you guys for an incredible 2015. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Oh, okay then. No, okay, let's all do it together, shall we? Okay, ready? Ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3. But hey, that's just a theory. Wait. Okay, let's try it one more time. What are you doing, Smike? Jeez. Okay, one more time. I'll start with the but hey, and then you guys come in with that's just a theory. Okay, ready? Here we go. We got it this time, guys. Don't worry. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Oh, and hey, that was just a stream, a live stream. Also, thanks for watching. Hey, let's say goodbye to everyone in the chat like we do.
Mike, you can start spamming people left and right in the chat now.
Spam it away. So
Spam again, Spike.
yes, spam Smike, Spike spam.
Bye.
John B, see you sir. Jenny Guzman, here it comes, and there it went. Let's see, Jem McGravy, good night from the UK. Sweet dreams, Jem. Gabe Moore also joined us in for a game theory, so there you go. Oh, hey, Asura Kishin, Star Gamer, everyone saying the tag with us, which is awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So we all nailed it. Thank you everyone for joining us in for that.
Lane Shadow, bye. Josh, bye.
Let's see, Josh Rolls, Carlos Sanchez
Luke,
says
bye,
hi,
bye,
Smike. The night.
It's been half a year, so let's do this. Let's solve the secrets of FNAF sister location months before the game comes out. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where today the goal is to solve the biggest gaming mystery of 2016 before it even exists. For once, I'm gonna get the jump on you, Scott Cawthon, and here's how I'm gonna do it. We all know that Scott loves dropping little teaser hints on his site, but this time, he's tipped his hand a bit too far. Enough for me to get a solid theory going on a lot of key elements we'll see hidden throughout his newest installment, Sister Location. And while some clues come from the teaser images and trailers themselves, the biggest revelations this time have come from the source code on Scott's website. So get ready for a comprehensive preview of what Scotty has in store, because by the end we'll have looked at every, and I mean every element of this franchise, from the original series of games, to the novel, to FNAF World, to the ever-evolving source code on scottgames.com, in our attempt to expose the facts behind the next trip to Freddy's. Now, Scott hiding hints in the coding of his site is nothing new. It was the source code that started the whole Bite of 83 versus 87 debate back during FNAF 4. But this time it's a bit more than just a mere hint of what's to come. It is a fully fledged story. So let's take this line by line. This first big chunk at the beginning starts off like a collection of letters and punctuation, but upon further inspection you can make out repeated numbering patterns and letter combinations representing days of the week. When pieced together, it becomes a schedule looking like this, listing out the days when certain animatronics are either available, booked, needed for a private party, or mat, either in maintenance or needed for a matinee show. It's unclear which. It's also worth mentioning that 4 animatronics are specifically called out here. BBY for Baby, BAL for Ballora, and FTF for both Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy. Now, for those of you who don't follow every scrap of information about these games, let me explain. Reddit discovered that Scott had gone and copyrighted various names, presumably for these new animatronics, and here we see it being confirmed. More on some of these guys in a minute. The thing I want to call out first is that there's clearly a 5th animatronic in this schedule, 0500S, out of service. But who could this be? In the trailer, we only see 4 animatronics. Well, that's where this teaser image comes in. A few weeks ago, this image was up on Scott Games. A mask with glowing eyes and a tangle of wires, almost like tentacles, accompanied by this text. Quote, "There's a little bit of me in everybody," end quote. Notice the grammar here. It's not everybody, but everybody. This is our 5th animatronic, our out-of-service animatronic. I mean, look at it. This guy ain't being booked at any children's parties. But that's not all we can conclude about him. The text indicates that a piece of him, his soul, his mechanisms, whatever, is in every other animatronic body. This could have 2 possible explanations. Either he's possessed the other animatronics and is controlling them, which would explain the "don't hold it against us" line from the teaser trailer we hear over and over again. Or, more likely, he's the reason the other animatronics have life in the first place. This pile of wires is kind of like the puppet from the original series, giving gifts, giving life. Or maybe this is the puppet, a new and rebooted version of the puppet. Now, stay with me here. One thing that we've largely forgotten about since his first appearance back in FNAF 2 is how the puppet character just didn't fit in with the FNAF world. Sure, as it kept making appearances in game after game, we just kinda accepted its role, but seriously, think about it. FNAF 1 through 4 were all about animatronics with big, bulky bodies and an animal theme. But then insert the puppet, thin and with a human face, complete with red cheeks, crying eyes, and red lips. Features that we haven't seen on anything else until now. Fast forward to Sister Location and we see humanoid faces everywhere. Ballora and Baby, rosy cheeks, lipstick. And now look at Day of the Tentacle over here. Notice that the ears can detach, separate itself from the main mask part of the face. It's the exact same silhouette that our puppet's face has had since the 2nd game. Additionally, if you look at the trailer for Sister Location very closely, you discover what may be a very cool Easter egg. In the reflection of Funtime Foxy's cheek, we see something. For all the other animatronics, it's a part of their body. For Ballora the ballerina, we see the reverse of her arm and earrings. For Baby, it's her finger and bow. But Foxy here is reflecting something that has a bright red dot besides 2 colored streaks, aka a bright red cheek and 2 streaming tear tracks. It's like that time we covered reflection mapping to find Super Smash Bros. Hidden location. Could that be the puppet's face reflection mapped onto the model of Foxy's skull? Regardless though, if you ask me, we haven't seen the last of the puppet in whatever form he comes in. And based on the designs of these characters, Sister Location might finally be giving us the origin story we've long been waiting for. Now, hopping back to the source code, the next section shows us that there seems to be 3 file directories for various clients. The first is for a place called Chica's Party World, the second for private birthday parties, and the third for CRMN Institute. I can only assume Carmen Institute or Criminal Institute. This starts to tell us a lot about the setting and universe of Sister Location. First, many people have speculated that the industrial feeling setting shown during the trailer for the game is a factory for the robots. I think we can get a bit more specific. Considering the availability schedule that we just covered and the client folders with various needs for birthday party supplies, it feels like this new setting will be a storage facility and distribution center for the animatronics, responsible for shipping them out to various gigs across the Fazbear locations. The reference to Chica's Party World builds out the lore of the universe, showing another spin-off location to the restaurants, but also strikes me as just that, a reference, a fun Easter egg, referencing the one animatronic who won't be appearing in this new game. So far, we've seen versions of Freddy, Foxy, and a Bonnie hand puppet, but Chica has been noticeably absent. And honestly, I think think it's gonna remain that way. For some reason, it just feels like she doesn't fit in this new world. And so the mention of Chica's party world is a fun wink and a nod to a character that will be sorely missed. But to me, of all this section, the most crucial client is the last one, the CRMN Institute. Notice when you look at it that it has a subfolder called Project. This, to me, is incredibly important since every teaser image Scott has posted on the site related to Sister Location has been labeled project.jpg. Seems like a generic naming convention, right? Wrong. I went to an Internet Archive database and dug through the source code of all the past teaser images from all of Scott's past games, only to find that his labeling system has been very consistent. His FNAF World images were all labeled FNAFworld.jpg, images about the book were labeled FNAFthenovel.jpg, even FNAF 4 teasers shared the titling of simply 4.jpg. The fact that Sister Location's images are all labeled Project, and that there's a client directory hinting at some mysterious institute and a secret project going on there says to me that if we're not headed to a distribution center, then we're going to a place where these guys are getting experimented on, which ties in with the trailer quote of "You don't know what we've been through." These guys are being experimented on, a project at some mysterious institute, and you can bet that they're not happy about it. But perhaps the most crucial detail hidden in the source code is the last line. A line that blows the door wide open on the story for this new game. Service log maintenance CO, or care of, AFTN Robotics. Afton Robotics. What the heck is that? It's a good question. If you're like 99% of the fan base and only know the games, this might not ring a bell. But if you happen to buy and then make it through all 500 pages of the Five Nights at Freddy's Silver Eyes novel, then that name sets off all sorts of alarms. You see, in the book, the Fredbear and Fazbear restaurants were founded by two men. The first is named Henry. He's the father of the main character and the creative half of the company, the one responsible for designing and building the robots that we all know and love. The other co-owner was, ready for this? William Afton, and he was in charge of the business side of the restaurants. Paperwork, taxes, things like that. So to see Afton Robotics in the source code teasing Sister Location is huge, because it means that the stories of Sister Location and Silver Eyes are linked. But get ready for this. Here's the bigger twist. By the end of the book, it's revealed that William Afton is what we fans of the game would know as the Purple Guy. Yeah, in the book, Purple Guy is revealed. Afton is the one who kidnaps and kills children while wearing Fredbear-themed suits. His first victim is Henry's son Sammy, followed by 4 other kids, whose souls eventually possess the infamous suits. So, through these source code teasers, not only has Scott confirmed that this new game will be tied to the lore of the book, but we'll be dealing with a robotics company founded by and named after the child-killing Purple Guy. Now that's already a huge mind blow, and I'm about to go further, but before I do, let's address the elephant in the room, the canonicity of the book. The internet, by and large, dismissed Silver Eyes under the assumption that Scott said it's not canon to the first 4 games, but that's not entirely true. If you read his entire statement, and I understand that it's hard for you internet since it's 3 whole paragraphs that aren't summarized with a TLDR line, he actually says, quote, "Sometimes the lore of something can become so crowded that you can't tell an original story anymore. The first 4 games and the books should be considered to be separate continuities, even if they do share many familiar elements. The book is canon just as the games are. That doesn't mean that they're intended to fit together like 2 puzzle pieces. The book is a reimagining of the Five Nights at Freddy's story," end quote. And this makes sense, right? The first 4 games were crushed under their own convoluted lore and fan base dedicated to making every new toe added to Foxy mean something. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing to have people enthusiastic about your story, but it does become limiting when you make continuity errors or want to do something new with these characters. And with the Five Nights at Freddy's movie coming ever closer, it becomes even more important. There needed to be room to insert actual characters into this story. You can't make a movie out of some pre-taped phone tutorials and silent furry monsters. Thus, enter Silver Eyes, which builds out new characters, new faces, and new stories that can be told in the setting of these games. So yeah, the separate canonicity of the book makes sense, but as Scott said, it's a reimagining, and obviously there's gonna be a lot of crossover, and based on that Afton clue we just saw, Sister Location is gonna be bridging the line more and more. So does any of this matter? Yeah, actually a whole lot, because if we take the Silver Eyes Sister Location connection to its logical conclusion, huge pieces start to fall in place. Let's start by working backwards. Based on the trailers and teasers, Sister Location's main animatronic is this clown girl, Baby. But the teaser trailer isn't the first time she appears. She's introduced at the end of the FNAF World Update 1.2, something we discovered in our playthrough of the game over on the GT Live channel. Once you collect all the characters and beat Chica's Magic Rainbow, long story not worth explaining, you're immediately taken to a cutscene where a mysterious figure at a desk apologizes to you for creating a robot that cannot be deactivated. The bot's name? Baby. We then see a pair of eyes light up, telling everyone to take their seats before cutting back to the room to see the desk guy lying there dead, presumably killed by Baby. Now, many people assume that desk guy was Scott Cawthon since he's the creator of the animatronics and the minigames that you play in FNAF World. However, it'd be weird for Scott to kill himself. Plus, the dialogue from the FNAF in Space minigame, yes, again, FNAF World is a weird game, seems to imply that Scott is a separate entity from this desk guy creator figure. So if desk guy isn't Scott Cawthon, then who else could he be? Well, now that we know that Baby and Sister Location both have ties to Silver Eyes, we can actually identify who this mysterious creator of FNAF World is. He's Henry, co-founder of Fredbear's and Purple Guy's business partner. How do we know? Well, not only is he the creator of the games and animatronics, his death also lines up with the way he dies in the book. Stricken with grief over the death of his son, Henry commits suicide in the living room by letting one of his animatronics kill him. One that remains nameless in the book, but is clearly not any of the core 6 of Freddy, Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, Golden Freddy, and Golden Bonnie. In other words, Henry the creator is killed in his home by a mysterious new animatronic, just like we see happen to Desk Guy in FNAF World. The events just line up. Now that's all the stuff that I feel really confident about, but now let's have some fun and take it even further. Admittedly, I don't think that this is where Sister Location is headed, but there is enough of an evidence thread to take us to some awesome extremes. So let's have a little bit of fun with this, shall we? First, notice how Baby is introduced to us at the end of FNAF World as 2 yellow eyes in the dark. And what's the first image we see in that game? 2 yellow eyes in the dark, along with the iconic ending line from FNAF 4, I will put you back together. It's also the last thing that we see in the true ending to the game. 2 yellow eyes saying, I will put you back together. Now, I know what you're thinking. There's no way that those are Baby's eyes. 1, why would she say that when she wasn't even in FNAF 4? And 2, we all know that that line and those eyes belong to the imaginary friend, Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic Friend Fredbear. Well, don't be so sure. Let me remind you of something. In the FNAF 4 cutscenes, each character has a specific color for their dialogue. Number 787878 for the brother, FFFFFF for crying child, 57C0FF for the brother's friend, etc. Psychic Friend Fredbear's dialogue for all of his lines is always the FFFF57 shade of yellow. And yet, for the final lines of You're broken, we're still your friends, I will put you back together, it's a different shade of yellow, FFFFA0. Similar, yes, but definitely different from Fredbear. So very intentionally, Scott made this a different character, but in a strange twist, it's actually a color of dialogue shared with one other character we see in FNAF 4, Pigtail Girl. The one who knows that the animatronics come to life and get stuffed with dead bodies. Coincidence? Yeah, or at least we all thought so last year, but look at her design! Dressed in a skirt with reddish pigtails and big green eyes. Just like the design of Baby. You hear that? The collective sound of minds being blown across the internet. But if the glowing eyes, shared dialogue color, similar designs, and repeated line of I will put you back together didn't convince you, it doesn't stop there. Remember the biggest lingering question from FNAF 4? The girls' room? No one had an explanation for it. I didn't have an explanation for it. And yet Scott felt it was important enough to the lore of the story to show us. And now we might actually know know why. What if the girl is a part of the crying child's family? First, it would explain why we would see her color of dialogue reappearing in his final moments. As a family member, she would be there in the hospital with the boy as he tries to recover. And if she shares a connection with Baby, it would also tie together the random presence of Mangle in the room. One of the other key animatronics we see in Sister Location trailer is Funtime Foxy, which we can confidently say is an intact model of what will eventually become Mangle. Again, we're looking at the major details. Yes, some things may or may not be there. Notice the lipstick, the red cheeks, and painted fingernails on Funtime Foxy, all of which reappear on Mangle. So in the two games, we would have Baby and Foxy linked. Is it a stretch? Absolutely, but then again, this is Scott we're talking about. To me though, the coolest part about this connection would be in the name of the game. This whole time we've been assuming that Sister Location was referencing some other spin-off chain of restaurants, or like I said earlier, a storage and distribution center for the robots. But if the pigtail girl's soul is trapped in Baby, and she was indeed the sibling of Crying Child, the phrase Sister Location takes on a whole new meaning. This is her game, a game about one sister's soul trapped in the baby animatronic getting revenge for her brother's death. Just don't hold it against her. You don't know what she's been through. Or maybe now you do. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. The ball's in your court, Scott. You should subscribe for more episodes of Game Theory. You should subscribe for more episodes of Game Theory. You should subscribe for more episodes of Game Theory. Or cast your vote. Are you excited about Sister Location? Yes or no? Click on one to choose. When it gets dark, they will awaken. The children's spirits will rise. They will kill you. I'll just walk out in the morning, stepping over your corpses one by one. You are intruders. None of you will survive the night. And what makes you think they won't kill you? Because I am one of them. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, still available to consult on the FNAF movie's storyline. Seriously, Scott, I'll be waiting by the phone because I can practically guarantee I've put more collective hours of thought into counting animatronic toes, tracking eye colors, listing out the differences between pizzerias, diners, and rental services, parsing out your phone guy calls, and counting and recounting again the number of dead child carcasses left in your story's wake than literally anyone else out there. I mean, I've even gone so far as to do the unthinkable for these Sister Location videos. That's right, I reread The Silver Eyes. In an ironic twist, it took longer than the actual game. Now, here I am piecing together this script after, I kid you not, a weekend spent doing nothing but thinking about these games, writing and rewriting timeline after timeline to account for all the nonsensical Easter eggs shoved into this 4-hour experience. And you know the conclusion that I've reached? That your version of events isn't satisfying. That any theory I come up with that attempts to bend over backwards and cobble together every line of dialogue, design detail, and character motivation will be overcomplicated at best and inherently flawed at worst. And that's not me admitting defeat, it's a fundamental problem with the series right now. This one just tried too hard to do too many things. You've got elements of the past 4 games mixed in with FNAF World, mixed in with the book, all of which at this point have questionable canonicities, conflicting storylines, and competing dates. Couple that with characters that mimic other characters that lie to you, and characters that may not even exist across the different story threads of the franchise, and it's unclear if this is a continuation of the books, if it's a continuation of the games, or just an outright reboot of some kind. The best analogy I can think of is that it's like the giant human glob you turn into at the end of Inside. A mass of limbs all struggling to work together to move in one direction, but all just flailing out randomly. And honestly, it could have been easy, with Scott saying that the original story was completed with FNAF 4, we could have just said that Sister Location was aligned with the book and FNAF world to start paving the way for the movie. But then you couldn't help yourself, Scott. You just had to throw in those FNAF 4 Easter eggs, huh? And those put everything into chaos. And it's not just me feeling it. Based on what I'm reading online, a lot of FNAF theorists sense that the lore contained in Sister Location is a game changer, but then they don't exactly know why or what to do with it, struggling under the weight of explaining away Ennards and babies, Mikes and Williams, casual bongos and exotic butters. What's an Easter egg, what's a tongue-in-cheek reference, and what is actual canon? So understandably, there's some confusion about what's actually going on in this game, and that is what I'm out to solve in these videos. Picking Sister Location apart to definitively put together which details matter and why this is such a monumental game for the franchise's lore. So go ahead, keep your plots vague and convoluted, Scotty boy. I'm here to translate your madness to the world. First off, who are we playing as? Historically, the protagonists of Freddy's games have had a varying degree of importance. There are those like Mike and Fritz who, for all we can tell, were just names with the sole purpose of filling out the "to" line on a paycheck. Sure, they may have been retconned into some importance now, but they were never really intended to be that way. Then there was the crying child of FNAF 4, hospitalized and trapped in a waking nightmare. Slightly more important, I would hazard to say. And the game recognizes this as, during your first encounter with the new animatronic baby, she calls out,
"It's a strange thing to want to do, to come here. I'm curious what events would lead a person to want to spend their nights in a place like this, willingly. Maybe curiosity, maybe ignorance."
Answering the question of who you play as in Sister Location is more important than any of the rest of the games in the franchise, since it practically dictates every other element of this story. Why you're there, what the endings mean, what this location stands for, how this fits into the overall timeline. It's a big deal. Now personally, based on the silhouette in the mirror, my first guess is to say that we're playing as Rick Astley, and Scott is just committing the most elaborate Rick roll in history. I mean, just look at that hair. It's an exact match, and let's face it, Scott has proven that he's not above trolling us. But assuming he has a little bit more respect for the fan base than that, there can only be one possible conclusion here. In Sister Location, we play as William Afton, Purple Guy himself. And no, I'm not just saying that because the eyes in the ending are purple, like literally everyone else on the internet's been saying. Sure, it's a nice detail that may hint at Scott's intentions, but it's not proof. For proof, we begin by turning to the in-game dialogue. On your quest to unlock the game's fake ending, the animatronics taunt you with these little bits of dialogue, spoken by a young girl in a British-sounding accent.
"I'm still here. Isn't this why you came here? To be with her again?"
So we know that whoever the player is has some sort of connection to this mysterious young girl. But who is she? Well, throughout the game, between nights, we hear the same girl pressing her father to let her play with Baby, saying things like,
"Daddy just once let me go play with her. She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?"
From that small snippet, we can not only tell that our character is her father, but that he's also in some way the creator, or has some level of control over the animatronics. This in turn narrows the field down by quite a bit to two men, William Afton and Henry... no last name given, the two co-founders of Fazbear Entertainment as introduced in FNAF Silver Eyes. By the way, low blow, Scott, forcing people to read in order to have any sort of clue as to what's going on in the franchise now? Because seriously, without reading the book, you would have no clue the importance of William Afton. Oh well, that's what I'm here for. I read it so you don't have to. Kind of like the Nostalgia Critic. Anyway, based on the girl's accent and William Afton's similar dialect at the beginning of the game,
she can dance, she can sing. She's equipped with a built-in helium tank for inflating balloons right at her fingertips.
It would seem as though we have ourselves a match.
You are the father!
But let's not be too hasty there, Maury. We can be even more sure. In the game's real ending, you get yourself tricked, becoming animatronic fodder as the machines scoop out your internal organs and replace them with endoskeleton cords. Now, this really bothered me, since it's like the antithesis of what we expect from our stories when we beat the game. Here I am wanting to finish my night and return home to my basket of exotic butter, but no, that's reserved for the fake ending. Becoming a flesh suit is somehow canon to the series. I wanted to write it off as jumping the shark, like, hey, we're getting a little bit too absurd right now, but then I realized that this is a franchise built on haunted animatronics chasing you through a pizza restaurant after they've been killed by a serial killer hiding in a mascot suit filled with killer springs. So, crossing the line of absurdity? Yeah, I think we're long past it at this point. Becoming a flesh suit is an oddly specific event to be integral to the lore, and yet there it is. So we're left with two options. Scott's either completely lost it at this point, or he has some other plans for this character. And indeed, he does, as the novel once again shows us why this odd story turn is so important. In its pages, we're treated to all sorts of lines that make it clear Mr. Afton is the one who gets himself stuffed. Page 407. Quote, Charlie, there's something different about him. It was as if the guard, the man they had met, had been stripped away, and what sat before them was nothing but a blank canvas. End quote. And again, 2 pages later, quote, Dave is the fake name for William Afton in the novel. He's hiding out in another identity. Long story. Anyway, just go with it. Dave's body moved upward, straightening, but the movement was too smooth. He seemed to make no effort, use no muscles, and exert no energy. Dave's eyes opened steadily, glassy and without emotion, like the robots on the stage outside. End quote. And there you have it. That totally just spelled it out for us, didn't it? Like the robots on the stage outside. In fact, the book makes a huge deal about Afton's eyes, over and over again, like when the character John describes seeing Afton kidnap his friends on pages 120 to 122. Quote, the eyes, they were all I could see. They were dead, just dull and flat. Like they still moved and blinked and saw, but whatever was behind them had died a long time ago. End quote. Died a long time ago, you say? Like perhaps in an underground murder bunker, doubling as a robotic distribution center, perhaps. Now real quick, let's pause here and have some real talk to Ennard, Baby, and the gang. Guys, we're gonna have a bit of an intervention here. If your goal is to blend in with the outside world and look like us, look like any other human, choosing to go with the purple eyes is not gonna be helping your cause all that much. Artificial intelligence? More like artificial idiots. Do your homework. Humans don't tend to have purple eyes. I mean, seriously, you have a blue-eyed animatronic just waiting to go. Look, there's Foxy. He has brown/orange eyes. Great. Anyway, I digress. Who am I to judge? Maybe we're all just left to assume that Afton walks around in those cool colored contacts. Anyway, it's not just the eyes that give away Afton as the animatronic's meat puppet. His overall physicality has undergone a drastic change over the years as well. On page 418, we hear that Afton started off robust and lively, a hefty man who had the ruddy geniality of a financially shrewd Santa Claus. Financially shrewd Santa Claus, huh? No one said the writing of this book was any good. There's clearly a reason why only 500 people made it all the way through this book. And I say that because on Amazon Kindle, they actually show you the most popular highlighted sections, and like, they all drop off by midway through the book, so I can only assume that I'm the only person who made it all the way through. The things I do for you. Anyway, soon after, our financially shrewd Santa Claus is accused of murder. He's released due to no bodies being found, and then he skips town. However, when he comes back, he's a changed person. Quote, Afton had been fat and affable. The man in the picture was sallow and thin, his skin sagging and his expression unpleasant, as if he had forgotten how to smile. He looked like a poor facsimile of himself. End quote. So when he comes back to town, he's not only lost a ton of weight, but he looks like a poor copy of himself? So that's us reading the subtext of these lines, but you don't even have to read between those lines. Afton tells us directly in the quote I used at the top of this episode. Quote, and what makes you think they won't kill you? John said again. Because I'm one of them, he said. I mean, let's face it, it is hard to argue with that one. He is outright saying he is an animatronic. Reading the book the first time, you all assume it's like, oh, he has a kindred spirit with these animatronics because he loves them so much and he dresses as one and this and that. But oh no, after playing Sister Location, it takes on a whole new meaning. Now, there are two major complaints against the Afton theory. One, that Baby's first lines are,
I don't recognize you. You are new.
And two, that none of it makes sense if Afton bleeds out in Springtrap in FNAF 3. But there's an easy answer for both of these situations. First, think back to the FNAF world ending, where Desk Guy, who in our last episode we establish as Henry No Last Name Given, William Afton's partner in the Freddy Fazbear's franchise, confesses to building Baby. He's the creator, the one Baby would be most familiar with and not necessarily Afton. So Baby not recognizing Afton isn't all that much of a stretch. And regarding Purple Guy's death, we see in the book that William is covered in scars. Scars left over from surviving one major round of Springtrap failures. Quote, Dave had been shirtless under the costume and now his bare chest was clearly visible. His skin was horribly scarred, with raised white lines that scored his flesh in a symmetrical pattern, each side of his body mirroring the other. He raised his arms and turned slowly in a circle, giving Carlton ample time to see that the scars were everywhere. Also note that we never actually see Springtrap die in FNAF 3, just collapse into his own pool of blood and shiver there. The light never drains from his eyes. And Silver Eyes shows that it's not only possible, but that William has indeed survived a spring lock failure in the past. So could the FNAF 3 incident be the reason he has all those scars in the book? Absolutely. Also, according to the timelines the events line up, all of the events of Silver Eyes take place in 1995, placing it long after any events that we've seen in the games thus far, with the exception of Fazbear's Fright, which may have been a hallucinogenic dream sequence anyway. So all in all, cool story, bro. We play as Purple Guy in Sister Location.
Thank you for selecting Casual Bongos.
But why? What does all this mean for the plot of the game? It actually explains a lot, but from here it also tends to get really complicated, because now we're dipping into the FNAF 4 surveillance footage, FNAF 4 locations being tied to Sister Location, child experimentation, and the identities of Baby and Ennard. So instead of rushing my way through it to get it all done in time, I'm gonna pause right here and hold all those explanations for the next episode. Now that we know who is playing the game, we need to know why and how it affects the rest of the series as we know it. So click that basket of exotic butter to subscribe and be informed of when the next half of this theory comes out. And in the meantime, listen to these casual bongos and do me a favor and vote. Sister Location, yay or nay? Was this the game that you were waiting for, or did it end up under-delivering? Click on one to choose and I'll let you know next time how y'all voted. And in the meantime, remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Isn't this why you came here? To be with her again?
Don't you remember what you saw happen if you touch it? Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, 7 million theorists strong. And a lot of that is thanks to this franchise. More often than not, when I talk to people about their favorite episodes of this series, it's these. Young, old, it doesn't matter, the FNAF series was their first introduction. So I always feel a lot of pressure on these videos to deliver in a big way. You know, looking back, they're some of my personal favorites. Not only am I proud of the final product, but I'm proud of what they represent, as the FNAF series has been a true team effort, branching out across every person who has ever touched this channel, spanning every editor who's ever worked on an episode of Game Theory, getting you loyal theorists involved with pitching theories, and covering every style of theory that I personally write, from more IRL episodes to more lore-based ones. We've used everything from books to spin-off titles, real-world math and science to source code analysis, teaser images, trailer hints, and even US trademark data. Looking across this series, it's incredible the breadth that we've gone to. And to think, I almost never covered this series to begin with. It was going to be Slender, but then you guys, you loyal theorists, encouraged me to look into it, all based on a simple Twitter poll. You guys made it happen, and the rest is history. Funny how life goes sometimes. Anyway, like I said, I feel a lot of responsibility with these episodes, but I think today is my favorite of the whole series, because now we finally have all the pieces necessary to tell a coherent plot. It's not just some corpse kids and silent puppets and mauve murderers who don't say anything. We have personalities now, actual character, and most importantly of all, motivation. Motivations for why a serial killer would create a place like Sister Location. And believe it or not, the answer is actually quite sad. So the question of the day is, can a game make you feel sympathy for a child murderer? Because once you have the complete story, you might just see Purple Guy in a whole new light. One line across this entire franchise answers everything. I will put you back together. But before we get to all of that, let's back up a bit. Last time we established that William Afton, Purple Guy himself, is who you play as in Sister Location, and the one who eventually gets himself scooped. We also established that he once had a daughter who got herself killed at the hands, or should I say at the metal claw grip, of Baby. But there is so much more hidden in this game than that. By playing through the game and unlocking Sister Location's secret private room, players get treated to a shocking Easter egg. By typing the date 1983 into the keypad besides the monitors, the static blazes to life, revealing blurry footage of the FNAF 4 house, the plush trap hallway, Foxy's closet, and creepiest of all, the crying child's bed. We also get a clue as to how this is being done. Sitting there on the desk is none other than our good old friend, Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear. A little less psychic this time and a little more plush, cradling what appears to be a remote control. Now, many have said that this is a walkie-talkie, but it is, in fact, a camera control. Notice the buttons on top. Those are switchers, allowing you to switch between the different cameras you have placed in the environment. The wheel on the bottom presumably allows you to turn the cameras or potentially focus them. The Fredbears from FNAF 4 are just that. Fredbear plushes equipped with hidden security cameras, something mothers are using all the time these days to monitor their children, and also getting themselves hacked while doing it. See also the Watch Dogs episode. Creepy stuff. But that begs the question, why would anyone have remote monitoring of a child's bedroom programmed to run into a secret room in an underground animatronic storage facility? And also, why that house? Well, it's important to note that it's not just any house, it's a house that's connected to Circus Baby's Rentals. You heard that right. Sister location is under the FNAF 4 house. During the Freddy Breaker Room Challenge, we're presented with a map of the facility. We see the entrance elevator, main hub area, and the various holding rooms branching out all around it. But what we also see, more faintly, are 3 other areas. Maps that should look pretty familiar to fans of this series. The plush trap hallway, the path to Fredbear's, and the crying child's bedroom from FNAF 4. No joke. Just like the vent system maps from previous games, the faded diagram would imply that all of this is located on a different level than sister location, i.e. above it. And as we can see, not just above it, but connected to it. In fact, while we were too busy freaking out over the ever-nearing Funtime Freddy, most gamers overlooked that as a part of that minigame, we were responsible for returning power to those areas of the map. They were even labeled Observation 1 and Observation 2. Observation? Observing what? It just gets creepier and creepier. Now, before you go saying that an underground facility attached to a house is far-fetched, it's actually something supported by the book in details I guarantee everyone overlooked while reading it. Page 118, our main character Charlie is outside her childhood home, which is also home to Henry, co-founder of Freddy's. While exploring her father's animatronic workshop, we get the following quote. She knelt again and put her hand on the ground, fishing around until she found a small screw in the bare dirt. She palmed it, then looked closer. There were small holes in the ground, exposed when she moved the loose dirt. Charlie ran her fingers over them, thoughtful, end quote. Tiny holes hidden under the dirt of an animatronic workshop, huh? It's an oddly specific detail that never gets mentioned again and never goes anywhere, but is one of those things that gets the theorist mind to tickle in. Because when I hear of mysterious holes in the ground in someone's private workshop, I think trapdoor. Hidden trapdoor. Or, more accurately, secret entrances. Could this be a hint as to a secret entrance in Henry's animatronic workshop into sister location? In fact, we can prove using more details from the book that it is still being used by Afton. Earlier in that same chapter, Scott makes sure to drop a few more hints that seemingly never go anywhere, but we all know Scott better than that, right? And now that we have sister location to reference, these little details start to make a whole lot more sense. Quote, the benches were there where her father had assembled and tweaked his inventions, but the materials, the blueprints, and the half-finished robots that were once crammed onto every surface had disappeared. Where are they? End quote. So we have missing blueprints and partially finished bots that have just disappeared, but it continues. Quote, Charlie, John said from across the workshop, he was in the dark corner. If the skeleton had been there, it could have reached out to touch him, but it's not there. Notice the italics here. This isn't something that we're doing for effect in the video. This is actually straight from the book. Time and time again, Scott and the team working on this book are emphasizing these lines as though they're pointing to a greater mystery here, that someone has stolen these materials and are using them for their own devices, that they're hidden somewhere in this world. But it's a mystery that never gets solved within the pages of the book. But perhaps most importantly of all is a paragraph a few sentences later that pulls all these clues together and may finally give us an answer as to what is in the box. You know, the box. Quote, John was standing beside her father's toolbox, and he stepped away as she came over, giving her space. Charlie knelt down before it. It looked as if it had just been polished. It was made of dark, stained wood. Glossy. All the tools were polished and clean. They looked as though they had just been used that morning, wiped down and put away meticulously, like someone still cared for them. End quote. Stolen blueprints, missing robots, pristine tools despite supposedly going unused for 10 years, hints at a trap door and William Afton lingering around the town in disguise. Quite simply, the pieces here add up. But again, that's hints that we can glean from the book. The bigger question here is, why would Afton be spying on the FNAF 4 house in the games? Well, because it's his. As we established last episode, you play as Purple Guy, and each night you go back to your retro-themed house. At first, these cutscenes seem like they should just be absurd breaks from the spoopy action of the main game.
Clara, the baby isn't mine!
But look closer and you notice the details of the room, in particular, a very ugly lamp. A very ugly, very familiar lamp. One that we saw in, you guessed it, FNAF 4. In other words, this is Afton's house, and from his underground private room, he's observing his kids. Crying child, the older brother, and the girl who eventually becomes baby. As I suspected in my prediction video for this game, this truly is a sister location. A sister's location. And from there, all the parts start to fit together. So let's retell this story from the beginning now that we have all the pieces. Remember what will happen if he catches you. It's a line we hear repeated over and over again throughout FNAF 4, and now we know why. Crying Child has seen Golden Bonnie abduct children multiple times in the past. This moment in the back room that we all debated about whether or not it was a murder is in fact a child kidnapping. Silver Eyes proves it, as it shows that Purple Guy kills by trapping the kids in spring-lock suits. Quote, Carlton was wedged inside the heavy, barrel-shaped torso of a mascot costume, the headless top half of some kind of animal. His arms were trapped inside the torso section, pinned to his sides in an unnatural position. He could feel pieces of metal that pressed against his back and poked him. Dave said to Carlton, if you trigger those spring locks, two things will happen. First, all the locks will snap right into you, making deep cuts all over your body. And a split second later, all the animatronic parts they've been holding back will instantly be driven into your body. You'll die, but it will be slow. Having witnessed a scene similar to this, the boy is justifiably terrified, trying to avoid the pizzeria at all costs. But it's kinda hard when your father is one of the owners. Meanwhile, William Afton knows that he's been found out, hence the observation monitors and security Fredbears. He needs to be sure of his son's movements, even when he's at work, be it above ground or below. I mean, the guy may be a killer, but it's not like he could just kill his son, even if he was the witness to a gruesome murder at the restaurant. But Afton's problem gets solved prematurely with the fatal chomp of 83, a son William loved killed by the very animatronics he also loved, leading us to one fateful promise. I will put you back together. We've analyzed this line a lot in past theories because it's not only the final lines of FNAF 4 and FNAF World, thereby making it super important to this franchise, but because it's also presented to us in a different color than Fredbear's yellow. Someone else is talking here. And now we can finally pinpoint who said it, and more importantly, why. It was Afton. I will put you back together. A promise to fix his son, a broken son, in the only way that he knows how, animatronics. Enter Sister Location and the Funtime animatronics, not built for entertainment or for being worn, but built to help Purple Guy save his son. Built for capture. Although no one has yet found how to unlock them in the game, if you dig through the Sister Location files, you find a set of blueprints for the various animatronics, outlining their size and special features. Not only are they enormous, topping 7 feet in some instances, certainly bigger than a small child, but they're also equipped with things like 360-degree tracking, parental voice mimicking, and storage tanks. Look closer at the wireframes and you see that the storage tank isn't quite empty. Yeah, that's a child in there, curled up, hidden in Fredbear's stomach, captured alive, ready to be experimented on. Because Purple Guy is no longer killing to satisfy himself, he's doing it to recover his son, to figure out the secret of fusing souls into animatronics. You heard me, Afton wants to unlock the mystery of giving gifts, giving life. And if that seems like a stretch, just look at the number of sentient, independent, and fully aware robots in Sister Location. You not only have the core set, but there's also the baby babies and the mini Renas. Tens of sentient animatronics moving against their programming. And unlike past games where we received explanations like anti-criminal systems, dying guys in murder suits, or the products of a nightmare, here they just kinda exist. Why? Well, Baby tells us over and over in the trailer for Sister Location. A before the game's release, we had no idea, but now we do know what they've been through. Experiments and controlled shocks. Dozens, and I mean dozens of children captured as the Funtime animatronics executed on the programming that told them to collect. Also that Afton could learn the secret to reawakening lost souls. As we see in Silver Eyes, he knows it's possible as he's not shocked at all when the animatronics come to life at night. Quote, "They're home with me." Dave's voice was coarse, and the large mascot head slid forward and tilted as he spoke. Their happiest day. All they know is that you're here, trying to take away their happiest day. You are intruders, end quote. And as evidenced by the animatronics crawling throughout Sister Location, he succeeds in his goal. But in doing so, he pays the ultimate price, losing the second of his children, his daughter, when she ignores his warnings to stay away from the robots. A daughter whose soul goes on to possess Baby, as evidenced by the eye color shift from blue in the minigame to green in all the other times that we ever get to see Baby. Now flash forward to the beginning of Sister Location, a place where, as we're told in the trailer, memories sleep, anger is restless, and secrets don't keep. The children's spirits are mad and eager to get out, but how does a ragtag group of sentient robots escape? Even if they made it to the surface, giant endoskeletons roaming around would be like the coming of Terminator 2, and humans don't take kindly to that sort of thing. And so they've been forced to concoct a sneakier plan to escape. They put together their individual abilities Afton programmed into them, like Freddy's voice mimic and Bellora's misdirection tactics, to create a new entity, the collective consciousness known as Ennard, a tangle of wires and eyeballs that serves as their final hope. And we know it's all the animatronics together because it refers to itself as we.
There is nowhere to go when we look like this.
As the teaser said, there was a part of him in every body, after all. Throughout the 5 nights, Ennard uses those various skills and pretends in order to gain our trust, using the voice mimic to sound like Baby and be sympathetic, adopting the voice of the little green-eyed girl to make us compelled to move forward and save her. But it's all a trick, and by night 5, they've cleared out all the evidence, killing the other technicians so that no one can speak of the haunted animatronics. But note that those guys haven't been scooped. They've saved that honor specifically for you, the purple guy. The reason they're stuck there in the first place. Using Baby's voice, they push you into the scooping room, remove your skeleton, and inhabit your body. And as we see in the final scene, their escape is successful. The purple guy, the serial killer father trying to put his son back together, is killed by the exact monsters he first created. But not in an unhappy way. He achieved what he wanted, being reunited with his children. Page 411 of Silver Eyes. Quote, "The voice of the rabbit was smooth and rich, almost musical. Dave cocked his head to the side so that only one of his bulbous eyes could peer through the sockets. We both wanted to love," he said in those melodious tones. "Your father loved, and now I have loved." End quote. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Thanks for watching. Welcome back to the Super Amazing End Card Tournament, where last time I asked you whether you thought Sister Location was scary good or frighteningly bad. Survey said 97,000 votes for Sister Location and 30,000 against. So it looks like y'all felt that Scott got his groove back with this one. The follow-up question for today, which animatronic is your favorite? Maybe it's the scariest, maybe it's the one you most identify with, maybe it's the one you're most excited about yiffing. Hey, no judgment here. You yell and sniff all you want. Whatever your reasoning, just click on one. At this point, there's like 1,000, so let's just narrow it down to the essentials and you can include all versions of that character. So here we go. Your options are Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy/Mangle, Golden Freddy/Fred Bear, Springtrap, and Baby. Apologies to all you Balloon Boy and Bellora fans out there. Seriously though, are you out there? Seems like those two in particular just don't fit in anywhere. Anyway, click on one of the options to cast your vote, and once you're done, you have 2 options. Number 1, go and check out the FNAF playlist on the channel. Binge watch that sucker, because honestly, it's a lot of fun to look back at those old theories and see just how far we've all evolved in our thinking about this game. Each episode is like a little time capsule, and you're like, oh yeah, I remember when there was only 4 animatronics and everyone was like, whoa, Golden Freddy is blowing my mind right now. Or option 2, if you're looking for a break from FNAF, might I recommend on to you, Salad Fingers, over on the Film Theory channel. Seriously, if you like FNAF, then you will love my Salad Finger theories. It's creepy, it's mysterious, and it is ripe for theorizing. And it's brand new with part 2 of that theory coming out today, assuming you're one of the people watching this theory the day it comes out. In fact, you know what? Here's a link to go directly there. It's perfect viewing for Halloween weekend. Now, if you excuse me, I've got some Metroid and Mario theories in the works that have been on the back burner because of FNAF. So get ready for those. Enough jump scares for one Halloween. It is time we move on to some new theories. See ya next week.
Father, it's me, Michael. I found it. It was right where you said it would be. There is only one thing left for me to do now. I'm going to come find you.
Nope. Nuh-uh, not touching it. No, sirree, Bob. No way. You can mechanically wheeze all you want, Michael Eggs Benedict, Afton, Purple Guy, Jingleheimer, Schmidt, but I am not spending another 20 minutes trying to piece together whether you're Springtrap, whether you're Purple Guy, whether you're a second Purple Guy, and whether all of this requires yet another rewrite of the timeline. I am not doing it. At least not until the next book comes out in June. Nope, no siree doggo. Today, the series that prompted lore-based theories to flood this channel is getting the old school game theory treatment. That's right. Today, I'm tackling the science of Five Nights at Freddy's. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where today's Freddy theory is gonna be a bit different. No source code deep dives, no rooting around for obscure hidden Easter eggs, only hardcore real-life research. Oh, but speaking of the source code, something really fascinating is going on right now. Scott Cawthon's 2 websites are having a conversation. Scott Games is saying things like, "You're crowding us. You can't tell us what to do anymore. We outnumber you." And the FNAF World website is replying with, "Be quiet. Yes, I can. You will do everything that I tell you to do." Which makes it seem like FNAF 6, Sins of the Father, it's my title, feel free to use it, Scotty C, is gonna be like an all-out animatronic Civil War-style battle against the OG creator William, aka Springtrap Afton. How awesome would that be? Title, gameplay, boom, done. Feel free to use that idea as well. Meanwhile, in other FNAF updates, since a lot of you have been asking me on Twitter about my thoughts on this, the movie got itself canceled and then found itself a new production partner, Blumhouse Productions, the same guys who did Paranormal Activity, Oculus, The Purge, Get Out. Honestly, I think it's great news. Blumhouse has made a name for themselves by doing awesome movies on really teeny tiny budgets, and FNAF as an indie franchise needs that cheaply made indie vibe to really make it scary. It doesn't need a big studio like Warner Brothers, where it used to be, going in and meddling and trying to make it more family friendly so they can go in and sell more FNAF toys and it becomes the next Minions or something. Low budget is the way to go because it forces you to get creative. So this news actively made me excited for the movie. A video game movie based on FNAF. Seriously, all the subs to film theorists better get themselves ready for a heap and helping a Freddy when that movie rolls around. Anyway, enough updates. I think that covers all the FNAF related things that you guys have been asking me about on Twitter. On to the episode. This week, I'm covering a topic I've wanted to do since the release of FNAF 4 back in 2015 and never had the opportunity to because I was always so busy trying to piece together the damn lore, and that is, can an animatronic actually kill you? Since, you know, this series has a lot of animatronics and a whole lot of death at the hands of animatronics. But more specifically, I want to focus on the bite. You know the one I'm talking about. Whether or not you believe this moment to be the bite of 83 or the bite of 87, whether or not the date really even matters anymore, one thing is clear. This is the moment that set in motion everything else in these games. Based on the evidence coming from 6 games and the Silverized book, William Afton, creator of the animatronics, suffers this tragedy where his son's head gets crushed in a childhood bullying incident. A few days later, the son dies of his wounds in his hospital bed, setting in motion Afton's Ethan's quest to, quote, put him back together. Cut to scoopings, sister locations, a dead daughter, and more missing children than you can shake a basket of exotic butters at, and all because of this one moment. The bite is treated as a freak accident, something that couldn't have been helped. The horrific ending of an innocent childhood prank gone wrong. A series filled with haunted puppets and reincarnated skin suits starts with this. Just a random tragic incident that nobody could have stopped. A simple mechanical failure. Remember, this is before any of the suits are haunted. It's still just a regular old animatronic. But is that really true? Does a regular old animatronic actually have the ability to crush a child's skull? Or is there something a bit more sinister going on here? Let me just say this. I will never look at my last sister location theories the same way again. And it's all thanks to the results of this episode's research. To begin to piece together the real danger these Disney rejects pose, we need to understand what makes them so dangerous in the first place. Sure, it might be easy to assume that Golden Fredbear and Golden Bonnie here are so deadly because they're spring-lock suits, but as we hear about in FNAF 3's phone calls, the locks are only used to hold back the sharp, pointy innards so they could be worn in suit mode.
To change the animatronics to suit mode, insert and turn firmly the hand crank provided by the manufacturer. Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to ensure the animatronic devices remain fixed.
It's also something that we witness up close and personal during Night 4 of FNAF's sister location. The spring locks hold back the robotic innards, and them unsnapping and releasing the mechanism is what makes them so deadly. But during FNAF 4's bite, Golden Freddy is already in robot mode. There would be no spring locks activated. They would not be snapping shut. To put it simply, the robot is operating like any normal animatronic would be, meaning that the danger is coming not from some weird, unique detail of FNAF-verse-style robots, but rather from the same mechanisms that exist in any animatronic, be it in a fictional pizzeria to the creepy remnants of Big Bear Jamboree heads looking down at you from the Winnie the Pooh ride in Disneyland. Go ahead, look it up. There's some nightmare fuel for you. Or better yet, if you're at Disneyland leaving the Heffalump and Woozle section of the ride, look behind you and look up. Ho ho! Prepare for a surprise. Anyway, all things considered, to truly unwrap this theory, we need to know how normal animatronics actually work. Enter a man named Vern Grainer, an engineer who used to build robots for Chuck E. Cheese. Turns out, how these things are built is actually a closely guarded trade secret, because I can pronounce my awas. But in an article he did for Nuts and Bolts magazine back in 2009, he confirmed that almost every entertainment robot on the planet is built from one core technology: pneumatic actuators. What are those? Well, yo, listen up then. Ya homies know that when all the sickest ballers want to pimp out their bangin' rides, yo, they install hydraulic lifts in their undercarriage, like Ramon from the Cars movie? Well, where hydraulics use oil and fluid dynamics to do that sweet lifting, yo, pneumatics use air pressure. You build up a bunch of air pressure and then release it. That release moves whatever you want. A piston, a pulley, the deadly grin of a lifeless singing bear. They're used in everything from robots to build cars to the jaws of, well, Jaws at Universal Studios. Now, Grainer doesn't specify how powerful pneumatic actuators in a Chuck E. Cheese style robot's mouth would be, but we can go ahead and calculate a rough estimate. Whereas other actuators in the body and legs would have to be more powerful since they're moving larger, heavier chunks of robot, the ones in the mouth are smaller, more delicate. They only have to move a couple of ounces of plastic and metal for the jaws, teeth, and cheeks. The pneumatic tubes themselves are also only a couple inches long, meaning that they can only build up so much air pressure. All things considered, you're only gonna need about 40 PSI of air pressure max to do all of that. That's not a whole lot. It's like the pressure created from a strong breeze. So how the heck do a handful of small pistons powered by air create enough force to crack a child's skull wide open? They can't. You see, crushing a human skull ain't easy. The 22 bones of the human skull are there to protect the most important organ in our body from damage, and the whole thing has got a rounded structure to help disperse any forces applied to it. The strongest boxer in the world could punch you in the head at full force, and it barely crack. But this perfectly normal Chuck E. Cheese wannabe not only cracks the crying child's head, but breaks through hard enough to cause severe trauma to the brain? How much force is needed to do that? Well, it's actually a tricky question. First, we gotta ask, how old is the victim? When you're first born, the skull is softer, moldable, since, you know, it has to pass through narrow lady bits. Once it's made that journey, it has to be able to accommodate for your growing brain. So it has these soft spots called fontanelles to give the skull flexibility. So I immediately thought that our crying child birthday boy might be a bit easier of a nut to crack considering how young he is, but the research didn't pan out that way. The soft spots disappear or ossify by the time that you're 9 to 18 months old. And I don't care how heartless of a killer you are, purple guy, you ain't letting your 1-year-old hobble his way home after a day of sitting terrified in a broom closet. Second, to answer the question I had to ask, what parts of the skull are we talking about? Because different sections have different thicknesses and, as a result, different strengths. According to research done by Tobias Matei, who studied children's bike helmets and how they protect the skull, the thinnest region of the skull bone is about where your temples are. Lo and behold, that's exactly where our crying child is seeing most of the damage done. When he's placed in Golden Fredbear's mouth by the bullies, he's facing outward towards us, mostly facing the camera, meaning that the weaker sides of his skull are the ones that are having to deal with the crushing forces of the teeth. So, I looked it up. To fracture the skull there would require the equivalent of a 1,100-pound man or 500-kilogram woman, equal opportunity not being sexist here, to step on the head in that exact spot. But then again, that's just to have the thing fracture. We're talking about a catastrophic head failure that impacts the brain. So we have to get a bit more specific and a bit harder of a bite. Luckily, I found a study looking into exactly that. Testing over 300 samples, some scientific madmen determined that human skull bone, when put under various kinds of stress, had a failure pressure of 1900 psi or 13 megapascals. 13 megapascals means that for every square meter of surface area, it takes 13 million newtons of force to break a skull open. Now, obviously, that number is hard to imagine without me giving you a real-world example of what it feels like. The challenge, though, is to accurately represent that pressure, we need to know how that pressure is being delivered. If I'm delivering a lot of pressure onto a small point, it's gonna do a lot more damage than if I deliver that same amount of pressure across a wider surface area. Think of it like the difference of stepping onto a single nail versus laying on a bed of nails. One's a bloody good party trick, the other is just bloody. So think about it this way. 1 megapascal of pressure is about the pressure of an average human bite. We're talking 13 times that. That is a lot of pressure. And in our case, that pressure is being delivered by small animatronic teeth clamping down on either side of the crying child's head. So a whole lot more like that single nail example than the bed of nails. But to find out just how powerful and deadly these teeth are, we're gonna need one thing: pixel measurements. We need to know the surface area of Freddy's teeth so that we can figure out how much force minimum those teeth are delivering. Now, obviously, we're gonna have to approximate a bit since the game contains no real measurements to go off of, so instead I started with Freddy's face. It's an Easter egg I never really addressed in the theories, but way back in vanilla FNAF 1, lots of theorists were talking about an oddly shaped smudge on Freddy's face. This smudge is in the shape of a handprint. Now granted, it isn't a golden suit, but as we see in that game, the two are comparable in size. Given that the average human hand is about 18.89 centimeters long, we can use this handprint to scale everything else. Freddy's head then is 32 centimeters wide, or about twice as wide as an adult human's head, which makes a lot of sense. You need something big enough to serve as a costume. Now, using a combination of images from different angles, we can use this to determine the dimensions of one tooth, which comes to 1.4 square centimeters. It looks like he was bitten with 8 teeth, 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom. This gives us a total surface area of 11.26 square centimeters. So, using the power of math, we can use this figure to determine how much force each tooth is biting down with. And that number is bone-chilling. 14,758 newtons. Why is that a bone-chilling number? Because that's the strength that a full-grown crocodile bites with. It's almost the strength of a great white shark bite. In order to deliver that amount of force, you would need 2 high-end industrial-strength pneumatic actuators. These things are as long as your arm, and they need their own dedicated compressors pumping out 100 pounds per square inch. I mean, your own teeth would crack if you bit down with that kind of force, and it is most certainly way overkill for moving the mouth of some cheap mascot at a sad sack themed restaurant. It's almost like someone built these things to intentionally be deadly. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is our smoking gun. When we last covered the lore of this series, myself, as well as other FNAF theorists like Treacicle and Dawko, concluded that William Afton was driven to his murderous rampage by tragic circumstances. His son was killed in the jaws of that machine, and so he dedicated his life to twisted experimentation on other children to bring his son back. Sure, it doesn't mean that William Afton kidnapping and killing tons of kids is okay, but it does make us sympathize with him a little. He was driven to madness by this immense sadness. But if all this science today is truly correct, it proves that he was a madman all along. That even in the earliest days of Fredbear's Family Diner, William was making suits designed to kill, with mechanisms way overpowered for what they were meant to do. Any normal animatronic would have left the crying child with a few scratches, maybe some psychological scars, but that's about it. He'd be alive. But Afton, being the psychopath that he is, had other intentions. Not only did he create a deadly system with the spring locks, but even the basic robotics of his mascots were built to kill, something that he would continue to do throughout his career, particularly with the Funtime series. We all thought it was a freak accident that killed Afton's son, but at the end of the day, this death was completely avoidable. It was all Afton's fault. He only has his own twisted experiments to blame, claiming first his son and eventually his daughter too. Man, I gotta say, that really bites. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. 6 whole months since a FNAF theory? Wow, time flies. It's actually really nice to cover the series again with fresh eyes. I even figured out some new lore bits while working on this one, stuff that I'm sure will show up in the next FNAF theory coming this summer. So if you haven't done it yet, make sure that you bite down hard on that subscribe button in 3, 2, 1, crunch! And hey, might I recommend clicking the video that you see on screen right now? It's actually the first video that I did on FNAF. It's actually really interesting to see how the series have changed in that amount of time. Anyway, that's it for today. I will see you all, or at least the number of you who enjoy our theories that aren't FNAF related, next week. Springtrap! A horde of the Balloon Boys emerged from the cave, shaking back and forth on unsteady feet, their pointed teeth chattering loudly as they wobbled forward with staring eyes. Not again! I hate these things, Jessica cried. You and me both, sister. You and me both. Up top. Can't high-five me up top because you're a fictional character. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where... Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. FNAF 6 is canceled. Looks like I had more staying power than you, Scotty C. Let's be honest, though. It's gonna be more delayed than canceled, really. And there's still the movie, the merch, a second book just released, a third book coming soon, and a fourth one on the way. So just like the animatronics, the series itself keeps getting reborn in new forms with increasingly absurd names. Withered Freddy, Nightmare Chica, Not So Fun Time Franchise. Speaking of ridiculous new names for the same old cast animals, let's talk about the latest addition to the roster, the Twisted Animatronics, stars of the new FNAF book that came out at the end of June. Now, I'm gonna be honest, this book was definitely a step up from the first. It had 200 less pages. Oh, sick bird, y'all! You need a calendar, man! I mean, don't take that as too high of a compliment. In 200 pages, you still had a college robotics major going to the scene of a murder and then touching the victim, getting blood all up on her hands, and no one on the police force even batting an eye over the blatant crime scene tampering that was happening. Then there's the fact that in the book, multiple Balloon Boys, including BB, JJ, and whatever other ridiculous combination of letters you can come up with, are canon too. But you know what? I still gotta appreciate lines like page 183, you never know when a corpse may wander out of the shadows wearing a rabbit suit. Even the books have become self-aware of their own absurdity at this point. Now, at this point, Scott has made made it clear that the books and the games are separate canons. And while that may be true, both are still shambling their way out of Scott's mind brain. We all know that Scott leaves plenty of holes in his stories, details or events that are left purposefully vague so that we can theorize to fill in those gaps. But what's interesting is that he leaves different holes in each series. And by looking at the two series in tandem, those holes start to fill themselves in with events from the sister series. The sister location! No, just no. Anyway, reading Twisted Ones was like reading the crib notes for Sister Location, because a lot, and I mean a lot of that game's weirdness became more and more clear as I turned more and more pages. So FNAF 6 may be dead, but we're gonna go back to beat the dead horse animatronic that is Sister Location. Can we name it Horsey? Horsey, the dead horse animatronic, and we just beat it every time we do an episode about one of these games? Great. Dead horse animatronic Horsey one final time, because thanks to the Twisted Ones, we have all the information we need to help that game make just a little bit more sense. First, how do we know that this book is anywhere close to related to Sister Location? Well, it's easy. The answer's in the title, The Twisted Ones. The recurring threat in the book are these so-called twisted animatronics. But even though we're supposed to think that this is a new breed of killer robot, they're not. Not at all, in fact. We've seen them before in Sister Location. Check out this description and let me know if it sounds familiar. Page 90. The creature had no fur and its face was smooth. It had a short muzzle and oval ears sticking out from the sides of its head. It had the general appearance of an animal's head, though much larger than the animatronic animals from Freddy's. Running down the center of its face was a long, straight split, exposing wires and a line of metal frame. A thick plastic material was stuck to the face in large patches. So the twisted animatronics have a plastic-like covering and a face that splits open. It certainly sounds like the aesthetic of the Funtime animatronics, but it doesn't stop there. These guys were built to be big because their mission is to capture children, like Pokeballs, out for revenge. Page 140. Freddy's face slid across the bed like a python. His head lost its shape as it folded outward, taking hold of her feet and beginning to swallow, moving slowly upward as she fought not to scream or fight, his cheeks and chin dislocating further. It no longer resembled a living thing. Before she could struggle further, her arms were pinned to her side, trapped inside the thing. Only her head remained free. She gasped for a last breath, then was violently scooped up, consumed by the creature. She done got scooped. Then, a few pages later, she was inside a cavity made for a human being, but the suit was moving with complete autonomy. In case you've forgotten, this is exactly what we see in Sister Location's hidden animatronic blueprints. Oversized robots with special containment features to lure in and trap small children. Even the description for how people get scooped into the animatronics is reminiscent of Sister Location's horrific ice cream minigame with Baby. Page 92. The animatronic's arms lifted and its chest opened like an iron gate. Its metal pieces slid out of place to reveal a dark, gaping pit where sharp spikes and spring locks were just barely visible. It was a trap, waiting to be triggered. She beat against its bent and damaged arm, but the other arm steadily forced her closer to the chest cavity. So why does any of this, and the Twisted Ones as a whole book, matter in the context of the FNAF games? Well, in the opening sequence of Sister Location, we hear that the Funtime animatronics were built by William Afton.
With all due respect, those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
A guy who, up to that point in the series, had only been named in the first book, Silver Eyes. By the end of the book, we learned that William is Purple Guy, the killer who kidnaps kids while wearing a golden Bonnie suit. But Silver Eyes also introduced us to other important characters for the FNAF series as a whole, including Henry, no last name given, William's partner and the more creative half of the company, the one who actually created the animatronics. So after reading Silver Eyes, we were left with William, the business guy who doesn't create robots but does kill children, and Henry, the creator who does create robots but doesn't kill children. Got all that? Good. Now, in my FNAF 5 Decoded video, I drew parallels between Henry and a mysterious figure that we saw during a secret cutscene of FNAF World, both of whom create animatronics and commit suicide. Long story short, in the game, he ends his own life because he created Baby, a robot that he's ashamed of. In the book, why Henry kills himself is still a big part of the mystery. Now, if you want more information about the parallels between these two characters, click the eye icon in the upper right-hand corner of the screen because I go more in-depth there. But after that video, it seemed like a lock. We finally had some solid leads as to who these key players in the games were, and the clues were coming from Silver Eyes. But then that opening cinematic from Sister Location played the first time we all booted up the game, Afton acknowledged that he was the one who created the new robots. And everyone, including myself, was like, well, there went that theory. Afton was supposed to be the business guy, not the creator. So if he's the one who builds animatronics in the game, then Henry must not exist in this universe. Scott had pulled the wool over my eyes, or at least retconned huge parts of his story to keep me off the scent once again. Except not. The theory was right the first time. The Twisted Ones book confirms that both Henry and William Afton create animatronics, with the originals being built by Henry and the Twisted Funtime style animatronics being Afton's. On page 92 of the Twisted Ones, we see the main character Charlie, daughter of Henry, talking about one of these new animatronics. Quote, the hardware, the joints, it's older technology. Maybe he made them earlier? I don't know. I recognize some of this as my dad's work, but then a lot of it's foreign to me. Someone else may have had a hand in it. I'm not sure if my dad made it or not, but I have a feeling he's the one who buried it. Oh yeah, by the way, in the book, the twisted animatronics bury themselves during the day and come out at night to nab people. Animatronic zombies. Why not? It is probably one of the things that makes more sense in the book, honestly. Anyway, it's continually hinted at throughout the book that these animatronics weren't built by Henry. My father wouldn't have used this. He always put stops so that the joints couldn't do things humans can't do. Then again, on page 113, the bear was frightening. Misshapen, an imitation of Freddy created by someone else. It was a strange variation, into which her father had never breathed life, but William Afton, Dave, did. And then finally, William Dave, maybe Purple Guy, Springtrap Afton confirms it on page 186.
Did you think my robots would be as poorly designed as your father's?
So there you go. The original theory still stands. Henry and William can both be active players in the game universe because both build animatronics. And if you need even more evidence, then think about it this way. At the end of FNAF World, Henry admits that he created Baby, and then he kills himself, ashamed of his creation. At the beginning of Sister Location, we see that Afton is still alive, he's claiming creation rights, and he's obviously proud of his new robots. Then, at the end of the game, his son Michael Afton says that he's gonna come find his father.
Father, it's me, Michael. I'm going to come find you.
Thus, William is still alive, Henry is dead, but both must be a part of these games. And that's an important detail to solidify because the book also confirms something that FNAF theorists had been speculating about since the release of Sister Location. One of the weirdest details from that game was hidden in Funtime Freddy's room, where a map of FNAF 4's house was above and directly connected to the map of the Sister Location facility. It was also something that was hinted at throughout the Silver Eyes novel. Again, something that I covered in a previous theory linked via those iCards in the upper right-hand corner. But Twisted Ones not only confirms this underground bunker for Sister Location exists, it also confirms whose house it's built under. Henry's. In the novel, we see the twisted animatronics capture the main character Charlie, again, Henry's daughter, and drop her off in some remixed version of the FNAF 2 pizzeria. I say remixed because, like a lot of this book, it's a weird hybridization of the things that happen in the games and other stuff. It's got the carousel and balloon boys from the FNAF 2 location, but then there's a cave and a waterfall for some reason. Because why not? FNAF 7, Under the Sea! Earlier in the book, Charlie and her boyfriend John, who admittedly has to be the most patient and loving boyfriend in the history of the universe, like, Charlie shows him no sense of affection and he is there just like a sad puppy dog. It is tragic. Anyway, those two go to visit Charlie's childhood home, which has been destroyed by a storm. And what they find is that the storm has broken down a wall to reveal a new room, a secret room, hidden in their house that Charlie had never known about. Quote, that's not even part of the house. I've never seen this room before. The walls were made of dark concrete, and the room was small and windowless. A box jammed into the house and sealed away beneath the rooms. Whatever's out there killing people came from there. When the storm broke the wall, a section of the house was sealed until the storm broke through. But what's really important here is what's revealed when Charlie and the gang escape from that underground pizzeria I mentioned. On page 194, we're out! We're okay! Don't you see where we are? She whispered. Slowly she walked the length of the room, gesturing to the 4 enormous pits in the floor, one of which contained a headless, half-buried robot. John, this is my dad's house. It's the room we found. They escaped upward out of the underground pizzeria and wound up in Henry's house. So slowly the pieces start to fit together. Henry in the book buries and tries to seal off the twisted animatronics and then commits suicide out of guilt for helping William to build these things in the first place, just like we see him do in FNAF World. And just like we see the underground bunker underneath a normal, everyday home in Sister Location. And I'm just getting started, because while all this other information is certainly interesting, Twisted Ones exposed a detail from Sister Location so tiny and so minute that we all overlooked it in our excitement over decoding underground storage facilities and tracking animatronic eye color. And yet, much like that infamous Chica Beak clue from FNAF 2 and 4, this small detail is so monumentally earth-shattering to the franchise as we know it that I can't not talk about it here. On Sister Location's Night 3, Michael Afton's big task is to remove a power module from Funtime Freddy. After following the narrator's instructions on which buttons to press and what order to press them in, Freddy's chest pops open and the power module reveals itself. And it's this little blinking black dot, oddly unconnected to literally anything else in the animatronic, and in a pretty unusual place, just kinda stuck on, slightly off to the side. I remember thinking at the time that this was an odd design choice for something that was supposedly powering the whole animatronic, but how would I know? No one, and I mean no one, called this thing out, considering Night 3 in general was just kinda forgettable, overshadowed by the misery that was the Spring Lock challenge on Night 4, and the fascinating map Easter eggs hidden on Night 2. But of course, this is FNAF, and no detail is too small in this series, and Twisted Ones blew the lid off this disc's true purpose, its little mystery being so important that it's the reason they're called the Twisted Ones in the first place. Stick with me now, because I'm not making any of this up. That little device from Sister Location is actually a mind control disc. Pause for all the stunned gasps and requisite eye rolls. I don't blame either of those reactions. Let me explain. Throughout the book, anytime the twisted animatronics show up, people start to feel weird side effects. Page 91 and 92. As her hand touched the creature, a wave of nausea hit her, but it lasted only a split second. Something else about it had transformed at the same time. Its artificial skin took on a luminescence, and its movements were fluid and sure. Its casing suddenly appeared to have skin and fur, though they were blurry, flickering like a trick of the light. Now, after destroying one of these twisted animatronics, Charlie and Boy Toy John discover a weird object embedded in the machine. Quote, it was a flat disc, about the size of a $50 coin. She held it up to her ear. Wow, that's really high-pitched. I can barely hear it. The sound is why you feel sick. It emits some kind of signal. It changes what those things look like. It changes our perception of what they look like, Charlie corrected. Freddy's image flickered like static on a television screen. The color faded from his fur, then everything that made him Freddy winked out, leaving only a smooth plastic figure in his place. It looked like the rest of the animals in the room, a blank mannequin stripped of its characteristics. These aren't made out of fur and fabric. They're made by us, by twisting our minds. You shot the chip, you killed the illusion. Twisting our minds, you say? Roll credits! Now, for as ridiculous as a small disc that emits sounds that gets your brain to change the way it perceives the world around you sounds, it's actually kinda based in scientific fact. The brain is constantly having to process tons of information, so it is always looking for shortcuts. For instance, if I show you this text, you're probably going to be able to read it really quickly, right? It's because the brain isn't reading text by individual letters, but rather by the context of the other words around it, the way it expects the sentence to go, and making guesses off the most frequent short words that it sees on a day-to-day basis. The same is generally true in visual perception. Without going into detail here, it's how optical illusions work, and there's been plenty of research on how the brain fills in visual gaps that it experiences. So the idea that a disc is shooting out sounds that distract you, and thus cause your perception of reality to change to stuff that you're actually more familiar with isn't as far-fetched as it might seem. At least, not as far-fetched as robots haunted by dead children getting into an all-out rumble against other animatronics built to vor unsuspecting victims, which is literally a thing that happens in the climax of this book. Not to spoil it or anything. And of course, it probably goes without saying, but these little mind-control discs were created by none other than dear old dad, William Afton, page 99. There was writing along one edge. She had to bring the piece of plastic close to her face to make the letters out. They were tiny and written in an old-fashioned flowing script. They read, Afton Robotics, LLC. Charlie dropped the disc immediately. Afton? William Afton. That's my father's old partner. That's Dave's real name, John finished. I thought he was just a business partner for Freddy's, she said slowly. I guess he did a bit more than that. So why and how does this matter in the context of the games? I actually think it has the potential to explain a lot. First, from the book. So the animatronics aren't changing shape, we're just being distracted. What's the purpose of that, though? To earn our trust, to look more friendly, to look more real, to lure kids closer. And that's something we definitely see at play throughout Sister Location. It was even in the hidden animatronic blueprints that we discovered. Weird technology put in place to lure and trap kids. Now, this is speculation, but remember Sister Location's secret control room that allowed us to observe the crying child's bedroom, as well as other key locations from FNAF 4? On the map, they were labeled as observation rooms. Could that be what William was observing? The effects of his mind-twisting discs on children. Could FNAF 4 not have been a dream, a nightmare, a hospital hallucination, whatever, but rather the twisted dreams generated by these distraction discs? But even beyond that, I think these discs explain a topic that I have actively avoided throughout all my theories on this series. The phantom animatronics from FNAF 3. Remember way back to FNAF 3 when this was supposed to be the final boss battle? There was only one real animatronic out to get you, Springtrap. All the other main jump scares were hallucinations in a building that had a high-pitched whining noise the whole time. And especially when it came to the puppet attacking you. Weird that these hallucinations are happening around a time when there's high-pitched noises around, like these discs emanate. And notice that the ventilation in the game would only tend to drop after you had been scared, not before. It's as though these hallucinations aren't coming from a lack of oxygen, like Phone Dude says, but rather from some other source. A disc specifically designed to manipulate your mind and bring forward all the horrific memories that you have buried in it. And regardless of whether you think Springtrap is Michael Afton or William Afton, which is honestly a theory for a whole nother day, one thing you can't deny is that these discs, Springtrap, and the Afton family are all connected, meaning that their use in a game where you're coming into direct contact with a giant golden bunny definitely makes a whole lot of sense. Could they also be the explanation for the other random Easter eggs we've seen throughout the series? The Lolbit mask, and the Mini Rena's random appearances in the control room of Sister Location. The Phantom Freddy and Phantom Bonnie from FNAF 2. I mean, the FNAF 2 location does make an appearance of sorts in the book, with the discs hidden in the lights of the building. Maybe even the hallucinations of It's Me way back in FNAF 1. The ramification of discs like this changes everything, and we physically see them present in Sister Location. So even if Scott is tired of the franchise, that doesn't mean it has to end without the answers that we've all been waiting for. You know what? I'm here for you to try and put together this mess of a puzzle as a community of theorists. There's still plenty more to speculate about as the Twisted Ones opens the door to even more interesting and even more absurd ways of maiming and murdering children with Chuck E. Cheese-style robotics. And I haven't even gotten to how I think the main character of the book series is probably a robot. But again, those are all theories for other days. In the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. You know, at this point, FNAF is 3 years old. 3 years! That means most of you younger fans of the series are probably hitting that special time in your life where hair starts to appear in places that it never used to before. Like in between your eyebrows, fusing them together to form the much-dreaded unibrow. Take my advice, this is for your own good. Don't be like me. Don't make the mistake and think that a unibrow is okay. Unipat was a dark, dark time in my life that I choose to forget. No, learn from my mistakes and do the right thing. Get to shaving, my friends. Dealing with awkward body hair sucks, so why make the shaving process suck too? Treat yourself to the club. Dollar Shave Club, literally the best, easiest, and cheapest shave you will ever have. Why is it the best? Because their executive razor rocks. Metal and firm, standing head and shoulders above the flimsy plastic store razors that cost you even more. Why is it the easiest? Because screw having to put on pants and go out in public. Stay hidden away from the world while new razor heads and shave butter get delivered right to your door. No human interaction necessary, which is great for all you introverts watching right now. And why is it the cheapest? Because Because for a limited time, new members get their first month of the Executive Razor with a tube of the Dr. Carver's shave butter for only $5, and with free shipping. After that, razors are just a few bucks a month. That is, calculating it now with my math brain, a $15 value only available to you theorists right now exclusively at dollarshaveclub.com/MattPat. That's dollarshaveclub.com/MATPAT. In your first month box, you get the awesome weighty handle, a full cassette of 4 executive cartridges, and a tube of shave butter. So say goodbye to Unipat and say hello to social acceptance and silky smoothness. Again, learn from my mistakes, ladies and gentlemen. Life post-puberty will never be the same. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a ridiculous math question in store for next week's episode that I need to go solve. I will see you then.
Dear Scott Cawthon, hi, it's me, Austin. You know, I have to say it's really weird doing these for indie games. I mean, originally when I started these, I was harassing Bethesda about game mechanics that they hadn't thought twice about, bugging CD Projekt Red about the lack of genitalia in their games, and generally speaking, having zero idea what the crap I was doing. Now, though I find myself with a formula, well, if you consider incredibly unhealthy volumes of caffeine abuse, sleep deprivation, and stress-induced meltdowns of formula, an editing team, and generally running out of AAA games to bother people about because damn 2017, why is your lineup so freaking bad? So I've been hitting the indie circuit because thank God someone's making good games out there, but it puts me in the unenviable position of writing letters that start out like Dear Toby Fox or Dear Scott Cawthon, which, unlike Dear Big Evil Pile of Dog Feces in the shape of a Konami logo, makes these videos feel a lot more personal. Instead of writing to a developer about the flaws in the science of their games, it feels more like I'm instead stapling a passive-aggressive note onto a neighbor's door about the loud yet embarrassingly short sex they're having. I can hear you guys, and bro, you need to step it the hell up. This was one of the most difficult episodes I've ever had to do. It wasn't because it was particularly complicated to research, it wasn't. And it wasn't because the concepts in it are all that terribly difficult to understand and explain, because they aren't. And I know this'll bug some people because it's making the intro take longer than it should, and I'm not getting to the point, and blah, 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 but this episode was difficult for me because of one thing: fear. I have post-traumatic stress disorder. It's manageable, I'm in therapy, and I take medication, and life is generally awesome. That being said, willfully inducing fear responses in myself, even in the name of science, that's not necessarily a walk in the park for me. In fact, in the process of making this video, I lost quite a bit of sleep after the jump scares. My body does not deal with anxiety well. But anyway, I'm on the other side of it now, so strap on your hard hats, try to ignore the flood of triggered in the comments section, and let's get to picking apart one of the most fascinating biological processes on the entire Earth. The reason it's taken me so long to get around to doing a FNAF video is, well, there's not a lot of material for my particular brand of show. But then I realized, if I can't take the science out of Five Nights at Freddy's, maybe I can bring the science to Five Nights at Freddy's, which is exactly what I did. Specifically, I wanted to study the physiological effects the game would have on a person. And before we get to my methodology, let's talk about something first and discuss how, in theory, Five Nights at Freddy's may not only be a way to scare the crap out of you, but may, in fact, be capable of straight up murdering you. In real life, Five Nights at Freddy's, following in the tradition of thousands of scary stories come before it, relies on, you know, fear. Specifically though, FNAF stimulates your fight or flight response. The fight or flight response is one of the oldest mechanisms in ecology. biology. Animal stuff. Basically, as long as there have been brains, there's been the fight or flight response. It can be quantified pretty simply. Something utterly, mind-blowingly terrifying happens. Something that could possibly kill us. What do we do? Do we dig in our heels and try to beat the crap out of it to scare it off? Or do we strap on our PF flyers and run for the hills? As I said before, fight or flight is old, which means it hangs out in our sympathetic nervous system, or more broadly, the limbic system. We've talked about this a bit before in the Pokemon episode, but this is the part of our brain that forgoes logic. It's way deeper than our cortex or even our neocortex. This is some primal animal stuff. This is why fears can be so difficult to overcome and why fear-based mental illnesses like anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder can be debilitating and seemingly illogical. When I'm walking around at night, when I hear an unexpected noise and it spooks me, I'm not thinking about the logical situation, which is, I live in a city, a college town with roads, police, taxes, infrastructure, and society. So the likelihood that the sound was caused by, say, the frickin' ravenous coyote hunting me for my burritos is a lot lower than the likelihood that it's being caused by a random inebriate pissing in the bushes. Unfortunately, my logic brain doesn't get a vote on this matter because my limbic system at that moment just started screaming, "Red alert!" Which brings us to the key component of fear, perception. Specifically, the perception of control. If I think that I have control of a situation, like, I don't know, it's just me sitting in my chair in my apartment watching Netflix, I'm unlikely to have a fear response. Notice how I'm using words like perception and think here. What's important is what your subjective experience is, not the reality of the situation. So at night, walking home when I just want to eat my burritos in the dark away from my baby so it doesn't try to take them from me, I feel out of control. There's random people who are bigger and stronger than my floppy YouTuber muscles can beat away. There's mutant raccoons. There's bears, probably. The reality is, none of us are ever really in that much control, at least as individuals. We've discovered less than 1% of the estimated 1 million asteroids that could impact Earth and cause serious damage to cities, if not the entire human race. There's a super volcano building pressure beneath Yellowstone National Park that's due for an eruption anytime now that would essentially turn the entire western United States into a giant crater. And less esoterically, at least 111 of you watching this video right now will die from injuries caused by a car accident in the next year. Control is an illusion, and in that illusion, we find safety and comfort, which is why FNAF is so utterly terrifying. It roots you in place, gives you minimal movement, minimal control. It robs you of your power. It gives you just enough agency to act and get invested, but stacks the deck against you. You're not in control, the animatronics are. And maybe, if you're unlucky, Five Nights at Freddy's would manage to do a whole lot more than just scare you. What happens when you start that first night of the game and you hear the first clattering of pans in the distance? Your brain instantly starts going to work. Your amygdala, located here, goes, "Oh, something's happening," and it sends a signal to your hypothalamus, located here. The hypothalamus, now on red alert, squeezes your pituitary gland like a sponge, releasing adrenocorticotropic hormones into your body, which makes your adrenal gland dump epinephrine and norepinephrine into your system. Epinephrine and norepinephrine work together to make you more alert, increase your respiration rate, your blood flow, and critically, your blood pressure and your heart rate, which is where things can start to become deadly. The fight or flight response increases blood flow to your limbs and brain to prepare you for action, either to equip you with the speedy reflexes you'll need to rip your assailant's throat out, or to hopefully outrun the danger and live to flee another day. But it's here that we start to get into trouble. The fight or flight response is essentially an overclocking of your system, except unlike a computer component, if you accidentally push an organ too hard, you can't just turn it off or swap it out. Here's a human heart. It doesn't look quite like the candies made of sidewalk chalk from Valentine's Day, but whatever. Now, the right side, no, switch that. My right, the right when it's in your body, not when you're looking at it. It's stage right, not house right. There you go. The right side is responsible for taking blood that's delivered oxygen to the body and sending it off to the lungs. The left side takes this blood in and sends it off to the rest of the body. These two sides must harmonize in order to work properly. In from the body, out to the lungs, in from the lungs, out to the body, and on it goes forever until you die. The heart does this so many times per minute, measured in beats per minute, which goes up and down depending upon whether you're sleeping, just sitting there, exercising, etc. The average beats per minute, or BPM for adults at rest, known as the resting heart rate, is about 75, which incidentally is the exact BPM of the music running in the background right now. A healthy heart running at this rate is perfectly capable of moving the amount of blood it needs to where it needs to go. But when you're scared, like, I don't know, when you're trying to hide from freaky as hell animatronics that are out to murder you and your adrenal gland doses you with epinephrine and norepinephrine, your heart rate skyrockets. And if it doses you with enough, your heart rate can break 200 beats per minute, which sounds more like this. And at these heart rates, your heart can start to beat irregularly, which is called an arrhythmia, and you're at risk for ventricular fibrillation. Your heart, when it's beating this fast, can burn through its store of electrolytes, which causes irregular electrical signals, making the heart just sort of quiver instead of actually pump. And it doesn't take too much of this for your brain to become starved of much needed oxygen-rich blood and put you into a coma. Or your valves can be moving so quickly that it actually causes your blood to cavitate, which means it causes little air bubbles, which in turn could cause an embolism and an aneurysm. And while most healthy hearts won't do this, it doesn't mean that no healthy hearts won't do this. Idiopathic ventricular fibrillation, science speak for people's hearts that stop working for no frickin' reason, happens in approximately 1% of people who go into cardiac arrest outside of hospitals, which means in the United States, if you take into account the 0.1% of the entire population that'll go into cardiac arrest this year, take that and multiply it by the 1% of people who will have idiopathic ventricular fibrillation, and taking into account that the survivability of people who go into cardiac arrest outside of the hospital is only 10%, we're looking at least 10 of y'all who are gonna have a heart attack this year, and only one of you is gonna live to tell the tale. So far, that's 120 of you who are gonna die this year, as predicted by this show. So, you know, if you're not subscribed yet, do it, because the clock's a-ticking. I need warm bodies to replace those of you who are gonna bite the dust. Taking all of this into account, it's an undeniable fact that Five Nights at Freddy's, if it scares you enough, could absolutely, definitely kill you for realsies. But enough theoretics. I want to know for sure. In fact, as someone with anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, and a caffeine addiction, I'm an amazing test subject for death from animatronics. So I did what any pioneering scientist with genius unrecognized by his peers in his time. I tried to kill myself with science. I decided to take biometrics of both blood pressure and my heart rate while binging my way through every single Five Nights at Freddy's game. The first 3, anyway. Remember how I mentioned I have severe anxiety? Yeah, I couldn't keep going after number 3. Since I couldn't afford to drop 5,000 bones on an EKG machine, I did the next best thing. Picked up the best reviewed heart rate monitor for athletes I could find, strapped it to my chest, and got to work. And my findings? Well, obviously, I didn't die since I'm here now. I have a resting heart rate of 40 beats per minute. Whoa, holy crap. I mean, I exercise a bit, but I also sit on my butt and play Elite Dangerous way too much. Well, here's some motivation to keep at it and not pick up those cigarettes again. Anyway, I started to get nervous literally the instant I turned FNAF on, where my heart rate increased to 60 beats per minute. Every game when I started a night, be it night 1 or night 5, my heart rate jumped again to a baseline of 90 beats per minute, and it just sat there. Just constant anxiety, just there all the time. And then, invariably, 115 to 120 beats per minute. Boom, son! Follow that by several hours of nervous pacing while my hormone levels calm down. You'll notice these numbers are, honestly, pretty low. Granted, I apparently have an efficient heart, but even if you take these numbers and control for the average adult who doesn't exercise that much, you're looking at a pretty normal heart rate at worst of about 180. For most people, that's like, I don't know, climbing a ton of stairs really fast. And my heart rate only sustained this high rate for a few minutes before calming down again. So I have to say, even with several sustained jump scares in a row, FNAF is, holy crap, is Five Nights at Freddy's actually good for you? I mean, this is just like doing some exercise. This is cardiovascular exercise. Sure, you're not building muscle mass, but you're exercising your heart and lungs. That's awesome. Dude, guys, as long as you're not nursing a freaking heart condition, horror games are amazingly good for your body. This is because, well, getting frightened to death requires real stakes. Jump scares in video games, while capable of catching you off guard, just don't compare to someone jumping out and trying to hack your head off with a machete in real life. Some part of your brain is constantly aware that it's fake, even if you're an anxious, mentally ill wreck of a human being like me. So, cool, I guess we'll just, end it here. Horror games are like exercise, but better, because you get to sit down. Thanks for the free cardio, Scott. Sincerely, Austin. Thank you, everyone, for watching my video on Five Nights at Freddy's, one of the biggest topics on this channel, and I finally covered it, and it was not exaggerating my anxiety. It was a really hard thing for me to cover. I don't like horror games. I don't even I get surprised by my wife all the time, just in my own apartment. She'll walk around the corner and I'll be like, ah! So, yeah, I don't need that in my life. If you're not subscribed to The Game Theorist yet, you need to do it right now. Just do it. Just do it. And there's more videos from me. There's more videos from MatPat. I'm gonna go and do stuff. And, yeah, follow me on Twitter, ARHorrigan, and I'll see you another time, son! Or daughter.
Why, with enough belief, you could even cheat death itself. Cheat death itself. Cheat death itself. Death itself. Cheat death itself.
You know, it really is uncanny how these two games overlap. Hello, Internet! Welcome to the 200th episode of Game Theory. I mean, technically it's the 201st and a half episode because we had a mini theory way back on the channel a long time ago that's now privated because of reasons. And then technically the Bendy episode last week was the 200th episode, but I thought this felt more appropriate because it's solving FNAF with one final mega theory. So the 200th episode of Game Theory, proud members of the Pink Guy Truthers Club. Now, for those of you who don't know, one of the longest held debates in FNAF theorydom is whether this murderer watching children die is the same as this murderer watching children die. Because of their different colors, they became dubbed Purple Guy and Pink Guy, the two most threatening colors. Taste the rainbow, slaughter the rainbow. Anyway, since FNAF 2, I have been opposed to this theory, and I can now confirm it is dead. Like a child wanting a mediocre slice of overpriced pizza, dead. Ding dong, the witch is dead. One look at Scott's new strategy guide for the series, The Freddy Files, confirms it. Page 48, when describing the Foxy Go 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 minigame from FNAF 2, quote, Purple Guy is visible in the lower left corner of the room. There it is, clear as crystal. Purple Guy in the corner. Now comes the super awkward question that I never thought I'd have to answer. Which purple guy? Cause there's two now, and if you didn't know that, strap in, it is gonna be a long episode. FNAF as a franchise has always been defined by questions. What was the missing children's incident? Who is Purple Guy? What's the deal with Balloon Boy? Seriously, what is the deal with Balloon Boy? But by FNAF 4, the games had just become a mire of unanswered questions where it was becoming harder and harder to tell the difference between a withered Freddy, a phantom Freddy, and another Nightmare Freddy, let alone a Golden Freddy versus a Golden Fredbear. We had Fazbear Frights, Fazbear Pizzas, Fazbear Entertainment, Fredbear Diners, Fredbear and Friends, Missing Children, Crying Children, and bites from pretty much every decade. Then came Sister Location, where between the butter and bongos, theorists, myself included, struggled to try and fit together a story told by animatronics that lie, hand units that lie, animatronics that fuse with other animatronics, and animatronics that fuse together with humans, who then become purple and immortal. Needless to say, it was a lot. For me, what had become the scariest part of FNAF wasn't the jump scares, it was the lore. So you can understand why when the novels came out and offered what seemed to be simpler solutions, I hopped aboard. I started looking for more streamlined solutions within their pages, hunting for clues to the games in a place where they didn't exist, but kind of looked like they exist and probably should have existed but didn't exist, and the only thing I accomplished in the process was making things more complicated. So in all the time that FNAF 6 has been percolating in the back of Scott's mind brain, I've thrown out everything that I thought I knew about this series, and I've gone back to doing what I do best. Darn it. Basic counting. 1 Freddy button, 2 Freddy buttons, 1 Foxy Toe, 2 Foxy Toes. Only this time, I was aided by knowledge of where the series was headed, as well as Scott's latest release, The Freddy Files. It's a book that many others dismissed as merely an elongated strategy guide to the games, but to me, it was invaluable at filtering down years' worth of lore into the details that Scott himself deemed as the most important to focus on. And this entire process of starting at square one has helped me to see connections I never made before, enabling me to create the thing I was most scared of. A timeline. A series of events that explain key breadcrumbs that Scott has left for us along the way. And the more I looked, the more it all started to make sense. And that's the plan for this video, and spoiler alert, the next video, to create a final, definitive, lore-based theory on the insanity that is FNAF. Putting to rest the key lingering questions in the first 5 entries of this franchise and opening the door for Scott to usher in FNAF 6. Since at this point we all know he's just waiting for us to solve the previous games before he releases the new one, right? Come to think of it, maybe I shouldn't finish this theory. Now, while I could sit here and rattle off hexadecimal color codes and animatronic design features to painfully hammer out the timeline inch by inch, no one cares. Trust me, I know I wrote 2 other versions of this script where I did exactly that, and both of them sucked. I was boring and confusing myself. It gets way too convoluted way too quickly when you dive into the details. But when I took a step back, I realized that the best way to understand FNAF at this point in history is to know that it's not a story about a haunted pizzeria, it's the story of a family. Meet the Aftons, a perfectly normal family of 5. Father, daughter, son, older brother, and mother. And the secrets of the Fazbear timeline are actually buried in the fates of each one of these characters. We begin with William Afton, the original purple guy, the father, the one who starts this whole timeline with a story that's all too familiar to us by this point. He starts killing kids at bear-themed pizza restaurants. It starts back in the 70s. Should have given him a big purple afro there, Scott. FNAF 2 flashes us back to these origins, showing us Purple Guy's first victim at Fredbear's Family Diner, before flashing forward to show another 5 victims of the Purple Guy in the FNAF 2 location, and potentially yet another 5 victims in the FNAF 1 location. And he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Literally, because his victims refused to stay dead. The soul of the first child enters the puppet, who then gives life to the other children by preserving their spirits in the bodies of the other Fazbear animatronics. Give gifts, give life. We've all known this for years, and Scott even confirmed it, but we had to start somewhere since this is where the story begins. But where the story heads to next might surprise you. Sister Location. More specifically, the mini-games from Sister Location, where we meet Afton's adorable green-eyed daughter, no name. Doesn't help that none of these characters have a name. You see, old Billy Afton isn't content with manually killing kids anymore. He's busy figuring out new ways to mass murder the youth of this nation, and he does what any good business owner ought to do, outsources it to the machines. He designs a series of fun-time animatronics with features specifically made for luring and capturing kids. We can see it on their blueprints: parental tracking, grouping, deter and misdirect, parental voice sync, and once again, he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. Or kid, in this case. His own daughter, in fact, who is so excited by the circus baby animatronic that she ignores her father's warnings to stay away from it and falls victim to the claw. In true FNAF fashion, she done gets herself scooped, goes on to possess Circus Baby, and that causes the eye color of Baby to shift from blue to green. The tragedy results in the spin-off restaurant Circus Baby's Pizza World closing down in one day. The day it opens, and the fun times get stored, as the trailers say, deep below ground where memories sleep, just waiting for the day that they become rentals, one Afton down. Now before we kill off the next Afton child, let's rewind a minute to explain why Afton's daughter getting turned into human Froyo goes here, since this is a pretty extreme break from how most people understand the FNAF timeline. Evidence the first, not only do we see the animatronics actively moving around their respective galleries, but their luring and capturing features were built with the specific intention of them acting as free-roaming robots, something that we know was phased out in the aftermath of the bite of 87. We also know that this incident happens before Springlock suits get decommissioned. On night 4 of Sister Location, Baby traps you inside a Springlock suit and says this.
You're inside something that came from my old pizzeria. I don't think it was ever used. At least not the way it was meant to be used.
So Circus Baby and her pizzeria were from a time before the
unfortunate incident at the Sister Location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures,
which prompted all spring locks to be banned, aka the bite of 83. More on that whole thing in a minute. But perhaps the biggest clues to the timeline placement of the Baby incident come from FNAF 4, what most of us have considered the first game in the timeline, where the crying child gets bitten at his birthday party while psychic friend Fredbear, he's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear. Promises to put him back together. Throughout the game, the crying child, Afton's youngest son, keeps hearing the words, "Remember what you saw," repeated over and over to him. When the game first came out, the best I could do was speculate about what this was referring to, but now I think we have our answer. This moment. His sister getting scooped. The crying child saw this happen, thus prompting his fear of animatronics. And we know he saw it through one crucial design detail that Scott included. Look at how this kid's nightmares of Fredbear materialize. The stomach mouth. It's a design detail that we all overlooked, but there it is, positioned in the exact same way that Baby rips in half to claw grip Afton's daughter. It's how a child would perceive that incident. And that's not all. It also explains why the Afton home has an empty girls' room in it, something that Scott clearly thought was important for us to see. So why is it empty? Because the sister is gone. She's dead. She's a victim of William's sloppy kidnapping scheme.
Just to be clear, I know a previous theory said this girl was Baby, but she's not. It was a predictive theory based on visual similarities that didn't pan out. In Sister Location, Scott very clearly showed us that Afton's daughter doesn't wear her hair in pigtails and has a different color of hair than the pigtail girl in FNAF 4. And we all know how picky Scott is about colors, at least at this point in the series. He learned his lesson after the whole pink guy thing.
That's not all. Ballora also gives us an interesting perspective as we move on to the next member of the Afton clan. Here's a big question that no one's thought to ask about this series yet. The mother, Mrs. Afton, where is she? I mean, don't get me wrong, adoption is a great thing, but something tells me that Slick Willie over here isn't the single father of 3 type. It was a question that I had never considered until the answer practically slapped me in the face while I was reading the Freddy files. On page 127, Scott draws a very clear contrast between Funtime Freddy's voice system and the one belonging to Baby and Ballora. Quote, Funtime Freddy's audio seems pre-recorded and relates to kids and birthday parties, unlike Ballora and Circus Baby's audio, which is more complex, end quote. It's an interesting detail for Scott to specifically call out that I honestly never considered. Ballora is much more aware of her surroundings, responding in real time to movement in her chamber and not seeming to rely on pre-recorded lines like the more rudimentary animatronics.
I can hear someone creeping through my room.
It seems like more than just a coincidence that the only other robot possessing this level of speech ability is the one that we know has Afton's daughter inside of her. Up until now, we've all been quick to write off Ballora as just this weird Rule 34 bizarre new addition to the animatronic roster. But is it possible that she has a bigger part in this story than we all realized? This is far from speculation. Another major clue hides in the song that she sings, one that Scott draws particular attention to in her character profile in Freddy Files. The lyrics go,
"Why do you hide inside your walls when there is music in my halls? All I see is an empty room, no more joy, an empty tomb. It's so good to sing all day, to dance, to spin, to fly away."
This reference to an empty tomb devoid of joy resembling a vacant tomb is the same sort of language you would hear from a parent who had just lost a child, with the child's bedroom acting as a sort of tomb reminding them of their loss. Could it be that this song is referencing the daughter's empty room that we just talked about from FNAF 4? And if that's the case, does that make Ballora's true identity Mrs. Afton. Ballora is motherly in a way that all the other animatronics aren't, with the mini Renas as her children. And she's a much older and more mature-looking robot than anything that we've seen throughout the series. If this were truly the case, based on her song, it sounds like after the daughter done got herself scooped, William retreated into his work and probably a fair bit of child murder, hiding in his private room to bury his grief. That's what Ballora's line, "hiding inside your walls," is referencing. It would also explain why William has abandoned his other two sons by the year 1983, the time we see FNAF 4 roll around. He's too grief-stricken, leaving the older brother to be the one to have to take care of the crying child. Somewhere before 1983, his wife leaves him, or dies, or something. It's not really that important, and Afton preserves her memory inside the animatronic Ballora. And with that, another Afton gets buried in the basement. Which brings us to 1983 and leaves the men of the household as the last one standing. Crying child, older brother Michael, and the fate of William. One gets bit, one gets scooped, and one gets sprung? Ugh, I don't know, that sounds kind of bad. Regardless, the debate of whether Michael or William is the true purple guy who ends up in Springtrap is part of next week's video, along with how we know that this is 1983 and my definitive answer on who the crying child becomes. So make sure you ring the subscription bell down below to find out next week as soon as part 2 of this ultimate FNAF theory airs. Seriously, do it, otherwise you'll never know how this series ends, and you'll forever be wondering whether it's Will Trap or Mike Trap. And then FNAF 6 will come out and everything will be all higgledy-piggledy. And as a final treat for those of you who want to get super nerdy about the series and need more clarity on these early controversial timeline placements, well, if you look beyond just their fancier, more modern design, the evidence around the sister location animatronics points to them being earlier models. One detail of FNAF 4 that I've been kicking around in my head for a year now is the canonicity of the Halloween update. In the update, Scott included 3 new characters, Nightmare Mangle, Nightmare Balloon Boy, and Night Marionette. The appearances of Mangle and Marionette were both labeled as non-canon to the series, but things hit a wrinkle with Nightmare Balloon Boy because he got a pass. He was deemed canon, and that set off huge red flags for me because it tells us a crucial detail. That by the time of FNAF 4, Mangle doesn't exist yet and Crying Child hasn't seen the puppet, but Balloon Boy does exist and has been seen by little Jimmy Night Terrors over here. Logically, for Scott to officially say that Nightmare Balloon Boy is canon, he has to have predated the events we see in FNAF 4. Balloon Boy had to be around prior to 1983, which leads us to what we see and hear in Sister Location. Sister Location's location is full of humanoid robots. Sure, there's Ballora and Baby, but there's also these little dolls that share a similar shape and visual style to Balloon Boy, making it seem like an earlier pizzeria had a more human theme than the Fazbear restaurants. That restaurant, I believe, was Circus Baby's Pizza World. Now, one thing I know people are going to bring up, in Sister Location, Hand Unit says,
due to the massive success and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, it was clear that the stage was set, no pun intended, for another contender in children's entertainment.
Hearing the location of Sister Location opened after Fazbear Pizza closed down would lead you to assume that the events of Sister Location are happening later in the timeline, and you wouldn't be wrong, they are. But Hand Unit is talking about Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals. Baby and Ballora were built for Circus Baby's Pizza World, which, as I showed, came out long before that. This coincides with what we learned about Circus Baby's Pizza World in the pre-game teaser Scott released on Scott Games. Quote, the grand opening of Circus Baby's Pizza World has apparently been canceled due to reported gas leaks in the building. There was only a handful of people that ever got to look inside, kids from here and there, end quotes. Obviously, this is all a cover-up for them actually closing the restaurant in the wake of Afton's daughter's death. That's beside the point. What's important here is that the animatronics were built at an earlier time, clearly during a period when Rosy Cheeks got a big thumbs up in the design department and were then stored underground after opening day when Afton's girl got scooped. Some were kept in rotation, rented out for parties, which explains how Balloon Boy shows up in FNAF 2, while all the others got forgotten underground, only to be uncovered when Michael was sent to put them all back together. Wait, are you all still here? Oh good, because I have yet to say it. Remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. See you next week for the finale to my final FNAF theory. Well, at least final FNAF lore theory. I suppose I could do a science one if the mood struck. And if there is eventually news for FNAF 6, I could do a predictive theory about it, I guess. By the way, did you hit that bell yet? You should to celebrate our 200th episode, give or take 1.5 or so. But whatever, this one feels like a big event. And finally, you remember my YouTube Red series Game Lab? Another episode is free for you to watch right now. No YouTube Red subscription required. Available internationally. No problems. Just click on it and watch. And it is, lo and behold, the FNAF episode. I put myself as well as 3 other YouTubers through a real-life version of the FNAF series. 100% recreated too, like battery-powered doors and everything with limited energy. It's great. Check out how I do in a real-life version of FNAF by clicking the box to the right. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go record part 2 of this episode so that way you have it ready in time for next week. Not letting you down, not making you wait a questionable amount of time for the finale to this whole thing. We got this. It's gonna be a good one.
Okay, so I got up, I was like sleep deprived already, right? The original script was, it called for the name was Costumed Entertainer, so I had no idea who this
There we
was.
go.
Really? So.
Oh, sorry.
So your
No worries, you
role
have a
was
lovely
costumed
foot.
entertainer.
It's Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, I like those socks.
Yeah, I got him at Goodwill. Jesus, it's so hard to
Too blue.
tell a story. While I'm doing.
You gotta.
Jesus Christ! What? It's starting.
How did I know it was going to be on me?
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game.
Hey guys, and welcome to GT Live.
We were like, we're going in, we're starting now. Jason
you're
was
never
like,
ready.
videos started,
You
and then
can
it's
never
like,
be fully
wait a
ready for
minute,
that.
what?
You're never fully dressed
Hold on, I
without
don't
a
have my
smile.
hat
That's
on.
true.
You're never fully dressed without a smile and your Funtime Freddy hat.
It's true.
Awkwardly slow zoom.
Now.
So the man you see on the couch beside us is...
Kellen. I was trying to be awkward.
And you succeeded.
I'm
Way to go. Effortless.
Wow.
Effortless.
I'm Kellen Goff, and I'm the voice of Funtime Freddy in Five Nights at Freddy's sister location.
Oh my god.
Wow. And
You
here
have
I
to raise it up a little to get it
and
it zooming in more.
And here I thought that like all those were like effects put on after the fact of the voice, but no, it just comes straight out that
No,
way.
Right?
it's just
All natural.
I have a little flap in my throat that lets me do that without hurting myself.
So anyway, not only are we sitting here with the voice of Funtime Freddy from Sister Location, but also he has brought on some
hat.
Some secret hat, so you know who he is. But also he's brought with him. What have you brought with you today?
I have brought the original audition files and the original files from the that were used in the game. Well, some of them were used in the game, but Mr. Scott Cawthon, praise be unto him, has allowed me exclusively, Game Theory exclusive, to reveal the cut lines, because there were lines that were cut from Sister Location.
Yeah.
So he's allowed me to reveal them today for you guys.
We have also stumbled across the unreleased FNAF 6.
Here it is. It's the new FNAF game, you guys.
And you can't say clickbait
Canon.
because technically this is the newest well, I don't know if it's the newest, but it is another Five Nights at Freddy's game. No one said it was a video game.
Technically,
The new Five Nights at Freddy's game right here.
But Matt,
This is it. What?
it's on video right now, isn't it?
That makes it a video
game.
Oh my gosh.
Dramatic! So, okay, here's Five Nights at Freddy's, the board game, the tabletop game, I don't know. Steal his pizza if you dare, but beware the jump scare. Oof. Man.
You derriere.
Right? How many more rhymes can we shove into that? And it
That's
wouldn't be
fair.
a Five Nights
If
at Freddy's
you
game.
even care.
It also says
You two are quite a pair.
Freddy is a little bit smaller than he appears on the
On screen.
He's not quite as menacing as we were expecting, maybe.
Right? Like on the box.
Freddy.
Like, look at him. He's just kind of like baby Freddy.
Yeah.
Because on the box, it's got like this enormous
He looks
head.
like a toy. Freddy. Toy Freddy.
Oh man. Look.
Here, can
Look,
you do
this-
the voice of Freddy?
This is a pizza piece.
Hold on.
Well, this will be the first time I've done his voice.
Okay, here we go.
Hello! You're watching GT Live!
Oh my
God.
That was great.
That was
That work?
terrifying.
Tell everyone to subscribe.
Subscribe!
Perfect.
To what?
Whatever.
Subscribe to Game Theory!
Perfect.
And Film Theory!
Say MatPat is the smartest FNAF theorist out there.
That's alright.
Freddy! You fool! You fool, Freddy! Firmly grasp Freddy in your hand, gently spread Freddy's arms,
Okay.
and insert the posts on the side of the pizza tray into the holes in the
No,
hands.
right? Is it even
Getting hot
hotter
here.
in here?
Is it getting hot in here? Or is it just Freddy?
Oh, jeez.
What is he doing?
He's blinking slowly and lovingly.
Oh,
He's doing that one
weird.
dance that
Right out of context. This is very. I mean, whew.
Just a little odd. Okay,
Little
fair.
pelvic
I think we should probably just play. He doesn't even have
Disney
a pelvis.
Imagine.
What is it like
working with Scott on one of these games? Like you said, so he's very resistant to give you details before you need to know.
Yeah.
How much going in, like, do you just get a list of lines and a script? Or do you see how the lines fit together and like context around them?
It's very fun to work with him. It's very like we don't do like a Skype session type deal. He trusts the voice actors to do their thing. Give him a couple takes, and usually he doesn't ask us to redo it. He's never asked me for anything, but he just gives us the script. Or no, he just gives us our script, so only our lines.
Okay, so if you're reading just your lines, you're not seeing like
I don't see
I don't any of the other characters.
I don't see Bon Bon. Was that your impression of me?
That was my impression of you.
Oh, nice. You can be Bootleg Freddy number 3.
Yeah, Bootleg Freddy number. That's the role I was born to play.
Were you like the tree in your elementary school play? Was that you?
The tree?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean,
Well, because he got so excited about number 3.
Oh yeah. I mean,
but anyway.
I mean, yes, he was.
But that's beside the point. We have called before. He has a lovely voice. He's got like.
Can you say that again? How
he has
lovely
a
is it?
lovely voice. His voice is like caramel pouring down on cookie.
He's like
don't know.
a Twix bar. He is the human. He's the human version of a Twix bar.
We're talking about the same guy who voices Phone Guy.
He's like, hello. No, he puts that on. He's like, hello, Kellen. How are you? He sounds like he sounds like Markiplier, but less.
Markiplier's father.
Oh my God.
Less
No wonder. It all makes sense now.
Scott's hair
That's
is
how
actually
Markiplier
pink.
got first.
It's like that one picture where was it gold and blue or was it that dress?
The dress.
Yeah, his hair is actually pink, like Markiplier's mustache. But that's just a theory.
There it is.
That's a pretty poorly supported theory. So what we're supposed to do is we spin the spinner, and then we're responsible for removing that number and that many colored pizza slices, at which point then we see how it goes.
All right, let's do it.
And so I'm supposed to put Freddy into the lock position where he is
Okay.
asleep now.
He's a sleepyhead.
And I'm supposed to turn this on.
And meanwhile,
This is Don't Wake Daddy.
Yeah, it totally is.
Wait.
This is completely original, and wow. It even creates an ambiance of sound.
Okay.
To add to the scare factor.
Should we Bluetooth that into the computer?
Here you great.
Okay.
So I need 2 red pizza slices. Oh, there's some bonus pizza slices hidden in these animatronic arms.
Oh no.
Here. Okay, wait.
Is that what you? Why is the pizza so chunky?
Why?
It's gnawed. It's pre-gnawed.
Are these animatronic arms? The tongs, are they animatronic arms?
I think so.
They look like Skip's paws.
They do, right? They look like cat paws, like silver cat paws.
Yeah.
It's like Operation.
Cats like cheese. So.
There, 2 red. Done. There you go, Steph.
Oil can't.
2
red.
Oh
Ooh,
man.
they're all buried.
They are. What am I gonna do?
Don't trigger Freddy.
Don't wake Freddy.
Oh, were we supposed to sing that?
It's all right.
I didn't get the cue. Does he have eyelids?
Good. You got 1.
1.
Yeah, his eyelids are shut right now.
Right, but like in the game, does he have eyelids?
1 down.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
You see him blinking.
Okay.
So when it came time for you to like, because obviously Sister Location was really the first time that we had heard the voices for these characters.
I mean, there was FNAF
Bam!
World, but
FNAF World kind of worked, but like, so Scott didn't give you any input as far as like what Freddy's voice should sound like, because
he did. Do you want to hear that story?
Yeah,
let's hear the
because when I first heard Freddy's voice, aka your voice, I was surprised that he was as like, I don't know, as like raspy and
not like you were expecting.
I expected him to be more like upbeat cartoony rather than.
You remember Chuck E. Cheese, right? You remember Chuck E. Cheese? Like
that
when we were
plays into
little?
the story.
Okay.
When the audition first came to me, I had gone to sleep at 3 a.m.
It's on this side of the line. It's 1 yellow, not 3 red.
When I had gone to sleep at like 3 a.m., so I was like tired already, right?
Yeah.
So I got up because my phone has a specific sound it makes when there's an audition in my inbox, because I like It's technical stuff. But that was 2 hours
It reads
after.
for the word audition and
Yeah,
then makes
yeah.
a sound.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's real technical.
It's technical stuff. I just didn't want to get into semantics. I got up. I was like sleep deprived already, right? The original script was it called for. The name was Costumed Entertainer, so I had no idea who this was.
Really? So.
Oh, sorry.
So your
No worries, you
role
have a
was
lovely
costumed
foot.
entertainer.
It's Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, I like those socks.
Yeah, I got him at Goodwill. Jesus, it's so hard to
Too blue.
tell a story. While I'm doing.
You gotta.
Jesus Christ! What? It's.
How did I know it was going to be on me? Huh? Okay, that was not on purpose though. That's the thing. Are you all right?
It was a little
That was
startling.
That was
it was a little
legitimately startling.
Yep.
I
His eyes
lose.
are open. He's all up.
Wait, so does that mean I'm out and you two keep playing? Or?
No, I think he's all right. It does?
According to the rules.
Oh, man.
Technically,
okay.
I know I reset him.
Well, you can focus on your story as
Yeah.
well.
So
your role was not Funtime Freddy. It was costumed entertainer.
Yeah, and the description for it was somebody that your kids would love, but the parents would be kind of hesitant to leave alone with.
Really?
So I immediately thought of Chuck E. Cheese.
That's
amazing.
So I made him sort of like I mixed in a little Hannibal Lecter, and I made him sort of a more demonic version.
Yeah.
But I went like. I like screamed with all my might, and I edited it.
Wait, in your audition tape, you screamed with all your might?
You're about to hear. And I put on the. Oh, he wanted the effects with the audition. That's the other thing.
Oh wait, you had to do your own audio effects?
Yeah, no,
Wow.
I'm an audio engineer. I made my own effects for it.
Jeez,
That's awesome.
Yeah, he.
Of course, the poor actors do it all, man.
That's seriously amazing.
That was my favorite part, though. Like
Well done.
stuttering up the audio and putting the effect on it was my favorite part of the whole thing. But I put the effects on. I was like, hey, he's gonna like that, and I passed out on the floor. And I woke up and it said, hey, you.
Oh God!
That it said that you got the role. So that's.
All right, so Stephanie is the winner.
Woo!
Hold on.
Yeah.
Well fought.
The
well
winner
fought.
of Five Nights at Freddy's made it to 6 a.m.
I actually auditioned for William Afton and the soap radio announcer for Vlad and Clara.
No way!
I actually auditioned for those too. I didn't make it.
Really?
But I thought that would be fun to show on this.
And when you say the soap announcer, that's Vlad and Clara.
Find
from
out next time.
Yeah,
That
the
guy.
Immortal and the Restless.
The guy who sounds like Bob Barker.
Yeah. Okay, so where should I start here?
You can start with the announcer, the radio soap one.
The bottom one? Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, viewers! Another day, another dramatic entry in the lives of Vlad and his distressed mistress. Where will they go? What will they do? All of that and more happening now.
That was my audition for it. He wanted something deeper.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think that's what he wanted.
I
in the
thought I
end, but-
really liked that.
That was pretty
though.
darn
Yeah, I
good.
thought that was great.
Nah, whatever.
You're a talented guy.
Oh man. We should have him over when we do those visual novels, and we're over here making up all kinds of voices, and it's really unfortunate.
All the sexiest.
It's so unfortunate.
All the sexiest visual novels.
Oh, okay.
Had you been a fan of the franchise up until that point?
I had.
You can say no.
Well, it was half and shut up. half and half, because like I was terrified of it. Like my friends would have to strap me to the chair to like get me not to run out, and even then I would run with the chair like away to get
sorry,
go
what was
away.
that? What was the sound
It
of
was
you running
like
That's great.
it was like.
We're like in an anime. I
This
feel
is-
like that's an anime moment.
Oh hey,
I thought we were
we
just
lost
chipmunks.
100 viewers.
And goodbye.
No, but yeah, it was very fast turnaround. And I did like it. I was just scared of it.
Yeah.
Very morbidly scared.
Okay,
of
so
it.
you're aware of it. You enjoyed it. but you were also scared.
Like
you were
I loved
scared of it.
I love like I've got the heart of an engineer. Back when Kids Next Door was out, I used to like make 2x4 technology in my garage.
That's awesome.
But I've always loved like animatronics and robots and stuff, and I my guilty pleasure is watching old Rock-afire explosion videos.
Yeah.
Like at Showbiz Pizza. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the original one with like the original bear and why do I forget his name right now? Because it's hot. That's why.
It's all right.
But,
it's really hot.
That's why we're putting you in the hot seat. That's why we don't want you farting in the hot seat.
I'm not going to fart in the hot seat.
It could ignite in
Don't
here.
make
I
promises
mean, you know.
that your butt might not be able to keep.
Now we're on to the Fun Time Freddy stuff.
Okay.
Costumed entertainer, right at the top.
Let's start with that.
There.
Yeah,
this
up at
is,
the top there.
Wait. This is the first time that this audio has been played anywhere.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Except into Scott's own
ear bombs.
Yeah.
And so this is what got you cast originally?
Yes, this is. Oh, I want to say one thing.
Yes.
Funtime Freddy might have been German. If he chose that take. I did 2 takes of the voice, one with my normal accent and one with a German accent, because I find
German Funtime Freddy.
The way I did it,
that would completely screw up all canon stuff that I thought I knew.
It would.
Right?
That's why he didn't pick it, probably.
Hey kids, glad to have you back again. Come closer, I'll sing a song for you. Hello, little children. Glad to see you back again. Come closer. I'll sing a song for you.
That would have been terrifying.
That is an alternate reality.
That would have been it's the parallel universe.
Not even. It's Freddy Fazbear or Fazbear Entertainment expands outward into its international border.
The international franchise.
Yeah.
You're a Fazbear, yeah.
You're Fazbear. Pizza, yeah.
Yeah.
From Shadow Inferno, what is your favorite voice to perform and your favorite FNAF game?
Well, this one is pretty fun to perform, but there's a game called Zombie Vikings. My favorite voice in Zombie Vikings was a Harvey Fierstein turned into an old woman called
Mogaga the witch, and she would always think she was the hottest thing, you know.
That's
and
so good.
She would hit on all the boys, and she'd like come into the water. It's nice and cold.
She would.
Oh my gosh.
It's just fun to like make people cringe with that voice.
Oh, I love
that voice. So that's a character in that game?
Yeah, that's a character in that game. I voiced a ton of stuff in that, but
So how many voices do you feel like comfortable doing? Does that do you have like your 10 go-to or whatever?
If I tried to keep track, it would. I don't keep track. All I do is I see what is on the page, and then I pull up whatever I think would sound good, but I haven't cataloged them yet.
Like, this is my old creepy witch voice. This is my demonic,
there
possessed...
are many old creepy witch voices you could go with. Though.
Sure.
Like for their Zoink's newest game, I got to do an old creepy witch again, and this time it was Nathan Lane. So she sounds a little like this. She's like, oh, bless your heart. That kind of thing.
Okay, so these are the cut lines.
Yeah.
And this is this file right here? Or Freddy Round 2?
Yeah, it's Entertainer, all Freddy Lines 1.
Okay, all Freddy Lines 1. So these are...
This will take about 2 minutes.
So these are the unheard lines.
Some heard, some unheard.
Okay. From Sister Location.
Yep. Well, you heard that already.
Kids, glad to have you back again. Come closer, I'll sing a song for you.
And you did all the effects yourself.
Hey kids, it's so good to see you again.
I did 2 takes of everything.
Come closer and I'll sing a song for you.
So creepy.
This is my friend Bon. Say hi, Bon.
And so he was all, and so that wasn't a choice on your part. It was always named Bon.
Yeah, it was always named Bon.
Okay, I was just curious.
From the start,
because that was because that was another one of those moments where I'm like, one, I'm like, wow, that isn't what I expected Freddy to sound like. But then two, it was, that's weird that they're calling it Bon.
Yeah.
But that was how it was originally scripted.
That was how it's
interesting.
That's actually what tipped me off to it being Freddy, like I
Yeah.
took a lucky guess.
Right, at that point you're like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I wonder, a game made by Scott Cawthon with Bon Bon in it. I wonder.
So outside of making it skip a couple times, what effects did you layer on to get kind of that like robotic feel?
That's unfortunately a trade secret I can't reveal.
No way, really?
Yeah. I
By like your trade secret or a Scott Cawthon trade secret?
half and half.
Really?
There is a certain program I use for it, and I'm not going to say it because nobody else uses it, so I don't want.
Yeah, no, of course.
He didn't want anyone reproducing the voice, and I sort of agreed. to
Yeah, that makes
But nah, there's nothing I can say about it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Of all the questions, I figured I would get stonewalled about. I didn't expect that one to be one of them.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Yeah,
I get it.
It's the same reason he won't let me like do custom voice requests for Funtime Freddy, because Scott really likes to keep the lore inside the game. You know, so if something gets out like with Freddy's voice with the effect on the internet, that's completely out of the game. He feels that would take out the immersion.
Well, there goes the intro to part 2 of my
so when
final
you do,
Fab
That's
theory,
fine. That's fine. That's fine.
So when you do,
I'll do that.
Really? I like that you're like, Scott doesn't allow this. Oh yeah, if you want to do an intro of game theory, yeah, I can do
Scott, email me right now if that's not okay.
that. Okay, that's amazing. Okay.
What was he saying no about? It's so hot, I forgot.
I think he's saying no to you doing something for game theory.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, buddy.
What a meanie.
Scott, man,
I'm
put
sorry.
the X on it.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry
not my
about
fault. I just thought I'd ask.
But nice to know that Scott's watching the stream right now.
It is.
Yeah.
I currently have it in my theory right now where I'm like, maybe something with Funtime Freddy voice. Like that is legitimately the first line of the script for the intro. I'm like, I don't know if he can do it.
I don't know.
But
You've heard it a lot. Maybe you can replicate it. We'll see how close you can get.
We can cobble it together. We'll take a couple of audio bits. Of
Oh
you
yeah,
saying
from
stuff.
this stream, and we'll just chop them all together.
It'll be like an Obama dub or something.
Here, hold on.
Everyone in the
let
chat
me
says
show
hi,
it. Let me show it for the stream. You can zoom into it.
Everyone in the chat is freaking out that Scott is like currently texting you right now. It's so funny.
Here, zoom into that.
You're not showing us.
No. It only says Scott Cawthon. It says no.
Just no.
Just no.
Shut down.
I hope I'm not in trouble, Scott. I love you, Scott.
I don't want to get. Hey, he's in. This is the hot seat, Scott.
Oh, yeah.
So you know,
it's
like
literally like 100
and figuratively the hot
literally
seat.
and also, so you know, Stephanie and I are trained in like psychological like
warfare.
Manipulation and
We've
warfare.
done lie detector tests on this stream.
We've been
we
slowly
know.
wearing him down this whole stream.
Yeah.
So
invite Scott on to come sit in the hot
yeah, Scott, anytime.
If Scott would ever come out of his his Scott hole.
Hey guys, thanks so much for watching this episode of GT Live. If you want to see the full uncut live stream with even more weird voices, you can click the box to the left.
Or, you know what, check out this man's masterwork as we play through Sister Location. The start of that gameplay session is to the right.
Bye, guys. See you next time.
Terrifying.
Every time. So uncomfortable. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game. Hey guys, and welcome to GT Live.
We were like, we're going in, we're starting now. Jason
you're
was
never
like,
ready.
videos started, and then it's like, wait a minute, what?
You're never fully dressed
Hold on,
without
I don't
a
have my
smile.
hat
That's
on
true.
You're never fully dressed without a smile and your Funtime Freddy hat.
It's true. Both of those things are
you want it?
necessary. That's really fun.
No, I want it.
You just want to cover my eyes so nobody can.
No, it's cute. It's super cute.
No, so nobody can
Oh
priority
man,
report.
I have the
or minority
bandana
report
and
me.
the hat. Am I from the hood now?
No,
You're from Team Fortress 2 now. You're stacking them up.
See, if you were
Here you
truly
go.
from the hood, see, and I've always had this problem with hats. Sorry, we're getting off on tangents already. I
Welcome to
apologize.
GT Live, everyone.
Welcome to GT Live, the
Blah, blah, blah.
tangent show.
Okay.
How do you feel about this? I noticed that the brim of your hat is actually pristine.
Yeah.
Many people feel very strongly about bending the, like, as soon as they get a new hat, they bend the brim.
in order to make it more of a
Are you a brim bender?
Yes,
or a flat brimmer?
This
bent and flat. Why would you buy a flat one and then bend it?
for the same reason you buy jeans that are already ripped, right?
No, the bending is after the fact.
Oh.
See, and I'm a big fan of let me keep my hat pristine, but people love the bend in the hat.
You're a straight brimmer.
I'm a
I've
straight
never
man.
heard of this before.
I'm straight.
This only comes out at like
May
bar
surprise
mitzvahs
some of
and
you.
stuff.
Totally straight. You're a straight man as well? Or are you a little
Sometimes.
Stephanie, straight?
It depends on the time and location.
I think I like my brim a little bendy sometimes.
Wow.
You know.
So
you have to experiment. I'm just saying.
Is this
So you're
an
not a
ink
straight.
machine plug? Is that what where we're going with this?
Oh man! Wow!
Oh, that's-
tangent after tangent.
That's
after
a different
tangent.
live stream, my friend.
Yeah, that's something
So, hey, friends,
Hey.
neighbors, comrades, FNAFers, you might notice that we have a new addition on the couch today, and that addition...
Is that me?
It's Pikachu.
Is that fun time? Or is that just regular?
It's a...
We'll get into it. Don't
sorry,
worry.
sorry.
Don't jump the gun. It's all right. We're talking about you now.
Me?
We're talking about you.
Who cares about me?
No one yet, but we want to
The
make that care
eyeballs
about
behind
The guy
the
working the
guy
camera.
behind that camera.
Chris
cares
clearly
about me
cares about you
deeply.
because he's doing the slow zoom.
Yeah, he is.
Hey,
There he
give,
is.
Give an
Whoa.
awkwardly slow zoom
Yeah. Oh,
onto
let's
Kellen here.
go.
Oh, wait, we gotta start all the way
start
back.
all the way
Okay,
out.
start all the way
Okay,
back.
good.
Awkwardly slow zoom.
Now.
So the man you see on the couch beside us is...
Kellen. I was trying to be awkward.
And you succeeded.
I'm
Way to go. Effortless.
Wow.
Effortless.
I'm Kellen Goff, and I'm the voice of Funtime Freddy in Five Nights at Freddy's sister location.
Oh my god.
Wow. And
You
here
have
I-
to raise it up a little to get it
and
get
here-
it zooming in more.
And here I thought that like all those were like effects put on after the fact of the voice, but no, it just
Nope.
comes straight out that
No,
way.
Right?
it's just
All natural.
I have a little flap in my throat that lets me do that without hurting myself. So
A flap in addition to your vocal cords?
uh-huh.
Oh wow. It's an extra flap.
It happened. Okay, ready for a story?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I almost
Fun
Story time
time,
already,
fun time
everyone.
story time. Here we go.
I almost died once.
Wow.
I like
Great way to
stories
start
that
it out,
start
right?
like that are so exciting.
Welcome. We are only 7 minutes into GT Live, and already we're talking about the time that he almost died.
It's okay.
Fantastic.
It's
I'm glad
okay,
we're
Matt.
such fast friends.
I forgot my watch too. It's okay. No, the reason my mom
His
actually.
wrist just tells great time. It's okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
go
I have
ahead.
an invisible watch.
My mom actually, when I was a baby, she called me Kellen Bear, and she still does sometimes. And I'm like,
And
but
which was just prefacing your role
I know,
as
she
Funtime
knew.
Freddy Bear.
She knew what your
suppose
destiny would be.
It was foreshadowing. It was the prequel to everything.
The role you were born
Wait,
to
is this
play.
an official prequel? Is this a canon
Is this
prequel?
canon?
Oh my
This is
gosh.
prequel,
Oh
right?
my
This
gosh.
is the baby
Okay.
animatronics. No!
No!
How does
Okay.
it fit in with the wizards and the nightmares and the phantoms?
All right,
and
let
the
him
fun
let him
times?
tell a story.
So, I almost died because my tonsils were huge, and when I snored, I sounded like a bear.
You sounded like a demon baby.
Like a grizzly.
Like that kind of thing. But
there are sounds coming out of your body right now that
I
I'm just
know.
that you
so
didn't
confused.
expect.
I don't even know where those things are coming from.
10 years of training. That's where it came from.
10 years will get you that, you guys.
What is he doing?
Come on.
That's that's the stuff that I do when I'm not by the camera. But
You're like a human beatbox, but you're like a creepy
I
human
can
beatbox.
but I don't want to break your microphone. Anyway,
Or break our minds.
I know. That's just
break our minds.
Is your
What?
is your
What?
is
He's
your
just doing squats
What?
now.
is your umbilical cord okay?
Great.
Okay.
It's great. I'm good.
So anyway,
Mind breaker.
when I was a baby, I almost died. I said that already.
Yes.
But
a couple times.
But I got them removed, and ever since then, I can do weird things with my throat.
That's awesome.
That's so cool.
Don't take that out of context, please. But
This is going to be a great stream.
This is already a solid stream.
But-
This is great.
but yeah, that's why I was called Kellen Bear. I forgot why we were talking about it.
We were talking about your extra vocal flap. The
Oh
string
yeah,
action.
yeah. No.
So, go ahead.
That's what lets me like when I people always think, oh, he probably can't talk at all after he does like a convention or something, yelling at people all day. And it's true, but it's not because my throat's tired. It's because the voice takes so much adrenaline that I just can't keep it up without coffee, which I hate so much.
I hate coffee too. High five.
Do you want to hear the story about why I hate coffee? There is a story.
Sure. Why not?
I'm sorry if I'm taking away from the time.
No, it's fine.
I'm enjoying it.
Right? I'm just excited to hear all these stories.
Engage with the stream, guys. Do it.
My dad is. Oh wait, I can't curse. My dad is mean.
Get creative. Okay.
Mean. All right.
He's a little he's a little Dennis the Menace.
Okay.
When I was
small child who wields a slingshot effectively.
And replaces teeth with chiclets.
Yeah. With chiclets?
Yeah,
man,
remember?
That's a deep cut reference.
It
Well
is.
done.
He loses, do you know the neighbor?
Yeah.
He loses his dentures. He breaks them. He breaks the
Mr.
two front teeth.
Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Yeah.
He breaks the two front teeth out of his neighbor's dentures,
Yeah.
and he decides to replace those missing two front teeth with two chiclets.
What's a chiclet?
Oh my God!
It's a little candy.
It's a gum. It's a small gum.
It's a gum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's gum.
Little
It's-
square
it's-
gums.
yeah.
Pillows of gum.
Anyway,
I thought.
go ahead.
I thought it was like a baby chicken, and
A chicklet? No, that's just a chick.
I'd be more impressed on how he pulled that off without Mr. Wilson noticing.
Mr. Wilson is just oblivious to the world.
Yeah.
So okay,
He's
so
getting on in years.
So your dad is a poopy butthole.
Right. Poopy butthole. I'm still a kid. I love that. I used to adore apple juice. I still do, but I used to adore it. I used to
I like apple juice
I
as
used
well.
to
Yes.
adore it.
Not to the level
I
of
drank Mott's
high-fiving
apple
about it,
juice
but
by the gallon as a child.
Mott's was my man.
My jam.
Mott's can come over to my house anytime, use my bed.
Store brand. Store brand.
Yeah, Mott's is store brand.
Really?
Yeah.
Mott's
Isn't it? Oh, you mean like Kroger? Yeah. Okay.
No,
Sorry,
no.
man.
I like.
No.
I didn't have the fancy stuff. Okay.
You discriminating apple juice now?
I am. There is a wide discrepancy in quality of apple. You know, juicy juice, get out. 100% real juice, get out.
Juicy juice is gum.
Juicy juice is amazing.
You're thinking juicy fruit, Chris.
You're totally right.
Juicy juice is gum. No, that's juicy fruit. Close, but different.
Oh my God.
Wow,
A gum called Juicy Juice
No, it's
is
a
not
candy.
something
No,
I want to
that's
purchase.
juicy fruit. Okay.
Juicy
anyway.
fruit is different from movies. Juicy fruit is 100% real juice.
I'm
Made me
looking at
vomit
the
the
chat
two
now.
times that I had it. Get out. Get out.
People are
Juicy
just really
juice.
excited about apple juice
Get
right
out.
now. Yogurt Face 2000 just says, I love juice. I adore the apple juice.
I like
Says
juice, too.
Echolocation Gaming.
Mott's in the house.
Mott's a
Yep, there
ball.
we go.
Hashtag not spawned, but could be spawned, all you Mott's sponsors out there. Could be.
There's
Your
not enough.
juice in this cup.
I'm really excited
don't
about
think there's
Colin's
enough-
story about apple juice.
I don't think there's enough characters on Twitter to say that hashtag.
So your dad.
My dad.
Talk to me about him.
I was.
Lay on the
No, we were up to the
I
apple
was-
juice.
I-
We were up to
Therapy
the apple
session.
juice.
It's therapy session.
I
It's
was
okay.
particularly Dennis the Menace. What I can't say. I was a little poop head.
Okay,
I was a little.
So your
poop
dad
head
was a
one
poop
day.
head, and you were a poop head.
Yeah.
So
Well,
just your family is just a bunch of people with a lot of fecal matter on their faces.
True.
Great.
But he
I don't even wanna look at the
decided.
chat right now.
Okay. Every night, I would get up like a zombie in the middle of the night, waddle over in my little onesie to my mom's like, "Mom, I want apple juice," and she's like, she just wakes up, okay, and she gets up to the kitchen, makes me my little sippy cup of apple juice, gives it to me, and then I'm like, and I go to bed. So it got to the point where it was so routine that she just left it out on the counter. Right?
Good. That's efficiency.
Yeah.
So
Smart mom.
one night I was a poop head, and I got up in the middle of the night, I reaching around for my
see where this is
apple
going.
juice.
Yeah.
Don't ruin the punchline.
I'm not gonna ruin it.
And I didn't find a sippy cup. I found a mug, and I was like, "Mom and Daddy, let me drink Big Boy Cup now."
Big Boy Cup.
Big Boy Cup.
I was so.
That's a huge moment.
I was
Get that Big Boy Cup.
I was so excited because I thought
Me sip sip Big Boy Cup.
I thought they trusted me. I thought it's like our son can drink for himself.
Yeah.
So
Sip Big Boy.
and to
Big
my
boy sip.
and to my credit, I didn't spill a drop.
Well done.
But it wasn't apple juice in the mug. It was cold black coffee.
Yucky.
Unsweetened, left there for maybe 4 hours.
Talk about poopy.
So I spit it out all over my dad.
Over your dad who was there?
Yeah, because the counter was, the nightstand was right next to their bed.
Yeah.
And I ruined their covers, and he was like, Kellen, what the frick? And I'm like, that's the worst apple juice I ever tasted! And to this day, I can't drink, I can drink apple juice. I can't drink coffee without going,
Huh.
It's a good sound, though. It's a good sound to it. Yeah, that one. That one's a good one.
So, hey,
So
a lot of
Kellen, everyone.
So a lot So a lot of you are probably wondering, what the heck is going on today? I don't blame you.
I'm wondering that myself.
You know what? Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I wonder that too.
I'm unsure as well.
So, ladies and gentlemen, not only are we fortunate enough to be in the same room as the man who voiced Funtime Freddy. You doing all right? You got a little phlegm?
You were playing me up too honorably, so I wanted to lower myself a couple
I was
points.
about to say,
Just keep saying mini big boy sip cup.
if you
Mini big boy sippy cup, mom.
Perfect, great.
That's it.
You completely
That's it.
undercut any hype that I've built up for you at this point.
It's great.
Go ahead.
So anyway, not only are we sitting here with the voice of Funtime Freddy from Sister Location, but also he has brought on some
hat.
Some secret hat, so you know who he is. But also, he's brought with him. What have you brought with you today?
I have brought the original audition files and the original files from the that were used in the game. Well, some of them were used in the game, but Scott, Mr. Scott Cawthon, praise be unto him, has allowed me exclusively, Game Theory exclusive, to reveal the cut lines, because there were lines that were cut from Sister Location.
Yeah.
So he's allowed me to reveal them today for you guys.
As well as you've said before the stream that we can grill you, and you have some interesting tidbits about what it's like to work with Scott. And
Sure,
things like
yeah.
that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because for those of you who don't know, there may or may not be a Five Nights at Freddy's theory on the way tomorrow, another one next week, who knows. There's a couple things on the way, and so I need to grill this man in order to get as much information out of him as possible.
Squeeze every ounce of information
Squeeze
voluntarily,
every last ounce of apple juice out of him.
involuntarily, off camera.
I like
however we can get it.
I like the
getting it
idea
today.
of you like squeezing apple juice as someone like a tube of hydrocortisone.
But it's hydrocortisone, huh? That's a not toothpaste tube, just hydrocortisone.
No, that's a skin product.
Yeah, I know. It's just odd that most
It's for
people...
itchy redness, Matthew.
Yeah.
Yep, thank you for curing my itchy redness. While we're there, though, while we're squeezing this man for information, we have also stumbled across the unreleased FNAF 6.
Here it is. It's the new FNAF game, you guys.
And you can't say clickbait
Canon.
because technically this is the newest well, I don't know if it's the newest, but it is another Five Nights at Freddy's game. No one said it was a video game.
Technically,
The new Five Nights at Freddy's game right here.
But Matt,
This is it. What?
it's on video right now, isn't it?
That makes it a video,
game.
Oh my gosh!
Dramatic! So that's what we're gonna do today. We are gonna play the newest, latest Five Nights at Freddy's game while grilling this guy for any information we can get about Sister Location, what it's like to work with Scott, and any hints that have you done anything for FNAF 6? Do you know anything about FNAF 6?
Nothing. The voices come last. So
Really?
if something's in development, we're going to know about it last because Scott doesn't. He believes in plausible deniability, so he doesn't want us to know anything until. He keeps everything on a need-to-know basis.
And so then
That seems like Scott.
Yeah.
Right? That sounds smart. So when would he send out the casting call for that sort of thing? Because one of the big things that's going on Reddit now in the Five Nights at Freddy's community
Is that you are campaigning to be a character in the next game.
Me?
Don't deny it.
Oh,
No.
you?
No,
I'm
no.
kidding.
What I was gonna say though is a big thing is one of the big things that just happened is there's a new casting call out for one of the
instructors, or there's like an IT technician guy who...
Is there?
Yeah, there's a new like role request out there. Where would
this
that fall in the process? Does that mean that we are close to a Five Nights at Freddy's game?
This is the first I've heard of it, but if that's what it means, then he might what he might be doing is experimenting with something new.
Yeah.
This is if he's even making a Five Nights at Freddy's game. Did it say Five Nights at Freddy's on the audition document?
I believe, well, it doesn't necessarily say that, but it's associated with other similar like casting calls for like instructional tutorials type voices, a la like Hand Unit from Sister Location, things like that.
Well, it could be it could be FNAF. I don't know. He hasn't told me anything about it, but it also could be another game, or it might not even be a game at all. I have, like, Scott has so many side games going on not side games, but like side projects going on right now that he could just be testing something out.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So, okay, so real quick, we're going to hop into grilling Kellen here in a second, but we got to put this game together.
I'm already grilling.
Right? It's hot. So it's another day of 110 degrees in California,
The
you
hot
guys.
box continues
so
here.
Yeah.
we have to just get all the information out of Kellen before
Is
he
that a
passes out.
peep? Oh my
You're
gosh.
just noticing it now?
Yeah.
That's not just a. That's not just a
It's an Easter peep.
It's not just a
It is
peep.
the Peepachu.
It's Peepachu, okay?
I met Pikachu yesterday.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up.
Are there
No,
questions?
not.
So
who cares about those?
Okay.
So we have to educate him
I
really
care
quick
about them.
on Peepachu. I care
Here,
as well.
You guys talk about,
Sounds
real quick,
dirty.
So if you have questions for Kellen about voice acting, because you're Funtime Freddy, but what else have you done? Like, you've done a lot of other.
Yeah,
voice
sure. A lot of people don't know I was in Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. I in the the guy behind the camera, his face is going like, in the 6th episode, I was the shovel, Sammy the Spade.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sammy the Spade.
Let's
Everyone's
dig
favorite.
a hole at the bottom of the garden. That guy. Becky and Joe are really nice people.
Yeah.
I was also in Hearthstone, the online card game thing in the Ungoro pack. I was Terror Scale Stalker and Fireplume Harbinger.
Nice.
I was also in A Hat in Time.
Which
that just
Yes.
came out.
Another big one that just came out.
I can thank one of your other guests for that, Mr. Chris Niosi.
Yeah.
He was the casting director on that, and he brought me on for that.
We got all sorts of voice actors coming in these days. It's
Oh,
great.
yeah?
So if you have any questions about voice acting, or specifically about Funtime Freddy, or any of the secrets that Kellen might have buried inside of himself, send them in via
2 ways. You can send them via 2 ways. One is in the chat.
Yeah.
You can be like, "Hey Kellen, I think you're really nice," or "Hey Kellen, tell me more about your weird throat flap."
Where is the person from with this accent? I'm curious now.
Alaska. It's
Alaska.
a very
an
very
Alaska
unusual accent, but
That's
don't make fun
actually-
of them. They're really sensitive about it up
That's
there.
where the voice actress of Baby lives.
Oh.
Yeah,
well,
Heather Masters.
Well, then you should know that, I mean, obviously they would have that accent as well. You can also hit us up on Twitter using hashtag GTLive. Chris has drawn some welcoming artwork for Kellen.
Oh, is that
Now-
what that is?
Now, Chris.
I love it. I
Now,
love it.
You have to
don't
tell
give him
us
too much credit.
I'm gonna take a picture of him and post him on my Twitter now.
Okay.
which Freddy
That is the highest
this?
praise that your artwork has ever gotten, Chris.
Right?
Right?
I mean, it's definitely Funtime Freddy if it's getting the picture.
I just checked my phone. Chris Niosi just texted me.
Hold on. Let's ask Chris this question. Hey, Chris, can you name more than one version of Freddy? I've mentioned it like 3 times
All
on
right,
my show already.
you can
so
do
you have
it.
Funtime Freddy.
Golden Freddy.
Okay.
Golden Freddy.
Good
Look
one.
at you.
Can you name one more?
Regular Freddy. Save that one for last.
That's when he's when he's been through some tummy trouble and he's finally regular.
Constipated Freddy.
As my Jewish grandmother would say.
So, okay, here's Five Nights at Freddy's, the board game, the tabletop game, I don't know. Steal his pizza if you dare, but beware the jump scare. Oof.
Man.
You derriere.
Right? How many more rhymes can we shove into that? And it
That's
wouldn't be
fair.
a Five Nights
If
at Freddy's
you
game.
even care.
It also says
You two are quite a pair. And now with the camera I stare.
And this game, let's hope it's fair. On the back, you'll see two people obviously having a great time. Is it just me, or does the one on this side, the right, does he look like me, Scott? What do you
It
think?
looks like Ryan Reynolds.
This guy?
Oh yeah.
Right, exactly.
It's
Does he
definitely
look
Ryan
like me?
Reynolds.
Does Ryan Reynolds?
He does look like Ryan Reynolds.
It's definitely Ryan Reynolds.
You can make. Is that a troll face?
No, it's me. I'm doing the face. I'm scared of Freddy, even though he's not even looking at Freddy. What is he looking at? His eyes aren't even looking at the game. Look at him. What's he doing? It's ridiculous.
He's looking at the person who Freddy's looking at.
So,
okay.
Try to steal Freddy's pizza while he's asleep. If he wakes, he will leap with a roar that is sure to scare. All right.
Let's do it,
so
you
it's
guys.
Don't Wake Daddy's Pizzeria
Don't
edition.
Wake Daddy. I remember that.
Or
It's a great game.
it
By
is a
great, I
classic
mean
game.
stressful as all get out.
All right.
I'm
so,
tweeting at the picture to GT Live right now.
Okay, awesome.
Here we go. All right.
Here, and in the meantime, I can show you. So you asked about Pikachu earlier, and I do think it's important that we let you know Pikachu is much more than any old Peep.
Yeah.
Pikachu is an integral member of this live stream, and people send in. If we could flip over to the Twitter feed, actually, I've isolated pictures of Pikachu specifically from the stream. So he dresses up for Halloween.
He's cute.
Sometimes we are Pikachu.
Oh.
I mean, aren't we all Pikachu in some ways?
Yeah.
So there are other Pikachus that other people have that they
Sure.
put little neckties on.
Sure.
Green Pikachus. So yeah, a Pikachu in every style.
A
He's
Pikachu
an important
for
part.
every occasion.
He's an important part of
For
the
every
live stream.
season.
Yeah,
Right?
there we go. A Pikachu for
A Peep for every season.
All right, here, let's see what's going on.
Well,
with the
I'm
game.
working on it. Freddy is a little bit smaller than he appears on the
On screen.
He's not quite as menacing as we were expecting, maybe.
Right? Like on the box.
Freddy.
Like, look at him. He's just kind of like baby Freddy.
Yeah.
Because on the box, he's got like this enormous
He looks
head.
like a toy. Freddy. Toy Freddy.
Oh man.
Technically, he is not a toy Freddy because a toy Freddy has 2 buttons on his head.
Also feet.
Are you? Wait, hold up.
Yeah.
Are you calling me a nerd because I know how many buttons Toy Freddy has on his? Okay, just one.
What is this?
Also, let me double check. This is obviously his pizza plate. Hold up, I need to double check. I've been
come on,
researching
man.
Freddy. I've been researching Freddy buttons.
Freddy Buttons.
Toy Freddy.
Oh man, I've almost let him loose.
Don't be careful. He's possessed by the spirit of dead children.
We should have skizzers.
Called it. Toy Freddy has 2
Skizzers?
buttons.
Yes.
Oh, there are some over there.
Oh, thank you.
See,
Hold on.
meanwhile, Freddy Fazbear.
Do you need skizzers?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I've
We do not need
I've
skizzers.
I've freed the Fred.
Thank you so much.
See,
I'm
this
trying to.
This is how you know that this is
Oh, God.
this is Gen 1 Freddy. Gen 1 Freddy has 0 buttons.
This is
Toy
one.
Freddy has 2 buttons, as does Golden. Trust me, I've done the button counts and the toe counts.
What the heck
G1.
is this? These pizza pieces are tiny.
They look like
Wait.
feet.
Hold on, where's the box?
Here's the box. What do you need?
This
Hold
box?
on.
We're doing great work here, guys.
The pizza pieces. Look at these pizza pieces. These right here. You guys.
They're
All
small.
of them are in this tiny bag.
They're small.
Hold on. Look.
Here, can
Look,
you do the voice of Freddy?
This is a pizza piece.
Hold on.
Well, this will be the first time I've done his voice.
Okay, here we go.
What?
Hello, you're watching GT Live.
That was great.
That was
That work?
terrifying.
Tell everyone to subscribe.
Subscribe.
Perfect.
To what?
Whatever.
Subscribe to Game Theory
Perfect.
and
Sweet.
Film Theory.
Say MatPat is the smartest FNAF theorist out there.
That's all right.
Freddy! You fool! You fool, Freddy!
Oh,
All right.
Oh God, I got a bunch of friend requests on Facebook now.
Good, I'm
Watch
glad.
out.
See,
Yeah.
GT Live, bringing friends together.
Yeah.
So you've talked about a lot of the work that you've been in. I have some questions rolling in that I want to start hitting you with
Yeah,
while we
please
set
do. I'm
this
gonna just
up.
put batteries into this.
At Chelly Mills on Twitter
Hi.
says, as an aspiring voice actor / actor, how do you get acting jobs? So where do your jobs come from?
Well, living in Los Angeles is definitely makes it easier. but if that's not like something that you're able to do yet, like I think Endgame should be moving to Los Angeles or Texas or New York.
Texas.
Yeah, they do anime in Texas.
Oh
Funimation.
yeah,
Funimation's down
absolutely.
there,
Yeah,
right?
we
Okay.
love those guys.
Yeah, and where was I? Oh yeah, if that's something that's not in the cards right now, there's a wonderful website called iwanttobeavoiceactor.com.
Oh, that's
Really?
cool. That's very self-explanatory.
D. Bradley Baker, the voice of Appa and Momo on The Last Airbender, made it, and he details everything you need to know. Like, all the questions I get can be summed up on that site. Me personally, definitely taking acting classes, doing musical theater, and taking improv classes have helped a lot.
Improv classes are something I know a lot of people do, and those always seem to help a lot.
Improv is, I book most of my jobs when I do auditions with like a little improv at the end to separate myself from everybody
It
else.
shows that you understand the character and that you're willing to kind of like add ideas rather than
Absolutely,
just like do what's written. Gently, sorry, I'm reading the instructions on how to put it
Gently,
together.
firmly grasp it in your hand.
Firmly grasp Freddy in your hand. Gently spread Freddy's arms.
Okay.
And insert the posts on the side of the pizza tray into the holes in the
No,
hands.
right? Is it even
Getting
hotter
hot
in here?
Is it getting hot in here? Or is it just Freddy?
Oh, jeez.
What is he doing?
He's blinking slowly and lovingly.
He's doing that one dance that
right out of context. This is very. I mean, ooh.
Just a little odd. Okay,
It's a
fair.
little pelvic
I think we should probably just play. He doesn't even have
Disney
a pelvis.
Imagineers in the house.
That's
Were there any other questions, or should we move on?
There was another one. I don't want him to continue down that line of thinking, so let's give you another question.
Okay.
At Gold Nail Gaming says, I have two questions. What is your favorite version of Freddy?
Ooh.
And also, what is your favorite game?
Game in general, or game of the FNAF series?
It doesn't specify. I bet you
I'll do
could
both.
take your pick.
Okay. Well, if I'm not being prejudiced and saying Funtime Freddy, then Golden Freddy's pretty cool.
Golden Freddy. Are you talking Golden Freddy or are you talking Fred Bear? Boom! Difference.
There is a difference,
There is a
actually.
difference.
Yeah, no. Yeah, both of them are nice. The guy who voices Vlad in this game voiced Fred Bear in FNAF World, so I should probably say Fred Bear, so I don't piss him off because I'm seeing him this weekend.
So I gotta ask.
Yes.
What is it like working with Scott on one of these games? Like you said, so he's very resistant to give you details before you need to know.
Yeah.
How much going in? Like, do you just get a list of lines and a script? Or do you see how the lines fit together and like context around them?
The first, I'm going to say, hi, Chris Neosi. He said, you've usurped my seat, Ursa. Yeah.
It's a good seat to share, man.
It is.
And maybe I'll fart in it too. We'll see what happens, Chris.
No, please don't do that.
I will
That's
not do
still
that.
our couch. No,
Okay.
that is not Chris's seat, actually.
But I'll answer your question. It's very fun to work with him. It's very, like, we don't do like a Skype session type deal. He trusts the voice actors to do their thing. Give him a couple takes, and usually he doesn't ask us to redo it. He's never asked me for anything, but he just gives us the script. Or no, he just gives us our script, so only our lines.
Okay, so if you're reading just your lines, you're not seeing like
I don't see
Bon
I
or
don't
any of the other
characters. I don't see Bon Bon. Was that your impression?
That was my impression of you.
Nice. You can be bootleg Freddy number 3.
Yeah, bootleg Freddy number. That's the role I was born to play.
Were you like the tree in your elementary school play? Was that you?
The tree?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean,
Well, because he got so excited about number 3.
Oh yeah. I mean,
but anyway.
I mean, yes, he was.
toured around professionally.
But
I'm not Mr. I have an extra
y'all
flap
right?
in
You
my
need a
throat
cookie?
from that time
Y'all
I
need
know
a
he needs a
cookie?
consolation cookie
Sorry,
right
I still
over
got
here.
my tonsils.
Here,
in
don't
my
worry, I
mouth.
can fix it. I can
Hey,
fix it. Hold on.
You doing
Where's
alright?
the Diet Coke? Oh my gosh.
Is there a Diet Coke?
Yesterday.
He drank it all.
I drank all the Diet Coke. It's okay. There's
All
a 2
right.
liter.
Never mind. Never mind.
Down
He's gonna be cranky for the rest of the stream.
Whatever.
Forget it.
So anyway,
he's very, very nice. He's very, very generous. And what was the other part of that question?
Who is Purple Guy? That was the other half of that question.
Grimace from McDonald's, right?
Oh god, I'll throw him off before the end of the stream. I will get you to reveal something that you know that.
This shock reporting's not going to work on
I know,
me.
it
I'm
doesn't sound
a
like
jump scare.
He doesn't sound like he's got, you know, I mean, he's got his lines and everything, but if you're not exposed to the full context of the game, it would be really hard to like discover additional secrets of your
I don't know anything about the lore either. We don't me and him don't discuss that. We have called before. He has a lovely voice. He's got like
Can you say that again? How
he has
lovely
a
is it?
lovely voice. His voice is like caramel pouring down on cookie.
He's like
don't
a
know.
Twix bar. He is the human. He's the human version of a Twix bar.
We're talking about the same guy who voices Phone Guy.
He's like, hello,
hello.
No, he puts that on. He's like, hello, Kellen. How are he sounds like he sounds like Markiplier, but less
Markiplier's father.
Oh my
but
God.
less
No wonder. It all makes sense now.
Scott's hair
That's
is
how
actually
Markiplier
pink.
got first.
It's like that one picture where was it gold and blue or was it that dress?
The dress,
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
his hair is actually pink like Markiplier's mustache.
Oh,
But
there
that's
it
just
is.
a theory.
There it is.
That's a pretty poorly supported theory. Hey, I'm gonna fire up this game real quick, and
Okay. Yeah, I
think we
we'll
should play
continue
this
to ask questions
To
here.
grill me.
Yeah.
So
yeah, send in more questions in the chat and on Twitter, you guys.
So what we're supposed to do is we spin the spinner, and then we're responsible for removing that number and that many colored pizza slices, at which point then we see how it goes.
All right, let's do it.
And so I'm supposed to put Freddy into the lock position where he is
Okay.
asleep now.
He's a sleepyhead.
And I'm supposed to turn this on.
And meanwhile,
This is Don't Wake Daddy.
Yeah, it totally is.
Wait.
Oh,
This is
gosh.
completely original, and wow. It even creates an
man.
ambiance of sound
Okay.
to add to the scare factor.
Should we Bluetooth that into the computer audio?
Sure, they're hearing it great.
Okay.
So I need 2 red pizza slices. Oh, there's some bonus pizza slices hidden in
All right,
these
are you
animatronic
ready?
arms.
Oh no.
Here. Okay, wait.
Is that what you? Why is the pizza so chunky?
Why?
It's gnawed. It's pre-gnawed.
Are these animatronic arms? The tongs, are they animatronic arms?
I think so.
They look like Skip's paws.
They
I
do,
know.
right? They look like cat paws,
Yeah.
like silver cat paws.
Yeah.
It's like Operation.
Cats like
is.
cheese. so-
There, 2 red. Done.
2 red.
Kellen,
Okay, you're up next.
Go for it.
Fuck.
There you go.
There you go.
You got one
blue.
blue.
Oh man.
Easy.
Got the easy one.
Was that you making a farting sound?
No,
What?
that
I think that was the game.
that was me creaking. I haven't been oiled in a while.
I got
Here you
it.
go.
Oil can.
Oil can.
Fascinating. There you go,
Oil.
Steph.
Oil
Okay,
can.
2
red.
red. Oh
Ooh,
man.
they're all buried.
They are. What am I gonna do?
Don't trigger Freddy.
Don't wake Freddy.
Oh, were we supposed to sing that?
It's all right.
I didn't get the cue. Does he have
Good.
eyelids?
You got one.
1.
Yeah, his eyelids are shut right now.
Right, but
see?
like in the game, does he have eyelids?
1 down.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
You see him blinking.
Okay.
So when it came time for you to like, because obviously Sister Location was really the first time that we had heard the voices for these characters.
I mean, there was FNAF
Bam!
World, but
Beat
Right,
it.
FNAF World kind of worked, but like, so Scott didn't give you any input as far as like what Freddy's voice should sound like, because
he did. Do you want to hear that story?
Yeah,
let's hear the
because when I
story.
first heard Freddy's voice, aka your voice, I was surprised that he
Barely.
was as like, I don't know, as like raspy and.
Not like you were expecting.
I expected him to be more like upbeat, cartoony
Well, you
rather
remember,
than.
you remember
like
Chuck E.
Goofy,
Cheese,
right?
right? You
Yeah.
remember Chuck E. Cheese, like
That
when we were
plays into
little?
the story.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Here, you gotta
when-
spin and tell stories.
All right, that keeps happening.
That thumb,
When-
man.
when-
Gotta get rid of that thing.
When you got flick, gotta
Here,
practice that
here,
flick.
there you go.
I got.
Okay.
This is like
3 red.
red.
Oh, buddy.
This is like
He's
Twister all over again.
Beware the jump scare. Steal his pizza if you dare. And you also gotta tell us the story at the same time.
You're in for a scare.
And then also, get out of there.
Okay. That's 1.
Get out of it. I can't tell a story at the same time.
Right?
It's so
Come
hard
on,
to focus.
Kelly, we want you to share.
Okay, so when I was when I first did the
3. Well done.
Nice.
Well done.
Nice. All
Um,
right.
Okay, so when the audition first came to me, I had gone to sleep at 3 a.m.
It's on this side of the line. It's 1 yellow, not 3 red.
I had gone to sleep at like 3 a.m., so I was like tired already, right?
Yeah.
So I got up because my phone has a specific sound it makes when there's an audition in my inbox, because I like it's technical stuff. But that was 2 hours
It reads
after.
for the word audition and then makes a sound.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's real technical.
It's technical stuff.
I just didn't want to get into semantics. That is 1 red.
That's 1 red.
Is there any red
There's
left?
1 red.
You got it, dude.
Beware the jump scare. Steal his pizza if you dare. Beware it. You're shaking there a little bit, Kellen. You afraid of your own creation or yourself? You afraid of an earlier version of yourself?
He's my Care Bear cousin.
Woo! Oh man, it's back to me.
Okay, so I got up. I was like sleep deprived already, right? The original script was it called for. The name was Costumed Entertainer, so I had no idea who this was.
Really? So.
Oh, sorry.
So your
No worries,
role
you have a
was
lovely
costumed
foot.
entertainer.
It's Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, I like those socks.
Yeah, I got him at Goodwill. Jesus, it's so hard to
Too blue.
tell a story. While I'm doing.
You gotta.
Jesus Christ! What? It's.
How did I know it was going to be on me? Huh? Okay, that was not on purpose though. That's the thing. Are you all right?
It was a little
That was
startling.
That
It was a little
legitimately startling.
Yep.
I
His eyes
lose.
are open. He's all up.
Wait, so does that mean I'm out and you two keep playing? Or?
No, I think he's all. It does.
According to the rules.
Oh man.
Technically,
okay.
I know I reset him.
Well, you can focus on your story as
Yeah.
well.
So
your role was not Funtime Freddy. It was costumed entertainer.
Yeah, and the description for it was somebody that your kids would love, but the parents would be kind of hesitant to leave alone with.
Really?
So I immediately thought of Chuck E. Cheese.
That's amazing.
So I made him sort of like I mixed in a little Hannibal Lecter, and I made him sort of a more demonic version.
Yeah.
But I went like, "Ah!" I like screamed with all my might, and I edited it.
Wait, in your audition tape, you screamed with all your might?
You're about to hear. And I put on the. Oh, he wanted the effects with the audition. That's the other thing.
Oh wait, you had to do your own audio effects?
Yeah, no,
Wow.
I'm an audio engineer. I made my own effects for it.
Jeez,
That's awesome.
Yeah, he.
Of course, the poor actors do it all, man.
That's seriously amazing.
That was my favorite part, though. Like
Well done.
stuttering up the audio and putting the effect on it was my favorite part of the whole thing. But I put the effects on. I was like, hey, he's gonna like that, and I passed out on the floor. And I woke up and it said, hey, you.
Oh God!
That it said that you got the role. So that's.
All right, so Stephanie is the winner.
Woo!
Hold on.
Yeah.
Well fought.
The
well
winner
fought.
of Five Nights at Freddy's made it to 6 a.m. Made it to Blue Pizza.
Wait, are we going to get off YouTube are we going to get like a copyright strike if I sing Queen?
No, you're
Nah,
fine.
you're
Okay.
fine.
I mean, unless you sound identical to Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
Well,
or you're really,
I'm the
really
first
on
part.
pitch.
I'm the first part of that name.
Freddie.
Freddie.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Freddie Mercury.
Funtime Freddie
Aw,
Mercury.
man.
Can
Funtime Freddie.
Freddie sing a Queen song right now?
I paid my dues.
All right, when we're done. Great. I'm so sorry that I asked for that.
I want to ride my bicycle.
Oh my God. Oh. Okay.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm great. So okay, so all
That was
of that
fun.
was.
That was exciting.
So Scott had no notes back for you to be like, hey.
No, he
do
just
X, Y, and Z.
he just said, "Hey, great, do that."
Really?
All right. There you have it. Sometimes
But
you're not
actually,
perfect in life, you know?
actually, when are we going to play the clips? Because I have like things to say about
Yeah,
them.
no,
before.
now's a perfect
Now's a good time.
Play the clips.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So wait, I can control this.
Yeah, what's up?
I think Matthew's gonna pull it up
Here, I got you.
because it's gonna be actually on the big screen up there.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So what are we doing? Okay, so now these are. So take us through what we're gonna listen to now.
You should go.
Well, we're going to listen to my. Well, let's do the fun stuff first. I actually auditioned for William Afton and the soap radio announcer for Vlad and Clara.
No way!
I actually auditioned for those too. I didn't make it.
Really?
But I thought that would be fun to show on this.
And when you say the soap announcer, that's Vlad and Clara.
Find
from
out next time.
Yeah,
That
the
guy.
Immortal and the Restless.
The guy who sounds like Bob Barker.
Yeah. Okay, so where should I start here?
You can start with the announcer, the radio soap one.
The bottom one? Okay.
Yeah. And that was my audition for.
Another day, another
Start back over.
Oh,
Okay.
that's
Okay,
funny.
start over.
Oh, this is good.
Jason's gonna.
That's what
bring
he
up the
wanted.
sound.
An,
I'll let you know when we're.
an old timey guy.
Cool.
Try now.
Hello, viewers! Another day, another dramatic entry in the lives of Vlad and his distressed mistress. Where will they go? What will they do? All of that and more happening now.
That was that was my audition for it. He wanted something deeper.
Yeah,
I,
sure.
Okay.
I think that's what he wanted.
I
in the
thought
end,
I
but
really liked that.
That was pretty
though.
darn
Yeah, I
good.
thought that was great.
Nah, whatever.
You're a talented guy.
Oh man. We should
you
have
and your
him over
vocal
when we
flap.
do those visual novels, and we're over here making up all kinds of voices, and it's really unfortunate.
All the sexiest.
It's so unfortunate.
All the sexiest visual novels.
Oh, okay. All right, so the next one.
We're in the middle of Doki Doki Literature Club. It's
Oh
pretty
yeah,
amazing.
it's awesome. Okay.
Don't spoil what happens.
I will not.
'Cause-
So the next one is my audition for William Afton. He just had to be the creepy villain. So
Ooh, okay.
I did what I thought that would be.
Well, yeah. So that's the question. Okay, so the character.
I did not know he was William Afton.
Well, so what was the character description though? Because
Yeah,
here's
what
the thing:
information
these
did you
character
have?
descriptions might give us what we're looking for.
Let me try to remember. I think it was like just villain, diabolical, words like that,
Really?
buzzwords like that.
Huh, okay.
Yeah, it was so long ago. This was back in July of 2016.
Yeah, I guess that's real quick, and going back to kind of like the new casting announcement for FNAF 6 or whatever. How long was it from you seeing the audition, sending it in, to the game actually coming out?
Of Freddy?
Of Freddy. Yeah.
Freddy was the last one to be cast, I think.
Really? You were last?
Yeah, I think so. That happened at the beginning of September, and it came out at the beginning of October, right?
Wow, so the turnaround was really fast.
It was. It really was. And thank goodness, because I don't know if I could have kept my mouth shut long enough. I was so excited.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's huge.
To be the first canon Freddy ever.
Had you been a fan of the franchise up until that
I
point?
had.
You can say no.
Well, it was half and shut up. half and half, because like I was terrified of it. Like my friends would have to strap me to the chair to like get me not to run out, and even then I would run with the chair like away to get
sorry,
it
what
going.
was that? What was the sound
It was
effect you were That's great.
it was like
We're like in an anime.
This
I
is-
feel like that's an anime moment.
oh hey,
I thought we were
we
just
lost
chipmunks.
100 viewers.
And goodbye.
No, but yeah, it was very fast turnaround. And I did like it. I was just scared of it.
Yeah.
Very morbidly scared.
Okay,
of
so
it.
you were aware of
fair
it,
enough.
you enjoyed it, but
Sure.
you were also scared.
Like,
you were
I
respectfully
loved
scared of it.
I love like I've got the heart of an engineer. Back when Kids Next Door was out, I used to like make 2x4 technology in my garage.
That's awesome.
But I've always loved like animatronics and robots and stuff. And I my guilty pleasure is watching old Rockafire explosion videos.
Yeah.
Like at Showbiz Pizza. Do you
Right.
know that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the original one with like the original bear and why do I forget his name right now? Because it's hot. That's
Sure,
why.
it's all right.
But
It's really hot.
That's
but-
why we're putting you in the hot seat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's why we don't want you farting in the hot seat.
I'm not going to fart in the hot
It
seat.
could ignite in
Don't
here.
make
I
promises
mean, you know.
that your butt might not be able to keep. All right.
I swear to HE double hockey sticks, I won't
Thank
do
you.
it.
Here. So this is your audition for William?
Yeah, this is my audition
All
for
right,
William.
let's do it.
I feel there are elements of this design that perhaps you don't fully understand.
You were like an evil, demonic, like old.
Oh, but you sounded like such a
professor.
cute old man. Yeah.
He never
it's
said
so
how
cute.
old William was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it said that it was like middle-aged, but I figured I'd,
Yeah, old it up a little
Wizen
bit.
him a
just
bit.
a little bit.
Sure, interesting. Okay.
I like that one too.
Now we're on to the Funtime Freddy stuff.
Okay.
What costumed entertainer right
Let's
at the
start
top
with
there.
that. Yeah,
This
up at
is,
the top there.
Wait. This is the first time that this audio has been played anywhere.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Except into Scott's own
Ear bombs.
Yeah.
And so this is what got you cast originally?
Yes, this is. Oh, I want to say one thing.
Yes.
Funtime Freddy might have been German. If he chose that take. I did 2 takes of the voice, one with my normal accent and one with a German accent, because I find
German Funtime Freddy.
the way I did it,
That would completely screw up all canon stuff that I thought I knew.
it would.
Right?
That's why he didn't pick it probably. But no, but he well, you can hear it in a second, but when it was like, oh, unsettling to adults, but children would like it, I also thought sometimes German accents can do that, like with the Medic and TF2. Sometimes they can do that.
That's interesting.
So,
Okay.
without further ado,
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey, kids! Glad to have you back again. Come closer. I'll sing a song for you. Hello, little children. Glad to see you back again. Come closer. I'll sing a song for you.
That would have been
that
terrifying.
is an alternate reality.
That would have been it's the parallel universe.
Not even. It's Freddy Fazbear or Fazbear Entertainment expands outward into its international
it's
border.
the international franchise.
Yeah.
You're a Fazbear, yeah.
Pizza, yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
The old Deutsche Fassbär.
And so I'm curious. As a professional voice actor, how many takes do you normally send as a part of your audition? Just like here, you sent 2, and they were similar, but like very clear choices made in each. Is that do you normally send 2? Do you send more?
The rule of thumb is to only send as many as you think sound completely different while still keeping the essence that they want.
Interesting.
So I felt I could do it with 2. Usually the cap is 2. Like a casting director, if they're going through 800 auditions, they don't want to hear
10 from the same person.
Yeah,
Right.
so you got to capture their attention with the one you're most confident with.
I
But,
have one other question as
what's
well from Shadow Inferno. What is your favorite voice to perform and your favorite FNAF game?
Well, this one is pretty fun to perform, but there's a game called Zombie Vikings, and that was way back when it by Zoink. Did you see E3 2016?
I did.
You remember EA's E3? Did you watch that one?
I think we did.
They showcased a game called Fee. And it was like it was like very atmospheric. It was about this little flying squirrel type deal.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah.
Me and another person do all the creature voices in it.
Oh, that's so fun.
That's coming out soon, and it's going to be really fun to do like campaigning for that and stuff.
That's awesome.
Really neat.
But that's the same company, Zoink.
Really?
And
Okay.
my favorite voice in Zombie Vikings was a Harvey Fierstein turned into an old woman called
Mogaga the witch, and she would always think she was the hottest thing, you know.
That's
and
so good.
She she would hit on all the boys, and she'd like come into the water. It's nice and cold.
she would
Oh my gosh.
it's just
it.
fun
I
to like
love
make people
it.
cringe with that voice.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
love
it.
that voice. So that's a character in that game?
Yeah, that's a character in that
Oh,
game.
it's
I
so
voiced
good.
a ton of stuff in that, but
So how many voices do you feel like comfortable doing? Does that do you have like your 10 go-to or whatever?
if I tried to keep track, it would I don't keep track. All I do is I see what is on the page, and then I pull up whatever I think would sound good, but I haven't cataloged
You
them
actually
yet.
like this is my old creepy witch voice. This is my demonic.
There are
possessed-
many old creepy witch voices you could go with. Though.
Sure.
Like for their Zoink's newest game, I got to do an old creepy witch again, and this time it was Nathan Lane. So she sounds a little like this. She's like, oh, bless your heart. That kind of thing.
Oh my gosh, that's so fun. By the way, I just want to, hey Scott, people are really digging the German Freddy. I'm just saying, it's getting very positive response.
Maybe that could be an Easter egg.
Scott, I have no doubt that you're watching this live stream because that's the type of guy that you are. Thanks for being a loyal GG
making
live
sure I don't screw up.
Yeah, he'll
Yeah.
DDoS this live stream as soon as something you like say something like, oh yeah, and by the way, purple guy is.
I don't know. who
But
Purple
hey,
Guy is.
FNAF 6, if you're still looking for ideas, my friend, international expansion for Fredbears, make it happen.
Don't do it, Scott. It's not worth it.
German all over the place. The Down Under,
right?
Yeah.
Fredbears Down Under.
Down under. The Australian accent.
Can you give us Freddy Down Under?
Crikey! Get ready for a surprise, mate.
Lovely.
So fun. Okay, here, let's go on. Let's go on to the next thing. Okay, so we heard your audition, and so that was pretty much direct out, right? So, so he's like, you get the part, and I'm just gonna use your audition in.
Well, he said use that exact voice, but I had to do more lines, obviously.
Sure, of course, right.
And of course, there are ones that didn't make it into the game.
Yeah.
That you'll see here now.
Okay, so these are the cut lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is this file right here. Or
Yeah.
Freddy round 2.
Yeah. It's Entertainer, all Freddy lines 1.
Okay, all Freddy lines 1. So these are.
This will take about 2 minutes.
So these are the unheard lines.
Some heard, some unheard.
Okay.
Okay.
From Sister Location.
Yep. Well, you heard that already.
Kids, glad to have you back again. Come closer. I'll sing a song for you.
And you did all the effects yourself.
Hey, kids, it's so good to see you again.
I did 2 takes of every
Come
line.
closer and I'll sing a song for you.
So
This is my friend Bon Bon. Say hi, Bon Bon.
And so he was all, and so that wasn't a choice on your part. It was always named Bon Bon.
Yeah, it was always named Bon.
Okay, I was just curious.
From the start, it
Because
was
that
named
was a
Bon.
weird, because that was another one of those moments where I'm like, one, I'm like, wow, that isn't what I expected Freddy to sound like. But then two, it was, that's weird that they're calling it Bon Bon.
Yeah.
But that was how it was originally scripted.
That was how it's, yeah.
Huh, interesting.
That's actually what tipped me off to it being Freddy. Like I
Yeah.
took a lucky guess.
Yeah, right, right. Yeah, at that point you're like, ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I wonder, a game made by Scott Cawthon with Bon Bon in it. I wonder. Yeah.
All right.
This is my friend Bon Bon. Say hi, Bon Bon. Bon Bon, say hi to our friends.
And that's in the game.
Bon Bon, say hi to our friends.
He used both takes.
And so I'm also real curious about this, where as you're doing the effects,
Yeah.
like what's going through your head making the effects? Like how are you deciding like, oh, I want this line to repeat, or
Difficult question. I listen through the line and I'm like, okay, what can I make skip a couple times so that it's still coherent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I don't overdo it, but I make it so that it's apparent that it's there.
How long does it take you to put this together, by the way?
This file right here with effects and all,
Yeah.
recording and then effects, that
Yeah.
took about an hour.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not too
That's not
shabby.
bad, man.
Yeah.
Well
Well,
done.
it was. I knew what to do already because I had already experimented with the audition.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
I know you're over there somewhere. I know you're over there somewhere. I know you're over there somewhere.
I did 3 of them.
Are you the birthday boy? Are you the birthday boy?
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Are you the birthday boy?
Okay, I did 3 of them.
See you over there in the dark. Come on out. I see you over there in the dark. Come on out. Hey, Bon Bon. I think that's the birthday boy over there. We should go give him a surprise. Hey, Bon Bon. I think that's the birthday boy over there. We should give him a surprise. We should give him a surprise.
just...
We'll see you next time. We'll see you next time. Well, hello again. Well, hello again. Well, hello again.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you.
Interesting.
But yeah, you can see some stuff in there he cut for
Right.
one reason or another.
Yeah.
So, and hello again.
Yeah.
Huh. Were you supposed to go back to Freddy's? Do you think, or is
I'm
it?
unsure.
Or do you think it's more, hey, the whole? Because again, going into the deep lore of this game, you know, you're playing as Michael Afton, who looks like his father, and Custom Night clarifies that at first they didn't recognize me, but then they thought I was you.
That's a good idea about
So if all of a sudden it's like Freddy's like, hello again, he would recognize William as his creator and assume that Michael is also like, hey, I recognize you again. Or maybe there was meant to be a mission where you go back into Freddy's.
That's my theory, and this is not canon at all because I have nothing to base it off of.
Yeah.
But I think that there was supposed to be something at the end maybe where they were all together again. But again, no idea. That was at the very end of the script.
And you also did Custom Night too, right? There's new lines for Custom Night.
Exactly.
Oh well.
There it is.
I segued to it without even knowing.
Yeah, no,
how good we are at our jobs here at GT Live.
I'm unsure if there's anything in there that could be lore speculative, but there's definitely stuff in there that went unused. So I figured.
that was recorded after the fact, right? So
yeah.
So Sister Location happens. When does Scott reach out to you and ask, hey...
See those date modifieds right there?
Yes, no feed on the live stream.
Oh my god.
Why am I going to turn up on a website somewhere?
Yes. Yes, and you don't want to see that website.
No,
lot of feeds.
those are the actual, well, except for the one at the top, but those are the actual dates I recorded and sent them off.
Oh, really? Okay, so you recorded... So you recorded kind of your final version of Freddy Lines version, like the first one for the main game.
On September 7th last year.
And then a little over a month later, on October 21st.
What's today?
Today is...
It's October 25th.
Oh, that would have been so...
We just missed it. If I hadn't gone to Santa Fe Comic-Con, then we...
Darn you, Santa Fe. Just kidding, you're lovely.
And your Comic-Con specifically.
Yeah. No, we were supposed to film the other day, but I couldn't be here, sadly. But
quite all right.
Now I'm here.
Right, and that's good.
Yeah.
We missed the 1 year anniversary.
Let's take a look at the last one.
Okay.
Sure.
Wait, I gotta ask.
So.
Have you been cast in the movie?
No, I haven't heard anything about the movie, but me and Andy, the guy who plays Hand Unit, we want to be extras in it, and we want to figure out how to do that. So, Bloomhouse producers, if you're out there, hi.
Well, I mean, and also for just consistency across the character.
I know, it's important.
You have the first official canon voice of Freddy.
I don't think that they're going to, I'm sure that they're going to base this movie off of the first game, so I don't know if they're going to use voices for the animatronics. If they do, I'd love the chance to audition. Thank you so much.
Yeah, wait. Okay, here, say this again, because now I'm going to dig into this. What makes you think that the movie would be based off of the first one and not either its own separate canon or off of the books?
Because that's usually how movies go. Assassin's Creed was its own thing, wasn't it?
Assassin's Creed was its own thing. I think Tomb Raider was its own thing as well, right?
But Clue, starring Tim Curry, that was based off of the first one.
That's
the first and only board game.
If we're doing board games, right?
Right? Yeah, if we're doing board...
I'm sure there was a Clue 2 somewhere.
There is technically a Clue... No, I'm thinking Grease 2.
Yeah, no.
There is a Clue musical.
You can't follow up on
Did you know that there's a Clue musical?
Oh,
Fun fact,
really?
it's terrible.
That's weird.
It's terrible.
Yeah?
It is so bad. But it's cool because it has like 20 different endings.
My guilty pleasure
21
is
different endings.
my guilty pleasure is going and looking back at awful musicals that didn't make it, like
Carrie the musical?
Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark.
I saw
That's the one
Spider-Man
that drove Matthew out of theater as a professional.
Yeah,
Really?
Spider-Man Turn Off the Dark is
I'm
the
so
one
sorry.
of the big reasons why I did not continue with professional theater.
Goodness gracious,
That's
I'm
how
sorry.
bad it was. I saw the... Have you ever seen a production of it?
No, I wasn't lucky enough.
It was mind-meltingly bad. Like, the decisions that were made as a part of that musical were unfathomable.
Oh, here, I can hook you up.
Oh,
okay,
thank you so much.
So we're going to listen
Here
to
we
Freddy
go.
Round 2?
You're almost
Yeah,
there.
this is the last clip.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Well, hello again. Are you ready for round 2? Well, hello again. Are you ready for round 2? Well, hello again. I'm
Too over the top, I suppose.
Are you ready for round 2?
I like how sing-songy. Hello again.
Well, that's what he liked about it too. That he was eccentric but scarily so.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Go get him! Hey, Bon, go get him! Bon, let's not keep our friend waiting! Come on, Bon, let's not keep our friend waiting! Come on, Bon, let's not keep our friend waiting!
Why did you ask for
Anybody home? Knock, knock! Anybody home? Anybody home? Are you ready, Bon? Let's go get him in 3, 2, 1.
Ooh.
That wasn't in the final game?
Bon, you sure? Okay, let's go get him in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that's
cool.
cool. I like that. Yeah, that's awesome. That was not in the game.
That was sweet. No, the countdown wasn't. That's interesting. Have you? Wait, are you saying that you have not played Custom Night all the way through? Come on.
No, I got scared.
Yeah. Yeah. Has Freddy played his own game?
I have. I just haven't played Custom Night.
Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough. All right.
Ready or not, here I come.
You know that.
Ready or not, here I come.
By that point, you're just ready.
Well, I wanted to make that one sing-songy, like all around the mulberry bush.
What a party pooper. Oh, what a party pooper. What a party pooper. Oh, birthday boy. Oh, birthday boy. Come out wherever you are. Oh, birthday boy. Come out wherever you are. Get ready for a surprise. Get ready for a surprise. Get ready for a surprise. Get ready for a surprise.
I don't know why he wanted so many. That might have just been me being a perfectionist, but I think you might have asked.
The last take is the one that I ended up going with too.
Yeah.
So what effects? So outside of making it skip a couple times, what effects did you layer on to get kind of that like robotic feel?
That's unfortunately a trade secret I can't reveal.
No way, really?
Yeah. I
by like your trade secret or a Scott Cawthon trade secret?
half and half.
Really?
There is a certain program I use for it, and I'm not going to say it because nobody else uses it, so I don't want.
Yeah, no, of course.
He didn't want anyone reproducing the voice, and I sort of agreed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But nah, there's nothing I can say about it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Of all the questions, I figured I would get stonewalled about. I didn't expect that one to be one of them.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Yeah,
I get it.
It's the same reason he won't let me like do custom voice requests for Funtime Freddy, because Scott really likes to keep the lore inside the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so if something gets out like with Freddy's voice with the effect on the internet, that's completely out of the game. He feels that would take out the immersion.
Well, there goes the intro to part 2 of my final
That's
theory.
fine. That's fine. That's fine.
So when you do,
I'll do that.
Really? I like that you're like, Scott doesn't allow this. Oh yeah, if you want to do an intro of game theory, yeah. I can do
Scott, email me right now if that's not okay.
Okay, that's amazing.
Okay, I guess it's okay. No, Scott, seriously, email me if that's not okay.
Be like, wow, that was really impressive how fast you guys have this network connection.
Yeah, we're tethered by Google Fiber. That's not true at all. We don't have Google Fiber in California
lines
yet.
connecting to it. Sorry, Steph, what were you gonna say?
We're like brothers, only closer. Do you remember that SpongeBob?
I do.
Yeah. Anyway.
Sorry, Steph, what were you saying?
I was just gonna ask. So when you do a voice or a character, especially for this game series.
Sure.
Does Scott then basically own that voice? I mean, if you're not allowed to use it anywhere else, so he's bought a specific voice that you can't use anywhere else. Is that right?
That is very disputed because we never signed any contract like that. However, it's sort of in the voice actor world. It's sort of a courtesy to not use the same voice twice.
Okay,
interesting.
So it's interesting because what it sounds like is it's voice plus effect.
Yeah,
not
it's,
necessarily
it's
voice.
a whole
That's
package.
part
It's
of
voice
it,
plus
but
effect.
still, the voice I've never really used that specifically ever again. Like A Hat in Time came close, where
The Snatcher minions sound like this,
but
it's not quite there,
you know.
It doesn't have that like raspy kind of quality
The
to
projection
it.
that
Yeah.
it has.
That-
yeah.
yeah, it's more of a brassy resonance
Yeah,
than
it is.
Brassy, I've never heard that one.
Yeah, you have a good brass tier.
Funtime Freddy is made out of brass cannon.
That's not don't
That's
believe
not
it.
canon.
It's lies. Right. So how aware are you of the Five Nights at Freddy's lore then? As someone who has played one of the characters, how do you know the lore pretty deeply, or
Sure. Well, not deeply. As much as I know more than someone who's just getting into it, but I don't know as much as someone who's got a map behind them with a bunch of pins connecting
like
the
the
dots
board
to
I
everything.
currently have in our office, which you haven't seen. But
I gotta see that.
Yeah, I don't have pins or anything, but I have a big dry erase board. With
Oh my
everything
God, I
listed off
really
and
want to
stuff.
see
Okay.
that now.
It's all listed off, and I have connections drawn. And this
I
and that.
cannot wait to see
Yeah,
that.
it's fun.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
So if I were to, is there anything that you can surprise me with, as far as
lore-wise?
Yeah, or just in general, something that I could really chew on here.
Good question.
Or anything that will reveal Scott's internal processes that'll make me understand haha, we got it, we figured out the mind of the creator.
I know some stuff, I just don't know what I can reveal.
You know stuff.
I just crucified myself, didn't I? No, but well, I gotta be really careful with my words
Yeah,
here.
of course.
But
Be as careful as you need to be. Don't.
Oh boy. Oh, there's going to be something that I remember afterwards that's going to maybe this is the way that I get back on the show, huh? I call you up and say, I remembered.
Oh, man.
He's doing the cliffhanger.
Jeez.
I don't want to get you in trouble.
No. I know. It's not that I.
We could do something where you say it almost up to the last word, and then GT Live just ends. We would do that to you guys.
Or you could say it, and then we private it, and then we cut it out for the re-upload, and then people will have to. It'll just have happened in the moment.
I've been in talks about doing some expanded lore, outside of the game series.
Interesting.
In the form of. I can't go.
No, you're fine.
I can't go that far, but
Well,
but if I can get Scott to say yes, and I got a couple people on it already, but if I can get Scott to say yes, there might be something else.
Huh.
Not outside of the game series. That's
expanded lore outside of the game series.
Expanded universe.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Five Nights at Freddy's.
The anime. You heard it here first.
It's confirmed to be the new Star Wars with its expanded universe.
There it is.
Solo, a Five-Night Story.
Right? A Five-Night Story!
You wanted to do that joke again.
That would be so funny.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2.8 remake.
Right? Oh, the Kingdom Hearts, man. I'm telling you, that's where the lore's gonna go.
Yeah.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. It is now confirmed. Five Nights at Freddy's planet in Kingdom Hearts 3. Chica's gonna have a Keyblade. Sora's gonna be confused about a Funtime Freddy versus a Golden Freddy, and Bonnie's gonna be fighting Heartless. There it is. Okay.
What was he saying no about? It's so hot I forgot.
I think he's saying no to you doing something for game theory.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, buddy.
What a meanie.
Scott, man,
I'm
put
sorry.
the X on it.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry
it's not my
about
fault. I just thought I'd ask.
But nice to know that Scott's watching the stream right now.
It is.
Yeah.
I currently have it in my theory right now where I'm maybe something with Funtime Freddy voice. That is legitimately the first line in
And
the
again,
script for the intro.
that
I'm I don't know if he can do
I
it,
don't know.
but
You've
I'm gonna
heard
ask.
it a lot maybe you can replicate it. We'll see how close you can
We can
get.
cobble it together. We'll take a couple of audio bits of
Oh
you
yeah,
saying
from
stuff.
this stream, and we'll just chop them all together.
It'll be like an Obama dub or something.
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
It'll be like Barack's dubs.
It'll be the Fun Time
dubs.
Freddy. Yeah, the
I
Fun Time
just want
dubs,
to say
exactly.
one thing. The expanded lore thing, that's not, like, I haven't brought it up with Scott yet. This is the first time I've brought it up.
Oh,
I just have to, I just want to talk with Scott about it. Yeah.
This is actually your segue to being
He's
like,
actually
Scott, I
holding
really need you to call me right now.
He's actually having a completely separate like email
Oh, yeah,
conversation with Scott
totally.
this whole time, being like, oh, by the way.
Well, no, Scott just, here, hold on.
Everyone in the
Let
chat
me
says
let me
hi,
show it.
Scott.
Let me show it for the stream. You can zoom into it.
Everyone in the
'cause
chat
it's-
is freaking out that Scott is like currently texting you right now. It's so funny.
Here, zoom into that.
You're not showing us.
No. It only says Scott Cawthon.
Just
it says no.
Just no.
Just no.
Shut down.
I hope I'm not in trouble, Scott. I love you, Scott.
I don't want to get. Hey, he's in. This is the hot seat, Scott.
Oh, yeah.
So you know,
it's
like,
literally like 100
and figuratively the hot
literally
seat.
and also, so you know, Stephanie and I are trained in like psychological like
Warfare.
manipulation and
We've done
warfare.
lie detector tests on this stream.
We've been
We
slowly
know.
wearing him down
We
this
know.
whole stream.
Yeah.
So
invite Scott on to come sit in the
yeah, Scott, anytime.
If Scott would ever come out of his his Scott hole.
His Scott hole.
Yeah, that's what I
Ouch.
call wherever he is. the Scott hole.
Hey, Skip. Hey, Skippy.
Hey, Skip.
Come on, bud.
That means it's time
There's-
to eat.
Yeah,
Is
means
that-
this is dinner
does that
time. But and we've listened to all of the clips, which is pretty great.
Don't
He's
scare my
unfazed.
cat with
He's
Freddy.
It's a jump skip.
It's a jump skip.
Yeah.
Oh, Skip. Hey, buddy.
You are my friend. You are my furry friend.
All right.
So I think that's
the
I
cutoff.
think that's about it.
I think that's probably it, unless there's anything else that we should know about or any. Well, first off, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
And is
This
there
was
any-
really
like,
fun.
This was awesome.
So
Are you
obviously
kidding?
you're also
I
in
can't
that
believe
time,
we
which
shook
just
hands.
came
We're
out.
like we should like there's a hug.
Well,
Here.
no one wants to hug. We're so
I know
sweaty
it's
and
so
gross.
it's disgusting.
You can
okay.
the microphone's picking up the sweat sounds. It's all
Just
moist.
moisture.
Yeah.
But is there any? So like, what? You did us the favor of coming on. What is there anything that you'd like to promote or like, hey, follow me on Twitter?
Upcoming projects,
Well,
anything like that?
Twitter, following me on Twitter would be nice because I'll say this right now, and I rehearsed this.
Oh, okay.
If there is another game coming out, which I don't know, but if Scott tells me and he says, yeah, it's okay to talk about, my Twitter @KellenGoff is the first place I'll talk about it.
Okay.
So that's the first place you'll hear anything from me at least. So that the Twitter is @KellenGoff. You can't put that on the screen, right?
Kellen Goff.
At Kellen Goff. Yeah, but and
Stephanie can pull it up actually.
Here we can
thank
just
you.
scrutinize it here in person.
And also, you too can buy your own version of Five Nights at Freddy's 6 mini pizza location. It's available on Amazon, right? I bought
think
this on
we bought
Amazon.
it on Amazon.
I was buying like toy robots, and
Here, Jason, pull up
Amazon knows
Kellen's
enough
email.
about my
Or,
personal life.
not,
Is like
not your email. Not your email. Pull up his Twitter.
Hey kids.
There we
buy
go.
me.
Okay.
I'm Freddy.
He's currently Poltergoff.
Yeah, I'm Poltergoff.
And you're at LA Comic Con this weekend.
Yes, I'm going to be at. That's something to promote. Me, the voice of Hand Unit, Andy Field, and the voice of Vlad, Christopher McClough. That's how I like to pronounce his last name. But it's
I'm sure he likes you to pronounce his name.
Oh,
that
he
way.
loves it. But
must be his
McCullough.
favorite.
We're going to be signing at the LA Convention Center at LA Comic Con this weekend. So look forward to that. Yeah, I guess that's it.
Cool.
Awesome.
And then, like I said, this is officially one of the new FNAF games.
This is
you
the-
saw
this
it
is
here
the
first,
new
ladies
FNAF
and
game,
gentlemen.
okay?
This is FNAF.
This
say what
is
you
where
will.
this is the culmination of the FNAF series.
There have been
essentially,
6
right
FNAF
here.
games, and this is the 6th one.
Yep.
This is it. You have FNAF 1 through 4. You have Sister Location. FNAF World, I guess, kind of counts.
And this is FNAF Board.
But this is FNAF Board. There you go.
Okay.
Hey guys, here I am. Here's me. Buy my pizzas. I do jump scares. I'm totally spooky. What? This is me audition. Scott, this is my audition, since you are watching. You got...
Since I'm probably going to be recast soon for getting in trouble on this show.
Since you got in trouble. No, actually, so fun fact, I've only emailed Scott like 3 times.
Yeah.
I think about 3 times. One was about like Game Lab to see if we could do Five Nights at Freddy's on Game Lab.
Okay.
But and there was some follow up there, so that was like number 2. And then the 3rd time was actually to make sure that you were clear to come on.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to just.
I asked him too.
Well, because here's a true story. You want behind the scenes? Kellen was being really sketchy about like what you. We get a lot of weird emails from people, and so when someone out of the blue is like, I was the voice of Five Nights at Freddy's, and I'm going to show you unreleased footage, I'm like, can I trust him? And so I emailed Scott, and I'm like, hey...
I figured that would catch your attention.
Well, and it did, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to double check that, like, Scott was okay with it, because I'm like, I don't know if one of the voice actors is going rogue.
Well, of course I got his permission before.
I don't know your
Fine.
character as a human
Well,
being.
now you know I'm a nice people.
I do,
Yeah, and now we know
and
you're
also
awesome.
and Scott emailed. So I've never talked to Scott about lore or anything, but like from Scott emailing back, he's like, "Oh, I'm not worried about Kellen."
Yeah,
like,
I'm not worried
well,
about you.
and now maybe he's second guessing himself.
Kellen's harmless.
No, Matthew, what you don't know is that actually the 2 of them have been in on this the whole time. This appearance was planned as part of the marketing campaign for the next game.
Well, that was the other thing that I was suspecting this whole time, where we would go, no joke, because, Scott does weird stuff, and he said before the end of October, there would be an announcement about the movie.
Yeah.
And so I was wondering if, as a part of, like, the stuff that you were bringing in to show us or
I
play,
wish.
that maybe there was, like, an announcement trailer or something like that.
I wish. I asked him if he wanted me to say anything, but he's like, nah, it's fine.
We're not.
It's okay. So, anyway. I think we're good.
So behind the scenes, just so there's all sorts of conspiracy theories going on.
Sure.
Because we've been fooled by Scott in the past.
Well, no, it's really much less that, and actually just we get a lot of requests to be on the live stream. We get a lot of people who say there's someone and aren't actually that person, so we do a lot of double checking behind the scenes.
Yeah,
just
so
to make
Scott says you're one of the good ones.
Yeah.
So well done.
Who are the bad ones?
I'll leave you to debate that one.
Well, I guess we should be asking who are the twisted ones. Huh?
Oh man.
Get it? Because of the book.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, because it's a book.
Okay, guys.
Plug in the book.
But anyway, that's it for today, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I have no doubt that within probably the next 2 days, following up on this and the game theory, Scott will probably put something up on scottgames.com announcing something.
Who knows?
Or other. Who knows? If pattern serves, something will probably happen in the next 2 days. But anyway, that is it for today. We are back tomorrow, normal time, 4:00 p.m. Pacific time. Sadly, no Kellen.
We'll miss him, but we are back with some pretty cool stuff tomorrow.
We're back with a very big game tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, it's a big deal, you guys.
It should be very cool. We have a good rest of the week planned.
You have never, ever seen it anywhere before, if that gives you any clues.
Unless you're in Mexico. So anyway, right?
Yeah.
Fact?
I don't
all right.
know
Anyway.
what you're talking about.
Ellen is so confused right now.
I know. It's okay.
So, and it's not a Mexican game
It's not.
either.
No,
it's just
not.
There's issues. So anyway, that's it for today. Thank you, Kellen. Once again, at Kellen Goff.
Yeah, thank you so much.
KELLENGOFF on Twitter.
Also, kellengoff.com if you want to.
Well, now you're just.
If you want to
adding
see.
all sorts of calls to action.
Well, if you want to see if I'm in a convention near you coming up.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's it.
Should I lead us out?
Well, Matthew, you want to wrap up some.
Is he gonna jump? How do you trigger him? How do you? Ah, there comes.
We'll see you next time.
Let's say goodbye in the chat,
Say goodbye
everyone.
in the chat. And remember, that's just a stream, a live stream. Thanks for watching. Let's say goodbye in the chat.
Rami Gaming says bye.
Bye. The Chosen One watches. Says bye, guys. Have a good day.
Kelvin Guarman says bye.
The Torchic Spartan says bye.
Agreed says bye.
Jordan
Clap and a half.
So says I took my PSAT today. Clap and a half to you.
Oh, nice. Woo. Yeah.
I kind of did a clap and a quarter.
It was more like 7.
You got it. You got the idea. Crystal959 says, love you, Kellen. See ya.
Unicorn High Gamer 9000 says, who's going to stay for the live chat? Hopefully everyone stays for the live chat. You just chat it up.
And Gasbear says, bye bye, Matt, Pat, Kellen, and Steph, and also Skip.
21 Whiskers.
Shoot.
Well, hello again, theorists. We have a party planned today, and it's all for you. So, are you ready for round 2? Well, are ya? It's too late to turn back now. Get ready for a surprise in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where, did you know that Funtime Freddy was almost German? Jawohl, check it out!
Hello, little children! Glad to see you back again! Come closer, I'll sing a song for you!
How wild is that? Forget Freddy Fazbear, it's Freddy Fuzzbar. Calling it right now, FNAF 5 gave us sister location, FNAF 6 gives us international expansion. So, this is it. The end of an era. My last FNAF lore theory until a new game gets released. Makes me kinda sad, actually. So let's make it a good one as we set out to finish the job that we started 3 whole years together. And spoiler alert, purple guy? It's not the phone guy. Believe me, I tried. So of the 5 Aftons, last time we had killed off 2. Mother and daughter who go on to become Baby and Ballora. Afton's daughter getting clawed results in the immediate closure of Circus Baby's Pizza World, leading the company to retire the creepy, rosy-cheeked characters deep underground where memories sleep. But now let's talk about one question I haven't addressed yet, and one that was on everyone's mind during the launch to Sister Location. Where is Chica in all this? For the first time in these games, one of the core 4 animatronics was just gone. That seems significant, right? And it is. I joked earlier about FNAF Lederhosen location, but it touches on an element of these games that we tend to brush aside, that there's a business element running through all of them. Corporate doublespeak and liability talk coming from Phone Guy, parent companies in the form of Fazbear Entertainment, franchising with sister location. So what if Chica is missing from Circus Baby's gang because she was her own independent mascot at the time? It's not just wild speculation either. In the Scott Games source code leading up to Sister Location's release, we got all sorts of hints in the form of animatronic maintenance schedules, but mixed in there was a reference to something surprising. Chica's Party World, mentioned by name. Definitive proof that the character was the mascot of another business existing at the same time as Circus Babies, which was also a client of Afton Robotics. Chica isn't in Sister Location because she isn't a part of the family yet. She's still a solo act, but we know by FNAF 4 she's clearly a part of the Fredbear and Friends lineup. So it would seem that Fazbear Entertainment grew by merging with or buying out the other animal-themed restaurants in the area, with Chica being the last addition to the crew and why she's a part of the series from here on out. So no, theorists, contrary to popular belief, it wasn't just Scott trying to reduce the amount of creepy poultry-themed fan art. Let's be real here for a second. Bibs aren't sexy. I'm just saying it now. Calling it like I sees it. So Fazbear Entertainment decides to go all in on the animal-themed robots because the whole clown thing was just a stupid idea. I mean, seriously, William, do some market research. Americans are more afraid of clowns than global warming. Know your consumer, man. Anyway, in FNAF 4, Fredbear's expanded to have himself some friends, and has become so popular that they're in full sellout mode, complete with plushies, toys, a TV show, and the ever-popular item, masks. Get them now, because I hear they're selling like a god church. None of this would exist if this were truly the first location of a local pizza chain, confirming that this location in FNAF 4 is not where it all started like many have been assuming. What we're seeing here is something else, presumably what the TV says. Fredbear and Friends, a hybrid restaurant of the old Fredbear characters and the new spin-off ones where every character has their own spring-lock suit. Notice that the FNAF 4 Nightmare animatronics all have 5 fingers. The only other animatronic to have that feature, Springtrap. 5 fingers because the humans have to wear the suits. Which leads us to one of the biggest debates in this franchise. Is this 1983 or 1987? The bite at the birthday party makes it seem like it's 1987, but the TV says that it's 1983. Never before has so much nerd rage been prompted by discussion over trademark dates. Rage that lives on to this day, but now I can finally bring calm to the storm. This is 1983. We know this based on a recent Reddit post Scott made on the subject of whether or not he's ever retconned his story. Quote, "The truth is that I've done one actual retcon in the series, although I'm not going to say where it was. There have been other times, however, when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances, I make a point to clarify in the next game. I used Sister Location to clear up a misconception from FNAF 4. End quote. Reading this, the obvious misconception from FNAF 4 was the year the events of the game took place, which, true to his word, he clarified via sister location and the private room camera code of 1983, 1983. When Michael Afton revisits his father's control room decades after the fact, he sees that all along William had been surveilling their family home using cameras that were password protected by one of the most sorrowful dates of his life. Regardless, neglectful father William participates in the worst Bring Your Son to Work Day program ever by taking his traumatized son to a restaurant filled with robots he's afraid are gonna scoop him. And solidly in the no-help column is his older brother who taunts him mercilessly for his fears. The story comes to a climax when the brother's teasing goes too far, getting his younger brother chomped at his own birthday party. At the end of the game, William, through his psychic friend Fredbear observation plushies, patent pending, promises to put his son back together. Except he's too late. We hear a hospital flatline faintly in the background as the cutscene ends, meaning that the child dies. But that's far from where his story ends. He appears in every other FNAF game because even though Daddy fails to put him back together, miraculously the crying child finds his way into becoming the ghostly Golden Freddy. For proof as to why, let's speed things up.
Remember what Scott said in his Reddit post? He tries to clarify things in the next game, and between FNAF 3 and FNAF 4, there's a point he made sure to clarify: the Happiest Day minigame. Notice the masks across the two games, not just symbolic imagery, but a direct reference to the masks worn during the crying child's failed birthday: Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica. The restaurant layout is also the same, just mirror flipped, with 3 party tables decorated with green, yellow, red, purple, and blue balloons. And it's a birthday party as evidenced by the cake. The puppet is recreating the birthday that was stolen from the crying child, and the mask that the crying child is seen wearing, Golden Freddy. But that's not all. The crying child gets taken by Death, aka Nightmare, an animatronic who just so happens to have an inverted Golden Freddy color palette: yellow hat and tie with a black body as opposed to a yellow body with black accessories. Coincidence? I think not. It's also worth noting that Nightmare is one of only 2 canon animatronics to have a jump scare that's a static image with strange noises that crashes the game. The other, Golden Freddy.
Which leaves us with 2. William and Michael, father and son. Purple guy and other purple guy. The rest of the timeline is the story of a serial killer father and the son who's following behind, retracing William's steps to undo his father's cruel work and free the spirits of the dead children. This next bit we're all pretty familiar with since it's based on evidence from Phone Guy. The bite of 83 causes spring locks to get discontinued. William, acting as a technician across all the Fazbear restaurants, is responsible for handling the recalled suits and starts using the Golden Bonnie outfit to lure children into the secret safe rooms hidden in the back of each restaurant while he'll be safely off camera. He first strikes on June 26th at the FNAF 1 location. This murder, dubbed the Missing Children's Incident, eventually gets the place shut down, but results in Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Freddy getting newly murdered children to power their engines. Those animatronics, along with the puppet, get shifted to the FNAF 2 location along with some new toy robots linked to a criminal database to prevent a mass murder from happening again. Even some old favorites get pulled out of retirement, specifically Balloon Boy, and with that full roster, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has its grand reopening. Now posing as a security guard, William, with his spring lock crank in hand, not phone, strikes again, causing the place to get investigated. William flees the scene, leaving the day shift security guard position open. Jeremy Fitzgerald moves up to fill the empty slot, but gets himself bit by the agitated animatronics in an event that comes to be known as the Bite of 87, an event that forces the company to cease any free-roaming activities of the animatronics from that day forward. The toy animatronics get scrapped for just sucking at spotting a child murderer, and the old robots get stored back at the original FNAF 1 location. At this point, though, William knows that these things are alive and angry at him, so he tries to dismantle them using the safe room as his cover. And it would have worked out too if it weren't for those meddling kids, or at least their meddling spirits, because he didn't calculate that the spirits could live on without the animatronic shells. He tries to defend himself against these ghosts by ducking into his trusty murder suit, but his haste coupled with the moisture of the room causes the spring locks to fail and Afton to get skewered inside of the big yellow bunny. The company, trying to save face and, let's be honest, their stock value, covers up William's crime spree by sealing off the safe room with the dying William Afton, now Springtrap, inside. I know, but Michael might be Springtrap. We're getting there. The management instructs all Fazbear employees to behave as though those safe rooms never existed, and another Afton falls victim to a horrible fate. Only this time, he absolutely, totally deserved it. But now let's look at the final Afton, Michael. His story begins with the main gameplay of Sister Location, where Mike Afton, who we learn looks a lot like his father,
They didn't recognize me at first, but then they thought I was you.
is sent by dear old dad to put his sister back together, a promise that William makes to apparently a lot of his kids. This request of Michael presumably happened some years earlier when Mike was still a child, or before Afton ran away to escape murder charges, as implied by him saying,
I'm going to come find you.
Mike succeeds in saving Baby, but gets himself scooped in the process, having his innards replaced with ennards. As we see throughout the canon Custom Night cutscenes, this causes his body to slowly decay, turning purple, until Ennard abandons ship to look for a fresher body that'll draw less suspicion. Michael miraculously survives his Ennard enema, and here's where all sorts of puzzle pieces start to fall together. First, we know his name is Michael, but that he also goes by Mike, as shown by his name tag on hand unit. This immediately connects us to FNAF 1's Mike Schmidt, the original security guard, a guy who eventually gets fired for tampering with the animatronics and his odor. It was the first game in the series, so we all thought it was a funny joke, but now we know better. Scott doesn't do jokes. Not only does the name Mike match, but a rotting flesh sack with no innards would definitely be pretty smelly. And if, true to sister location, Mike's mission is to free the spirits of children killed by his dad, he would absolutely be guilty of tampering with the animatronics. It even provides us for an explanation as to why the animatronics would be trying to kill him in the first place. We hear it in sister location. He looks just like his father, which, man, William, if your face looks like a rotting corpse, might be time to consider getting some plastic surgery. But if all that wasn't enough, we can even tie it in with Golden Freddy's behavior in the game. Anytime Golden Freddy appears in FNAF 1, he's accompanied with the flashing text of "It's me." As we just saw, Golden Freddy contains the spirit of the crying child, Mike's brother. So the "It's me" is one brother speaking to another brother, making him aware that he's here, he's present, and in need of spiritual release. Now, knowing that Mike Afton and Mike Schmidt are one and the same, rewind to FNAF 2 and the character Fritz Smith, a security guard fired on his first day on the job for what? Odor and tampering with the animatronics. Coincidence? Absolutely not. Scott doesn't do coincidences. Michael Afton is literally going location to location, undoing the sins of his father's past and stinking up the places as he do, like Michael says at the end of Custom Night.
I'm going to come find you.
And find him he does at Fazbear Fright.
But before we get to the end of the timeline, let's address the elephant in the room. The fact that Purple Guy is established to be the killer, and Michael is clearly shown to be purple in the Custom Night. So wouldn't that make him the killer? No. As much as I hate to say it, there are actually two Purple Guys, but only one real Purple Guy. Admittedly, I left that purposely vague for dramatic effect, but let me explain. Or better yet, let FNAF World explain. In it, you recruit a familiar-looking purple sprite onto your team, and he says this: "Don't confuse me with the actual Purple Guy. I'm just a game sprite." And there's the difference. One of these characters is physically purple. That character is Michael. And the other is just a placeholder on the screen. A sprite representing a shadowy figure who, because the background of the minigames happens to be black, had to be colored differently. And that color was purple. But you don't even have to get that meta. It's made pretty darn clear in Sister Location's intro that William is the one who built the animatronics intended to capture kids, whereas Michael is established as the one who's trying to save them. Even the timeline supports this. The murders date back all the way to Fredbear Family Diner in the 70s with a guy who's old enough to drive. There's no chance that Michael, the son, would be the right age to be the original Purple Guy. And lastly, if you believe that Michael Afton is also Mike Schmidt and Fritz Smith, as the evidence suggests, then the phone guy calls give you an alibi. Phone guy is talking to you about other security guards being investigated for murder, which implies that you yourself are not guilty.
Mike's efforts to atone for his family's past prove to be successful. Game by game, we see him piecing together the family reunion. Sister Location saw him free both Ballora and Baby. Then in FNAF 3's Fazbear Fright, Afton's younger brother, now in the form of Golden Freddy, receives peace via the Happiest Day minigame. Even the spirits inside Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica get exorcised by Mike, which is why the good ending of FNAF 3 shows 4 empty, unlit animatronic heads. That's also why, come the main gameplay of FNAF 3, the only animatronic that's still active in real life is Springtrap. Mike has been successful at appeasing every other one of the spirits, leaving him alone with dear old dad.
I'm going to come find you.
He gets a job as security guard of Fazbear Fright, and shortly after, the creators of the attraction stumble across FNAF 1's secret room, with the remains of Mike's father spring-trapping around inside. Mike sets the place on fire to finish off his killer dad once and for all, because seriously, did you really think that building just spontaneously caught on fire? Fires in fictional stories always have a dramatic purpose, and Mike would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that meddling father, who in both the FNAF 3 newspaper clippings and Sister Location's special ending is shown to have survived the fire and is now undoubtedly more bloodthirsty than ever. The end? Question mark. Hallelujah. The craziest part of all this is when you actually stop and look at the story, there really isn't a need for FNAF 6. Outside of the return of Springtrap cliffhanger and revealing what's inside the box, yeah, remember that, everything else pretty much has an answer. Sure, there are still parts of the tale that could be more fleshed out, like the origins of the puppet or what happens after Ennard gets ejected from Mike, but at this point, all the characters have completed their story arcs. The family is reunited and the spirits are all at peace. It's actually pretty poetic. It took nearly 20 theories and literally weeks of my life studying these breadcrumbs to get there, but we did it. We got to a solution that fit together practically all of the loose ends, and that's pretty darn special. Thank you for being a part of that journey with me. It's been an incredible ride. I have no doubt that this isn't 100% correct, but you know what? It's an explanation I'm happy with. One that I feel provides a sense of closure to the series, and one that I'm gonna let stand as my final word on the 5 games worth of series lore until a new installment. Crap, a new installment that just so happened to get teased immediately after last week's part 1? Scott, don't go getting predictable on me. Calling it now just so I can avoid the inevitable prediction theory. It's an installment that looks like it's going to be taking yet another step back in the timeline to tell the origin stories of the puppet. Notice how the sprites are the exact same as the FNAF 2 Give Cake minigames, where the first child gets murdered and the puppet pops out of the screen. Also notice that the rainbow design is a direct callback to the aesthetic of 70s technology, which is when Fredbear Family Diner and the first murder would take place. Lastly, the source code on Scott Games keeps saying, what is paragraph 4? Well, paragraph 4 could be relating to a lot of things, but the one thing that jumps out at me is that as soon as my episode went up, this teaser came out. Paragraph 4 of my episode last week happened to be about William Afton's first murders. But before I end all this, let me give the hardest of hardcore fans one more deep dive on the whole Will Trap versus Mike Trap debate. Let's speed it up.
Most hardcore fans believe Mike is the purple guy currently in the Springtrap suit, and it's easy to see why. His voice is modified with an electronic effect in the custom night ending. Springtrap pops up at the end of Mike's final words.
I'm going to come find you.
And the purple guy sprite who ends up in the suit is seen releasing kids from their animatronics. However, these are easily explained away. We've heard Springtrap talk before, or should I say gurgle before in FNAF 3. And Mike's voice is very different from Springtrap's. Springtrap popping up on I'm going to come find you could very easily just be a visual storytelling element where Mike is stating his mission to track his father down. We visually see that he did it, but oh no, cliffhanger, Dad ain't dead. And we already talked about how William could very well be dismantling the animatronics to try and stop their attack. So it seems like a pretty balanced debate, or at least it does until you look at the timeline. Based on order of events, William inside Springtrap is undeniable. Whoever is working as Night Guard and Fazbear Fright can't just be some random guy off the street. It's someone who has seen both the FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 animatronics, considering he's having hallucinations of Mangle, Balloon Boy, and the puppet, as well as the first generation version of Chico. The only person who worked at both of those places outside of William Afton himself is Michael Afton. Also, we hear that Circus Baby's rentals appeared in the wake of Freddy's Pizza being closed, but the safe rooms were sealed with Springtrap inside while Freddy's Pizza was still open. That's why there's a whole series of phone guy tapes telling employees about the safe rooms, how to use them, and then, oh wait, no, we're closing them down, pretend like they never existed.
This is just to inform all employees that due to other restrictions, previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at both locations. Including this, more crews will be here hosted today, constructing a bulk wall over the old door base. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you have anything inside, it is your own fault. And if we hold the request, the listener not even just family, friends, or insurance representative.
If Mike were truly Springtrap, that would mean he never would have had the opportunity to get swooped and turn purple since Circus Baby's rentals wouldn't have opened at that point, and he would have been trapped in the walls of the FNAF 1 location in the Springtrap suit. Lastly, if Mike were Springtrap, then who set fire to Fazbear Fright? I guarantee that fire was intentional. It was meant to finish off the last awful pieces of Freddy's legacy, and Mike's really the only one possessing that sort of motive. William is the established killer who would be cocky thinking that he got away from the spirits by hiding in his golden Bonnie suit, which seems very counter to how Mike behaves. Oh yeah, and let's also not forget Scott confirmed our theories on the killer being in Springtrap years ago. If all of that doesn't convince you, hell, I look forward to watching your research.
Alright, 12 pages later, I'm finally ready to close this thing out. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. Now don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it. Hey, and a very special thanks to Kellen Goff, the voice of Funtime Freddy, who recorded that incredible intro. Please do me a favor and follow him on Twitter at Kellen Goff for all the latest on the projects he's working on, Freddy included, but also stuff like Hearthstone, which is really awesome. Also, if you want more FNAF action, watch me and Rosanna Pansino play FNAF 6. Yeah, that's right, FNAF 6 together. That's a new video on her channel, and the link is right on screen right now. We both get so scared by this darn game. And lastly, surprise, surprise, I actually do more than Freddy theories. If you want a new series to tide you over until FNAF 6, check out Hello Neighbor. It's great, and there's tons of theory fodder in there. Here's a theory to get you started. Just click that box on the right. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need a nap.
And to you monsters trapped in the corridors, be still and give up your spirits. They don't belong to you. For most of you, I believe there is peace and perhaps more waiting for you after the smoke clears. Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, friend.
Jeez, Scott. I know we didn't get along all the time, but condemning me to hell seems a bit extreme. Seriously though, can we turn on some air conditioning here or something? It's getting a bit warm in here. Oh wait, it is me because I'm wearing my snuggly new Game Theory merch. And you too can be getting hotter than a serial killer in a burning death trap because starting right now, new merch is available via the link in the description. Do you know the way to good fashion? Well, I will show you the way, because not only do we have this nifty hoodie with embroidered patches that make you feel like you're wearing a warm, stylish blanket, we also have new shirts with a stunning slimming design so you can look and feel great even after stuffing your face with budget pizza from a defunct children's restaurant. And they wash great, especially when you're using Tide Pods, go figure. It's gonna be spring soon and spring tends to get kinda chilly, but don't worry because I got you covered with another item that I think's the bomb, a bomber jacket, complete with Game Theory lining so that you too can pull a mat pad and walk around in jackets all year long, even when it's too hot to be doing so. Then for all those who want to secretly show off their theorist pride, we got socks, because honestly, people who wear fun, colorful, nerdy socks are like my favorite people in the world. I have 20 pairs of nerdy socks ranging from like Deadpool to Rick and Morty, and now Game Theory's in the collection, and you could add it to your collection too. And finally, we have men's and women's underwear, perfect for your top and your bottom. Call it Game Theory Intimates. It's a new year, get yourself some new gear. Plus, every order comes with a special Winter 2018 pin, as well as a chance to win something that is really special. Only 100 orders will come packaged with this, a special limited edition Golden Fury coin. Not only is it just super cool to get a real gold coin, it also may serve as your ticket to a very special event happening later this year. It's basically like Willy Wonka and his golden tickets, except for gamers and less caloric. But I have to warn you, supplies of everything are super limited. We know that things took way too long last time to get to you, so we've partnered with a new team to ensure that you get your orders faster and with way better customer service. Unlike last time, everything is already printed, waiting in boxers and eager to find a new home in your arms, or on your stanky feet, or covering your unmentionables. Shipping is international, sizes are like what you'd get in the store, and again, to ensure that you get stuff fast, this is all super limited edition prints. Once it is gone, it is gone for good. So make sure you place your orders now, because who knows what'll be available a week from now. And once it arrives, send us a picture of you in the merch. Except for the underwear, I don't want to get arrested. Anyway, enough shilling. Let's talk about the end of this channel's most popular franchise. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where let's just take a collective moment and get this all out of the way. Say it with me now. Another FNAF video. You said the last one was gonna be your last. Yeah, I know, but I also said this. Now, don't get mad at me when the new game comes out in a few weeks and everyone tells me to do another theory about it. And true enough to form, that's exactly what happened. I released my final two-parter theory on the subject, and exactly 1 month later, FNAF 6, disguised under the fan-game-esque name of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, gets released. Now, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you all thought that Scott and I were the same person. Come to think of it, you have never seen us in the same room together at the same time. Anyway, the game came out over 2 months ago, and ever since I've had countless people asking me for the theory. Over 10 people in the last week alone stopped me on the street and asked for a FNAF episode. And that's not even mentioning all the emails I've gotten in that time. So for Ben, Steven, Phil, Cassie, Matt, Lucas, Sarah, Alex, Matt number 2, and NBA Rookie of last year, Karl Anthony Towns, that's no joke actually, as well as everyone who has sent in something requesting an episode on FNAF, this one, and potentially one squeezed between this one and the next theory, and maybe even a third one down the line at some point, those are all for you. Now, FNAF 6 was a very different game from any of the ones that came before. Not because it had a weird roller coaster tycoon-esque metagame connecting all the security camera maintenance you've come to know and tolerate from this series, but because it's much more explicit than usual. This game has a lot of talking, accompanied by clear visual storytelling to reinforce what you're hearing, meaning that a lot of the major plot points of this game are fairly easy to understand, which has got to be like a first for the entirety of this franchise. FNAF 6 is filled with a sense of finality. It's clearly meant to tie up all the loose ends and serve as the last game of the series, or let me be clear, the last part of the series covering what I'm gonna call the Purple Guy saga. It's like Dragon Ball Z up in here. A saga which begins with a series of murders that result in animatronics coming to life, continues with the Afton family meeting with a series of terrible fates, and ends with the spirits of everyone involved getting closure, one way or another. Because this game feels much more obvious in its story, many online theorists have chosen to focus on the major story beats, actively ignoring the game's more unusual bits, the wrinkles that don't quite fit in cleanly. But it's in those wrinkles that we find answers to some of the longest held questions of the franchise, and the clues that we need to finally put the whole puzzle together. So stick with me and prepare to get a little wrinkly like a toe left in the bathtub for too long, because while today is certainly a theory, or rather multiple theories all in one episode, it's also me trying to open the door to you guys, equipping you with the information necessary to discuss the final points lingering around the edge of this mysterious franchise, finally closing the book on the Purple Guy saga. Now, before I get to the deep lore here, let me quickly run through the major reveals of this game just to make sure that we're all working with the same understanding. In the aftermath of FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame, the spirits of Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, Chica, and Golden Freddy have all been put to rest, which left only the lingering threads of Springtrap with William Afton inside, Ennard with Baby inside, Michael Afton, I'm a living corpse who used to have robot tentacles inside, and the puppet with nothing inside. Prior to the release of this game, Scott's two websites, scottgames.com and fnafworld.com, were talking to each other in their source code, a conversation which showed Baby and Ennard getting into a fight, and Baby basically getting voted out of the tribe, which is why in this new game the two are once again separate entities. Ennard in this game assumes the form of Molten Freddy, which, adding in this game's other new edition of Rockstar Freddy, brings the total number of different Freddy forms across the entire series to 12. 12 different Freddys alone. And you'll wonder why this game is confusing to talk about. Baby, meanwhile, becomes Scrap Baby, complete with a lobster claw and roller skates because Scott was like, wee, it's my final game, I can make the designs whatever the hell I want to. Springtrap now has a cleft chin, and heck, why not? There's a weird black bear named Lefty, because why the heck not throw a 13th bear onto the pile? Throughout the game, you're not only tasked with handling the best characters ever, featuring such standouts as #1 Crate and Mr. Hugs, but every night you'll find one of your old friends out in that back alley, and it's your task per paragraph 4 of your employment contract to salvage that animatronic, bringing them into your establishment.
If you are playing this tape, that means that not only have you been checking outside at the end of every shift, as you were instructed to do, but also that you have found something that meets the criteria of your special obligations under paragraph 4.
Fast forward a couple nights to the true ending of the game, where we learned that the whole pizzeria was just a trap made to lure the stray animatronics into the same place at the same time, so that they and the horrors of Freddy Fazbear's could be finished off once and for all in a final blaze of glory, even though that technically happened once before in FNAF 3 and Springtrap survived. But hey, who's counting? Me, but you know, that's what I do. And who of all people set up this trap? What is the identity of this mysterious cassette man? Well, the first clue we get is actually in the closing monologue.
Although for one of you, the darkest pit of hell has opened to swallow you whole. So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend.
It's an old friend of William Afton's, Henry, no last name given. And if that lack of a last name sounds familiar, well, it should. I mentioned this guy a lot during that dark period where I used information from the books for my sister location theories. In the book series, he's the animatronic genius who partnered with William to create the Freddy bots. And this isn't only speculation. One of the secret endings, the insanity ending, proves that this is Henry. If during the game you buy this freak show egg creature for way too much money, it causes your computer's power button to switch from green to blue. If you then hold the power button like you're starting the computer in safe mode, it causes a hidden recording to play, an audio tape that happens to be labeled HRY. Henry. But the insanity ending shows us even more than just a light connection back to the novels. As Henry talks about his regret over ever helping William create the animatronics and his plan to lure everyone together to finish this off once and for all, we're shown a series of secret blueprints. Most of them provide a bit more detail into how this wacky world works. We're shown that Afton's Scooper from Sister Location functions by infusing things with, for lack of a better term, soul energy, what Afton calls remnant. This is how Michael was able to survive as a purple corpse post his Ennard enema. We also see that Molten Freddy, formerly Ennard, still contains the souls of Ballora, Funtime Freddy, and Funtime Foxy, and that our mission under paragraph 4 is to specifically collect and destroy the Remnant once and for all. Remnant is destroyed by overheating, hence the fire at the end. We even learned the detail that literally no one was asking for: how to simulate children. The RASC, or Remote Activated Simulated C I'm assuming stands for child, simulates body temperatures of 98.6 degrees and then runs around making child noises. Hence how you're able to lure all the murderous animatronics around in this game, and also probably FNAF 3. But what's most surprising is the final blueprint. Lefty, that oddball black bear that just showed up in this game. A bear that, according to its acronym, is programmed to lure something by emitting a bracelet code and then encapsulate it with a combination of lullabies and controlled shocks. A bear suit that was made by Henry that has the sole purpose of capturing none other than the puppet. You can even tell it's already accomplished its goal if you look closely at this rare screen you sometimes get when you boot up the game. The signature striped arm of the puppet showing through the Lefty animatronic. But it doesn't stop there. If you buy and then play the security puppet minigame 3 times over the course of your week in the restaurant, you see a child trapped outside the pizzeria wearing a bracelet. The puppet, a security device of all things, is trained to respond to her specific bracelet code, green, and so it chases her outside only to find her dying in the alley. Short-circuiting from the rain that's pouring down around it, it lies down next to her, and the two fuse into one. And this lines up with exactly what we hear in the game's true ending.
My daughter, if you can hear me, I knew you would return as well. It's in your nature to protect the innocent. I couldn't save you then, so let me save you now. It's time to rest, for you and for those you have carried in your arms.
Henry's daughter, the first victim, is the puppet, the one who gave life to everyone that came after her and gave peace to their souls in FNAF 3. Finally confirmed after I'd been predicting it for 3 years since the release of FNAF 2. So there you have it. Henry from the books is now canon in the games. His daughter is the puppet trapped inside Lefty. Everyone, including Michael, dies in the FNAF 6 fire, and baby's name is established as Elizabeth in Henry's closing monologue. It's all pretty cut and dry. I mean, if you want to get really deep, the images on the walls in the alley are actually blurry contracts. You can tell based on the bullet points and oddly short paragraphs, which I have seen more than enough time to identify at a glance. And all of that relates back to that theme of what is paragraph 4, which has been Scott's calling card for this game. The creepy imagery of the ventriloquist and clown that you also see in the alleyway isn't teasing some new game like a lot of people have been assuming, but rather it's just an artistic recreation of the Afton family. William is the ventriloquist. The dummy, who looks exactly like him, represents Michael Afton, who, as we know, looks just like his father, just a smaller version of him, and has to parrot back a lot of what his father tells him to do. Elizabeth, aka Baby, is the clown, for fairly obvious reasons, and the bear on the leash is just Crying Child, a child who is trapped and held back by his family, who ultimately dies in the hands of Fredbear. FNAF 6 even offers explanations for the inappropriate costumes that were mentioned by the phone guy calls from FNAF 3. Yeah, you remember those?
Until replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness/relevance should be deflected.
They're the Mediocre Melodies crew from this game, which also happen to match up perfectly to the other masks that you see during FNAF 3's Happiest Day minigame. A green one is Happy Frog, the pink one is Pig Patch, Mr. Hippo is purple, there's some blue one for some reason, and then Orville the elephant is the orange one with the long nose. But for as much as FNAF 6 explains, and it explains a lot pretty explicitly, it leaves open 3 huge questions. 3 questions that no one has been able to answer for the past 2 months until now. Or at least I'm pretty confident that I can answer 2 of those questions. For the third one, I'm gonna need your help. Now, you don't need too much to get that true ending. You just salvage all the animatronics and survive all the nights. It's basic FNAFing 101. But there's another layer to this game, an ending that goes one step beyond just the base storyline. the Lore Keeper ending, where things start to get complicated in a hurry. To unlock it, you have to play 3 specific minigames through to completion: Security Puppet, Fruity Maze, and Midnight Motorist. Security Puppet was easy to explain. The others, though, are where the questions start to pop up. In Fruity Maze, the game starts to become more and more unstable as you progress through the 3 levels. By the end of the 3rd stage, collectibles have transformed into slaughtered dogs and burial flowers. Your on-screen avatar is trailing bloody footprints, and the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl reflected in the arcade screen is crying. And for good reason, since standing behind her is none other than the purple guy, dressed in his golden best. Now, this one's confused a lot of online theorists, but in my opinion, requires some process of elimination to solve. FNAF 6 is all about tying up loose ends, right? And at this point, the puppets set the souls of FNAF's core 4 of Freddy, Foxy, Bonnie, and Chica, as well as Golden Freddy free in the Happiest Day minigame. Baby, the sister location crew, Springtrap, and the puppet are all taken care of by Henry in the true ending of FNAF 6, and the 3 toy animatronics from FNAF 2, which do seem to legitimately be tied to a security database, are scrapped at the end of their game. So who or what does that leave? Mangle. But I'm not saying that the girl is Mangle, I'm telling you it's her dog. Mangle is William Afton's first successful experiment with Remnant, Dog Remnant. Which, now that I say it out loud, sounds a lot more like dog duty than Miracle Soul formula, but let me explain. We obviously see that the girl's crying, but it's not because she's scared. We actually see that Wiltrap is able to have a normal conversation with her, saying, "He's not dead, he's still alive, follow me." She's crying because her dog died, as represented on the screen. And that's the he that William's referencing here. Your dog is not dead, he is still alive. And we have proof that William isn't lying about this either. It's an odd detail that I've never talked about, which is pretty incredible that after so many of these darn videos, I'm still pulling out random factoids to piece into this puzzle. But in the Save Them minigame from way back in FNAF 2, you're in a building filled with 5 dead kids and Purple Guy. All the other animatronics are stationary except for one, Mangle. Alive and well, and unlike every other animatronic in the entire series, roaming around on all 4s. Even though Mangle technically walks around on 3 legs, but you get the point. A design decision so important that we see Scott keep it in Mangle's quest from FNAF 3 as well. Mangle is alive without the puppet giving him gifts or giving him life. So how is the Mangle animatronic moving in this moment? William, experimenting with animals and Remnant. And as we see in the Fruity Maze, William uses the fact that the dog is still alive to lure this girl to her death, allowing her to be reunited with her dog forever. For more proof, notice that the dead dog in the Fruity Maze minigame is actually missing an eye, a detail that we see at share with Mangle. Additionally, you ever notice how Mangle is the only animatronic that actually doesn't possess any human-like noises? The core 4 all feature moaning, sighs, or laughs at various points throughout the series. Ballora, Baby, Springtrap, and the Fun Times all talk. Even the Nightmare animatronics breathe, which is a whole nother can of worms I'm not opening up today, but Mangle just has garbled radio noises, almost like its cognitive functioning is much less than all the other possessed creatures in the series. So that's Fruity Maze, but then comes the biggie. Perhaps the most vague and bizarre moments from FNAF 6 come from the hidden Easter eggs in the final Lore Keeper minigame, Midnight Motorist. It starts simple enough. A top-down racer game, but glitch through an opening in the bottom of the track, and suddenly you're on a rainy drive through a rural, tree-filled landscape, visiting a bar named Junior's, and eventually making your way to a lonely house hidden deep in the woods. Out pops the driver, and he's orange? Thanks, Scott. We finally solved the identity of Purple Guy, and you just had to throw in one final monochromatic mystery man. Orange Guy? I like to call him Mustard Man. He charges into the house and rages at the fact that someone, presumably his son, has locked himself in his room. He goes around the back to find a way in, only to discover that the window is broken with a set of footprints and some bear tracks, leading to, quote, that place again. And that's it. The minigame abruptly ends there. No matter how many times you replay this game, it's always the same. It's weird, it's disturbing, and most of all, it's frustrating, since it seems to introduce all new characters in a game that's mostly about bringing every other character's story to a close. But are these truly new faces? No. Look first at the house. A lone house in a clearing surrounded by trees. Believe it or not, but we've actually seen this house before on the title screen to FNAF 4. A lone house in a clearing surrounded by trees. Not only that, but both houses have 2 stories. Even the roofs look roughly the same. But now think back to a quote that I mentioned last episode about how Scott writes these stories. Quote, there have been other times, however, when my original intentions didn't come across clearly. In those instances, I make a point to clarify in the next game. FNAF 6 is all about clarifying, explaining Remnant, explaining the scooper, the puppet, and what's our connective tissue in this minigame? Someone sitting in a living room watching TV. And what did we see at the end of every night of Sister Location? Michael Afton going home after his shift to watch TV. That slouchy figure there may look like a balding grandma, but it's good old Mike Casual Bongos Afton himself binging on his Immortal and the Restless. And I can further prove it via his text. Scott has always roughly adhered to the convention of dialogue colors being important, and this final game is no exception to this rule. Green bouncer dude talks in green, orange guy talks in orange, and Michael Afton on the couch talks in gray, exactly like he did when he was laughing at his crying brother back in FNAF 4. It's definitely a slightly different shade, but he's also the only one in the entirety of this series to speak in gray lettering. They also both wear gray shirts, only the truly fashionable match their t-shirt to their font color. Couple all of that with him watching TV, the FNAF 4 title screen house, which always has a TV in it, and the character being protective over some him, say a younger brother, and you have yourself the perfect portrait of the Afton family, which would make orange guy purple guy, otherwise known as William Afton. He's even got a signature purple car, the same one that we saw him use in the FNAF 2 Take Cake minigame before he killed off Henry's daughter. But why? Why would Scott choose to make William Afton some color other than purple for like the first time ever in the final game in the series? The answer is actually kind of mundane, because by this point in the series, there are 2 different purple guys, William and his son. It would have been confusing from a storytelling standpoint, though I do gotta say, Scott, it's not that much better, since now you're swapping in a whole new color for a character who's been represented by another color the whole time. It's a bit confusing. Anyway, what does all of this mean? Why, out of all things, did Scott choose to show us this random scene? What is he trying to explain about the story through the battle between an orange William Afton and a runaway child? All of that in just a few days. This video is really long already. Plus, in a game that tries to answer everything from the entirety of the series, what was in the FNAF 4 box? Was it truly left forgotten forever? Is Scott waiting to reveal its contents in a future game? Make sure you take a bite out of that subscribe button to find out those final answers, as well as the solution to perhaps the biggest question of them all, the Lore Keeper's final screen. After unlocking all of these glitched minigames, Scott presents us with a series of gravestones filled with names. Some familiar, and some not so much. So, who are they? What do they reveal about the story? And how can you help me to solve Five Nights' last and most closely guarded secrets? All of that next time. In the meantime, though, remember, Game Theory merch is now available, but hopefully by this point it's selling out faster than a YouTuber with a Loot Crate sponsorship. So make sure you're getting your Theorist hoodie, shirt, jacket, socks, or underwear before they're gone by clicking the link you see on screen right now or in the top line of that description. The only thing scarier than FNAF? Missing out on these items, celebrating your Theorist pride. And remember, once this is all out of stock, the only merch left will be Logan and Jake Paul's. That, my friends, is a horror far scarier than deadly animatronics. Internet! Welcome to Game Theory in 2018, a show apparently dedicated entirely to virtual boxes, loot box psychology, loot boxes as gambling, the treatise on the science of fictional cardboard boxes. It's like box episodes are the new FNAF episodes for the channel. Gotta milk 'em dry! Next episode should be on, I don't know, the orange box or something. But in all seriousness, the box tetralogy reaches its dramatic finale today as I cover what is perhaps the most infamous digital box of the last decade, FNAF 4's Locked Chest. Now, last episode we started to explore the idea that FNAF 6 is all about tying up loose ends. That as the last game in the Purple Guy saga, Scott's goal was to give us the information necessary to close the book on this chapter in Freddy's story. But to me, as someone who has studied these games inside and out, if there was one question that needed to be answered in a final game, it wasn't how Michael Afton was able to become a living purple corpse through Remnant, or how Henry was able to create a device that could somehow simulate child body temperatures. I didn't even care so much about the timeline at this point. No, what I wanted answered was the biggest lingering mystery of FNAF. What was in the box? Rewind back to FNAF 4, the game that utterly wrecked everyone's understanding of this franchise. You beat the game, you get the iconic line of, "I will put you back together," and then boom, a literal mystery box that would make the likes of J.J. Abrams proud. Accompanied by the lines, "Perhaps some things are best left forgotten for now." But you know what? I never forgot. The fans never forgot, and I don't think Scott forgot either. So now, 2 years, 3 games, and 4 books later, I think I'm finally ready to break open the locks and reveal what was supposed to be in this thing versus what actually was in the thing. Because I have reason to believe that the contents of the box have changed 3 separate times, and that now, in the wake of FNAF 6, Scott has already shown us what is inside the box. Let me explain. FNAF 4 was released on July 23rd, 2015, and with it, the mysterious box ending. Exactly 1 month later, August 24th, Scott made a post on Steam referencing a Halloween update for the game, an update where he had considered opening the box. Quote, "I wanted to post some information about the upcoming Halloween update. I started off a few months ago with several ideas in mind for what I wanted to release, ranging from DLC to a new game to opening the box, more on that later, but now I've been working steadily and have a pretty clear vision going forward." End quote. So, why wasn't the box included as a part of that update? Well, he explains it later in the post. Quote again. Now, I want to talk about what won't be included, the box. You know, when I released the first game over a year ago, I was amazed at how quickly everyone found every bit of lore and story. Then the same happened with Part 2. Then Part 3 came out, and once again the story was uncovered by the community. But then I released Part 4, and somehow no one, not a single person found the pieces. The story remains completely hidden. I guess most people assume that I filled the game with random Easter eggs this time. I didn't. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. But the bigger question is, would the community accept it that way? The fact that the pieces have remained elusive this time strikes me as incredible and special. A fitting conclusion in some ways, and because of that, I've decided that maybe some things are best left forgotten forever. End quote. So clearly in the month after the release of the game, disappointed that the mysteries were staying hidden, Scott had already changed his mind about what he wanted to do with this box. And I just gotta say, Scott, my man, you didn't even give me a shot at this one. You change your mind about a game's fundamental mystery in a month? I mean, in that amount of time, all I could do was release a rushed out retrofitted prediction theory because I was stuck in con season when the game was released. Give a theorist some slack, man. So that begs the question of what he originally intended to be in the box. My theory, toys, a badge, a hospital wristband, and a picture of what eventually became known as the Afton family. The only time we would ever see them truly happy in this franchise. Remember, FNAF 4 was meant to be the final game in the series, and based on all the clues Scott left prior to the release of Sister Location, he absolutely intended for Freddy's to be a story told in the mind of a child. Maybe not so much in dreams, like Dream Theory would indicate, but perhaps in a coma, or on the kid's deathbed. I mean, sure, let me be clear, yes, there was absolutely a real-life string of murders informing this kid's visions, as evidenced by the puppet and the murder outside the restaurant. But I mean, look at what he just said in that Steam post. Most people assume that I filled FNAF 4 with random Easter eggs. I didn't. And now look at everything that lines up in this game. Toys that match the look and behavior of the toy animatronics. People getting shoved into suits by a guy hidden in shadows that would probably look like a murder to a young child. A boy carrying a balloon to inspire Balloon Boy. Bullies who wear masks that perfectly match the nightmares. shadows that would literally inspire shadow animatronics, a mangled toy, the concept of a plush Bonnie that bites you, a child's phone and a child's fan to simulate the night guard desk, people walking around in animatronic suits like Springtrap, a grandfather clock like you would find in your home going off to signal the end of the night. The list goes on and on and on. And even though he'd moved on with the story, Scott still wanted us to figure it out, which is why on our October 5th, 2015 GT Live, Scott crashed the live stream, giving us explicit clues to figure it out. 4 games, 1 story, why is Toy Chica missing her beak, and what is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. All 3 clues again pointing to the conclusion of some sort of coma theory, with the box containing the items alluding to that story. Toys and plushies to show where all the ideas for the animatronics came from. A badge to show that this kid's father worked at the restaurant as a security guard. A hospital band to make it clear that the child was rushed to the hospital in the aftermath of the Fredbear bite, and a happy family that we see shattered in the aftermath of a stupid prank. This box is locked and hidden away in an attic or a basement when the child dies. The memories it contains are too tough to bear. But the line of, would the community accept it that way, is the key phrase in all of this. Scott knew that the story, as he envisioned it, would be controversial for a fan base that was literally comparing shades of purple across the series. He had a solution to the story that he wanted to tell, but was now trapped by his own success. People were too interested in his mystery box, which is why Sister Location and everything afterward emphasized more real-life events. Scoopers and Remnant and literal purple people walking around outside. But before he got to that point, there was one other course correction. FNAF World, the pimply-faced puberty of the franchise. The game that, also like puberty, everyone wants to forget, including Scott himself. And it was here that Scott tried to unveil the mystery of the box a second time. If you played through the game normally, you would never see any connections to the box. You would just play through this bizarre fever dream of an RPG, and then finally kill Scott Cawthon himself as the final boss of the game. Yeah, in case you skipped over FNAF World, Scott is one of the final bosses and complains about how obnoxious the fans of the series can get. It is strange, it is funny, certainly meta, and most undeniably passive-aggressive. Anyway, if you linger on the opening dialogue between your character and Fredbear, you unlock a hidden quest that lurks beneath the surface of the game that was undoubtedly meant to tie into the mystery of the box. We're told that the quest requires us to, quote, leave breadcrumbs for him to help him find his way. The him we're helping is FNAF 4's bite victim, and we know this from the opening dialogue. Quote, something has gone wrong. That's why I'm here. But I won't let the same happen to you. I will put you back together. Haha, the classic FNAF 4 line. So infuriatingly vague. Anyway, that line confirms that the you being talked about here is the bite victim, that the something has gone wrong is referring to the bite itself, and that the yellow eyes doing the talking, the one who is trapped here, is the puppet. From here, your secret quest is to find a series of clocks and complete mini-games that directly relate to the steps necessary to unlock FNAF 3's Happiest Day ending. You push Balloon Boy into a box, you press 4 arcade buttons, you set up 4 cupcakes, etc., etc. And if you do everything correctly, your secret ending reads as follows. Quote, we're still your friends. Do you believe that? The pieces are in place for you. All you have to do is find them. And we know from FNAF 3 that the pieces are indeed found. On the cutscenes between nights, we find the clues that FNAF World left for us hidden in the hallway, telling us to do things like double-click Balloon Boy and collect the 4 cupcakes, which then enables us to complete the glitched minigames and release the spirits once and for all. But the important line of this FNAF World ending is, the pieces are in place for you. A line that very intentionally mirrors the language Scott used to describe the contents of the box in the first place. What's in the box? It's the pieces put together. And if you think that this is just a linguistic coincidence, it's not. Remember, Scott doesn't do coincidence, because here's the real shocker. While trolling through the game's texture files, Reddit user Poi2010-201, or at least his was the earliest post that I could find discussing this discovery, found that FNAF 4's box was actually hidden in FNAF World's code. But it wasn't just the box, it was a texture of the box, unlocked and opened. So, for a second time, time, we clearly see that Scott had plans to reveal what was inside his mystery box. Which then begs the question, what was in it this time? And honestly, it's hard to say. As you can probably tell, FNAF World played with the lore of the main series in some very unusual ways. For instance, the clock quest showed that this weird, self-aware video game world was somehow able to influence the events of the real world, leaving breadcrumbs in the real world that you would be able to follow in FNAF 3. But because the game ends with the line, "the pieces are in place for you to follow," it implies that the guard we're playing as in FNAF 3, the one who is actually finding these clues, was the bite victim, which then opens up an entirely different can of worms. And if it's all true that the puppet is stuck in this weird nebulous FNAF world, then the world of the game is literally, or symbolically, limbo or death. Anyway, it's very messy. If I were to guess, Scott planned on FNAF World, the game, actually being the box. A game that literally contained all the pieces of this franchise put together. Yeah, it's a bit symbolic and half-baked, but you know, so was FNAF World. But it was here that the mystery would change direction yet again. This time, though, it wasn't the community that prompted the change, but rather Scott himself, who made it clear that he was dissatisfied with FNAF World as a rushed and unpolished release. Embarrassed by the game, he quarantined it off to its own little segment of the franchise. And in the process, he retconned its story to focus on the new, more human drama-esque direction that the series would take moving forward. You can see this actually through creative changes like the game's new ending, which revealed Henry and Baby for the very first time, as well as some lines that got added between updates, with glitched Fredbear foreshadowing something terrible coming, aka Baby. Instead of being focused backwards on details from previous games like the bite victim and the FNAF 3 minigames, the game was now looking forward to a game that had yet to be released, which left the box and the resolution it promised for the entirety of the Freddy story once again abandoned. And when both Sister Location and FNAF 6 rolled credits with no mention of boxes, that's exactly where it seemed like it would stay, forgotten forever. But I wasn't convinced. For as convoluted as this story often is, Scott cares too much about it, and cares too much about this community to leave a mystery this big unanswered. My first thought about connecting the box to the new game was Candy Cadet, the best character to ever come out of this franchise.
Candy.
If you visit Candy Cadet enough times and give him enough tokens, he'll tell you one of 3 separate stories, all sharing the same general theme of 5 objects merging into one object and then being put into a box. In the first, 5 keys are melted together into one key by a mother trying to save imprisoned kids, with everyone dying trapped in their own room. The second has 5 kittens in danger of being eaten alive by a snake, the remains of which get sewn together and stored in a shoebox. And the third, well, the third is the most uplifting story, as 5 orphans get adopted by a man who wants to protect them from a burglar, and it doesn't go so well.
He left one day to buy food, his heart being filled with gladness, but returned to find that the burglar had chosen his home, and killed all 5 of the children. The man could only afford one coffin, so he stitched the 5 bodies together to make one, and buried the child. That night, there was a knock at the door.
So clearly, the Candy Cadet stories were making some connection to boxes. But what did all these stories mean? Characters getting stitched together immediately made me think of Ennard, but even at Ennard's peak, he only had 4 characters inside of him: Freddy, Foxy, Ballora, and Baby. So that one didn't quite work out. Famously, there were 5 children killed as a part of the missing children's incident, but their souls individually ended up in animatronics rather than being put together and crammed into the same box. There are 5 other games in the series, so maybe this is all a meta-commentary about the franchise itself, but then what would it mean to stitch them together? Just solve the story? Were the stories fixating on different moments of the Freddy timeline? Suffice it to say, Candy Cadet led me straight to a dead end. A dead and stitched together end, that is. I gotta say, I scoured the game. I knew the box was hidden here somewhere, and I suspected that Candy Cadet was involved in some way, but I was so overwhelmed with information at this point. Clues whirling past me, vague minigames and stories that had no concrete answers, details of games upon games, cut, unused content. The box needed to be some solution that brought together all of these separate pieces. And then finally, the storm cleared and it all clicked. The final image of the game. During the true ending, Henry calls in to unveil his trap.
You have all been called here, into a labyrinth of sounds and smells, misdirection, and misfortune. A labyrinth with no exit. A maze with no prize.
We then see the schematics of the ventilation system we've been working with throughout the entire game. We see it for a long time as the center square, the actual pizzeria filled with kids, fades away. And what we're left with is a familiar shape, a box, a rectangular box, a locked box, a box with no exit, a box where, according to our responsibilities in paragraph 4, we put all the pieces together by salvaging the remaining animatronics, playtesting the minigames for all of the hidden lore, and finally bring the FNAF storyline to its end once and for all. As we bring this story to a close, what did Scott finally decide to do with the box? He made it Henry's trap in FNAF 6 to lure the final pieces together and finish him off once and for all. Like Candy Cadet told us over and over again in its 3 stories, the box is filled with 5 dead things becoming 1, 5 children killed, sewn together, and buried in one coffin, 5 dead kittens, sewn together and kept in one shoebox, 5 keys melted together and torched in one room, and in our case in FNAF 6, 5 animatronics trapped in one pizzeria simulator and burned. And this works any way that you count it. Baby, Springtrap, and Molten Freddy, who we know according to his blueprint has 3 animatronics in him, thus making 5, or you can count it Baby, Springtrap, Molten Freddy, Puppet, and our character who we play as Michael. 5 characters, all essential to the FNAF story, brought into one box to die. Even Henry himself has a role here in the Candy Cadet stories. He's the innocent of those stories, the one who started with good intentions who ultimately fails to protect those under his care. He's the mom who lets the kids burn. He's the kid who leaves the snake's cage open. It's Henry's negligence that allows the snake, the burglar William Afton, to claim so many lives. We hear him lament this in the Insanity ending.
It's only now that I understand the depth of the depravity of this creature, this monster that I unwillingly helped to create.
This was Scott's subtle nod to the box in FNAF's final game, the way to work it in after all the twists and turns his story had to take over the years. Was it what he originally intended for it? Absolutely not. Is it the most obvious explanation? Not by a long shot. But when you consider that this animatronic empire started as one big unexpected twist in Scott's life and was then fueled by a story full of not so obvious narrative moments, having the box end up being a symbol for the franchise's final climactic moment, it feels right. If I can borrow from Scott's original description, it feels special, a fitting conclusion. And with that, there's only one theory left to go: the analysis I promised for Midnight Motorist and the mystery of the Lorekeeper Graves. 2 questions that close out these games for what feels like the final time, but begin to point towards what the future might hold for the Freddy's series. More on that soon. Not next episode, since if I do more than 2 of these things in a row, people get really mad at me, but definitely soon, since I want to put this thing to rest as much as you guys. I could use, at the very least, a complete refresh on this whole thing and start from scratch again. So ring the bell to ensure that we all close out the Freddy saga together. And in the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. That's it. I give up. Scott, you beat me. I can't solve FNAF. I can't. But I'm close. So darn close. And this time, I need you guys to come in. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where the 4th closet is a recording closet. Now, most of you are probably confused about that opening reference, which means that you haven't implanted Scott Cawthon with an RFID tracker that follows his every movement. Fortunately, I have, which means that I can tell you 2 things. 1, Scott spends a lot of time on the toilet. Gotta stop maxing out the spicy salsa at Chipotle, Scotty C. Us old people gotta watch our digestive biomes. And 2, the FNAF series may have quote-unquote ended with FNAF 6, but our time with the 13 variations of the same darn animatronic bear are far from over, because Scott has been quietly working away on his pièce de résistance, Ultimate Custom Night. All your favorite characters from all the games attacking you all at the same time. 51 characters, all able to be cranked up to level 20. I gotta be real, Markiplier, might be time to be giving up your FNAF crown. That means there can only be one. Dawko, save us. You're our only hope. Anyway, if you're wondering why this episode took so long to come out, that's one of the big reasons why. I was afraid that, like the last custom night, I'd be working on the theory and the DLC would come out with hidden scenes explaining the lore, and then suddenly I'd have to contend with even more purple people puking up robotic spaghetti in the middle of the streets. But based on Scott's playtesting, where right now he's averaging a survival time of 15 seconds, it looks like I may have an opening here. It's been a while, let me remind you that we've already covered a lot of ground here in videos 1 and 2 of the series. Freddy's Pizzeria Simulator, otherwise known as FNAF 6, was created with the intention to tie up a lot of loose ends, both for Scott and for the game franchise. We learned that William's business partner Henry, who we were first introduced to back in FNAF World and later in the novels, does in fact play a role in the mainline series of the games. Henry is canon. In FNAF 6, he creates a simulated pizzeria to serve as a trap, luring in all the remaining animatronics. One could say it was a locked box to put all the pieces together. Henry then pulls a Thanos and turns everyone into an ashy pile.
I'm not feeling too good, Foxy.
Henry's hit list included Springtrap, aka William Afton, aka the metaphorical purple guy, Baby, aka William's daughter Elizabeth, Ennard, aka the combination of Molten Freddy / Ballora / Funtime Foxy, your player character Michael Afton, aka the literal purple guy who puked up robot spaghetti, and the newcomer Lefty, like Wally but with less robot lovey-dovey and more robot stabby-stabby. We learn through the hidden insanity ending and other in-game clues that Lefty is a containment suit, built specifically by Henry to lure and trap the puppet, which is possessed by the spirit of his deceased daughter who remains nameless. The insanity ending also gave us clues as to how the Funtime animatronics function. Unlike the OGs, the Funtimes are heated up and infused with remnant. It's basically soul juice that's extracted from kidnapped children. But that was all just surface stuff. Through our analysis of the Fruity Maze minigame and clues from FNAF 2, we were able to piece together that this dead dog is probably Mangle, and that this girl becomes one of Afton's early victims. It's clearly not his daughter, notice the eye color, and it's not Henry's daughter, notice the hair color, so it must be one of William Afton's victims. And that's pretty much everything we covered in my last 2 videos. But now it's time to get to the new stuff, starting with this girl. Not only do we know that this is one of William Afton's earliest victims, we also know that her name is Susie and that she goes on to possess Chica. That's right, we can identify her based on this image. If you manage to find all the game's Easter eggs, you unlock the Lore Keeper certificate and a final screen at the end of the game, a hillside filled with gravestones. Graves with a very diverse set of names. 5 in the foreground with 1 name obscured and 1 in the back, with, again, the name hidden from view. Trust me, I tried my best to pull a CSI on that one. Enhance. Enhance again. Enhance a 3rd time. Damn it, Scott! Anyway, this imagery should seem pretty familiar, right? 4 graves with 4 names, 3 boys and a girl, which perfectly matches up to our core 4 animatronics, 3 boy robots and a girl robot. To further solidify the point, look at how the graves are arranged. It's a pattern that's identical to the arrangement of the masks in the good ending of FNAF 3, even down to the girl character being 3rd in line and slightly behind the other 2. Coincidence? I think you know the answer to that by now. Then you have this mysterious 5th grave hidden off to the side. That one definitely contains the soul of whoever winds up possessing Golden Freddy, but more on that one later. And lastly, there's this one overlooking them all. Up on the top of the hill, that's the puppet. Henry's daughter, the one who watches over the rest. 6 main characters, 6 graves, and the same 6 characters that we see fade away during the Happiest Day minigame at the end of FNAF 3's good ending. In short, what the gravestone scene is revealing to us is who these victims are, with Susie as Chica. That also means Freddy is really named Gabriel, Foxy is Fritz, and Bonnie is Jeremy. It's also relatively easy to figure out the name on the puppet's grave, Charlie, or Charlotte, one of the 2. We know this not through the games, but rather through the books. But the books aren't canon, I hear you saying, and you're absolutely right, they're not. But they're starting to cross over very heavily. For instance, the entire reveal of William Afton having a business partner named Henry, he was first introduced in the Silver Eyes long before Sister Location ever came out. out. You ever wonder about this weird wolf poster hanging in the alley of FNAF 6? It's actually one of the Twisted animatronics from the second novel, The Twisted Ones, who are programmed to hide during the day by burying themselves in shallow graves, then dig themselves up at night to roam the countryside looking for innocent victims to vor. And wouldn't you know it, but that's exactly what we see hinted at in the FNAF 6 minigame Midnight Motorist. By going through the game's secret exit and then plowing your car into this random area between the trees, you're able to get out in a clearing in the middle of a forest, and in the upper left corner of the screen is a pile of unmarked dirt. You can't interact with it, the game doesn't acknowledge it at all, but very clearly it is intentionally there. It's super random, right? It is, until you read The Twisted Ones. Or have me read it for you, because seriously, that's why I'm here. Page 74, quote, "When Charlie reached the backyard, she stopped dead. Before her were 3 huge holes in the ground. They looked like graves. Something climbed out of these," end quote. So clearly, even though the books aren't canon, there is significant crossover with the characters and events from the series. In the books, Henry had a daughter named Charlotte. In the games, Henry has a daughter who goes on to become the puppet. It only makes sense for them to share the name, hence gravestone number 5. But it's gravestone number 6 where, I gotta be honest, after months of brainstorming, working and reworking sequences of events and analyzing imagery, I have to regrettably admit defeat. You heard that right. For the first time ever on the show, I have to throw in the towel. Now, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of leads here. Loose threads that I know go somewhere, and I feel like I'm just a step or two away from putting it all together, but I just can't quite do it, and I hate to admit it, and honestly, that is the other reason why this video has taken so long for me to write and put together. I didn't want to admit defeat. I didn't want to come to you without a complete idea of what was going on, but honestly, at this point, I'm almost out of ideas, and I need your help, or maybe even a little helpful nudge from Scott Cawthon in the comments to help put it all together, which honestly could be a very cool group project for all of us to work on together. Anyway, let me explain. Grave 6 obviously belongs to Golden Freddy, and once we know that name, we'll finally be able to uncover the source behind the mysterious repeated messages of "It's me" that have been popping up since FNAF 1. It is a huge deal. And here's the biggest twist of them all. We're not shooting in the dark here. Scott has already given us all the information that we need to solve what the name actually is. You see, the trio of novels isn't the only book that Scott Cawthon's released. Late last year, Scott released the Five Nights at Freddy's Survival Logbook, an activity workbook for kids filled with things like simple quizzes about the games, drawing projects, and writing prompts. The theme is that you're a new night guard at the Freddy's restaurant. It's adorable! Until you realize it's a book asking kids who their stuff would go to when they die a gruesome, horrific death trapped inside a furry suit. It's some dark, dark stuff. But perhaps the darkest part of the book is the dabbing chica. Anyway, things start to feel more than they seem from page 1, when it's revealed that this book once belonged to a guy named Mike. And one look at the book's word search immediately clues you in that there's way more here than meets the eye, putting the likes of Gravity Falls Journal number 3 on blast. Basically, the Five Nights at Freddy's Survival Logbook is a book-length metagame dedicated to revealing Golden Freddy's real name, all disguised as a children's activity workbook. It is unquestionably my favorite thing that this franchise has yet produced. That is no exaggeration. This thing is so cool, but the problem is, I can't solve it. Here's how it all breaks down. Several pages throughout the book contain faded text that says, "My name." Each of those pages with that text also has a numeric clue hidden on it. Sometimes it's written in plain sight, sometimes with numbers out of place, sometimes the page number itself is wrong. Page 29 is numbered 52. Page 32 is numbered 39. Page 43 is numbered 15. On page 47, the numbers 7 and 2 appear out of order in this survey question. On page 85, we're presented with a list, and numbers 10 and 11 appear in red. On page 108, the time 8:11 appears on an incident report that Mike was supposed to log in. So putting all those numeric clues in order, we get 52, 39, 15, 7, 2, 10, 11, 8, 11. But that's just the beginning. Throughout the book, there are some coupons for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. On one of those coupons, we see that Mike wrote himself the message, "For real value, see page 61. You flip over to page 61 and suddenly you see a finish the comic strip exercise, where in one of the panels, Foxy and Freddy stand in front of a chalkboard with 5+4 written in one part and a 3 written in the bottom right corner. To me, this very clearly tells us that we need to add the two numbers together on each of those 6 pages from earlier to get the real value for that page. 5 plus 2 is 7, 3 plus 9 is 12, 1 plus 5 is 6, 7 plus 2 is 9, 10 plus 11 is 21, and 8 plus 11 is 19. 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, 19, which seems like it's giving us a code to a 6-letter name. But now, what do you do with those numbers? Well, one page in the book contains a giant grid that encourages readers to draw in 8 bits. But if you look closely at the grid's axes are actually numbered, and there are tiny letters in the grid's first few boxes. It seemed to me like this grid was setting up an alphanumeric code where the numbers each get represented by a different letter. Putting 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, and 19 into that, you get Gilpheus. It's clearly not Golden Freddy's real name. But then what about that 3 that's in the bottom right corner of the chalkboard? I tried shifting all the letters and numbers 3 up and 3 down, decoding, recoding, still nothing that would make any sort of sense. But I wasn't admitting defeat yet. The fact that all this is happening on a grid seemed to point to the numbers being decoded using a Vigenère cipher. If you've never encountered these before, well, welcome to the exciting world of cryptography, the art of solving codes. Vigenère ciphers are one of the most famous codes out there. Basically, you need a giant alphabet grid and a keyword. So say I want to encode the word crying child, that's called my plain text, and I want my keyword to be Mike. What I would do is in my alphabet grid, go over to my first letter, the C in crying, and then go down to the row M, the first letter in my keyword Mike. That gives me the letter O. Then I would find where column R for the R in crying intersects with row I for the second letter in Mike to get a Z. That's my second encoded letter. And then keep going with column Y crossing with row K and on, repeating the keyword over and over until I'm at the end of the phrase. If you've done it correctly, you get the ciphertext or encoded word Ozim Zamlun. Ozim Zamluton. Ozim Zamluton. Then to decode, you just reverse the process. And that's what I tried, over and over again, on and off again for months, and still nothing. Using those real values of 7, 12, 6, 9, 21, and 19, I tried everything. Different keywords like Mike, Chica, Friday, since it's on the magazine that Foxy's reading, Bonnie, Foxy, doing the process forwards and backwards, trying to shift everything by 3, both before and after the encoding and decoding process, since that's the random number on the chalkboard that has no explanation. I even started reversing the codes I was working with, since the number 3 on the chalkboard could potentially relate to page 3 of the survival guide, which specifically says take a moment for self-reflection. So that's what I did. I reflected the numbers before coding, after coding, reversing the alphabet, still nothing. If you think that's a lot, I still wasn't done, because there are other oddities in this book. For unknown reasons, Mike has made red ink tally marks throughout it. On page 9, they're 5. On page 19, there are 10. On page 31, there are 14, but they're in 2 groups, a 5 and a 9. On page 36, there are 5. On page 100, there are again 5. No explanation, no nothing. But they can't just be random tally marks, right? They seem important, and they seem especially important because there are 6 tally hints, just like the 6 real values that we found hidden throughout the book earlier. So I've tried shifting the individual letters off of those tally marks. Nothing. Tried shifting the letters off the tallies, then shifting the results by that 3 that's on that chalkboard. Nothing. Added the tallies, then reversed. Nothing. And on and on and on. Hopefully this all gives you an idea of what I do for some of these theories, taking weeks just to brainstorm new ways to attack the problem, but this time I'm coming up empty-handed. I still have nothing. None of my attempts have yielded anything like a real word or a name. It feels like I'm right there, like the solution is right in front of me, but I just can't quite grasp it. And this is where I have to raise the white flag. I don't know what to do. I need your help, or else I need Scott to give us some clues or something, because I am stumped. I feel like I've tried everything, and very clearly this is the way that Scott intends to reveal Golden Freddy's name. But without all of us working to solve it, that name will forever remain in mystery. And this is only the beginning. The survival guide is simultaneously the most important, most revealing, and most frustrating piece of evidence to be thrown into this franchise. Yes, the Golden Freddy puzzle is a huge part of that, but there's more. So much more. This book confirms so many assumptions about this series and unveils so many more mysteries than we ever thought possible. And the Golden Freddy mystery is just a small piece of that. The rest all relate to Michael Afton. But all of that will have to be in just a few days. Don't worry, I'm not gonna make you wait months. So make sure you jump scare that subscribe button to ensure that you're here next week for what I guarantee is the most earth-shattering FNAF game theory since I don't even know. FNAF 2? The things that we're covering next time completely upend a lot of what we thought we knew about this franchise, so get ready for a long one. And in the meantime, remember, that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for simultaneously staying patient for the release of this episode, as well as stomaching another multi-part FNAF episode. When you see next week's video, you'll understand why it had to be that way. Subscribe. Watch the past FNAF episodes. Subscribe. Scott, you're causing me severe head injuries. Subscribe and make my pain worth it. Hello, Internet. Welcome to... Screw it, you know by now. If I seem a bit off my game today, forgive me. You'll soon learn why. Pull up a chair, let's talk. Last episode caught you up on everything, and I do mean everything. All my past theories on FNAF 6, the gravestones, the masks, the names of the children inside the animatronics, the connections to the novels, and the identity of the puppet. But then I showed you this. The FNAF Survival Logbook. The book that, in 7 years of doing this, finally broke me. A book that contains within its pages an elaborate series of codes that serve as the key to unlocking the identity of Golden Freddy. A freaking children's activity workbook with a dabbing chica in it is the thing to defeat me. Ugh. That dabbing chica taunts me in my nightmares. But Golden Freddy's Unbreakable Code is only the tip of the iceberg. This book is like a repeated kick in the balls, as everything I thought I knew about FNAF has crumbled in front of my eyes. It's like Freddy Fazbear got a hold of the Infinity Gauntlet and snapped his fingers, and then all of my theories suddenly turned to dust. Because unlike the novels, which have questionable canonicity, the Survival Logbook outright answers a lot of our questions about these games. But the answers that it provides just lead to more questions. And not stupid small questions either, like what's Mangle's gender? No, it upends huge parts of the story. The logbook is simultaneously the most important, most revealing, and most frustrating piece of evidence to ever be thrown into this franchise. You see, as I mentioned last time, this workbook once belonged to Mike, aka Michael Afton. The book establishes that Mike writes his answers in red pen. It also establishes that there's a spirit possessing the book who speaks to Mike via lightly faded text. From what I can gather, it appears to be the spirit of Golden Freddy. And starting with that information, the logbook then proceeds to drop bombshell after bombshell as far as lore reveals go. First, the book outright confirms what we've known for a while now, that Mike is the same Mike who works as the night guard during Sister Location. When asked what he would like for his 1-week bonus, we see him doodling in the corners of the page baskets of money and baskets of exotic butters. On another page, he's drawing a smooth set of casual bongos. Sure, it's nothing earth-shattering, but when it comes to this franchise, getting any portion of any theory confirmed is a big win. And while that reveal might not be all that earth-shattering, you know what is? The book reveals that Michael Afton is who we play as in FNAF 4. On page 40, the workbook starts asking about dreams, and via his doodles, we see that Mike somehow knows the appearance of Nightmare Fredbear, something only the protagonist of FNAF 4 should be aware of. To further confirm this, on page 23 of the book, the spirit who uses the book to talk to Mike outright asks, was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone? Which, as you may remember, is a direct reference to the purple telephone on the ground in the FNAF 4 bedroom. And if you still think it's a coincidence, it's not. 20 pages later, the spirit starts talking about whether any of the toys on the page look familiar. Most don't, except for one. The phone. Now, for the 8 of you who still remember how this whole freaking story fits together, you might be asking me, but we all thought the protagonist of FNAF 4 was the crying child, the one who gets himself bitten during the birthday party because you have flashes of a hospital bed and hear a flatline at the end of the game. We also assumed that the animatronic nightmare was representative of death. And you know what? You're absolutely right. That is exactly what we've been thinking. And here's the thing, we weren't wrong. We've apparently been right about all of that, except there was one teeny tiny itsy bitsy little wrinkle that we didn't expect. Michael Afton was the bite victim. Michael Afton was the crying child. I know! I couldn't believe it either, but the proof here is unquestionable. On page 75, a page asking about imaginary friends and featuring the psychic friend Fredbear plush, the spirit outright asks, does he still talk to you? And perhaps the most damning piece of evidence of all, on page 103, the huge reveal, quote, the party was for you. Mike Afton is confirmed to be the crying child. He's the bite victim. He's the one who, at the end of the game, apparently needed to be put back together. It seems undeniable at this point. But then that leads to the obvious next question. How could he have been bitten and died there, but then also be in sister location as an adult, gotten himself scooped, blah, 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 until FNAF 6 when he finally burns with the rest of his family? I have been smacking my head against a wall trying to make sense of it all. And I have some theories. Big surprise there. It's interesting. When I did my final FNAF theory, not that one, my final FNAF theory. No, not that one either. Those are technically FNAF 6 theories. God, jeez, this one. When I did this theory, I concluded that the story of FNAF was, at its core, a story about a family, the Afton family. But now it's becoming increasingly clear to me that it's really the story of Michael Afton specifically. 4 games, 1 story, like Scott said back during the FNAF 4 days so long ago. It's the story of the crying child growing up, discovering the atrocities of his father, and then trying to make amends for those. We know for a fact that Michael Afton is the main character of FNAF 1 from the endgame paycheck, sister location from the name tag and custom night.
I found it. It was right where you said it would be.
FNAF 6 from Henry's closing monologue, and now FNAF 4 from the survival logbook. And we're still not done. The survival logbook also connects Mike to FNAF 2. On page 56, the spirit asks, was your favorite ride the carousel? A question that only makes sense if Mike had been to the FNAF 2 location, because it's the only one with a carousel. That means that the only game without a solid connection to Mike is FNAF 3, but then there's the whole
Father, it's me, Michael.
Complete with a burned down Fazbear fright in the background, which seems to be hinting at him being the person who burned the place down, trying to put an end to his father's reign of terror. Michael Afton even shares a connection with the dead children whose names appear on the gravestones, going back to the survival logbook. See, I told you guys this thing was important. When the book asks about missing people on account of them being stuffed into animatronic suits, the spirit asks, do you miss them? It clearly connects Michael Afton to the other missing kids who go on to possess the animatronic suits. This means that Michael is connected to every game and every major character in the story. So let's update it to 6 games, 1 story. Michael's story. Which is all very beautiful to say, but seriously, what is that story? If you've been paying attention, we still have a pretty big elephant in the room, i.e. a dead kid who somehow grows up to become an immortal purple skin suit for robot spaghetti. Oh, and if the game wasn't complicated enough, Michael might not even be his real name. The spirit in the logbook repeatedly asks him, what do you remember? And even more importantly, do you remember your name? It's even hidden in the freaking word search, and I haven't even mentioned the other elephants in the room, like how very clearly the gravestones relate to the kids in the animatronic suits, and yet 2 of those names directly tie back to the security guards from FNAF 2. And if you want to go really, really deep, like you know I love to do, you see Susie's font on her gravestone? Did you know it's the same font that's used to introduce each night of FNAF 4? That's something that no one else online has noticed, and if fonts are important, which remember, they probably are, Scott doesn't do coincidences, so 4 gravestones with completely different fonts is probably important in some way. Notice how 2 of the gravestones share the same font, but it's not Jeremy and Fritz, which you would probably expect since they're the 2 who are mentioned in FNAF 2. There are so many freaking elephants in this room. It is a very crowded room. Remember what I said earlier about repeated kicks to the crotch? This is what I'm talking about. That said, after months of thinking about this and more kicks to the crotch than I care to mention, I think I do have an idea of what might be going on here. And it all begins in probably the most confusing place of all, Midnight Motorist from FNAF 6. When I first spoke about this minigame, I said that the mustard man here was William Afton, but I could tell that a lot of you weren't too convinced in my conclusion. And I'll be honest, I wasn't 100% sure of it either, but it was the best I could do at the time. But now, I am 100% confident that that is who we're seeing here. You see, FNAF 6 is simultaneously the end of the story as well as the beginning. It's the end because, well, everyone burns to death. And it's the beginning because it's the origin story of the puppet. And as we know, everything begins with the puppet. She's the one that allows all the other animatronics to become possessed, as we see in FNAF 2, which makes the security puppet minigame pretty much the earliest event we ever see in any of these games. And we also know that it's William who killed Charlotte in that back alley. This is the origin story of the purple guy, complete with his purple car that we saw in FNAF 2 after all. But here's the detail I was missing before. If you brighten up the final screen of the security puppet minigame, you'll see tire tracks left by the purple car driving away from his crime. This leads directly to the events of Midnight Motorist, which happens immediately after his murder. Here's how we know this for sure. Not only are you driving a purple car, and not only is it raining in both of the minigames, so they're connected on both those fronts, but get this. Reddit user GB Aura found that this section of the game in the source files is titled Later That Night, giving us the time connection we needed to know 100% that Orange Guy is William Afton. He kills Charlotte in the rain outside of Fredbear's, drives away, and winds up back home later that night. Boom! Proven, locked and loaded. And looking at this minigame, knowing what we know now about Michael being the crying child, we know that the couch potato here is his older brother. Mr. Foxy Mask, let me shove my brother into an animatronic mouth and get him killed, speaking in his signature gray text, who apparently no longer has a name, which leaves Michael as the one who escaped to that place again. That is who William is mad at, with that place being obviously none other than Freddy's. And from there, a lot of pieces start to fit together. William's frustration with Michael escaping explains why we see him have surveillance cameras all over his house and sister location. It's not an experiment or anything. He is literally keeping tabs on the boy who keeps running away. It also explains why we see Michael, the crying child, locked in his room throughout FNAF 4. William himself says at the end of Midnight Motorist that Michael will be sorry when he gets back. And he is, as William constantly locks him in his room, making him unable to escape anymore. All of this might even explain the rationale for the nightmare animatronics. William built them, or else used his mind-altering sound disc that first appeared in the book and that we talked about in a previous theory, to scare Michael so that he would stop wanting to go to the restaurant in the first place. That's why he's so scared of the place when we see him in FNAF 4. I'm literally in the recording closet right now recording this, and suddenly things started to fit together in a weird way. I'm just gonna throw this in here right as it happened in my mind. I'll need to look into this later, probably a future theory, but let's just bring it up now. Orange Guy is William, right? But he's turned away at the front door of Junior's, which is completely random, and everyone's like, why is this in the minigame? Well, could it be because of the investigation into the missing children's incident? Remember what Phone Guy said from FNAF 2?
From what I understand, the building is on lockdown, and no one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees.
Afton is rejected at the front door of the building because of the lockdown, and because he's a previous employee. It makes the timeline a bit messy, and I'll have to go back and rework it, but something about this feels right. William Afton was fired from his job, goes back to Junior's, but the building is under investigation because of the missing children's incident. William, being a former employee, is turned away at the door. He's not allowed in. It's not a bar, it's nothing like that. It's Freddy Fazbear's Jr. or something, the second location, the FNAF 2 location. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there because it just occurred to me as I was writing this thing. I haven't had time to fully flesh it out or work it into the script, but I thought it was important enough to include, break the flow of things. Regardless, it gives us something else to chew on. Now back to the actual episode as I wrote it. Okay, I continue to avoid the obvious question here. Michael's death and apparent rebirth. If I'm being honest, it's because I don't really have a fully fleshed out explanation for it. It's less of a theory and more of a hypothesis, really. So would you be so kind as to Freddy Fazbear with me as I go through what I think might be happening here. We know that Michael Afton is special, right? I mean, we see him get scooped, become a pile of rotten flesh, and yet he is still able to survive. In short, when we see him in Sister Location, he's not altogether human. Now, hold on to that idea for a second for me. While we're on the topic of Sister Location, let's look at The Immortal and the Restless, the super random soap opera from the game with a name that, now that I say it aloud in context, actually starts to make a little bit more sense. It stars Vlad, an immortal vampire who's dressed in purple who starts every episode saying,
Clara, I tell you, the baby isn't mine.
And in FNAF, we have William Afton, a man who's apparently immortal enough to survive a spring lock failure, who, like a vampire, sucks the remnant out of children and who knows, maybe survives on it, and is represented by the color purple. It's actually a lot of similarities. So could the repeated lines of,
Not my baby, the baby isn't mine, the baby isn't mine,
actually relate to William's relationship with Michael? What if Michael isn't actually William's son? It seems like it would be a logical leap, but we know for a fact that Michael's real name isn't Michael. Remember what the logbook said. Do you remember your name? Well, of course he does, logbook. He wrote it on the front cover, Mike, unless of course that's not his real name. So you got all those details? Good, because here's where all this random observation comes together. In the novels, one of the big overarching storylines is that the main character, Charlotte, had a twin who was kidnapped by Springtrap when she was younger. At the end of the second book, it's revealed that the twin wasn't actually kidnapped, it was her, which seems to imply that Charlotte and her twin were one and the same, or were somehow interchangeable. Then, in the final pages, Charlotte dies from a spring lock failure, only to miraculously come back to life unscathed in the next few days as if nothing had ever happened. There are also a lot of clues sprinkled throughout the book that William Afton